Chapter 701. Lulu is a genius. Wisdom is not the same as intelligence in the attribute. She can become Daryl's technical director at the age of 100. She undoubtedly has genius wisdom in some aspects of magic technology. You know, the reason why Aoi and Lin were arranged to manage internal affairs is because Muhua's positioning of their functions is difficult to improve by Krypton gold alone. Rin needs to study alchemy, and Aoi needs to learn magic technology. Cost-effectively, Aoi's years of living on the Abyss Island are not much worse than Lulu, but let alone design optimization, Aoi can only imitate standard military mechas at most. If you really want to trade, I need energy unit production equipment, mecha armor production line, and raw materials for making high-level exorcism bullets. Maybe geniuses have weird brain circuits. Muhua can't understand Lulu's persistence in buying jump potions. However, Muhua would still be considerate enough for such a genius, and did not say anything final. Muhua put forward his own needs, and this kind of non-currency or specific token transaction would greatly reduce the acquisition of transaction compensation. After a detailed understanding, the Devil's transaction still has many harsh rules. Daryl is a complete military-industrial group anyway. Are you sure it's appropriate to come to Daryl to buy raw materials? Lulu looked strange. Energy unit production equipment is fine, Daryl can't sell military production lines. You are simply violating Daryl's bottom line. Maybe you can just rob it directly, it might be more decent. Lulu complained. You should know that I don't lack technicians and workers, and my purchasing tendency will only be raw materials. It's not in my long-term interest to continue to purchase finished military equipment. Muhua shook his head. Lulu frowned. She knew that Muhua and Abigail had worked together to recruit technicians from the Great Gobi Desert in the early years. She also knew that Muhua had taken away many ghosts with professional skills. It was no secret that the skeleton warriors in Chindu were responsible for the maintenance of military equipment. She had mentioned before that Muhua's hiring of ghosts and gods was not in the long-term interest. Now, unless there was an emergency, Muhua could not continue to purchase finished military equipment that would inevitably be damaged in battle, and would inevitably involve more subsequent maintenance. Obviously, Muhua wanted to build his own military industry system. Aren't you a little too eager for quick success? Lulu retorted. The start of a power involves all aspects, and there are too many places that need to invest resources and human and material resources. Many reasonable situations will inevitably be taken for granted in actual operations. Everything must be prioritized. Many old-fashioned brigades dare not easily get involved in the military industry, let alone sales. Just talking about self-production and self-use, in addition to the technical aspects, the energy supply core of heavy machinery is the top priority. Roughly speaking, a stable channel for purchasing magic cores is indispensable. These matters are combined together, and there are also risk factors involved. In many cases, it is better to purchase directly from arms dealers than to build military industry by yourself. Quick success? Anyway, I have people, and I am idle anyway, Muhua said indifferently. He did lack combat units, but he really did not lack production personnel. Maybe it is unlikely to let those skeleton warriors do research and development, but as long as the production line is in place, the technician ghosts he swept away from the Great Gobi earlier can help him brush unlimited technician-style skeleton warriors. As for the magic core, fish it out in the abyss. Anyway, the demand for food and nutrient solution is increasing. The production capacity of the Cane's feed factory and the nutrient solution processing plant has increased, and smelting involves the problem of preservation. He can't smelt those monsters. For those monsters that Muhua didn't care about smelting, or that Muhua really wanted to be lazy and didn't bother to melt, the magic cores were dug out, the claws were removed, the parts that could be used for potion alchemy were removed, the flesh and blood were pushed into the processing plant, and the bones could be made into ashes for the individuals who learned skeleton transformation. There is basically no problem of waste. Monsters will suck the bones and marrow of humans when they catch humans, and humans are not so kind when they catch monsters. Or in other words, no matter whether it is a monster or a human, the law of the jungle is a common nature of all creatures. Lulu was silent. This sounded so familiar. She suddenly felt that she should be quite annoying to say that she was rich in front of Muhua. Then there is no need to talk about it. Daryl's raw material procurement unit is too busy to sell raw materials. As for the production line, the group only accepts franchise cooperation. Otherwise, should we change the form? Lulu thought. I have some design patents, and some mecha airship development, and optimization plans, all of which I own. Maybe I can provide you with some technical support? Lulu suggested. Mu Hua frowned and pondered. Mu Hua didn't care about design patents. The Nathan Group had been engaged in piracy for so many years. If Daryl hadn't taken advantage of the situation, he wouldn't have paid much attention to them. Even if he copied the products of the Daryl Group, Mu Hua didn't sell them to the outside world, but only used them for himself, so the Daryl Group couldn't find trouble with him. If they really found trouble with him, regardless of whether it made sense or not, at least among the upper echelons, some ugly remarks about Daryl's eating habits would inevitably be spread. The so-called patent protection is basically nonsense in front of a certain level of existence. It's your ability to make it. Only when you use it to harm other people's markets, you may be targeted and disliked by many parties. The R&D design plan in Lulu's hand made Mu Hua a little tempted. Why did she become Daryl's technical director? Wasn't it because she participated in the R&D and manufacturing of some military products of Daryl, and even some of them were designed by her? Whether it is magic or magic, it is not static. They are constantly innovating and keeping up with the times. Even compared with magic technology, magic is still a relatively mature and solidified power system. The design plan that Lulu can bring up has at least some advantages that surpass similar products on the market. Mu Hua's eyes swept up and down Lulu. The topic brought up by this woman, Mu Hua subconsciously wanted not her design plan, but her person. You? You don't want to poach me, do you? Don't make trouble. I am quite satisfied with my current life, and Daryl will not let go of shareholders of my level easily. Lulu's ears were itchy because of Mu Hua's eyes, and she seemed to think of something, and smiled. Mu Hua rolled his eyes. Okay, listen. He said he was a shareholder of Daryl. In the series of people who don't want to work hard, this guy should be a good ant at the ceiling level. Everything can be discussed. Come to my side, and I will promise you a higher life level. Mu Hua was thinking about it, and trying to test it, but some things can't be said too clearly. Haha, you dare to say it. Lulu shook her head in doubt, and raised a finger. A set of optimization solutions for optimizing the charging speed of the Demon Annihilation Cannon by 20%. A set of top-level mecha design drawings with precise wrist force output that can reach 8,000 power units. A set of magic cannon optimization solutions with an energy-saving efficiency of 3%. And a set of Daryl's top-end series of mecha air combat and land combat design drawings. How about exchanging these for 2 sets of transition potion? I can help guide the research and development, Lulu said, counting on her fingers. Mu Hua stared at Lulu with a questioning look. Ahem. How about 1 set? Well, Mu Hua didn't know much about magic technology, nor did he know the value of these design drawings. He just heard Lulu asking for 2 sets of transition potion, and he suspected that this girl was asking too much. Seeing Lulu's embarrassed expression coming so quickly, it seemed that this girl was not good at doing business. She probably believed in bargaining for transactions, and Mu Hua was a little suspicious that she might not know the value of those design plans herself. I bought magic weapons just for transition. To tell you the truth, the future development direction of my military forces must be individual combat power with magic equipment. High-consumption magic systems will sooner or later be eliminated from the main battle sequence here. I don't plan to make a living in arms. Your design drawings don't mean much to me. Maybe making some heavy and durable chariots and mechas will be enough for me, Mu Hua said half-truthfully. Lulu rolled her eyes, but judging from the outside world's analysis of Mu Hua's power, Lulu couldn't refute it. And Mu Hua didn't want to make a living in arms. Even if he did, he would have to be better than those old arms dealers. He has no advantage in this regard. How about this? I see you're busy, so how about I make a Terra to keep you company? You can choose any figure, appearance, personality, or origin. I guarantee that he'd be a handsome guy who loves you to death. Lulu made random suggestions, and Mu Hua also made random offers. These 2 guys who seemed to be a bit unfamiliar with the magic market were actually a match made in heaven. Not to mention, as Mu Hua described, Lulu licked her lips subconsciously. Hey! Do I look like I'm short of men? Believe it or not, as long as I beckon, there are plenty of men who will kneel down and lick my ass. As if she had discovered her own misconduct, Lulu's ears turned red, and she slammed the table and angrily rebuked. Come on, what do you think of when you mention Terra? Hook your finger? Lick your ass? Huh. Mu Hua laughed strangely. You? You better stop saying you're a demon merchant. Amateur, this is Daryl, selling magic life in Daryl, ha. Lulu was annoyed, and then she laughed strangely as if in revenge. Mu Hua. Lulu. In the office, the 2 people stared at each other, and the direction of the argument gradually deviated from the topic they were originally thinking about. Chapter 702. As Lulu's full-time secretary, Casey felt that her director was very awesome. She was actually arguing with a ghost, who was rated as a star killer by Daryl. Not only were they arguing, but their argument was also very childish and out of tune. What about unsatisfied desires, lack of professionalism, lack of love, black-hearted businessmen, etc.? Casey understood the general idea, but she was not sure if she understood it correctly. She always felt that with the identities of these two people, they should not argue so low-end. In short, Casey felt that it was impressive. Casey! Go, find me a few handsome men who are surrounded by those goblins all day long. I want to show this bastard ghost how cute I am. Kathy, who had broken in after hearing the quarrel in the house, had already regretted it, and Lulu's call of bastard ghost made her hair stand on end. It turns out that smart girls are different from these old leftover women who don't know how to live or die. But instead of calling the guard, I suggest you take her to a nearby female consumption bar, where she can be satisfied more easily. Muhua looked at Casey. He felt that Casey didn't want to help Lulu find a man, but wanted to call the guard. When Muhua teased, Casey couldn't help but shrink. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, boss you. What are you doing? Casey moved carefully, and slowly approached Lulu. What are you afraid of? Idiot, we are Daryl, not Nathan. What are ghosts and gods? Seeing Casey's cowardice, Lulu felt weak and said angrily. You may be Daryl, but I'm just a secretary. Casey complained, although timid, but still moved in front of Lulu. TSK, ghosts and gods are nothing special. Finding a man depends on status. You are amazing because you are over 100 years old, and still don't have a boyfriend. He gave a thumbs up to Casey, who was complaining, and in return, the secretary gave a far-fetched smile. Muhua mocked Lulu again. Who said I don't have it? Okay, if you have the guts to open your address book, if there is a contact number of the person you are dating, I will give you a jump potion, even a girlfriend. We are so close that we don't even need to communicate. Lulu was stubborn. Ha! Muhua laughed strangely. Casey covered his face. What the hell is going on? Boss, have you forgotten your original purpose? Seeing that Muhua and Lulu were staring at each other again, Casey whispered to Lulu. Your Majesty, the director actually attaches great importance to meeting you. She even dressed up specially. When Casey said to Muhua again, she followed Muhua's gaze, and looked down at the pair of big slippers on Lulu's feet that showed a row of toes. Her toes were quite delicate, but the toenails were probably trimmed by her own, and they looked like they were gnawed by a dog. Well, Casey didn't want to say anything. She thought it was the most appropriate choice to send the guests away now. Okay, Casey, you go out first. Lulu's chest rose and fell due to her slightly rapid breathing. When she calmed down and said to Casey, Casey just saw her big toe curling up and down. With a twitch of her mouth, Casey gave Muhua an apologetic smile. Muhua seemed to see a black line on her head, and waved his hand to indicate that she didn't need to worry about Lulu's safety. As she left the room, Muhua sat back on the sofa. So tired, yeah? I'm so tired of arguing with this older single woman. It's said that you ignited the divine fire? After Kathy left, Lulu tidied her hair, as if nothing had happened before, and regained her calm and wise expression. Muhua sat up straight, raised his chin slightly, and looked directly at Lulu, which made the other party feel confused. What are you doing? Lulu was puzzled. Kneel down, I will listen to your prayers. Muhua teased. Can we talk properly? Lulu's calm expression began to be difficult to maintain again. She rolled her eyes helplessly, and sat down opposite Muhua. Okay, I lit the divine fire. What do you want to say? Muhua asked. Although it may be a bit out of tune, in fact, this woman named Harrison Lulu has a high social status. Although her attributes are terrible, she also has a high-level social status that can blur the boundaries between residents and adventurers. Muhua generally does not provoke people who work, and will give enough accommodation to technical talents like Lulu. Especially the technology she has mastered is still something that Muhua does not have, and is difficult to have. To be honest, Muhua even has a certain respect for her. Since you can use faith and get trade compensation, my design drawings are not as bad as you say. As long as you understand my design thoroughly, it can save you a lot of consumption when you materialize those magic weapons. I don't think I need to say more about this, right? Lulu stared into Muhua's eyes. A thorough understanding of details can indeed save energy in fantasy materialization, haha, but I'm not bragging, I definitely can't learn those designs of yours. Muhua laughed awkwardly. You have a poor learning ability related to magic? Lulu raised her eyebrows slightly, somewhat surprised. Otherwise, why do you think you can still be alive and kicking after arguing with me? Mu Hua spread his hands. He had long given up struggling with magic technology. Because I'm cute and pretty. Lulu said seriously. Thank your brain. Mu Hua rolled his eyes. But can't you create a Terra-level magical life? Lulu questioned. Want to learn? I teach you, pure magic. Mu Hua waved his hand. Lulu. To be honest, I really don't recommend you to buy the jump potion. With your current attributes, it's basically impossible to complete the life jump. After joking, Mu Hua persuaded seriously. He really wanted to steal Daryl's girl, but if this older single woman in front of him didn't have the intention to get closer to him, Mu Hua couldn't tell her many things. Mu Hua of the Abyss Island was not afraid of others' random guesses, and now the Abyss Island was also helping Mu Hua to take the blame to a large extent. Mu Hua was still keeping a tight grip on the Burning Source Furnace, Attribute Crystal, Skill Stone, 100 Refinement Secret Stone, etc. Do you know what is the most important thing in scientific research? Luck. I have always had good luck. Feeling Mu Hua's good intentions, Lulu smiled and said. Mu Hua was silent. He wanted to beat someone up, but what should he do? Okay, I tell you the truth. I have obsessive-compulsive disorder. I want the warp potion. I just want it. I can taste it. Otherwise, it will seriously affect my design inspiration. Seeing that Mu Hua was about to get angry again, Lulu waved her hand and said, So willful? Are you sure? Mu Hua had a strange expression. Of course, why would I lie to you? Lulu spread her hands. Damn, there is nothing wrong with obsessive-compulsive disorder, but Mu Hua has never seen such an expensive obsessive-compulsive disorder in his life. In your case, it should be considered a work injury. Can't you apply to Aurora for a free trial? Mu Hua's thoughts jumped. Obsessive-compulsive disorder, post-traumatic stress syndrome, and depression are the three major mental illnesses in the magic world, which are more troublesome than curses. TSK, I came to you because I didn't want to be laughed at by that fairy. Lulu said with disdain. Warp potion, give me one, I let you laugh at me for a whole year. Mu Hua curled his lips. Believe me, a year won't satisfy that little bitch, she will talk about this for the rest of her life, and even bring it to your funeral to talk about it. Lulu gave Mu Hua a look that was too ignorant. Mu Hua was stunned. Although he had never seen Aurora, it seemed that the woman's character was really not good, and Abigail seemed to hate her. Tell me, how can you sell me a warp potion? Lulu still didn't give up. It's a waste to give you that thing. Mu Hua muttered. He was really not being hypocritical. The life rank was also related to the learning of some magic. Terra, the Dragon Clan and the upper demons at home didn't need it, but Wednesday was still waiting in line with Tabitha's group of humans to be called. To be honest, Mu Hua's part-time job as a demon merchant is not really that amateurish. Apart from the shameful things, there are many things that can be sold at a high price at this stage. He also needs a set of advanced energy unit refining equipment, a set of bionic muscle fiber manufacturing equipment with built-in neural unit culture dishes. These should not be within the scope of Daryl's sales restrictions, right? Lulu did not speak, and looked at Mu Hua quietly. Mu Hua thought. Neural unit culture dishes and bionic muscle fiber manufacturing equipment are not restricted separately, but if they are built in, you also know that it is a key link related to the quality of mecha and armor. Lulu frowned. Forget it if it doesn't work. Mu Hua waved his hand. Don't. I think of a way. Then it's settled, use them to exchange for jump potions. Lulu said. You're so beautiful. I send someone over later to let her learn from you. I teach her the designs you mentioned before until she can complete the production independently. Don't worry, as long as you agree, I pay for the warp potion first. TSK, you don't even think about where to find a demon merchant as easy to talk to as me. Mu Hua said to Lulu. Harrison Lulu gritted his teeth. Chapter 703. The Abyss Island, Yantai Valley, is the place where Mu Hua's men practice to strengthen their spirits. At the same time, the skeletons of the dead, who have not signed the contract with their dependents, are still dangerous. This is also the main place for Mu Hua to deride the dead. Before those skeletons sign the contract, they will gather here. The corpses of the dead are piled up into small hills. These are the spoils brought back by Dandelion from the courtyard of the dead. Mu Hua wandered among them, sprinkled the soul fire on these bone hills, and the bone hills turned into pieces of dust. In addition to the corpses of these dead souls, there are also many bones of living creatures piled up here. The nutrient processing factory on the island transported carts of monster bones here, and groups of skeleton mages used relatively normal refining techniques to try their best to refine these bones into the ashes needed to derive the dead. Now Mu Hua will not miss any way to obtain derivative resources. The skeleton mage refined the ashes, while Mu Hua generated the undead. Under the continuous operation of the generation array, the newly born skeleton warriors knelt down in front of the listless Mu Hua. While listless, this kind of rapid generation of undead almost made Mu Hua depressed. The skeletons knelt down, and Mu Hua glanced at them. If the physical fitness was less than 5 points, they would be included in the observation sequence of the skeleton mage. When these skeleton warriors stood up, they would consciously take a copy from the pile of contract leather scrolls beside Mu Hua. These were all slavery contracts that Mu Hua had prepared in advance and had signed. The derived skeleton undead will temporarily cultivate and grow in the Yantai Valley. Trisha will slap the corpse mark on these skeleton undead, and Mu Hua will also selectively slap various elemental marks on some skeleton undead to strengthen them. Mu Hua would send them to the Kane's courtyard only if they could sign a contract. Now some human residents have settled down in the capital of Qin. If there is no contract, these skeletons will respect Mu Hua, but sometimes they will still kill living beings. Mu Hua continuously laid out derivative arrays, put in materials, and condensed souls. One by one, skeleton warriors walked out of the array, knelt down, received certificates, and left. The whole process was like a rigid assembly line. Mu Hua was listless, and Odysseus, who happened to be here and watched all this, gradually had black lines on his forehead. Odysseus finally landed on the Abyss Island, and sighed at the various wonders on the island. He was also grinning at Mu Hua's daily life on the island. Endless derivative undead, occasionally some hellhounds would rush to Mu Hua's side, leaving a bunch of plant essences, and then turned into shadows and left again. Wu, with a giant beast in the sky, cast a large shadow on the ground. The jealous touches coated with purgatory armor on the surface of Leviathan were like ferocious and terrifying whips. Thursday's huge figure slowly landed in the Yantai Valley. Some skeletons looked up and roared silently at Thursday. Those skeletons who had not yet signed the dependent contract were very stubborn and also responded to Thursday with a certain amount of malice. Thursday's jealous touch combined with purgatory armor is a special skill of Leviathan. It can make Leviathan's jealous touch form a materialized tentacle. These tentacles have both offensive and defensive capabilities, and their length can even extend to a distance of nearly 10,000 meters. At this moment, each of Thursday's tentacles is entangled with a struggling and roaring monster. In addition to the monsters on the tentacles, as Thursday landed, the monster on its back threw down some demons tied up with hell demon chains. Demons? There are still many demons here? Seeing Thursday catch all kinds of hideous demons, Odysseus, who was only familiar with the environment near Shuyanjian these days, asked in surprise. Well, so, this is the Abyss Island. Go to the Abyss fishing ground on the edge of the island. These are all monsters fished out of the Abyss. Mu Hua explained casually, and before he finished speaking, jealous tentacles also emerged from his body. Caw, twisting the neck and waist. In the struggle and screams of those monsters, the evil tentacles turned them into twisted corpses, and the undead jumped. They seemed to appreciate this cruelty. There is no shortage of soul dust for the time being. When ghosts floated out of those corpses, they were dragged to his side by Mu Hua and thrown into the burning source furnace. Mu Hua ignored the ghosts fleeing around. He had many ghosts, and they could be regarded as a kind of food for his ghosts. Seeing a group of monsters being escorted turned into dust in Mu Hua's hands, Odysseus' pupils shrank in this cruel and weird scene. Hey boss, you are not trying to intimidate me, are you? Odysseus said half-jokingly, feeling uneasy. Do you think I have so much free time? I can extract some cultivation resources from the corpses of these monsters. Hunting abyss monsters is our daily routine. Where is Tamara? Let her take you around the island. Mu Hua waved his hand and said, and then began to derive undead again. Thursday left again, going back and forth to the edge of the abyss. It would send some monsters that Mu Hua focused on to Mu Hua alive and kicking, ensuring the smelting benefits, while allowing Mu Hua to derive undead more attentively. Not long after Odysseus landed on the island, Tamara flew to play somewhere unknown. Since there was no clear purpose, Odysseus simply followed Thursday to leave Yantai Valley, and planned to see what the abyss that Mu Hua mentioned looked like. The neat fields spread out on the plains, and there was a commotion from time to time in the mountains. Those were goblins avoiding the hunting of monsters. In a corner of the sky, groups of flying dragons could be seen. When Thursday flew to a high enough height, Odysseus looked out at the boundless sea of fog. Those creatures that fell from the sky seemed to outline the weirdness of the abyss. At this moment, Odysseus really touched the reality of this space. Is this the abyss? Is this hell? Odysseus muttered to himself. Thursday didn't like to talk, and the monsters under his command didn't dare to talk nonsense. No one answered Odysseus's doubts. After a while, Thursday brought Odysseus to the edge of the abyss. The orderly killing scenes here made Odysseus speechless for a long time. Thousands of anglers, physical monsters represent abundant biological resources, and the generally high-level abyss monsters make this place like a training ground for Muhua. The body demons that are rarely seen in the outside world are imprisoned and slaughtered here in batches. A fishing spot, where blood clans are occasionally thrown ashore, also lets Odysseus know the source of Muhua's life potion raw materials. The holy angels have their wings torn off, the cruel demons are thrown into the blood pool, the cavalry of the terror cavalry patrols and runs, and the weak and powerless individuals in the city of Canes are also ending the lives of the cruel monsters. Fuck. Black Crow, when he finally met a group of people he was familiar with, he saw that they were surrounding a Medusa and dragging it, and Odysseus fell to the ground while cursing. "Ha, Mr. Odysseus?" Clark's laughter came. "Damn it! What are you doing? Why don't you kill her?" Odysseus was lying on the ground and didn't dare to get up. He was afraid that he would be petrified by the Medusa in the distance. "Why are you here?" "Oh, those horror writers should think that you have also perfected elemental affinity. Don't worry, the abyss monsters generally don't cast spells. Medusa is special. Catch her alive, and see how the adults plan to deal with her." Quickly walked to Odysseus, Clark stood in front of Odysseus and helped Odysseus up. "Are you all immune to petrification?" Odysseus asked, bending his body and carefully moving outside the area surrounded by the wall. This fishing spot is relatively closed. Odysseus just saw the headless knight on duty at the door, but there are not many humans who can come to the edge of the abyss. Except for the numbered individuals, the humans who come here are basically immune to Medusa's petrification. It is estimated that the Dullahans on duty here did not know that Odysseus was just a newcomer, so they did not care about him wandering around in this relatively dangerous area. "Of course, we don't want to hold you back. Look, over there, about 1 kilometer away, there is Akla, and if you are lucky, you can catch Arachne. You should go there first, maybe you can get the tears of the earth element. First, strengthen your affinity with the earth element. After all, there are many people in your family who could open the petrifying eye. Don't get hurt by mistake again." Clark sent Odysseus out of the wall, pointed in a direction, and said to Odysseus, "Arachne? Good luck." Odysseus questioned. Arachne, who can't cast spells, is not difficult to deal with after getting used to it. By the way, did you get the fishing rod? Oh, here, this is for you." Clark handed an ancient book to Odysseus with a chuckle. Clark is quite cold to outsiders, but very enthusiastic to his own people. "Is this the Bible?" Odysseus was puzzled. "Yes, it is the revelation of the God King of the Lord, written by Lin Feng and polished by a serious God. You can try to believe in the Lord. If you can become the Lord's believer, the Lord can send you some things through the way of grace, which is more convenient," Clark said. Odysseus opened the cover of the book with some surprise. The opening is a picture of Muhua with a glowing body, the god of evolution and skills. Odysseus's mouth twitched. "Believe in Muhua? How to believe, by the way, is the definition of believers of our own boss just for the convenience of express delivery." Chapter 704. "Crepnose," Letitia said with gritted teeth. Staring at the ice hanging on the tower and Muhua squatting beside it, Letitia finally found the loophole in her defense system. No wonder Muhua could sneak into her castle again and again even though she used the long-term protection. It was all that damn Crepnose. "Hi, Letitia." Seeing that he was discovered by Letitia, Muhua waved to Letitia, who was staring at him hatefully from a distance. On the balcony of the castle, Letitia raised her hand to stop some of her men who tried to attack Muhua. Although their attacks might cause Muhua to flee in embarrassment, it was difficult to cause fatal damage to Muhua. Muhua is now inside her city. If she fights with Muhua here, it is hard to say whether Muhua will run away, but her loss will definitely not be too small. Kue was sent to the Euclid courtyard by Muhua to be Lulu's apprentice. Originally, Muhua wanted to catch Vok to be Kue's teacher, but unfortunately, he gave up the clever forest and ran directly to the Bloody Hills. The management of the hot spring village is temporarily taken over by Caroline and Trisha. Muhua no longer wanders around. Recently, he will stay in the hot spring village to prepare his army. Because he felt Crepnose's reckless call again, Muhua once again evaded Letitia's defense system and got into her city. "Leave here. Now!" Immediately. Mu Hua, don't think I can't do anything to you. After stopping the attack of her men, Letitia stared at Mu Hua hatefully, and while speaking, she took out a book made of leather scrolls. The cover of the book is black with gold patterns. There is a chain with a crystal pendant wrapped around it. It is a magic scroll that is so complicated that it requires multiple leather scrolls to complete. The end of the world? Hey Letitia, are you sure you want to use this thing against me? Looking closely at the faint magic patterns on the outside of the book, Mu Hua frowned and chuckled. If you want to try it? Letitia snorted coldly. At the same time, the dead knights in the city were mobilized, and the dragons retracted their bone wings and climbed the walls of various buildings. The end of the world, how to say it, generally speaking, it can be regarded as a forbidden magic area, which is a very large area. If Letitia activates that magic scroll, all spells within a radius of thousands of kilometers will become self-destruction. If Mu Hua wants to fight Letitia in this, he can only roll up his sleeves and play hand-to-hand combat. Let them all go away. Have you forgotten that I have perfected the incarnation of Behemoth? Mu Hua sneered as he scanned the undead and demons that were surrounding him. Letitia gritted her teeth. The end of heaven code also has a no-fly effect, so the dragons in the city gave up flying and crawled to stare at Mu Hua. But Behemoth is the son of the earth, and he has endless physical strength when he steps on the earth. Letitia can indeed besiege Mu Hua, but Mu Hua can fight with the equally tireless undead until the end of time within the range of the end of heaven code. What on earth do you want to do? Facing the group of enemies with bows and crossbows, Mu Hua did not launch the final war, did not cast the sleeping spell, and did not open the petrifying magic eye. Staring at Mu Hua, who seemed to have no intention of fighting, Letitia gritted her teeth and questioned. Looking at Mu Hua slowly floating towards the balcony of the castle, Letitia clenched her fists, but did not do anything radical. She had suffered a lot at the hands of Mu Hua, in various senses, but it was true that Mu Hua had never killed her so far. Don't worry, we are old friends. I'm here to do business. Let's talk. Floating outside the balcony, Mu Hua looked closely at the chain outside the book in Letitia's hand, and his smile suddenly froze. Sealing technique? Mu Hua frowned. Heh. Letitia sneered. Not only is there a sealing technique, but your repeated provocations have already violated the bottom line of the Lord. If you dare to mess around again, Commander Jaimin will support me at any time. You should know that she will not let you go easily. Letitia said to Mu Hua. You can't seal me with your ability. Mu Hua shook his head. Mu Hua has strong resistance in all aspects, but the sealing technique is still a skill that makes him more afraid. This thing can't kill him, but it can imprison him. Of course, if you want to seal him, you not only need a sufficient energy level, but you will also inevitably face a fierce counterattack from Mu Hua's forces for the purpose of rescue. You can try. Letitia sneered, and as she spoke, two sculpture-like figures appeared behind her. Holding a heavy axe, with strict armor, the whole body is as black as ink, and the gaps between the joints flash with red magic light. Mu Hua's eyebrows twitched. Fuck, Shinan Valley Demon Worm. If this thing launches the sealing technique, it's possible to stuff it into the magic sword as a sword spirit. In recent years, Mu Hua has also tried to cultivate Shinan Valley Demon Worm through the method of hybridization with Warcraft, but this kind of demon is hermaphroditic, and the success rate of breeding with Warcraft is extremely low, and there are surprisingly few demons with the blood of Shinan Valley Demon Worm. Your lord is really willing to invest in you. Seeing that Letitia had two more Shinan Valley demon bugs as followers, Mu Hua curled his lips in disdain. Since the last battle failed, Letitia has been quiet for a long time. Mu Hua also knew that she might be holding back a big move, but he didn't expect that she would turn to the evil way of sealing. Letitia seemed to have a way to deal with Mu Hua, but she didn't dare to use this method on Mu Hua casually. Mu Hua is no longer alone. It's okay to kill him, but if he is sealed and imprisoned, it's basically like stirring up a hornet's nest. His subordinates will explode the Kane's courtyard. With the continuous growth and development of Mu Hua's power, it is no longer a matter of stabbing him in the waist to deal with him. Just like Mu Hua had to clip the wings of the head of the courtyard, now to deal with Mu Hua, it is also necessary to consider weakening and cutting off his subordinates. This also caused Letitia to hate Mu Hua, but Mu Hua had no intention of fighting her to death, and she only made some verbal threats to Mu Hua. While talking, Mu Hua even climbed into the balcony, sat on the balcony railing, and stared at Letitia. Are you a foreign devil? Two armed Shinan Valley demon insects took axes and wanted to chop Mu Hua, but were stopped by Letitia again. Her castle was repaired, and she really didn't want to repair the house again. Yes. I've been working part-time as a demon merchant recently. I don't know why, it seems that I've been buying things all the time recently. Mu Hua complained. What do you mean now? Coexist? If you want to coexist, you must stop sending skeletons and undead into the courtyard. The Lord doesn't like the undead to occupy the living space of humans. Letitia spoke in a strange tone, and during the conversation, it seemed as if they had become the existence standing on the side of humans. Coexistence? You have the power of destruction and the ceiling props, and now even the Hidden Valley demon worm has been released. You said coexistence, I don't believe you. Mu Hua shook his head and sneered. Then what do you want to do? Trade? If you are willing to sell the tears of the earth element, I can trade with you. Letitia said again. Do you think I'm stupid? I've said it, I'm here to buy things. Mu Hua rolled his eyes. This female demon thought, well, you should be able to get a lot of suspended stones, right? I plan to build a sky city in the human world. This can barely be considered a kind of consumption for me, right? Without any more mysterious words, Mu Hua said to Letitia. Suspended stones? If you want suspended stones, exchange them with tears of the earth element. Letitia sneered. Devil gold coins, I will use them to collect them. You'd better not refuse them in a hurry. If I can't gather enough suspended stones, I can only launch a raid on you. After all, you will also use suspended stones as a sacrifice. Mu Hua shook his head. Hee, you are the most tasteless foreign devil I have ever seen. I am here. Raid? Hee, you are right. That is the best consumption for you. Letitia said with a sneer. Many years ago, Mu Hua was preparing his sky city. In these years, he also stockpiled enough magic metal that could be integrated into Filong Ridge. However, many forces would purchase suspended stones. If he wanted to make the entire Filong Ridge take off, Mu Hua still needed some accumulated suspended stones. Sky City is definitely not a joke for Mu Hua. That thing can largely get rid of the constraints of the human world regime on him. At the same time, that kind of mobile war base will inevitably greatly enhance his deterrence against other forces. The efficiency of obtaining suspended stones by hunting monsters in the Canaan's courtyard is too low, and large-scale wars can easily destroy the suspended stones dropped by monsters. It can be considered as an attempt. Mu Hua wants to try whether he can buy it directly from the monster, but it seems that Letitia is not willing to cooperate. Chapter 705. Mu Hua still thought too simply of the demons. Originally, Mu Hua thought that his investment in resources to build the sky city in the human world would have little impact on the courtyard, and there were many demons in Canes who used the suspended stones as projection sacrifices. They should have controlled the mines that produced the suspended stones in hell. It should be in the interests of both sides for the enemy to spend money to build luxury goods that have nothing to do with the confrontation between the two sides. This is a win-win situation, not to mention that they still make money. But Mu Hua had a good idea, but in return, he got ridicule from Letitia. In her opinion, the win-win situation that Mu Hua said was a joke. She did want to consume Mu Hua, but she had the final say on how to consume him. The female demon was obviously no match for Mu Hua, but she didn't want to let Mu Hua get what he wanted in any way. But if you say she was crazy, it's not quite right. According to what she said, Mu Hua might have done something that made her angry, but the human side has not yet touched the cordon of the Lord of the Courtyard. Including her, the Lord of the Courtyard thinks that their death is necessary, or in other words, it is necessary to consume the savings of his subordinates. The reason is quite vulgar. If you have no money in your pocket, you will be obedient. There is no need to discuss the details. In short, under the premise that emotional energy can be absorbed from monsters, the defeat of the monsters at this stage is also beneficial to the Lord of the Courtyard. If there is anything that makes the Lord of the Courtyard dissatisfied with Mu Hua, it is that his popular base is too poor. The Lord of the Courtyard hates him for endlessly throwing skeletons into the courtyard. In other aspects, the Lord of the Courtyard is quite satisfied with Mu Hua, which may also include him turning into a behemoth to have sex with Letitia. After all, compared with humans, the undead can provide too little emotional energy. The undead rarely have real emotional fluctuations, and all their emotional fluctuations are basically caused by jealousy. Therefore, most monsters do not like the undead. The idea of buying the suspended stone from the monsters failed. Unless Letitia offers resources that damage her war advantage, she will not trade the suspended stone. Mu Hua is determined to get the Sky City. This is not only to get rid of the constraints of the human regime on him, but also because the Sky City is the most likely support for him to improve his own offensive and defensive positions. Simply put, it's all the fault of the Seventh. Well, It's hard to say whether it's just my own thinking, but the seventh statement that Muhua is not allowed to summon Leviathan while outside does make Muhua feel a sense of crisis. The seventh one is afraid of Leviathan, the fourth one controls the magic market, the second one is vaguely defined by the outside world as the leader of witches, the sixth one's faction is full of summoners and even heroes, and has unclear connections with the dragon clan, etc., etc. After getting close to some kings, Muhua found that these kings all run certain aspects with monopoly. Today, the seventh one does not allow him to walk Leviathan. Will there be another king who does not allow him to do something else tomorrow? This sounds a bit shameless, but Muhua really thinks that he will violate the taboos of those kings in other aspects. For example, he wants to create a magic beast courtyard controlled by a dragon. For example, he can make witch seeds, and can selectively create and cultivate witches. For example, he can also try to steal business from Mephisto. Although other kings may not be as unsophisticated as the seventh one, Muhua cannot expect them to be generous. Create the Sky City, and turn the entire Sky City into a giant magician base. In the future, the Sky City will be the human world residence for their elite backbones. Didn't they say that releasing Leviathan would cause trouble for us? Let the Sky City float to the border of the City of the Dead. Come on, come and look for it. This can probably be seen as something that will not touch the nerves of most people, but after a conflict with the king, many forces should have to come forward to mediate and smooth things over. In short, the seventh one is a bit disgusting to Muhua. Although Muhua has never shown it, he doesn't like Tree's statement that he won't let him walk Leviathan. He doesn't seek to really threaten the king's power, but he also wants to come up with something that can disgust him. As the tallest mountain around Canes, Muhua has been preparing resources for the transformation of Phylong Ridge in recent years. He pieced together here and there, regardless of whether it was magic equipment or scrapped military vehicles, to reinforce the mountain, and the messy magic metals were almost gathered. As for the hanging stone, if Muhua sneaked into the bloody hills to poke the kidneys of some powerful monsters, the efficiency of obtaining it should not be too bad. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to do so. It was not because he was afraid that he would be captured, but he was worried about angering Philemon, and worrying that Philemon would let his men do the same thing as him. Originally, if Muhua was a small fish, it would be fine, but now, he can be regarded as a human representative in the Canaan's courtyard. Some things can be done carelessly, but some things cannot be touched casually. The demons haven't done anything yet, but you go to the demon's house and hang out. Do you really think the demons are fresh? Others follow your example, and it shouldn't be unreasonable to poke some big men of human forces, right? If this were to happen, it would be a big joke. To put it bluntly, Muhua could run to the bloody hills and start a big move. Even if he encountered a counterattack from the monsters, it would be justifiable on the human side. Many people would even be excited and share the same hatred for the enemy. But with his current status, he couldn't go and do some sneaky assassinations or sneak attacks, otherwise he would cause trouble. He didn't need to explain to the monsters, but he couldn't explain to humans. Bloody hills can't be entered randomly, so if you want to get the hanging stones from the monsters, you can only spend your time in the front half of the courtyard for the time being. Death Canyon can be ignored in this regard. Although there are many soldiers there, it is suitable for the necromancer to collect resources, but the drops are really not very good. Snow Ridge Ranch is not very good either, because there are many spellcasting units there. When the war starts, various magic aftermaths will blow up the more fragile things in the drops. The leader of the mechanical forest has all run away. From time to time, some stragglers come from the bloody hills, and they are basically integrated into the Goblin King's forces. After a circle, Muhua's eyes finally fell on the goblin again. The size and length are just right. It is more suitable to fight with those goblins with a knife. If you chop them down like this, even if you encounter a group battle, the drops will not be easily affected and damaged. Strategy to attack the Goblin Kingdom? On the edge of the abyss, Odysseus and a group of Dandelion members, who were resting, were squatting and fishing, and looked at Muhua, who came to discuss with him in surprise. Well, the Goblin Kingdom, I still plan to sweep out the Goblin Kingdom first. You know more about the adventurer forces there, right? Tell me about the situation. Are there any objects we need to eliminate in advance? Muhua nodded and asked. I say, boss, I have seen a lot of magical things during this period. Your strength makes me panic. I don't even dare to evaluate your future. Now, I have taken off my pants. Let's go to the Demon King's city to have a fight, but you want to stab the goblin? Odysseus complained in surprise. What are you doing? You haven't even perfected the affinity of the earth element. You are still the Demon King's city, but Philemon is a Barus demon. I want to build a sky city, and I need hanging stones. Do you want the Sky City? Mu Hua rolled his eyes. Do you really want to transform the Sky City based on the Phylong Ridge? Odysseus thought, Phylong Ridge is not a small hill. If it is based on it, the Sky City created will be equivalent to a small city. Odysseus has confirmed that his life will be tied to Mu Hua. After understanding Mu Hua's intentions, he stopped complaining and teasing, and his expression became serious. Of course, we were born a few thousand years later, and the places that should be occupied in the human world have been occupied by others. The only thing I can think of is the Sky City. That will be our foundation in the human world. Our future home can't be a floating castle or something. It's better to buy an airship. Mu Hua replied. As for the Goblin Kingdom, do you want me to allocate some people to cooperate? Tibesha, who was holding a fishing rod, turned her head and asked. No, we have no shortage of combat power for a sweep. The main problem now is whether those adventurer forces will drag us down after they gain a foothold in the Goblin Kingdom. Mu Hua said to Tibesha. With the Goblin rebels here, small and medium-sized adventurer forces should be fine. If there are any problems, just let Dadaral deal with them. Before we entered the Court of the Dead, Fuhua seemed to be interested in deep cooperation with us, but Cooper implicitly expressed that he wanted the war potion, so I didn't communicate with him much. Tibesha said, looking at Odysseus. Although Odysseus can barely be considered to be with her now, in terms of understanding of various forces, she is far inferior to Odysseus for the time being. War potion? What's the point of cooperation if you want war potion? Even if he wants to join Dandelion, I still have to consider it. Mu Hua raised his eyebrows. Cooper, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, has a lot of little thoughts. War potion has always been in short supply, just like Mu Hua was reluctant to trade with Lulu. The most basic function of that thing is to prolong life. The main ingredient is the golden apple. In the mythology of the previous life, it is something that can make the fairies who ignite the divine fire break their heads. It is not something that can be bought with money. Chapter 706. The Goblin Kingdom can be said to be the area with the most human development in the Kane's courtyard. Over the years, more than 70% of the adventurers in the courtyard have been tossing in this area. Before Mu Hua's forces officially entered this courtyard, the Goblin Kingdom can be regarded as a relatively traditional battlefield. Other areas have a bit of a Jedi flavor, with more dangerous, more mysterious, and more disordered monsters filling those areas. The reason why Mu Hua did not take the Goblin Kingdom, which is relatively central in geographical location, as the main development direction is because there are too many human adventurers here. Under the blessing of order and justice, many times, the same race is more troublesome than wild beasts. Goblins are essentially a kind of monster that relies on the advantage of numbers to gain a foothold, and if they want to form a force, they basically cannot do without the material support provided by the strong. In the Kane's courtyard, the Goblin King Gu, even if there was a rebellion by Dadaral, the Goblin King still had a large number of goblin elites composed of projections under his command. After several years of war, along with the death of these elites, their original financial resources have basically been consumed in the projection sacrifices. Now they are more dependent on the Lord of the Courtyard. At the same time, in order to allow them to continue to fight with humans, the Lord of the Courtyard will also help them prepare projection sacrifices. Among these sacrifices that are equivalent to falling after death, the suspended stones that Mu Hua targeted accounted for a large proportion. Useful, but not necessary, with value, and will not affect the intuitive combat power. This is a resource with a high degree of mystery, but not much used to most monsters. It must be said that the hanging stone is a very good sacrificial item. Humans want it, but it is basically not very helpful for demon hunting. It is loved by capital, but it can make countless people fight for it. Mu Hua wants to build his own Sky City from the goblins, but it is inevitable to face the adventurers who are tossing in the Goblin Kingdom. As far as fighting is concerned, Mu Hua is not a good man, and those adventurers are basically not qualified to affect his fighting. However, after the battle, the management of those occupied areas and the intrigues are the key points. Mu Hua asked Odysseus for advice because he didn't want to kill the goblins in front, and then some adventure forces would spread unfavorable remarks to him, or do something to test his bottom line. As for the human forces that might do such things, before Mu Hua caught the Goblin King squatting, he had to get rid of them first, no matter whether they were driven out of the courtyard or made to disappear. This level of arrogance, Mu Hua now has the qualifications. Fuhua is a very traditional demon hunting group. As for Quint, how should I put it? In fact, I always think the guy has a better future as a black-hearted boss than running a brigade. Thinking about Mu Hua's doubts, Odysseus shook his head and said, Cooper Quint, the leader of the Fuhua brigade, although Odysseus was full of ridicule towards him, it can be felt from Odysseus's tone that his impression of Cooper Quint is not bad. As long as we don't deliberately target them, Fuhua should not sing against us. As for disaster annihilation, I heard that they have been trying to have an intersection with the 6th in recent years. You have a relationship with the 6th King's Shadow, right? If they can put pressure on them, I think they won't be too jumpy. 1/5. We just need to publicly recognize that they occupy 1/5 of the Goblin Kingdom as their territory, and they won't have too much ambition for at least 20 to 30 years. Well, the premise is that the Imperial Garrison Corps doesn't get involved. If they try to attract the Imperial Garrison Corps to join, they must be defeated. Odysseus said, not forgetting to add, territory? Do they want to build a country? Muhua asked. Of course, there are risks in entering a newly developed courtyard. The brigades that will invest early are basically thinking of building a country, Odysseus explained. Muhua's growth span is a bit large, including Dandelion, who basically cut all the way to the promotion of the brigade, and there is no management at all. Odysseus knows that this group of people in his family lacks some common sense. There are many countries in the courtyard, big countries, small countries, city-states, etc. It is not necessary to have hundreds of millions of square kilometers of land to build a country, or in other words, many vast courtyard countries also expanded from small ones. Muhua did not reject the idea of going to the fire and disaster to annihilate and establish a country in the Canaan's courtyard. On the contrary, it would be better if they had such an intention. Establishing a country involves investment. After investment, sometimes it is easier to control, and it is not impossible to incorporate them into a vassal state in the future. For them, just don't let the magic empire get involved, right? Muhua asked to confirm. The human world and the courtyard, adventurers and residents, are clearly divided, but the human world regime and the courtyard are not two completely non-intersecting parallel lines. There may be many reasons, but the countries in the human world generally try their best to gain the right to speak in the courtyard within their own territory, which is also a major reason why Muhua is so persistent in letting his own Sky City take off. If the Empire wants to use some excuse like national nobility to talk to him in the courtyard, then, if not, I will leave. Well, in fact, the Empire is much more troublesome than Fuhua and disaster annihilation, but you did a great job in the early years of Canaan City, and now the sign of Ghost City has been put out, which is equivalent to catching the Empire's handle. At least they dare not force it, Odysseus said with a smile. Hee, when we raise Phylong Ridge, we will not be soft or hard. Muhua also smiled. Ha, if that can be the best. Odysseus and the nearby Dandelion members looked at Muhua and smiled knowingly. Although they are on the Abyss Island and wandering around the courtyard, the human world is their root world after all, and this so-called root is not a spiritual sustenance. The Abyss Island is affiliated with the human world, and the human world is equivalent to a trunk world connecting countless worlds, a main world with substantial meaning. Even Muhua would feel more secure and belonging to his home in the human world. It's easy to deal with Fuhua and disaster annihilation, but we also have to pay attention to Suayut Songting. Everyone laughed, and Odysseus reminded. Well, I heard Tuesday that Vok withdrew and Suayut Songting circled land everywhere in the clever forest. But don't pay attention to them, let them circle as much as they circle, and let them spit out as much as they want. Those guys are also the descendants of Chibman. If they dare to mess around here, we will go to the courtyard where Chibman is squatting to celebrate the new year. Muhua sneered. Well, among the three brigades, Fuhua and disaster annihilation lacked foundation, and Suayut Songting was the one that Muhua needed to be most cautious about. But now, since it is related to Chibman, Suayut Songting has become the easiest existence to bully in Muhua's mind. Well, if you don't bully Suayut Songting, you could also bully their ancestors. Ask Abigail to beat Chibman. It's a small game within the Ghost Council. Who can do anything to us? Heh. Odysseus chuckled, with emotion flashing in his eyes. He definitely knows more senior people from all walks of life than Muhua. Once upon a time, Muhua was still a young boy who needed his care in his mind. But now, Muhua still doesn't know as many people as him, but the weight of his words is no longer on the same level as his. When joking, Muhua can really go to some courtyard countries to act arrogantly, and the whole country wants to worship him. While sighing, a monster was hooked on the fishing rod in Odysseus's hand, and he habitually reeled in the line. Odysseus was not familiar with the edge of the abyss. The fishing spot, where he followed Tibesha and others, was more likely to produce spam demons. That was a high-level demon that tended to cast spells. The abyss-style demons were not difficult to deal with. Although they could spit out breath, they generally would not spit to kill quickly. Thinking about other things in his mind, Odysseus was used to reeling in the line, but a strange color flashed in the sea of fog, which made him stunned. Fuck. After a short moment of daze, Odysseus cursed in horror. While cursing, Odysseus swung his arm and shook the rod, as if he wanted to shake the monster on the fishing line back to the abyss. Fuck, big stuff. Don't shake. Mu Hua was also shocked, but unlike Odysseus's nervousness, Mu Hua's eyes flashed with excitement. Phoenix! A phoenix in the abyss of magic fog, with flames on its wings. Odysseus actually hooked up with a phoenix. Don't shake, don't throw the fishing rod, throw it up, old man, get him up, I get you a set of elemental spirits. Looking at the weird-looking demon, Mu Hua said excitedly. Chapter 707. Phoenix is a kind of demon with complex composition. They have different nicknames according to their attribute tendencies. Those with physical attributes are called firebirds. Those with intellectual attributes are called sunbirds. Those with spiritual attributes are called immortal birds. And if the divine fire is ignited, they are called phoenixes. Phoenix is a strong demon, but the tears of fire elements, the flames of life, the tears of phoenix, etc., because they contain many precious resources, they are often the objects of hunting for the strong. It is said that the master will be moved by their kidneys. Such strong demons are rare species in hell. Odysseus fished a phoenix from the abyss. Mu Hua happened to be there. For this demon, who was famous for being difficult to deal with, Mu Hua showed far more tyranny than before. The mage's hand held a phoenix that was very close to the fire spirit, and Tina, who turned into the disaster spirit and fire demon, released all the fire spirits in her body. Those fire spirits did not participate in the attack. They shuttled in the air, trying their best to catch the large pieces of fire rain scattered on Phoenix. Compared with the disaster spirit fire demon, the legend says that Phoenix is the origin of the flame of life. Even if it is an abyss-style phoenix, as long as it flaps its wings, the feathers will be sprinkled with the ignited flame of life. The beautiful and psychedelic fire points quickly burned into erratic fireballs while falling. These fireballs looked soft and weak, as if they could be broken into gorgeous fireworks with just a swing of a bat. But they can burn everything and transform living beings. The result of touching them casually is that they will inevitably become fire spirits controlled by Phoenix. Phoenix is more loved by the fire element than the fire demon and the fire elf. They are the source of elements that can continuously generate fire elements, and the sun bird can burn the void into a world of fire faster than the fire elf. However, at this moment, Phoenix used its claws and feathers to tear apart Mu Hua's magician's hands again, and finally accepted the restraint helplessly. Under the influence of the huge force, Phoenix instinctively transformed its body into a flame form, trying to get rid of Mu Hua's crushing. Bone souls, countless bone souls poured out of Mu Hua's body. At this time, Mu Hua seemed to have turned into an evil soul nest. These enhanced bone souls, with ghosts attached, rushed towards Phoenix, biting, burning, and constantly using a self-destructive attack method to wear away Phoenix's soul. Roar! It was not a crisp bird call, but a beast-like roar roared from the bird's beak-like big mouth. Phoenix's head is very much like a bird's head, but his seemingly small beak is a bit uncomfortable when it opens. How to say it, it's like a nighthawk, which opens all the way to the ear roots, and looks like the head is split in half. The bright red mouth, the beak has no teeth, but there are messy teeth like fine serrations inside the mouth. The strange mouth is open, and it can swallow things bigger than his head. One by one, the strengthened white bone souls rushed through Phoenix's body, and when they penetrated the body, they were inevitably burned by Phoenix's flames. The blood mixed with fire elements exploded from Phoenix's body, and a larger range of fire rain fell from the sky, so that Tina had to spread out huge flame moth wings, like an umbrella to protect the earth, to prevent those flames from landing on the ground and causing damage to the environment on the island. Not far from the edge of the abyss, Tina can still control her own flames, but Phoenix is spreading high temperature recklessly. Odysseus wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and Tibesha and her group bent their bows and drew their arrows. If the elemental phoenix slipped out of Mu Hua's magician's hands, they would immediately launch a sniper attack on it. The main body of the magic-breaking arrows, claws, teeth, and refined illumined metals, these arrows even incorporate the fragments of the corpse-covering black iron and the claws on the hell demon chain. They can cause damage to the elemental phoenix. With the blessing of rope reinforcement, they are shot by archers with enough strength. Even if Mu Hua, who has obtained high-level shock immunity, is shot by these arrows, it is inevitable that a blood hole will be made by each arrow. They are the weapon for the weak to contain the strong, and they are also the biggest reason why those high-level combat forces cannot cope with war independently. Of course, they are also very expensive, and their hoarding and recycling are more important than collecting monster drops after the war. Because Mu Hua's Wanji Chuangxing was too extravagant in making this kind of arrowhead, the consumption of resources was seriously overflowed. After Gravisi's daughter joined the Dandelion Logistics team, her main task was to lead the forging class to create this kind of high-quality demon-hunting arrow. Roaring and wailing, Phoenix gradually regained his physical body and dispelled the seriousness of the Dandelion group. Curious looks appeared on the faces of Taibesha and others. Bang! Under the push and pull of the mage's hand, Phoenix, whose soul had already been riddled with holes, fell heavily to the ground. The wings behind him were wider than the angel's wings, and the height of nearly 7 meters appeared thin and petite under the wingspan of more than 15 meters. Eagle shape, bird head, crane neck, human body, eagle claws. Unlike the Harpy Man, Phoenix has 2 arms, but he looks more abstract than the Harpy Man in the inertial thinking of humans. It has eagle wings connecting the 2 ribs, tail feathers dragging from the waist, and scales on the body. This thing is so ugly. When Eve commented on it while poking the body of Phoenix with a staff, Tabitha and Vivian nodded in agreement. Phoenix, this is Phoenix. His blood can catalyze the growth of affinity with fire elements. Look, just like the legend, each of his feathers contains an independent magic circle. This should be natural. It's amazing. I heard that each feather of Phoenix can stimulate the attack effect of thermal cutting. He is full of natural magic weapons. Odysseus also came forward, with an excited look on his face, took out his giant cone sword, and carefully flicked the wings of Phoenix. I heard that Phoenix is very greedy, and eating them can help the dragons evolve. Odysseus looked at Mu Hua, who was approaching with shining eyes. Get lost, don't even think about it. Mu Hua rolled his eyes. This old guy wanted to feed his Tamara. How to deal with it? Mu Hua was also looking at Phoenix's body. When Taibesha asked, 2 Dandelion main warriors stood up with short knives and short pliers. They were all from the logistics team. Although they don't need to dismantle it now, it seems that they also want to try to dismantle Phoenix when they encounter a Phoenix they have never touched before. Collect the blood first, then pluck all the feathers, claws. Hey, there are still many teeth in the mouth. Be careful when dealing with the magic core. This kind of demon has a higher probability of opening the inheritance crystal. Seeing Mu Hua pry open Phoenix's strange mouth to check, Odysseus suggested. The dandelions that can enter the Abyss Island are all Mu Hua's old team. Everyone knows that Mu Hua can use alchemy to extract some magical resources from the corpses of monsters. However, there are many valuable parts on Phoenix. Taibesha asked Mu Hua more whether he wanted to pluck the hair, while Odysseus preferred to dismantle Phoenix completely. This thing is like opening a blind box. Don't dismantle it. I melt one hole first, maybe I can get the flame of life. Mu Hua hesitated. He always wanted Tina's flame of life. Wait, I heard that it is possible to get Phoenix tears from Phoenix by refining blood essence. Do you want me to ask someone for details? Odysseus stopped him. No, I've already inquired about it. The probability is 50-50, and it requires a lot of precious materials. It's not worth it. Mu Hua frowned. Refining blood essence is not like drawing blood from Phoenix. That means using up all the body, and it's better not to pluck out any hair. Not worth it? Mu, do you know what Phoenix tears are? And you can also get treasures, like physical crystals. The 50% probability is enough for you to try. Odysseus persuaded. Of course I know. Don't say it anymore. I want to try to see if I can make Phoenix tears by smelting. Mu Hua was entangled. Phoenix tears should be the most precious thing on Phoenix. The strong men in hell like to hunt Phoenix, basically for that thing. Odysseus's persuasion is not a blind suggestion, but he doesn't know the details of the burning source furnace. He only thinks that Mu Hua's alchemy can produce some mutant products. If he destroys Phoenix tears, it will be a big loss. Try it. I can fish again later. Mu Hua gritted his teeth. The burning source furnace might catch everything, but he was more worried that the smelting would produce the tears of elements, and that the thing would replace the tears of Phoenix. However, since he had never melted Phoenix before, he had to try it out. Otherwise, he would be troubled when he saw it in the future. Mu Hua made up his mind, and Odysseus stopped persuading him. He also guessed that Mu Hua wanted to experiment with his alchemy. Soul fire spreading, Medusa, Arachne, Fenrir and the like, Mu Hua was in such a state of entanglement when he first smelted. Taibesha and the others were used to it. Odysseus pursed his lips, as if he was helping Mu Hua to worry about gains and losses. After landing, the strange-looking Phoenix turned into dust. Mu Hua checked the smelting. The people around him observed Mu Hua's expression, but saw that Mu Hua's mouth gradually smiled. Life Flame Skill Stone *1, Fire Elemental Tear *1, Phoenix Bloodline *0.8, Phoenix Tear *1, Intelligence Crystal *31, 100 Refinements Secret Stone *15, Soul Dust *201, Philosopher's Stone *27. Without Phoenix's tendons, but possessing both Elemental Tear and Phoenix's Tear, Mu Hua clenched his fists. Phoenix, tut tut, as expected, the burning source furnace is where he belongs. Chapter 708. The Phoenix Tears are considered by some to be a secret treasure for resurrection, but if it is a simple resurrection, it can be done with a random resurrection spell, and Phoenix will not become a hunting target of the strong in hell. The function of Phoenix Tears is rebirth, not resurrection. Of course, the rebirth here does not refer to the style of Lin Feng, but a reorganization of life. How is it? Mu Hua's smile gradually brightened, and Odysseus asked curiously. You have the elemental spirit, a full set. Haha, I'm lucky. Mu Hua smiled and raised a finger. A teardrop-shaped crystal as crystal clear as a ruby was suspended on Mu Hua's fingertips. Mu Hua was very excited. Odysseus didn't have much idea about Mu Hua's words. Instead, some members of Dandelion picked up their fishing rods and ran back to the fishing spot with a hum. Their elemental spirits were not played together. It was probably because they wanted to catch another phoenix for Mu Hua. Is this the Phoenix Tears? You made it too quickly, didn't you? Looking closely at the crystals on Mu Hua's fingers, Odysseus and Tibesha were full of curiosity. Mu Hua was somewhat repulsed by the word make in Odysseus's mouth. The crystal tears spun on Mu Hua's fingertips, very beautiful, but it felt too ordinary. This thing seemed to lack the style of a legendary secret treasure. It's quite magical, but it's also quite troublesome to be reborn from the ashes, Mu Hua said with a smile. Putting away the Phoenix Tears, he turned his hand and put it on Odysseus's shoulder. A bunch of elemental tears and the 100 refined secret stones were slapped down. Odysseus, who was about to say something, had a sluggish look in his eyes, rolled his eyes, and fainted. For water and fire element affinity, use the Tear of Element directly. For other element affinity, use the Tear of Element because the delivery is unstable. For improvement, use the Secret Stone of Balian. Brush out element affinity fake. As for getting elemental elves or other skills, Odysseus needs to continue to work and draw. Phoenix is very valuable. The applicability of the Flame of Life is stronger than that of the Flame of Gehenna. It can be said that it is the ability that Mu Hua has been thinking about. And the Tear of Phoenix may be more like a rare and precious collection for some beings, but its value to Mu Hua is infinitely magnified. Reshape life, in a more understandable way, it can be simply understood as a kind of reset. That's right, reset. Use the Tear of Phoenix, you can transfer a certain attribute point to other attribute points. For example, Mu Hua plans to move his physique to intelligence as much as possible. The higher the attribute, the more difficult it is to improve. When using the monster's essence and blood to improve, the higher the quality of the monster's essence and blood is required. But if you remove the original higher attribute, and let another attribute explode and grow, it will be easier to cultivate the lower attribute again, and you can even be reborn to the state of minority to let a certain attribute grow naturally again. The trouble that Mu Hua mentioned refers to the process of recultivating the attributes that have been reduced, which can barely be regarded as a luxury trouble of getting something for nothing. This is a relatively alternative way of growth. Phoenix can cultivate more extreme attributes more quickly with this way of growth, which also leads to the origin of their different identities such as Firebird, Phoenix, Sunbird, and even Phoenix. For people with lower attributes, this thing has only so much practical value, but for people whose attributes have grown to a certain level and whose growth and progress are difficult, it is like an extreme growth of rebirth from the ashes. As for Mu Hua, he almost vomited blood by spending so much on physical crystals. Now, if he wants to improve his physical fitness a little, the physical crystals he needs have almost doubled to dozens or even hundreds. Compared with the production of physical crystals, the production of intelligence crystals is extremely scarce. With the cursed spirit tickling his body, Mu Hua let his mental attributes run wild, but if he transfers his physical attributes to intelligence, his relatively weak intelligence will be able to rise to the sky in one step. The Phoenix Tears are undoubtedly the most precious treasure among treasures for Mu Hua. As for physical fitness, just spend more money on it. The happy days of using 1 or 2 physical crystals to improve his physical fitness a little bit are not too happy for Mu Hua now. Being able to refresh his physique, the originally boring corpse smelting has once again brought vitality to Mu Hua's heart. Charles, take care of this old guy. Tina, come with me. Pointing at Odysseus, who was lying on the ground with his eyes rolled up, Mu Hua called Tina, and couldn't wait to find a place to crypt on his phoenix tears. Although Tobesha and the others were curious, seeing Mu Hua's urgency, they didn't continue to pester him. Charles dragged Odysseus, not knowing whether he was jealous of Odysseus being beaten by Mu Hua and unable to take care of himself. He actually dragged Odysseus to go fishing at the edge of the abyss. Tina guarded Mu Hua to prevent accidents, and the two did not return to the ash barrier, but ran to the trap area of Yin Dahua. If it takes too long, and there are any changes outside, you will be in charge. After finding an open space, Mu Hua took out the phoenix tears and told Tina again. Wait. Can this be used indiscriminately? It's said to be reborn from lust. It won't turn you back into a baby, right? Tina reminded cautiously. I don't think so. Mu Hua's movements froze, and he was a little uncertain. Ask someone again? Tina suggested. Should I ask Mephisto? Forget it, I won't ask. Even if I turn back into a baby, it's worth it. Looking at his 16,000 plus physical fitness, Mu Hua was angry. He estimated that few people had used this thing, and he was not at ease asking the demon merchant. In order to avoid turning into a baby and attracting some people to plot against him, it would be better to be reborn secretly. After all, it is certain that the phoenix tears do not have any direct harm. Okay, if you really become smaller, when Helen gives birth to a child, she can also feed you. Tina had a strange expression. Your suggestion is good. Mu Hua's eyebrows jumped, and he glared at Tina fiercely. While speaking, he stuffed the phoenix tears into his mouth. Mumble. Phoenix tears are very convenient to use. Just swallow it directly. Sitting cross-legged, in a blink of an eye, strands of flame-shaped light emanated from Mu Hua's body, until he was wrapped into a light egg that was difficult to see from the outside. Without complex enlightenment, Mu Hua felt like he was kneaded into a ball, flesh, bones, internal organs, soul, no pain, as if he had become a ball of chaos. Just like stirring a pile of sand, scratching the physique, 15,500 points were removed from the 16,000 added physique, leaving 600 to 700 points for physique, and the rest were all allocated to intelligence. Then, it's over? Mu Hua was at a loss. What? What to do next? It seemed that there was nothing to do, but wasn't this a fool's errand? Among personal attributes, intelligence instantly soared by 23,000 points. Mu Hua, physique 735, intelligence 23,212, spirit 7,314. Free attribute points 500. Yes, it seems to be over, accompanied by Mu Hua's doubts, as if confirming that he didn't want to change his attributes anymore. The chaotic senses dissipated, and then a more real feeling came from the body, but these feelings obviously had nothing to do with the phoenix tears. That was the change in the body after intelligence broke through a certain limit. The complex change of flesh, blood, magic, and soul synchronously. The magic sea, which was more affected by the spirit, did not change much, but the magic in the magic sea was like boiling water pouring out of a bathtub, pouring out of the magic sea all at once. The magic power penetrated into the soul and flesh, and only the silver original sin energy remained in the magic sea that suddenly released like a flood. The magic sea suddenly became empty, and the original liquid and mist-like magic power changed in this process. The magic power in Mu Hua's body turned into a rune-like, more vivid form. Countless fine and indistinguishable runes combined into layers of superimposed magic arrays in Mu Hua's soul, with dense and indistinguishable patterns. These are not engravings, but magic power, which can be stored and consumed. In other words, the magic power stored by Mu Hua himself in the future will look like this. At this moment, Mu Hua felt that his soul had turned into a monster. At the same time, every cell of Mu Hua was also stained with a dark purple color. If you feel it carefully, there are constantly changing and combined magic arrays on every cell. Those seem to be the magic he has mastered. In shock, Mu Hua opened his eyes. The light flame outside the body had dissipated, and Mu Hua and Tina looked at each other blankly. Mu Hua was a little unsure of the situation. It's over? Tina asked tentatively in a very low voice, as if she was afraid of disturbing Mu Hua. It's over. It seems. Mu Hua was still at a loss. Tina was silent. How long has it been? Mu Hua asked. Less than 10 minutes. Tina replied. Mu Hua blinked his eyes. 10 minutes? Speaking of which, he had experienced the changes brought about by intelligence for a long time, and the phoenix tears, wasn't it a little too casual? Is this guy really a wash? Chapter 709. The forests in the Goblin Kingdom are much sparser than in the early years, and the weeds and vegetation are getting shorter and shorter. Years of war have gradually faded the primitive atmosphere in nature, but the wildness are more prominent. Most of the grass seeds in the wild that were taller than most people have long been trampled flat, and the grass that has been burned by fire has sprouted new buds. After being repeatedly trampled by humans and monsters, the grass plants that finally survive tenaciously are mostly low-lying shrub ferns. The trees have collapsed, the mountains have been cut down, the dense forests have become sparse, the mountains have collapsed, and more artificial buildings, cities, roads, warning barriers, and heavy artillery defense lines have appeared in the wilderness. These artificial buildings have formed gathering places, either humans or monsters, and they have also divided the Goblin Kingdom, which was originally difficult to find, into a complex region composed of power blocks. And a large number of adventurer tasks, with different difficulties and benefits, have also attracted countless adventurers to stay here. Click, click on the gravel road across the plain. Several humans with skeleton warriors moved aside, cautiously, and with envy, letting a group of Dragon 2 soldiers led by humans pass. Hey guys, there should be a goblin nest nearby, right? Daniel, nicknamed Scout, the main fighter of the fire brigade, looked at the adventurer team he met by chance, and asked loudly. In the forest to the west, there are caves, mountain fortifications, and the forces of the Goblin King. Have you accepted the reconnaissance mission? Do you need manpower? There's an ogre nest over there, not a small group. He pointed in a direction, and the adventurer reminded him, and asked tentatively. Demon hunting, are you coming? Daniel asked with a smile. Ogre? Or giant monster? The adventurer asked. Demon hunting is usually for the purpose of earning drops, which is more flexible. You can fight when you can and retreat when you are in danger. There is no part that the adventurer must complete in the mission. Looking at the Dragon 2 soldiers of Daniel, the adventurer was somewhat tempted. Goblin General, Daniel said. Heh! The other party looked ugly, as if he felt that he was teased by Daniel. He waved his hands in annoyance and stopped talking nonsense to Daniel. He directly bypassed the dirt road and stepped on the weeds to get away from Daniel. It seems that if it weren't for the Dragon 2 soldiers on Daniel's side that made them afraid, the other party would have raised his middle finger and cursed something like fuck. Bring 100 Dragon 2 soldiers to fight the Goblin General? Are you looking for death? Who made this map? Can the coordinates be so far off? Several adventurers left, and Muhua, who was wearing a hooded cloak, said with disdain. No way, the wars here are too frequent. You push me, I push you. This kind of non-hub monster base will be more accurate in the nearby human city. By the way, big brother, you hunt monsters so fresh. Is this considered a vacation? The scout spread his hands and joked, turning off the dirt road with Muhua, wading through the weeds, and walked towards the jungle in the west. Muhua, Charles, and Tina, the three of them met Daniel by chance. Daniel knew Muhua quite early, and seeing that Muhua was wandering around with only 2 servants, and it didn't seem like he had anything serious to do, he just happened to have nothing to do, so he followed Muhua. As for Muhua, after Krypton Phoenix Tears, the attribute changes greatly improved his spellcasting ability. He needed to adapt and explore the spellcasting speed, magic power, flexibility and creativity, etc. Originally, they were planning to sweep the Hanging Stone in the Goblin Kingdom. This place could barely be considered an area occupied by human forces in the Goblin Kingdom. Muhua asked Black Crow to go to the chaotic border first, and he planned to find some fortresses guarded by monsters here to practice his skills with the goblin forces that harassed humans from time to time. Beside them were hundreds of Dragon 2 soldiers, who were very inconspicuous when they didn't take action. Before they even got close to the forest, several low-level goblins with thieves came out from behind the hidden bushes with sticks and hatchets. However, those low-level goblins screamed at Muhua and his group, as if threatening them. Some goblins even threw stones at Muhua and laughed provocatively. Are there many undead mages in the Goblin Kingdom now? Glancing at the goblin who was making trouble, Jam Sweetheart appeared in Muhua's hand, raised his hand, and fired a shot at a goblin who was throwing stones. Muhua asked the scout. Bang! The bullet blew the goblin's head to pieces. Even if they couldn't identify the Dragon 2 soldiers, there must be something wrong with the low-level goblins, who jumped out to make trouble when they saw more than 100 skeleton warriors. There should be many monsters hidden nearby. These low-level goblins are testing whether Muhua and his party can attack. It's obviously you who did it. The scout habitually looked around and saw a few naked ogres coming out of the forest in the distance, so he let down his guard. Your Psychic Academy sells skeletons and undead, mainly because Canes and ghosts are engaged in skeleton training business, which originally attracted many undead wizards to Canes. When the scout said this, Muhua nodded. He knew all these things. At first, there were only witch souls in the academy who mastered the undead derivatives. In order to attract people to Canes City, Caroline asked those witch souls to derive some skeleton warriors for sale, but the effect was not very good. Later, some ghost citizens in Canes who were not allowed to enter the Abyss Island found that cultivating skeletons was a good way to make a living, and tried to develop this business. The ghost citizens in Canes retained their memories of their lives, and there were people from all walks of life. No necromancer would mind if their low-end skeletons had some working abilities. Not to mention, this business really attracted some necromancers to Canes. Necromancers already have their own communication channels, and word of mouth spread, so the news that Canes could cultivate skeletons spread. Because of the ghost's own safety issues, they only accept skeletons that have signed a dependent contract. This also let some low-end necromancers know about the situation of the Psychic Academy selling skeleton warriors. There are derivatives who cooperate with them to train skeleton warriors, and after taking them as dependents, they can install professional skills for them, a complete one-stop service. If you spend some time to get a skeleton warrior, you don't have to worry about them being damaged in battle. You can drive vehicles, load and unload ammunition, assist remotely, dismantle monsters, or at least wash clothes, cook, wash pots and floors. It's not a loss after all. Over time, many necromancers gathered in Canes, but they should generally hang out in Death Canyon. You transfer the Necromancer Mutual Aid Association to the Dead Courtyard, and there is a demon in Death Canyon who is doing some kind of human-demon coexistence. The necromancers who stayed in Canes were unable to attack the northwest of Death Canyon, so they all ran to the Goblin Kingdom. There should be many of them waiting for you to open the Dead Courtyard. The scout explained. Humans and demons coexist, Zambak? Muhua twitched his lips, and Tina nodded at him. You know him? Scout. He should be considered my man. Muhua. To be honest, you should be careful. As far as I know, it is not a wise choice to cooperate with demons for a long time, especially projection demons. The scout advised. He estimated that Zambak was probably a Dadarol type. Wait until the Death Canyon is pushed down. If he doesn't want to go to the Bloody Hills, get rid of him. However, Dadarol, don't think about it. I need him to be alive. I also want to keep the Goblin tribe in the Goblin Kingdom in the future. Muhua said. Raising goblins? Will people die? The scout tried. Isn't there the Brotherhood of the Dragon? The capital of Dachu will suppress the goblins here in the future. Muhua chuckled and said with a hint of meaning. The scout sighed lightly without leaving a trace. The two were talking about the future. If this place becomes a land for human survival and reproduction in the future, the Goblin tribe that has formed a force will certainly pose a certain threat to the people living here. However, the scout also knew that many people who controlled the courtyard would let some monsters survive, and leaving the Goblin tribe was the most common situation. There are many aspects involved, but it is not something he can say anything about. The two chatted for a while, and a large group of monsters, like mobs, appeared in the distance, including goblins, ogres, and giants. The skeleton warriors were equipped with guns. Muhua's attack just now made these monsters think that they were objects that could be captured and killed. As the monsters rushed in disorder, the Dragon 2 soldiers on Muhua's side also drew out their bone blades. Chapter 710. Beheaded, waist broken, limbs flying, the weak skeleton warriors tore off the giant's thighs, and the ogre holding the shield had his arm bone shattered by the slender bone knife, vomiting blood and flying backwards. Hundreds of Dragon 2 soldiers dragged after images while running, and with just one charge, they killed a group of monsters that were far more numerous than them. Your Dragon 2 soldiers are completely different from those of Lao Lu. Walking and looking at the Dragon 2 soldiers, who were already cleaning the battlefield, the scout shook his head and sighed. In most people's cognition, Dragon 2 soldiers are tough skeleton warriors, and the scout found that these Dragon 2 soldiers under Muhua seemed to be stronger than him. It's just that I don't want to cause the loss of spoils. I don't only have Dragon 2 soldiers here. Do you and Lao Lu want to change jobs? Come to my side, I will assign a group of hellhounds proficient in shadow stealth for you to command. Muhua smiled. Oh, I do want to, but my leader is not so easy to talk to. To be honest, have you ever thought about recruiting Fuhua? The scout smiled lazily with his hands behind his head. Recruit? Does Quinn have this intention? Muhua asked. We mentioned it a long time ago. Of course, it also depends on how you plan to arrange us. Dandelion has just upgraded the brigade. There is no reason for us to merge with Dandelion. The scout asked tentatively. The identity of the scout is a Fuhua main battle. He basically cannot be the master of Quint. Tina and Charles collect the drops collected by the Dragon 2 soldiers. The corpses are piled together for Mu Hua to smelt. If there are suspended stones, they will be stored separately. Mu Hua and the scout are just chatting. Do you know that Quint wants a warping potion? Mu Hua asked the scout after getting a healing skill stone from a giant monster that left a corpse. Giant monsters are definitely good things for Mu Hua, but unfortunately giant monsters don't have the ability to reproduce independently. They are not the same tribe as goblins, but this thing seems to be ridden by the Goblin King riding an ogre. Transition potion? Did he tell you that? The scout frowned after a brief surprise. You have expressed this to others. I'm not familiar with him. In my opinion, you and Lao Lu are more powerful than him. Mu Hua said with a smile. Oh, big man, don't fool me, but if Quint really has this idea in mind, it's a bit too much. The scout pretended to be flattered, then smiled bitterly, and shook his head. Mu Hua did not coax the scout. He and Lao Lu were indeed more prestigious than Quint in Mu Hua's eyes. Their past friendship was one aspect, but most importantly, they should be easier to recruit than Quint. From the scout's mood, what he called excessive was not that Quint's price was too high, but that what Quint wanted was problematic for the members of Fuhua. How to divide a war potion? If you drag everyone to accept someone else's recruitment for a war potion, what does that mean? I thought about it before. It's not that you can't talk to him about the war potion. In this way, the people of Fuhua should be more likely to feel a sense of belonging to me, right? Mu Hua teased, noticing the scout's mood. Stop. I'm starting to believe the rumor that you're a foreign devil. Boss, you shouldn't discuss this with me, right? The scout waved his hand to stop, with an attitude that if you say anything more, I leave. Oh, you are a man of honor. Okay, I won't say it anymore, Mu Hua said with a smile. The above ridicule was indeed a bit provocative. However, if Quint really sold Fuhua for a bottle of war potion, it is estimated that people's hearts would be scattered. Okay, let me ask you something serious. I want to buy some suspended stones. Do you have any in Fuhua? Are you willing to sell them? Mu Hua asked. Oh, why did you bring some Dragon Teeth soldiers here? This may not be easy to deal with. You know, we have invested a lot in the Hell Demon Cave, and the Hell Demon chains we obtained were mainly purchased by Daryl. Originally, Quint planned to focus on developing this courtyard, but now you are here. The scout smiled bitterly, and was hesitant to speak. Originally, if Quint could have a certain initiative in this courtyard, it would be fine, but now the decision is wrong. In order to leave a way out for ourselves, we must maintain Daryl's line. Daryl again? Mu Hua frowned. Although the scout's words were unclear, Mu Hua probably understood what he meant. Originally, Fuhua wanted to build his own foundation in the Cane's courtyard, but Mu Hua rose strongly, and Fuhua basically could not be in power in this courtyard anymore. Daryl has a large enough throughput for purchasing various materials, which can largely meet the consumption and replenishment of Fuhua and ensure the stable development of Fuhua. The initial investment failed, and the situation will not be good in the future. Daryl should be the main purchaser of Fuhua's hunting harvest. In order to maintain a good relationship with Daryl, Fuhua basically sold all the suspended stones obtained. This is not just about the purchase price of the suspended stones. Mu Hua can also understand the scout's statement that it is difficult to deal with. Fuck, this guy simply doesn't give newcomers a chance to live. Mu Hua cursed. The 3 courtyards officially entered the brigade, and the Disaster Annihilation contacted the Ashidran forces. If it is not for self-use, the suspended stones will be sold there. Needless to say, the Jade Song Court guards Chibman, and the resources obtained are basically self-produced and self-sold. Now Fuhua is related to Daryl, and behind the soy sauce party of Galaposo is the hoarding rat, who is famous for hoarding goods. It is troublesome to buy some resources at a fair price from these forces. Ha, you have the nerve to say that there is no way to make a living? Quint is almost driven crazy by you. Do you know that we have invested all our accumulation for nearly 20 years here in the early stage? What are we talking about just now? Let's talk about recruiting. The scout teased and rolled his eyes at Mu Hua with contempt. The two chatted all the way and went into the forest, killing some monsters that attacked them along the way. The scout was lazy, but wanted to get along well with Mu Hua. He told Mu Hua about the annihilation of the disaster, and when it came to Fuhua, he played miserable in various ways, tending to let Fuhua be recruited by Mu Hua. But this guy was very slick, and everything depended on Quint's decision. For the time being, it seemed that he had a strong sense of belonging to Fuhua. After wading through a minefield with magic traps, A mountain with a height of about 200 meters was completely revealed to Mu Hua and his companions. On the edge of the mountain stood a stone wall tower protecting the boundary node. There were some monster caves at the foot of the mountain, and long-range attack weapons such as crossbows were arranged halfway up the mountain. Wu Wu A Tower discovered Mu Hua and his group, who walked into the open area, and a warning horn sounded from the tower. Along with the sound of the horn, a team of wolf cavalrymen with complete armor ran towards Mu Hua with strange cries. There were about 20 wolf riders, led by a short and sturdy goblin centurion. They should be the patrol riders of this goblin gathering area. Mu Hua had 2 or 3 humans and less than 100 skeletons, just like a group of adventurers who came here by accident. Obviously, the goblins here didn't take them seriously. The wolf cavalry came swiftly and killed nearby in a blink of an eye. Mu Hua didn't need to say much. The Dragon 2 soldiers swung their big tails and waved their swords to meet them. Before the two sides engaged in battle, the centurion in the wolf cavalry hurriedly pulled the mane of the wolf, and without saying hello to his men, turned around and ran in the direction they came from. It found the problem. The speed of the skeleton soldiers' attack was wrong. They were not skeleton warriors, but Dragon 2 soldiers. Although the combat power of the Dragon 2 soldiers might not be very good, they were expensive. Humans who could throw out such a group of Dragon 2 soldiers were definitely not easy to provoke. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The goblin centurion fled and screamed, and his team of men had already collided with the Dragon 2 soldiers. A team of agile and fierce wolf riders, the wolf riders leaped or pounced, but were instantly cut into flying pieces of meat. Gee! An unusually sharp whistle sounded, probably an alarm of a higher level of danger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the fleeing goblin centurion was shot in the head by Mu Hua. The wolf stopped and ran again, probably because it found that the knight was dead. The clever ghost actually moved like a snake, jumping and hopping to a nearby tower. Farther away, a large group of monsters emerged from the cave in the mountain. This is a gathering place for monsters guarded by a goblin general. The mountain is built as a fortress and has strict defense. As for the traditional fighting method, Mu Hua couldn't bombard this place wildly. It was convenient to bombard it, but after the bombardment, the suspended stones and so on would probably be reduced to slag all over the ground. Chapter 711. Kane's Courtyard, Goblin Kingdom, and the City of the Earth. This is a city jointly supervised by 6 adventurer teams. Bang! The door of the municipal office was pushed open rudely. My lord! My lord! A fight has started! A fight has started! The excited and anxious shout of the woman in professional attire disturbed the mayor, who was meeting with the examiner of the Adventurers Guild. What? Who? Speak properly. Woodrow frowned, and anger rose on his face. This meeting directly affects whether the Adventurers Guild will send a guild to the city, and the establishment of the Adventurers Guild branch directly affects the security level of this city. He had already told them not to make any mistakes during the meeting. What's the point of fighting? Even if the monsters attack the city, you have to suppress them until the examiner leaves. Ahem, Black Mountain Nest. Someone is fighting with the goblins in Black Mountain Nest. When the woman said this, a fierce look flashed in Woodrow's eyes. Black Mountain Nest is a goblin nest near the city of Bingtu. Some goblins that were scattered in the previous human-demon war gathered there, making it a goblin community led by the goblin general. It is the biggest unstable factor around the city of Bingtu, but at the same time, it is precisely because of the existence of Black Mountain Nest that they have received support from many parties to build a city here. Speak clearly, who provoked them? Do we need to organize a rescue? Or do we need to be alert and defend? Woodrow seemed to be impatient and annoyed by the woman's way of speaking. No, it's ghosts and gods. We received a notice from Fuhua saying that Mu Hua had a fight with the goblins over there, and he wanted to clean up Black Mountain Nest. The woman waved her hand to explain. Mu Hua? The ghost Mu Hua? Him? Woodrow was slightly stunned, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Yes, it's Mu Hua. The woman calmed down her slightly rapid breathing and said excitedly, Open the city defense system, send a pioneer signal, notify Silas's people, and let them bring the sacrificial array. Bring all the sacrificial arrays. Woodrow also stood up excitedly and said to the woman, Now that the various forces in Bingtu City have been integrated and the city defense is complete, the Black Mountain Nest has become a monster nest that gives Woodrow a headache. If Mu Hua can push it away and set up a sacrificial array there to prevent the arrival of monsters, it will certainly greatly reduce the warding pressure of Bingtu City on monsters, and Bingtu City will become a relatively safe place for humans to live. Mu Hua has extraordinary combat power, and the city defense system is open to prevent being affected by wide area magic. The pioneer signal is to tell humans who are fighting monsters, "There is a human gathering place here, you don't come over." The woman quickly withdrew the order, and Woodrow looked at the examiner of the Adventurers Guild with some entanglement. "Mr. York, look." Woodrow hesitated. "If there is a gathering place of monsters that cannot be eaten or attacked, then the Adventurers Guild will build a branch here, which will not only make it convenient for adventurers to accept tasks nearby, sell supplies, etc. At the same time, if the city encounters a crisis, it can also get reinforcements and rescue as soon as possible through the Adventurers Guild. But now, the monster gathering place is expected to be eradicated, and there are many large and small cities and towns in all directions. There is no external threat, and the Adventurers Guild seems to be a little redundant. At least, it is a little redundant for people in power like Woodrow. Oh, Mr. Woodrow, you can think about the branch yourself. You can recommend the position of the city branch chief, but..." York, the examiner of the Adventurers Guild, looked at Woodrow, who had just been eager for him, with a professional smile. "I must remind you that if the person you recommend manages the Tuching Adventurers branch, the Adventurers Guild may not intervene too much in the chaos caused by non-monsters here in the future. Of course, if it is a gathering place, like Mr. Muhua and the major brigades, the Adventurers Guild cannot provide them with much help. The guild can only take the initiative to negotiate with them, and ask if they need to arrange a liaison for them in the gathering place," York said with a chuckle, as if he meant something. Woodrow hesitated. It would be fine for others, but for a city manager like him, the city government could issue and accept various tasks without the Adventurers Guild. He could also build his own exchange for the purchase and sale of materials in the city. He cannot contact adventurers nearby to apply. In the future, more local people should join the city guards, the knights, etc., which involve real money and interests. But at the same time, without the Adventurers Guild, if the interests are infringed by other human forces, the Adventurers Guild will not come out to administer justice, so naturally it will have to face it independently. In this regard, the Adventurers Guild has also given a relatively occasional option, which is to let the local forces arrange the management of the Adventurers branch here. Of course, it is occasional. Woodrow has a higher degree of intervention in the local Adventurers branch. Similarly, if there is a problem, the Adventurers Guild will definitely not be so active in handling it. Similar to cooperation, there are many options, which is better or worse. It is not easy to generalize, but in the end, it is still the same sentence. To enjoy the treatment of protection, you must pay protection fees. After reaching a certain level, all forces will never be selfless, and those who often talk about dedication and selflessness will inevitably be more ugly. The defense barrier of Bingtu City is fully opened, and high-altitude paintballs are drawn. While Woodrow is hesitating to choose, Muhua, who is in the Black Mountain Nest, is seeing a different scene. Boom! Boom! The magic cannon roared and the crossbow shot. The magic cannon mounted on the mountain wall spread the aftermath of magic energy, and the exploding magic bullets blew ripples on the defense barrier. Swoosh! Swoosh! The overly frequent and dense thick crossbows and thin arrows whistled, and a few magic-breaking arrows penetrated the magic barrier, and made a clanging sound on the giant shield held by the black-armored skeleton general. "Oh my god! Boss, sir, your majesty! You didn't tell me you were going to fight like this. If I go home to eat now, can we still have fun in the future?" The demons in front of them roared, and the front of the battle array exploded into a scream. The Vulcan cannons in their ears made a harsh noise. Facing Muhua and his 3 men squatting under the crystallized earth wall, the scouts screamed and complained. It was a fierce battle, but this fierce way was completely beyond the scouts' expectations. Is this bullying? Or being bullied? The scouts couldn't tell. In the middle of the distant mountain, a sturdy goblin general held a weapon and looked down at the battlefield. Monsters continued to emerge from the mountain nest, and the number of Dragon 2 soldiers deployed by Muhua had reached 600. These Dragon 2 soldiers were extremely fierce, and the slender bone knives in their hands had the effect of heavy weapons, tearing the blood and chi of the enemy. Even if they couldn't cut through the heavy armor of the bear goblin elites, the brute force would inevitably cause the goblin elites that were chopped down by them to die. There were too many monsters, and the giant bats would grab and throw them. From time to time, the Dragon 2 soldiers, who were trapped in the formation, would be thrown into the sky by some flying creatures, and some would even be hit by long-range attacks from the mountain in midair. 600 Dragon 2 soldiers were already a lot, but they could only be drowned in the monsters. Those Dragon 2 soldiers who were beaten in midair looked very miserable, but when they fell heavily to the ground, they patted their butts and threw themselves into the chaos again. The simple mage position, the black-armored skeleton generals, who acted as shield walls, and the skeleton mages wearing lich robes did not cast spells, but each of them set up the Vulcan cannon and fired in various ways. Taking advantage of the height, the goblins rained arrows from the middle of the mountain. There were only 4 or 5 humans, but they resisted the encirclement with the help of a group of skeletons of moderate height. The goblin general roared. As more and stronger monsters emerged from the caves in the mountain, Mu Hua began to increase the investment in skeletons. Skeleton warriors. Damn, this time they were all very pure skeleton warriors. The skeleton warriors carrying backpacks and rifles launched long-range sniping at the monsters. Some of the skeleton archers were actually quite good at archery. Bows and arrows are a technical job. Let alone killing, it is difficult for skeletons of the level of skeleton warriors to master this technology. These skeleton archers reminded the scouts of the ghosts in Kane City, who took possession as a part-time job. Well, the Dragon 2 soldiers with great strength, the skeleton warriors who changed their job to archers, and the black-armored skeleton general who could withstand the dragon-hunting crossbow. You have trained your soldiers well, I admit it. But at least let your skeleton mage cast some magic. Where is the horror cavalry? Where is the final war? Where is the karma purgatory? If you do this, I will feel very insecure. There are only 3 people on Mu Hua's side. Knowing that Mu Hua is going to cause trouble for the goblin general, the reason why the scout dared to follow Mu Hua alone is that he is very clear about Mu Hua's ability to form an army. But now, big brother, you are too subtle. This is not an encounter, this is a siege. Considering that the other party's magic cannon is bombarding randomly, you should go all out. The scout squatted in the shoddy mage position, facing the artillery fire, and had a serious lack of sense of security. Chapter 712. In the deep cave, it seemed that there were endless monsters hidden. More and more monsters besieged Mu Hua and his group. Although these monsters were rarely a match for the Dragon 2 soldiers, the Dragon 2 soldiers' attack methods were extremely monotonous. True cleaver team. Without magic and combat skills, under the absolute advantage in numbers, the Dragon 2 soldiers in Mu Hua's hands could not stop the monsters from charging. Another group of black-armored skeleton generals were summoned by Mu Hua, and the violent combat skills were finally no longer the patent of the monsters. And the monsters desperately entangled with the skeleton undead on the battlefield, and finally surrounded the simple mage position built by several humans. The goblin general, who ruled the Black Mountain Nest, was full of anger. These damned humans used the skeleton undead to kill a large number of troops that it had gathered with great difficulty. But apart from the skeletons, these humans look very weak. Kill them. As long as they are killed, these skeletons will naturally be defeated. Without the control of humans, the goblin general even hopes to bring them under his command. Boss, it's like this, why don't you take action? If not, just release more skeletons. Although the battlefield is getting bigger and bigger, the skeletons that Mu Hua put into the battlefield have already been drowned by the monsters as they are thrown. Looking at the monsters surrounding them from all directions outside the defensive barrier, the scout said to Mu Hua with a headache, "There are flying cavalry in the sky, and the mage positions on the ground seem to make them fall into the center of the war. Among the demons, there are many goblin centurions who are good at sneak attacks, avoiding the skeletons, waiting for sneak attacks and pursuit of the humans at any time. In this situation, even if he fled stealthily, the scout was worried that he would be killed by these monsters that he once regarded as trash. Worried, not afraid, he might be intercepted and assassinated by the goblin centurion if he fled, but Mu Hua did not fight seriously at all. Not to mention that Mu Hua had only fired a few shots so far. The scout did not believe that Mu Hua could control only so few skeletons and undeads, and he did not even release a single terror rider. Obviously, Mu Hua did not want to scare the goblin generals here. At this time, the scout's words were more like complaining. What are you panicking about? These guys are very troublesome hiding in the cave. Let's lure more of them out first. The gunshots around him gradually subsided, and Mu Hua sent back some skeleton warriors who had run out of ammunition, and then called out a group of followers who were also armed with guns. This move of fearing that the skeleton warriors would be injured made the scout roll his eyes. I thought Lao Lu was stingy enough. Haha, sure enough, the necromancer's power is earned in this way. Seeing Mu Hua wasted no time in recruiting these skeleton warriors, who were generally used as cannon fodder, the scout could not help but complain. You know shit. These are not only my followers, but also my believers. If you can believe in me, I will also help you gain experience, Mu Hua said with disdain. The scout was silent. Well, he really forgot that Mu Hua had already ignited the divine fire. It turned out that the big guy in front of him was still a god sequence. He was cultivating his own source of faith. Tut, tut, the Vulcan cannon that swept out the line of fire gradually died down, and the ammunition carried by a group of skeleton mages was also used up. The scout's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said that it was time to hold back the magic. As a result, in a blink of an eye, those big skeleton mages put away their machine guns and turned to condense longbows in their hands one by one. Don't you have elemental elves? Let them go into the cave. Even if it's really a cave, with the earth elemental elves following them, they can attack at will in the cave, and the killing efficiency should be higher than on the surface. The skeleton mage seemed to be unreliable, the scout suggested. Due to the habit he had developed over a long period of time, the scout didn't like being surrounded by monsters, and he wanted Mu Hua to at least clear out the monsters around him. After all, there was a goblin general here, and he was also worried that these monsters would make some magic props to harm them. Elves? I asked the elves to go to Whitman Courtyard. Mu Hua looked at the black-armored skeleton general, who was caught in the chaos. Whitman. Well, my fire elf seems to have taken a fancy to Abigail's fire elf, and I just asked them to go and hook up with Abigail's elf. Although the gender is ambiguous, elves can also fall in love, don't you know? Scout. Companion elves don't have to always rely on the companion. They can respond to the call of their companions at any time, and their connection is closer than that between their dependents and their contractors. However, if nothing happens, they also have the ability to survive independently, and prefer to live independently, and may even find a partner or settle down in an environment they like. Of course, before Mu Hua said this, the scout regarded the elemental elves more as a kind of summoned beast, and he didn't know whether the elemental elves would fall in love. Didn't you say you wanted to experiment with some magic and actual combat? The scout muttered, because the boss had too many tricks. I've been experimenting. Mu Hua pointed to the surrounding enchantment, and then pointed to the black-armored skeleton generals trapped in the demons. Multiple casting? The scout tried to understand, because the black-armored skeleton generals, who were thrown into the battlefield, were all cast with defensive magic by Mu Hua. Hey, this is not just multicasting. Look at this. Look at how many defensive effects there are on this barrier. Soft barrier, infinite barrier, crystal barrier, guarding the sky. Have you ever seen such a perfect combination? If you add a ground defense circle, it is almost equivalent to a long-lasting protection. Mu Hua pointed to the defensive barrier on the mage's position. I heard that you can cast long-lasting protection? The scout was a little confused. TSK, I don't like chatting with magic idiots like you. Mu Hua pouted in disdain. Hey, I know a lot about magic. The scout protested, but while speaking, he saw Mu Hua had stood up and walked out of the mage's position. Tina and Charles followed Mu Hua closely. The scout felt that the two seemed a little nervous and guarded Mu Hua cautiously, as if they were afraid that Mu Hua would get hurt. Mu Hua's physique is generally considered a monster in the outside world. The scout was puzzled by Tina and Charles's reactions, but the two were Mu Hua's servants, so he just thought they were doing their job. A breeze that stirred the magic power blew up, and as Mu Hua's right foot stepped out of the defensive barrier, when his left foot landed, countless jagged and sinister stone spears emerged from the ground in front of Mu Hua. Screams, cries of pain, flying dust, oars, swords and axes, armor, and explosions fell, and a road of death about 10 meters wide, and even hundreds of meters long appeared in front of Mu Hua. Countless monsters were pierced by stone spears, and the sudden appearance of the death field even made the chaos quiet down. The scout blinked his eyes. Magic? Something seemed wrong. The strength of this magic seemed to be quite high. Where is the chanting? Where is the magic circle? Hidden casting? While the scout was wondering, he saw 3 strange mouths shaped like gluttons appearing above the heads of the demons. Crack! Crack! The strange mouth bit down, gnawed and chewed. The strange mouth, which was nearly 100 meters wide, gnawed 3 monsters on the battlefield, and gnawed out 3 open spaces with blood waves on the battlefield. Ah! The original roar turned into a scream, and the strange mouth dripping with blood in the air made fear spread among the demons. Biting, not swallowing, like a guillotine grinding, it was not the mouth of a glutton, but it made the scout more horrified than the mouth of a glutton. What is that? It should be magic, but the scout confirmed that he had no idea about the strange mouth. And this is not the end, but Mu Hua raised his hand and clenched his fist. When his palms clenched, the 3 strange mouths suddenly exploded, and the strange mouths exploded into countless purple cone fangs. Puff, puff like a swimming fish, or like thousands of arrows fired at the same time. The piercing fangs did not shoot out directly, but as if they were controlled by someone, they shot and turned sharply, and in an instant, an endless blood rain was set off among the demons. The metal armor equipment was pierced by these fangs, and countless fine space cracks flashed on the movement trajectory of those fangs. This is not right. The path of the spear just now can be said to be pre-built, but even if it is cast in secret, this magic that has already stirred up the sea of blood, its casting speed is not right. Moreover, those fangs are obviously formed by magic power, and they can penetrate the monsters with flesh and blood, but how can they penetrate those heavy armor equipment? If magic is played like this, what can a warrior do? The scout was shocked and confused. After the 300-meter giant mouse exploded, each fang spike was only as long as an ordinary person's forearm, which showed how many spikes were piercing and wandering among the demons at this moment. The howling stopped, and the demons were in chaos. Demon King? Halfway up the mountain, the goblin general, who was watching the battlefield from afar, seemed to see something that made him tremble with fear. The goblin general was not a learned demon, but he had a certain understanding of Mu Hua's strange attack method. Those things were not even magic, they were just magic in a simulated form. But if this kind of thing produced a destructive power that it should not have, the goblin general could only think of a terrifying existence, the Demon King. Impossible, absolutely impossible. It is absolutely impossible for a Demon King to come here to confront such a weak goblin general. Killing it personally is a blasphemy against the Demon King. The goblin general trembled, and when it stared at Mu Hua on the battlefield in a daze, a strange mouth appeared behind it. Ka-ba. The strange mouth closed. Mumble. The strange mouth swallowed. Well, the mouth of the glutton, this time it should be a more pure mouth of the glutton. Puff. The scene changed suddenly. The purple fangs were still preaching death on the battlefield. They nimbly avoided Mu Hua's subordinates, and the mouth of the glutton appeared next to Mu Hua again, spitting out a somewhat wilted goblin general in front of Mu Hua. Ah! Looking up at Mu Hua standing in front of it, the goblin general uttered a meaningless babbling. The flame spread, the flame of life spread out from Mu Hua's feet, bypassing the goblin general, and rolled up several ogres, who were not yet dead on the battlefield. Ah! The fire spirit roared, and the burnt ogres regained their blurred bodies, but at this time, they were monsters formed by flames. Go! Waving his hand, several fire spirits seemed to receive orders, and ran towards the monster cave on the side of the mountain. It was not until this time that Mu Hua looked at the goblin general kneeling in front of him, raised a finger, and pointed at its forehead. Demon King? The goblin general asked in fear. Not really. Mu Hua shook his head, and between his fingers, the rays of death penetrated the goblin general's iron helmet. Chapter 713. If the spirit in personal attributes largely determines the amount of personal magic power, then intelligence affects the quality of magic power. However, the threshold for the influence of qualitative change is very high, so high that most upper demons can hardly reach it in their lifetime. After spending a phoenix tear, Mu Hua directly added 15,000 attribute points to his intelligence. He originally just wanted to strengthen his spellcasting ability, but he never thought that it would cause changes in the magic power in his body. The magic sea is no longer the only magic storage organ in the body. The magic power of rune culture accumulates in every corner of the body, and these rune culture magic powers are like the most original source of magic. Even without the magic core, Mu Hua has become a source of magic power in nature that is superior to most monsters. At the same time, pure magic power has also become a more intuitive attack ability in Mu Hua's hands. Stronger power and larger attack range are the enhancements that intelligence itself brings to magic. How to say it? Originally the magic array and chanting were means to gather magic power, but now the magic power controlled by Mu Hua is like it contains the magic array and chanting itself. As long as it is magic that he has mastered, Mu Hua can easily use magic below a certain strength. Theoretically, with the continuous improvement of his intelligence attribute, even forbidden spells may be able to be cast instantly one day. And this is only the most superficial effect of this kind of magic. If he studies it in depth, Mu Hua can mimic attacks with complex attributes with his own magic power alone. Whether it is mimicry or creation, just like the magic mouth and magic thorn fangs that Mu Hua made before, it is similar to an extreme enhancement of dialogue magic. Generally speaking, faith can materialize fantasy, and this kind of qualitative change of magic seems to have fantasy attributes, but it can only materialize, blend, adapt, and strengthen the magic that individuals have mastered, and even make the magic itself have material characteristics. And most hell lords may not have this kind of magic. In the cognition of some hell creatures, this kind of magic symbolizes the devil. Among personal attributes, Intelligence can be said to be the least obvious attribute in external performance, but when it breaks through a certain limit, it once again becomes a mystery that transcends absolute power. This kind of magic should be a part of the achievement of the devil. Mu Hua is not a devil, he has not even reached the level of the Hell Lord, but it must be said that under the alternative enhancement of the Phoenix Tears, his magic has reached the quality of the devil in one step. Woodrow, you guys have built a good place here. Who are these residents? Mu Hua killed the goblin general of the Black Mountain Nest, and the nearby human cities also sent a large number of troops to encircle and suppress the fleeing monsters. When the battlefield was being gathered, the leader of Bingtu City discussed with Mu Hua about setting up a ritual array around this goblin stronghold to restrict the arrival of projection monsters, and Mu Hua did not interfere with this. After throwing a few fire spirits into the cave in the mountain, Mu Hua no longer cared about the trivialities here. Those fire spirits were not collected by Mu Hua as companions, and they naturally dissipated after a period of time. However, those fire spirits are the embodiment of disasters. They can burn new fire spirits. If there is no existence in the cave that can destroy them, I think they will cause trouble, and there will be no living things left in the cave. The army of Bingtu City blocked the entrances to the underground caves in various parts of the mountain and promised Mu Hua that they would help him clean up the spoils in the caves later. They left behind several black-armored skeleton generals to inspect the spoils. Mu Hua came to Bingtu City on the way and was greeted by the management there. Mr. Mu Hua, this place was jointly developed by some like-minded adventure teams. We used to travel around different courtyards and rescued some people who were struggling to survive in some wild places. In the past, no one had a decent place to stay. Now, we have built a city and brought them all here. In the office on the third floor of the city hall, Woodrow smiled at Mu Hua, who was standing by the window looking at the city. Called the mayor, Woodrow is essentially the lord of the city. The city is about 5 kilometers in diameter, with a city wall built on the periphery. Outside the city wall are some farms, communities, and factories, forming a city with more than 30,000 settled humans. The scale of the facilities is average, but at this stage, it is already a human gathering place with a good population in the courtyard. Oh, that's great. Woodrow's words made Mu Hua look sideways, not because of the content of his speech, but because of his attitude. Mr. Mu Hua? Building a city and establishing power? Is it so easy to establish power? Then haven't we been living like dogs all these years? Mu Hua looked back at Woodrow, and didn't show anything unusual in his chuckle, but in his heart he labeled this guy as disrespectful. Well, regardless of whether it was a test or he was really confident, Mu Hua didn't like him much. This is the human occupation area in the Goblin Kingdom. Not to mention old friends and relatives, even ordinary adventurers, Mu Hua can laugh and scold with them. But if it is a city management like Woodrow, Mu Hua needs them to show enough respect to him. Because this is his courtyard, at least in Mu Hua's mind, this is his courtyard. He welcomes any force to grow and develop here, but the premise is that they must obey his management to a certain extent. The geographical location here is good. In recent years, the Brotherhood of the Dragon has been working hard for the safety of various gathering places. This place is quite suitable for building a maintenance station. How about I send someone to be your subordinate later? The Brotherhood's Dragon Riders have good patrol capabilities, and it is also good to be included in the security system. But in that case, you probably have to give them some positions, haha. Mu Hua smiled as if it was a matter of course. This? Woodrow frowned, and his face was cloudy. Mu Hua clearly wanted to intervene in the management of Bingtu City. In Woodrow's eyes, this was to come to Bingtu City to share the profits, and Woodrow was unhappy. Is he still a very proud guy? Mu Hua just pretended not to notice his emotions, and sneered in his heart. It doesn't matter to Mu Hua whether the profits are shared or not. If Woodrow knows what's good for him, Mu Hua may even invest in him, and let him make a profit, but intervening in management is inevitable. 30,000 people may not sound like much, but for a courtyard with an unstable situation, this is really not a small number. Although it may seem a bit arrogant, a city with more than 30,000 people in the early stage is worthy of Mu Hua's shamelessness. Building one's own power is not so glamorous, especially for external integration of non-direct lineage, and bullying and threats are just the most conventional means of making friends. Since he is going to set up a flag in Canes, Dandelion can be generous and righteous, but he can't, and Mu Hua is gradually adapting to this. York, is the Adventurers Guild going to set up a branch here? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have rushed to attack the Black Mountain Nest, and wasted some mission benefits. Woodrow didn't know what to say to Mu Hua for a while, and following his gaze, Mu Hua said to York from the Adventurers Guild, "Your Majesty, you are joking. There are still many monster forces in the occupied area of the Goblin Kingdom. I heard that all the members of the Black Crow Knights have been transferred to the chaotic border. Are you passing by? York replied respectfully. I am passing by, but I also plan to clean up the monster gathering places in the occupied area. It has been so many years, and this place is still a mess. Why? Does it conflict with the planning and arrangement of the Adventurers Guild? Mu Hua shook his head and asked. The chaotic border is the border between the human-occupied area in the Goblin Kingdom and the war-torn area between the Goblin King and the Goblin Rebels. The three parties are trying to expand the border line, and the war there is more intense and cruel. No, if your majesty is willing to clean it up, it will definitely greatly reduce the casualties of the adventurers. York seemed happy. It would be best if there is no conflict. I also want the guild to help. I plan to scatter some skeletons to deal with the monsters. The guild should issue a notice to prevent some adventurers from having unnecessary conflicts with them. Mu Hua said. Your Majesty, the skeleton undead are not suitable, right? York hesitated. Don't worry, they are all skeleton undead engraved with the corpse mark, and they are all my followers. Mu Hua explained. Oh, that shouldn't be a big problem, but if you want them to act independently, it's best to let them register with the guild. York nodded. Seeing York being respectful to Mu Hua, Woodrow's eyes flashed with some reluctance and helplessness. Well, no problem. Does the Bing-touching adventurer branch need manpower? Many people in the Dragon Brotherhood used to be managers. Do you want me to recommend a branch director to you? Mu Hua smiled. Oh! We are indeed short of manpower here in Canes. If your majesty has suitable candidates, please recommend more. It doesn't matter if you are not familiar with the guild's business for the time being. We can organize some training, which can also greatly promote the future development of the courtyard. Ignoring Woodrow's strange look, York's eyes flashed with joy and said to Mu Hua. Mu Hua thought and agreed, and York was even happier. Woodrow was entangled on the spot, and he kept holding back a word of hack in his heart. He had the impulse to slam the table and accuse the unscrupulous. It was agreed, right? It was agreed just now. One said that his people would be the branch heads, and the other was just helping the people of the Brotherhood to get the establishment. Fuck. I'm still here. I'm still here. How can everything change so quickly? Chapter 714. The Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild of each courtyard has a certain degree of independence. The Adventurers Guild plays the game of alliances, not the kingly way of tyranny. And the so-called alliances, to put it bluntly, are bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Provide convenience for the strong to gain recognition, and win over the same class to jointly obtain surplus value from the weak. The biggest source of achievement may be to stab the strong in the waist when they are weak, annex fellows, and abandon them at the right time. These are not bad qualities for those who believe in this thing, but are completely basic qualities. That thing is very dirty. Woodrow may be a qualified adventurer or a qualified team leader, but his political literacy is obviously not very high. In short, he is not shameless enough, and he does not clearly realize how shameless the top leaders of various factions can be when they sit together. Woodrow wants to use the Adventurers Guild to provide help to Bingtu City. Normally, Woodrow, who pulled out the human city, is also a worthy object for the Adventurers Guild to win over. So when Woodrow wanted to take advantage, but didn't want to pay more, York would give him enough concessions. But when Mu Hua appeared, when Mu Hua showed his willingness to cooperate with the Adventurers Guild, and there was a stronger partner, Woodrow was directly ignored by York. The Adventurers Guild was not trying to rely on Mu Hua, but was more willing to have mutual benefit with Mu Hua. It was just a courtyard, and the Adventurers Guild didn't mind arranging some Mu Hua's people in the adventurer branches in various places in the courtyard in the future. If Mu Hua could really control this courtyard, they wouldn't even mind Mu Hua taking control of the Adventurers Guild in this courtyard. Both sides get what they need. It would be best if Mu Hua does not exclude them. If the exclusion is serious, the Adventurers Guild, which has already taken root and thrived in the human world, will also be able to cause trouble for Mu Hua. If Mu Hua is really willing to send people to the Adventurers branch in this courtyard in the future, even if it is to send a branch director, the Adventurers Guild can be a hands-on shopkeeper and let the guild take root and sprout in this courtyard. Why not? According to Mu Hua's own strength, whether it is cooperation or overhead, even if it is dependent, in the human world and other courtyards, Canes can also become a kind of leverage link for the Adventurers Guild, and even Mu Hua can be regarded as a part of the guild's general trend. Between the two, Woodrow is obviously not good enough. This is the first time Mu Hua has expressed his position since the development of Cane's courtyard, and York is really happy. The presidents of the Adventurers Guild here have changed again, and none of them are not worried that Mu Hua is a fool, and will sing against the Adventurers Guild. Now that Muhua has recognized the existence of the guild, the establishment of the Adventurers Guild branch can be fully rolled out in the Kane's courtyard, which is undoubtedly a huge progress in the expansion of the Adventurers Guild. Bingtu City? There will be thousands of Bingtu City in the courtyard in the future. As for Woodrow, it doesn't matter if he appeases him appropriately. Unlike Woodrow, who is still trying to gain some equality in front of Muhua, York, who is engaged in field work for the Adventurers Guild, directly showed the attitude of a subordinate to Muhua. Well, it's not appropriate to say subordinate. It's like the attitude of a company manager towards a company director, and he actively cooperates with some of Muhua's requirements. However, when Muhua asked about the acquisition of suspended stones, York told Muhua that he had no right to intervene in this regard, and implicitly told Muhua that the suspended stones recovered by the Adventurers Guild should eventually flow to the Brigade Alliance and the federal government, and it was estimated that it was unlikely to be sold to Muhua. York's attitude was very correct, but the Adventurers Guild and Muhua were at most a cooperative relationship, and Muhua could not force it. Muhua's power development time was too short, and the development speed was too fast. Although it developed a lot of products and industries, it involved strategic resources, let alone sales, and internal demand was still difficult to meet. In the absence of a stable channel, many resources still had to be obtained by themselves. With the cooperation and promotion of the Adventurers Guild, Muhua began to release undead into the human-occupied areas of the Goblin Kingdom. The Goblin Kingdom is vast, and it is unlikely that Muhua will personally clean up the remaining monsters. This time, Muhua will not simply deploy skeleton warriors. 2 or 3 headless knights are the leaders, and the undead of various levels are mixed into a 100-man battle group. Hundreds of undead battle groups are scattered out to clean up and encircle the remaining monsters that are entrenched in various places. Charles was ordered to be responsible for contacting the Adventurers Guild, selecting a group of people to be sent to the Adventurers Guild, and will be responsible for the management of these people in the future. After the rear affairs were arranged properly, Muhua also went to the chaotic border, and the Black Crows were scattered, starting a new round of offensives in the melee. The Black Crows slaughtered the city, the corpses and demons ran away, the elemental evil spirits released the white-boned soul to spread the disaster, and the screams of the wailing banshees annihilated the goblin groups everywhere. Seeing a group of powerful human teams invading the chaotic land, the goblin rebels retreated to their own control areas, and Muhua's forces gradually invaded the area controlled by the Goblin King. In the final war, with the arrival of Muhua, the summoned beasts destroyed the repeatedly reinforced walled cities. Boom! 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 The bombardment of magic cannons bombarded the summoned beasts that attacked the wild. Deploy? Die! Die! Damn humans! No one will have a good life. On the towering wall, a goblin general roared furiously. A magic cocoon suddenly rose into the air in its roar, pulsating with fascinating magic energy fluctuations. The magic cocoon drew an arc and shot towards the rear of the enemy outside the city. Grunt! The mouth of the glutton blocked the flying trajectory of the magic cocoon and swallowed the magic cocoon in one gulp. A stream of energy poured into his body, Muhua's face flushed, and wisps of white smoke floated out of the corners of his slightly open mouth. The swallowed magic cocoon was exchanged for the angry curses of the goblin general on the city, but when Muhua raised his hand, countless iron cone-like crystal spikes densely filled the sky. Swish, swish, Swish waved his hand down, and the sky full of spikes shot out like torpedoes, hitting the defensive barrier of the goblin city from all directions. Pa! Pa! There were bursting sounds, and the barrier blocked the penetration of the spikes. Boom! Boom! The 2 dense spikes seemed to exceed the endurance limit of the defensive barrier. Occasionally, some spikes that fell into the barrier caused the earth to vibrate, but there was no explosion. The pure power impact destroyed buildings one by one, and nailed the city wall into pieces of mess. Ong! The barrier was depleted, and while the energy repair was not yet complete, the evil dragon and the magic dragon brought a group of winged demon flying beasts to pounce on the city, still using the brutal invasion tactics of the dragon clan to lead the way. Arrow rain attacked, thunder roared, wind blades rolled out of the desperate situation, and a large number of flying cavalry rose into the sky in the city, not to fight against the evil dragon, but to buy time for the repair of the defensive barrier. Your Majesty, are you sure you want to continue to go north? Give me some time, 7 days. As long as 7 days, we can complete the defense here. At this pace, within 2 years, we will definitely occupy the entire Goblin Kingdom. On the periphery of the battlefield, seeing that a large number of ferocious summoned beasts had already rushed to the city, the leader of the disaster annihilation said anxiously to Muhua, whose mouth was still smoking and a large area of Gaia's spear was laid in the sky. Oh, I don't have so much time to waste with them. Besides, there are also black crows sweeping around. Even if I don't stay here, you can set up the ritual array first, and you can get some more time, right? Muhua shook his head and said to Sweet. Oh, forget it, just pretend I didn't say it. Sweet raised his eyebrows, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. The ritual array is not a cheap thing. This is a chaotic area with insufficient warning and defense measures. If you set up the array today, the monsters will sneak in and tear it down. Who can bear this kind of consumption? But there is obviously no need to tell Muhua more about this situation, including how to deal with the monster's counterattack, ensure that the investment in defense will not be wasted, and the time required for the deployment of offensive and defensive facilities, etc. Muhua must not be unaware of these. Muhua obviously just wants to kill a bunch of goblins, and is not prepared to occupy these places. Sweet is too lazy to say anything more. Goblin Kingdom, you guys can fight slowly. Anyway, if you don't block the southward route of the Bloody Hills, you will still have to face the counterattack of the Goblin King. Muhua looked at the battlefield and said casually, waving his hand to signal the titan-like Abyss Demon to break the city with brute force. Ah! The Abyss Demon leaped with a cry, dragging a heavy iron knife that was more than 30 meters long, trampled some of its own summoned beasts into bloody mud, and swung the knife to chop at the city wall. The Abyss Demon also has extremely strong physical strength. Muhua did not let it throw doomsday destruction. It could only resist the rain of arrows and bombardment, and carried the big knife prepared by Muhua to chop and chop. Boom! The barrier shattered, and the huge force of the chopping shook the city wall, and the rubble flew. Looking at Muhua's brutal and non-consumption attack method, Sweet couldn't help but consider Muhua's suggestion again. Should we hang the Qin Han flag in our own sphere of influence? Chapter 715. Golden Terraces, Mountain Villages. The Purgatory Warhorse trampled on the muddy land. Under the horrified gaze of a group of goblins, who had given up resistance, the blood seemed to gather as if it had life. When the bright red blood thorns drilled out from the pools of blood, the screams of the goblins resounded through the village. A secluded goblin village? This is the area occupied by the Goblin King, but even in the area occupied by the goblin rebels, those neat fields were planned and organized by humans, and then they were planted by themselves. Reclamation, farming, although goblins can also plant and raise livestock, but judging from the neat terraces on the ridge, this should not be reclaimed by them. Generally, the cultivation of goblins is more messy and disorderly. If it is not a relic from before the destruction of the world, then there should have been humans stationed here, or the goblins captured and enslaved humans to help them work. In short, this seemingly peaceful goblin village is likely to have a more cruel past than the goblin parade. Blood and corpses, those residues that have not turned into dust, indicate that this is a gathering place for monsters with a large proportion of real goblins. And these non-projected goblins have stronger physiological desires. Eating and reproducing will make them have evil thoughts about all creatures. Rushing around the goblin cities, Muhua accidentally discovered a goblin village with a pastoral style here, where blood snakes controlled by blood searched and killed goblins that were hiding or fleeing. And Muhua did not explore the situation here too much. There was no need to delve into it. If human remains or human women pregnant with monsters were found, it would only affect his mood. Muhua originally wanted to develop some goblin laborers on the Abyss Island, but after raising them, no matter how they were trained and abused, procrastination and amnesia seemed to be deeply engraved in their genes. If they were asked to do any long-term labor, they would be clever and develop some convenient and labor-saving ways to complete it. No matter how they were beaten, killed, or intimidated, it would be useless. In addition, the goblins' adrenaline was soaring all the time, and the original goblins would spray strange liquids everywhere. In Muhua's mind, the goblins on the Abyss Island were completely defined as feed. Even the original plan to train the goblin army was thrown into the courtyard. In essence, the goblin rebels were the product of that plan that was not carefully implemented. Physiology and psychology are closely related, and they deeply affect thinking patterns and behavior patterns. Some things are really not so taken for granted. Goblins can be an important part of the food chain in nature, and can also enrich the vitality of wild monsters, but these things are still unable to build a decent productivity. Fighting is probably the only behavior pattern with high obedience. My lord, Black Crow sent a message that they met some adventurer teams that died in goblin attacks on the road. Should the Adventurer Guild issue a notice prohibiting them from following? Tina, who was collecting corpses and searching for dropped items, asked Muhua. The area occupied by the Goblin King is about 800,000 square kilometers from a bird's eye view. In simple terms, it is roughly equivalent to 4 or 5 Hunan provinces. Mu Hua has been sweeping here for 2 months. It is called sweeping, but in this vast land, it is more appropriate to describe it as wandering. Destroying cities and lands with their tyrannical strength, the Purgatory Warhorse and the Black Crow armor caused panic among the goblins. But goblins were not wild beasts. Facing irresistible attacks, many goblins would hide in hidden caves and wait for an opportunity. It was easy to find goblin gathering places such as cities and strongholds in the Goblin Kingdom, but it was time-consuming and labor-intensive to search the world for those deliberately hidden cave entrances, which was basically not something that could be achieved in a short time. This was also the fundamental reason why Mu Hua did not think about quickly occupying the Goblin Kingdom. But Mu Hua and Black Crow swept through the goblin gathering places all the way. They did not think about occupying them, but some adventurers could not help but have a desire to possess those fortifications and city buildings that could be renovated after the war and reused. They defended the city, and the monsters disappeared in the wilderness. The Goblin Kingdom was indeed more chaotic and dangerous, but adventurers were originally a profession that grew and profited in chaos and danger. Some adventurers followed Mu Hua and his group to pick up the spoils, and even the brigade was eager to expand its sphere of influence. The dungeons were not just caves that hid a dozen or 20 monsters. Some dungeons even had underground cities where goblins could reproduce and live. The war between humans and monsters in the courtyard could not be settled by a nuclear bomb. It would inevitably go through repeated cleaning and searching of monsters. Mu Hua and his group swept everywhere, and the monsters led by the Goblin King had already informed the strong enemy of the invasion. The goblins could hide and avoid their sharp edges, and there were some adventurers who wanted to take advantage of them. As a result, the goblins, who never lacked hunting wisdom, had to wait for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on those adventurers who invaded their territory but had not yet gained a foothold. Adventurers and goblins are always calculating each other and plotting against each other. Mu Hua and Black Crow are a group of disorderly thugs, but the raids have not only killed and injured goblins. Don't worry, we don't have the ability to support them now. There are probably several brigades fanning the flames. We don't care if there are still people spreading our rumors of disrupting stability. If we impose some restrictions on them, we will probably be able to lead the expedition. Looking at a group of skeletons approaching this side in the distance, Mu Hua frowned and said, "For the people with normal cognition, governance cannot be achieved by posing and cheering, not to mention the adventurers who are on the edge of a knife. At this stage, the adventurers in the Canaan's courtyard are generally unruly. Driven by certain interests, they will indeed rely on some stronger forces. But for the time being, this kind of dependence is basically no different from being employed. If there is benefit, they will obey, and if there is no benefit, they will break up. There is no stability and belonging. Don't expect them to be used for the trick of pretending to be a big wolf." Although it is said to be picking up leaks, those adventurers who invaded the Goblin King's occupied area knew the risks involved, so they went to the fire, annihilated the disaster, and even the Jade Songcord would use the greed aroused by Mu Hua to recruit and integrate those adventurers who were ready to move. It is no exaggeration to say that if Mu Hua raised his arm and called, many adventurers would also be included in his command, and willing to cooperate with him to fight the Goblin Kingdom. But the premise of all this is that Mu Hua must ensure their profits, allocate territories and strongholds to them, and even guarantee their logistics to a certain extent, and provide them with assistance when the strongholds where they are stationed are counterattacked by monsters. Invasion is not about rising up in arms. Invasion requires capital, and Mu Hua has no time to pull a group of subordinates who are not loyal to attack cities and conquer territories. At this stage, he cannot digest those adventurers, and there is nothing he can do about it, such as letting them integrate themselves or recruiting and dispatching them by major brigades. What he needs to do now is to continuously and steadily strengthen his own original strength, and when he is ready to formally launch an invasion and expel the monster forces, he will suppress and dispatch the major adventure forces. By then, I think those adventurer forces will have invested more in this courtyard and have more concerns, so it is not a big deal if they turn the table and leave at any time." Teams of undead war groups gathered towards where Mu Hua and Tina were. These were all undead war groups that had completed the clearing mission in the human-occupied area. After several months of looting, Mu Hua had almost collected the suspended stones he needed to collect. He gathered the legions and prepared to push the Goblin King's city. When the Sky City takes off, the war plan to concentrate forces to block the Bloody Hill should also be launched. Clean up the front half of the courtyard, let the various forces fight for power in the first half, try to infiltrate the Bloody Hills, and train the human forces in the courtyard. This is the strategy that Mu Hua is going to launch against the King's courtyard in the next stage. Looking at the reorganized undead war groups of various levels, Mu Hua frowned and sighed. I hope the monsters on the Bloody Hills will not be too difficult, and at the same time, I hope that the human forces will not let him show a big determination to kill. Although his development seems to be messy in recent years, he has also tried his best to improve all aspects of the position, including military strength, combat power, backup, connections, public opinion, retreat, etc. There is nothing to say about the monster side, just fight to the death. In the King's courtyard, he allows someone to pretend to obey him, but he absolutely does not allow anyone to stand on equal terms with him here. Even if the royal power enters the field, he will have a fight with the other party. Here, he also invested a lot. Chapter 716. Dense forests surround the city. After years of war, the majestic Goblin King City has completely changed its image. The King City is smaller and shorter, and its overall shape is more like a fortress. Under the baptism of war, the Goblin King has planted dense jungles around the King City. These forest belts around the city, which have obviously been transformed by magic, constitute the outermost line of defense of the Goblin King City. The fire-resistant and magic-resistant ironwood towers into the sky. The trees cover the King City, and the dense forest hides countless goblin forces to block the invasion. The forest belt with a depth of several miles is not a small forest. It is also a battle line where the goblins have an advantage. If you want to attack the Goblin King City, you must first break through this forest area, and the goblins are ambushed in it, and external long-range attacks cannot accurately lock on them. This is an artificial forest area, and such a forest area can be transformed in just a few years. There is no need to think too much. The Goblin King must have used plant essences, or the Lord of the Courtyard has assigned them the ability to herd trees. Boom, boom, the army advances, and the iron hooves shake the ground. The undead in formation form a staggered square formation outside the forest belt. The terror cavalry is ready, the corpse demons are on standby, the black-armored skeleton general holds a shield and an axe, countless skeleton warriors have quivers on their waists, and the skeleton wizards floating in the air guard the square formations. Ghosts wander strangely, and monsters are scattered and anxious. Among the armies, Mu Hua and the Black Crows gather together, and the deep forests give warnings and long howls, while a large number of mecha warriors holding machine guns shuttle up and down in the sky above the forest, confirm the invading enemy, and hide in the dense forest again. Heh, why do we look more like monsters? There was a hidden killing intent in the direction of the Goblin King City. It seemed that there were quite a few goblins equipped with mecha armors. Most of them were dressed in human form, and it was hard to tell whether they were monsters or humans. Mu Hua looked at his army, which was almost entirely composed of undead and summoned beasts, and couldn't help complaining to the people around him. King, according to the information collected by all parties in the Adventurers Guild, it is basically confirmed that there is a core of about 2,000 demon followers in the Goblin King City. Clark said to Mu Hua as the breeze swept through the dense forest, and the branches of the trees rustled. There are more or less demon followers in any courtyard controlled by monsters, and the number of demon followers in the courtyard where humans and monsters are fighting fiercely is even greater. Some of these demon followers are lured by monsters, some are captured by monsters, and don't want to be tortured and loyal, some are monsters trying to integrate into humans, and there is never a shortage of humans who defect from monsters to monsters. Besides wanting to send the Goblin King back to hell, Mu Hua also wanted to kill the demon followers, who had been providing advice to the demons in the Goblin Forest. Those guys were all real entities, so he should stab them as much as possible. What king? Don't follow Zhou Yi and the others in shouting nonsense. I'm still far from being a demon king. Have you all put on the divine crystals? Inform them that you can retreat when the crystals are consumed. I've finally trained you to be something. Don't play heroic tricks on me all the time. Mu Hua said to Clark. Mu Hua's magic power has changed. The demons at home have a new honorific for Mu Hua. There may be expectations, but it is more likely to be flattery. Clark is just shouting nonsense. As for the magic crystals, Mu Hua got some magic crystals containing resurrection magic from Wukulu to distribute to the 100 Black Crows. At this moment, there are 70 Black Crows in the army, scattered in various undead squares. The other 30 Black Crow Knights were killed by monsters during the previous sweep. The resurrection consumed the magic crystals given to them by Mu Hua. Without the bottom-line life-saving stuff, Mu Hua could not take care of them in the chaos, so he kicked them out of the combat sequence and asked them to return to the Abyss Island to review and reflect. After confirming that Clark had given the order, Mu Hua rode to the front of the battle. The alarm of the Goblin King city had subsided, and the forest ahead was strangely silent. The curse of permafrost. The cold air rolled, and the freezing air of frost and fog spread in the forest. Even if they were facing goblins, with the support of sufficient weapons and war preparations, this Iron Curtain forest covering the city was also a Jedi that needed to be pushed forward with life for any invader. There are many hard-to-break magical plants in this forest, but Mu Hua was the first to destroy this forest. The color of ice began to spread on the ground, and the lush and flexible trees were gradually stained with crystal and brittle ice chips. In the dark and shadowy forest, the light of magic flickered frequently. The goblins did not attack Mu Hua, who froze the earth wantonly. In the quiet, weird and quiet waiting, in front of Mu Hua, all he could see was the morning scenery of the snow country. My lord, the black crows have perfected the affinity with water elements. Let the black crows rush first. Seeing the frozen earth coming, Clark pulled Athena, and Athena stepped forward to ask. The permafrost is low temperature and soaks the bones. Lack of water element resistance, the skeletons and undead trapped in it will also become stiff and brittle. But not counting the engraving enhancement, Mu Hua's subordinates are not short of Dullahan knights with affinity for water elements, and Athena actively helped Black Crow to fight. But Mu Hua's forces now have military merits to calculate. These military merits are not only the evaluation options for them to be sent out to form an independent army, but also can be exchanged for rewards from Mu Hua to improve combat power. Unlike Shou Yi, who is constantly in conflict with monsters at Shuling Ranch, they have not been able to get the task of clearing the undead courtyard like Dandelion. Clark and Athena have always wanted to expand the number of Black Crow Knights, but Mu Hua is not planning to attract Black Crows to the Abyss Island in the short term, so the expansion of Black Crow Knights can only rely on the Black Crows to be sent out to build cities and recruit soldiers to form an army. And if there is no military merit, it is not that there are no Dullahan Knights with online IQ in their own family, and it is estimated that Mu Hua will not be inclined to put resources on Black Crow for a while. Chong, do you think the Crystal of Divine Arts is cheap? Mu Hua rolled his eyes at Athena in anger. Make way first. As he spoke, the magic circle was engraved in the sky, and the Karma Purgatory swallowed and spit out a large number of high-explosive fire meteorites, which scattered disorderly and smashed into the forest. Boom, boom. As soon as the fire meteorites came out, the forest immediately launched an interception attack. Magic cannon. Mu Hua raised his eyebrows slightly. This wave of hundreds of fire meteorites were all detonated in the sky before falling, and the combat power of the Goblin King city was much higher than he expected. Understanding Mu Hua's attack intention, Tina summoned her companion elves, and 2 meteor showers were brewing in the hands of her and her fire elemental elves. Earth magic is quite limited in the frozen range of permafrost. Tina's other systems lack magic that can create high explosive impacts on a large scale, and the other elemental elves can basically only play a supporting role. Mu Hua once again smashed out the Karma Purgatory, and with the sky full of fire falling, the goblin side finally couldn't form a comprehensive interception this time. Amid the roaring explosion, large tracts of trees were blown into pieces of ice all over the sky, and the high explosive magic seemed to want to clear a path in the forest to the Goblin King city. Clark and Athena didn't do anything. They also knew a lot of magic, but for the time being they couldn't get the intellectual crystal from Mu Hua. They mainly studied close combat. Facing the frozen forest in front of them, even if they threw a few explosive flames, it seemed meaningless. High explosive fire magic destroyed the trees in the forest, and the skeleton wizard also joined the destruction sequence, while a large number of giant bat-flying beasts flew out from the direction of the Goblin King city. Boom! 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 Clusters of fire clouds exploded in the sky. Oh my god, self-destructing bats, right? Mu Hua was surprised. No, it can't be said to be self-destructing bats. It should be said that the giant bats drove some flying beasts with weak bodies, but high explosive bombs to attack magic. Quite an alternative defense mode, Mu Hua sneered. If he played like this, he didn't believe that the Goblin King could outlast him. But then, the giant bats retreated, and the deep forest swept out magic bullets like anti-aircraft guns. Mu Hua's falling thunder was triggered in advance in the barrage of magic bullets, and even some of the broken magic arrays interfered with the casting of some skeleton mages. TSK cheating, right? Mu Hua raised his eyebrows again. The self-destruction of the flying beasts before was like the Goblin King doing experiments, and now, it was obviously goblins. How many magic weapons were these guys equipped with? Looking at the forest in front, the destructive effect of a wave of magic was not very good. You go and have fun. Mu Hua said to the Abyss Demon squatting in front of the array with some annoyance. Retreat. The whole army retreats. The Abyss Demon was stunned, while Athena was already jumping up and down and shouting. Attack the defense. Cast the barrier. Clark followed closely behind, riding his horse and galloping on the military road to pass on the order. The Abyss Demon's brain was a little bit not working, and it took a long time to turn around. A wicked smile gradually appeared on his dull face. Bang! The giant sword was thrown to the ground by the Abyss Demon with disgust. Gaga gaga, the Abyss Demon smiled strangely, and made a gesture of holding up the sky with both hands, like a giant ritual wizard. Doomsday. Buzz, buzz. Puff, 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 puff. It seemed to cast a spell, but a series of continuous rays, live bullets, and arrows bit the Abyss Demon's body with crackling. The big Abyss Demon trembled like a shiver. Puff. The Abyss Demon dissipated. With a twitch of his lips, Mu Hua opened the summoning circle with some disdain. The Abyss Demon summoned again. The Goblin King observing Mu Hua's movements. Roar! Roaring and screaming, the Abyss Demon once again brewed doomsday destruction. Puff, puff, puff. Another round of precise sniping, the Abyss Demon was sent back to the summoning space in a rhythmic swaying. You guys, are you going to play like this? Mu Hua murmured as he looked at the ice forest, and then looked at a top-quality arrow held by the wizard's hand, and opened the summoning circle again. Abyss Demon. Goblin sighed. Mu Hua said, if you have the guts, just keep shooting. I just treat it as borrowing arrows from a straw boat. Abyss Demon, eh? Chapter 717. The Abyss Demon's doomsday destruction was not launched. This does not mean that the Goblin King can perfectly snipe Mu Hua's side. Not to mention that Mu Hua did not protect the Abyss Demon when he cast the spell. In fact, Mu Hua himself can also cast doomsday destruction. After the Abyss Demon repeatedly tossed and turned, Mu Hua finally gave up, and let it hold back the doomsday destruction. The reason is probably that the Goblin King's ammunition consumption is a bit too much. The three directions outside the Goblin King City have launched the Guardian from the Forgotten World. The large area outside the Goblin King City has been changed by this defensive barrier. And this barrier is basically like nothing to life forms, and has no blocking effect at all. If you don't step into it, it can almost play an absolute defensive role against external attacks above a certain intensity. Because even doomsday destruction cannot achieve cross-dimensional interference. If you don't have the diamond drill, don't take on porcelain work. The monster forces in this courtyard repeatedly verified the meaning of this sentence for Mu Hua. The ammunition and arrows of the origin bullet level were soaring at will. In order to protect the forest front, the Forgotten Guard was opened at once. If you want to run to the human world to open a courtyard, you can't just get a world fragment to open it. If the combat power is not enough, you can make up for it with combat preparations. The Goblin King is really rich, or the Lord of the Courtyard has a really rich family. The long-range attack outside the barrier has lost its meaning, and entering the forest belt has become an inevitable option. In the end, the war triggered a demon tide. Before the undead came out, groups of summoned beasts took the lead in stepping on the frozen soil of the dense forest. Die! Die! Get out of my way! Roar! The Abyss Demon picked up the sword again, and while running, some of its weaker summoned beasts were trampled to death and kicked away. The Abyss Demon's brain is not very good. This kind of demon usually roars and laughs strangely, and basically doesn't talk much. At this moment, it curses continuously. It is probably because Mu Hua used it to borrow arrows before, and it was really angry. The demons rushed and trampled on the ice. The smaller summoned beasts rushed into the woods, and were covered by the dense forest in a blink of an eye. And those huge and powerful monsters brute force ran the trees, blocking their way. It was more like destroying the forest to open the way than charging. The Abyss Demon swung the sword, and where the heavy blade passed, large pieces of giant trees that had lost their toughness collapsed and shattered. Stepping into the range of the Forgotten Protection, the enemy is hard to find, cold guns are everywhere, and the summoned beasts also began to release their own innate magic randomly. The evil dragon swooped down and breathed under the treetops, and was sometimes pierced by long-range crossbow arrows. The dragon attacked the royal city, and was inevitably shot into a sieve by machine guns. Seeing that the weak monsters around were casting spells, the Abyss Demon stabbed the sword on the ground, and tried to hold back another doomsday destruction. Well, doomsday destruction cannot reach the protected area if it is thrown outside the Forgotten Guardian. If doomsday destruction explodes inside the Forgotten Guardian, because of the compression of space, not only may the power be greater, but it will basically not affect the outside of the barrier. Although the forest area in front of the goblin is regarded as the battle line, it is still within the effective coverage of doomsday destruction. After all, it is a wide area forbidden spell that kills indiscriminately. At this time, the Abyss Demon's spell cannot be said to be an attack, but can basically be regarded as self-destruction. It is also within the attack range of this magic. Seeing the Abyss Demon's evil play, the reaction of the Goblin King is unknown, but his own summoned beast is the first to jump. The summoned beasts were not afraid of death, but the Abyss Demon was obviously going to attack them as well. They felt aggrieved and did not receive Mu Hua's heroic instructions. The monsters that discovered the Abyss Demon's intentions all bared their teeth at it. Puff, puff, puff. The Abyss Demon, with a sword, began to shiver again. The concentrated fire from the goblin side once again left messy bullet holes and arrows on the Abyss Demon. Although his own powerful summoned beast was sniped by the monster again, Mu Hua covered his face with an inexplicable sense of joy in his heart. Looking at the Abyss Demon, who was being paid special attention by the enemy and rejected by his own colleagues, Mu Hua couldn't help but smile strangely. The demon dissipated, the magic circle reappeared, and when the troll's figure appeared on the battlefield again, the distance it had run before was in vain. In front of the army, the Abyss Demon, who was summoned again, supported himself on the ground with his hands, and stood in front of Mu Hua in a half-squatting position, with his legs bent backwards. The Abyss Demon was very evil, including their appearance and expressions. But at this moment, the Abyss Demon's big face was full of seriousness, and his dark eyes looked at Mu Hua as if accusing him. "Sir, do you want to cast a defensive magic on it?" Looking at the Abyss Demon, who seemed to be about to cry, Tina asked with a wry smile. The Abyss Demon was very big, and it took too long to concentrate when holding back the Doomsday Destruction. It had no armor or shield, and even if guards were arranged, it would be difficult to take care of its large body. However, at least cast a defensive magic on it, and the Doomsday Destruction might be held back. No need. If a Doomsday Destruction falls, at least the area within 100 miles will be in a desperate situation. The spoils of war will be destroyed, and the environment will be difficult to recover for 100 years. In fact, I am quite hesitant whether to cast it, Mu Hua said. Master, you just told me to let it go. Mu Hua's words contained a rejection of the Doomsday Destruction. The Abyss Demon felt that he had been tricked by this unscrupulous master. Now I hesitated. Go ahead, run for me. Don't forget the knife. Ignoring the depression of the Abyss Demon, Mu Hua pointed to the dense forest again. The Abyss Demon does not need to be coaxed. For this kind of evil nature, whether you give it a good face or not, it will still act like a demon when it should. Compared with gentleness and kindness, evil and cruelty can gain their recognition more. Even if these cruelties are used on them, perhaps you can get a kind of recognition similar to that of their own kind from them. A very strange way of thinking for humans. No need to understand. Just don't give it a good face. Of course, even if it has become your summoned beast, you must always be on guard against it. If it weren't for the upgrade gift, Mu Hua was actually not sure whether this kind of demon could be transformed into a summoned beast normally. Because stabbing the master's waist is not considered disloyalty to them, Mu Hua is not even sure whether this kind of demon can sign a dependent contract with others. Perhaps only greed can transform them into summoned beasts with the help of the seal of contract? Mu Hua's eyes flashed with anger, and the Abyss Demon put away his aggrieved expression, turned his face, and transferred his anger to the goblin. With a leap of 100 meters, the Abyss Demon rushed to the forest belt again. Boom, boom, boom. Artillery fire washed the ground. The artillery fire from the goblin side washed the ground. When Mu Hua's summoned beasts rushed into the forest area, the position artillery blasted a group of explosions in the forest in a covering attack. Under the bombardment of artillery fire, groups of summoned beasts were thrown and rolled in the air. Until now, the Goblin King still had no decent army to confront Mu Hua head-on. War of attrition. It seems that the Goblin King is holding on here with the tactics of a war of attrition with humans at this stage. But this kind of tactics, when applied to Mu Hua, it seems a little hard to say who is consuming whom. The energy bombardment was mixed with lethal live ammunition, flying shrapnel, clustered iron nails, and it seemed to be guided. The bombardment from the goblin side killed a large number of summoned beasts that rushed into the forest. At this moment, the Abyss Demon seemed to have completely given up the idea of a doomsday destruction, and its huge body leaped and ran with a visual impact. The shells that exploded on it from time to time only exchanged for its angry roar. Although the previous sniper killed the Abyss Demon, it was more because the quality of those ammunition and arrows was high enough. The physical strength of the Abyss Demon is still very high. At least it is not so easy to kill it with this kind of cluster bombardment. The sniper came again. Not only the Abyss Demon, but also the powerful summoned beasts, such as Behemoth Dragon on Mu Hua's side, were sniped. Looking down at the earth, Analyzing the trajectory, Mu Hua, who has been confirming the source of the sniper, frowned slightly. Those snipers were scattered very messy, including the snipers in the royal city, who were guarded by layers, but it was difficult to quickly eliminate them with conventional attack methods. The hideous purgatory armor appeared on Mu Hua's body, and he teleported and flashed, and Mu Hua's figure disappeared from the original position. Entering the range of the forgotten boundary, the magic power condensed, and a purple spear that seemed to be substantial appeared in the sky. The lines of magic power flowed on the spear, and with a thought, the magic sharp spear shot in all directions, and the monsters that kept changing the sniper points were pierced by the sharp weapon, and were shattered by the broken spear. The attributes are difficult to determine, and the magic is very unreasonable. After one strike, Mu Hua exited the barrier, his figure disappeared, and in the blink of an eye he returned to his own army again. The final war. After cleaning up some snipers, the scattered summoned beasts were summoned by Mu Hua again. The summoned beasts were messy, mixed, and messy, with all kinds of species, and they looked lacking in momentum. However, it should be enough to fight with the Goblin King here. Chapter 718. The summoned beasts rushed into the dense forest again and again until they exhausted their magic energy, and could not be summoned again after returning to the summoning space. A passage leading directly to the royal city was pushed out from the forest belt that covered the royal city, and the chaos and explosions in the forest still did not subside. And until this time, the elite troops of the goblin side officially appeared in the sight of Mu Hua and others. The heavy armored bear goblins, with destructive lightning, killed the behemoths and dragons that attacked the city. The heavy armored goblins with magic inscriptions on their weapons formed a formation, stepped heavily on the frozen soil under their feet, and set up shields as walls to block the passage opened by the summoned beasts. The elite bear goblins formed a formation to block the road and also cover the mage archers behind them. The horn sounded, and the troops gave way. The black armored skeleton general at the front did not go out to fight. The Minotaur, symbolizing brutality, held a shield and dragged an axe, leading countless corpse demons to the front. Wu heralded the sound of the charge horn. "Go!" Clark shouted. "Roar!" The demons roared, and the dense forest was already mottled. When most of Mu Hua's summoned beasts were unable to fight again, the corpse demons in the army came out in droves. Corpse demons transformed from tyrannical demons, have guardian spirits belonging to black crows attached to their bodies. Unlike the neat army formation of the bear goblins, the attack of the corpse demons was more chaotic and manic. The corpse demons rushed out like a mob, and the goblin war group that blocked the passage was facing the charge of thousands of Minotaur. Die! Die! Attack! Attack quickly! The heavily armored and strong bear goblins saw the groups of maze tyrants rushing towards them. Their voices trembled, and they kept shouting to the long-range attack units they were protecting at the rear. The bear goblins were all very sturdy, especially after they were equipped with heavy armor, but they also knew very well that their sturdy bodies were like the difference between a deer and a rhinoceros in front of the Minotaur. Whistling arrows, covering magic, between the two armies, the bear goblins threw attacks at the Minotaur from behind. Damn it! The heavily armored corpse demons are sending us to death. Let's die. Anyway, the king will be responsible for our arrival. Don't make noise, hold up your shield. It is said that the humans over there have petrified magic eyes. Where are the giant monsters? Let those fat pigs intercept. We can't withstand the Minotaur's charge. The goblins shouted, and the bear goblins, who hid their heads behind the giant shields in the front, were even more nervous because they couldn't see the enemy's charge. There are thousands of Minotaur. As long as they are adults, they can tear more than 10 times the number of well-equipped bear goblins with their bare hands. Although the corpse demons have defects in magic power and blood, their bodies are hard, they have no sense of pain and fear, and their explosive power is stronger than when they are alive. The dark blue body, the flesh, can be regarded as armor, but the corpse demons are wearing armor. In the end, there are only about 500 Minotaur who face the bear goblin war group. The narrow forest path is one aspect, and on the other hand, the remaining Minotaur leads other types of corpse demons to charge into the forest. There are still many monsters ambushing in the forest belt. Those monsters also need to be cleared and eliminated, so as not to face the situation of being attacked from both sides when the army arrives at the royal city. Ah! The Minotaur rushed forward on the forest path, and a large group of giant monsters and ogres holding blades and swinging clubs emerged from the woods on both sides of the road. These giants and ogres obviously wanted to block the enemy's momentum. This was their effective tactic, but in the past, they had not faced monsters like the Minotaur. Bang, bang. Puff. Puff. either knocking them away or cutting them off. The giants that blocked them with their axes swung and collapsed at the first touch, only delaying the momentum of the hundreds of corpse demons. Die! Breaking through the blockade and bearing the baptism of magic, the Minotaur, who first approached the bear goblin, jumped high, crossed the shield wall in front, and smashed into the goblin formation. Bang! Bang! The Minotaur who broke into the enemy formation was hit from all directions after slashing with brute force. Spears, heavy hammers, machetes, these elite goblins fought in a methodical way. When the Minotaur rushed to the siege, violent attacks rained down on them, and the exposed parts such as the head, face, and joints were inevitably stabbed by spears and axes. Some goblin mages would even jump onto the Minotaur's shoulders and necks, facing the Minotaur's head and face, and blasting magic at close range. Bang! Bang! More frequent collisions, more Minotaur joined the battle. As shields smashed against each other, the shield wall of the bear goblin was instantly overturned. Kill! The shouts of killing in the federal common language, the swords and axes stirred up a whirlwind, and blood mist splashed in the forest. What do these guys want to do? Watching the battle, Tina frowned. Because there were some goblins equipped with mechas lurking in the forest, the battle between the goblins and the corpse demons in the forest could be said to be a back and forth. But the group of elite goblins sent to block the passage obviously could not withstand the impact of Muhua and others. Tina didn't understand why the Goblin King sent them out at this time. It should be to exchange our losses, right? Or to delay time and wait for reinforcements? Muhua shook his head. The war between humans and demons is not a game with a fixed template. This area was not within the scope of the Combat Power Restriction Agreement during the Star Patrol Conference. Muhua came to attack the Goblin King city, and other monster forces could also send troops to assist the Goblin King. However, long before he attacked the Goblin King city, the Snow Ridge Ranch had already sent troops on Monday to attack Letitia, and the Death Canyon should not have much spare power to support here. And if the Bloody Hills sent troops south, if there were fewer people coming, they could just deal with them together. If there were more tough guys coming, Muhua would be ready to withdraw his troops at any time. After all, the Bloody Hills is far enough away from here, not to mention that if the army there went south, Muhua would definitely receive an early warning. Even if there were some superstandard combat power raids, Muhua was sure to delay the opponent and buy time for his own retreat. The retreat route was clear, and Muhua didn't dare to go to the Demon King's area to find trouble with Philemon, but he wasn't afraid that Philemon would come here and have a fit. The Lord of the Courtyard should also know that Muhua can fight and run. Muhua felt that the Goblin King's various actions this time were more to cause him losses. Ah! The Banshee wailed. Along with the Banshee's scream, the corpse demons that slaughtered the elite goblins stiffened, including those elite goblins who were fighting with the corpse demons, and both sides fell down. There was a wailing banshee hiding in the long-range troops covered by the bear goblin. Muhua frowned, but after a wailing, the wailing banshee was also bitten to death on the spot by the touch of jealousy. Those corpses that fell down died, or rather, the ghosts attached to the corpses died. However, this kind of attack would basically not cause any damage to the corpses themselves. If another ghost drilled in, it would be another Minotaur corpse. Muhua's family was not short of jealous ghosts, and among these ghosts that dominated the corpses, there were also those who were given special care and were given jealous protection. The wailing banshees were indeed very scary, but in a battle with Muhua's forces, the attacks of the wailing banshees would cost their lives in a minute. Clark! Athena! Push up! Frowning, Muhua ordered Black Crow to lead the army to attack. There would be no casualties in the war, and Muhua would not be scared by a few wailing banshees. Boom, boom, Black Crow ordered, and the army started. The Terror Riders and the black-armored skeleton generals pressed forward and scattered into the forest area. A large number of skeleton warriors loaded their guns and drew their arrows. The Sea of Bones advanced, and the ghosts followed. These ghosts, who were at an absolute disadvantage against the demons, launched a wave of bone spears and white bone souls to the goblins in the forest. Bear! Skeletons with flames on their bodies were everywhere in the forest. Soul-eating flower seeds? Muhua raised his eyebrows. The Goblin King was well prepared. Was this a skeleton to trick him? Unfortunately, Muhua also had a lot of skeletons with flame enhancement engraved on his side. Since he was going to play with the skeletons, how could he not guard against the soul-eating flower, a killer weapon that could target the skeletons? Putting on the bone shield and opening the magic shield, Muhua did not continue to wait and see. Under the protection of Tina, he jumped over the forest area and flew to the Goblin King city. Along the way, he sowed the fury buff for his own side. Seeing the machine guns twisting in the Goblin King city, and the mechas taking off, Mu Hua and Tina smiled at each other, and balls of flames drilled out of their bodies, and turned into fire spirits in a blink of an eye. The flame of life, the fire spirits in the form of angels and big demons. Except for Tina's brother, who was collected by her, the specifications of the two fire spirits were the same. And their own intelligence affected the number of fire spirits that could be solidified and retained by the flame of life. In a blink of an eye, the winged demon beside Mu Hua spread out a hot curtain, like a sky fire cloud in the sky. Chapter 719. Can Datterall replace the Goblin King, and let the Goblin rebels led by him become the monster force in the Goblin Kingdom to deter human adventurers? Mu Hua has also thought about this question, but the result is no. Because Mu Hua does not have the rich family background of Philemon, even if the problem of projected monsters is not considered, the Goblin King can continue to make a comeback after being defeated, while if it is Datterall, let alone defeat, it is very likely that a full-scale war will be fought and the family will run out of ammunition and food. Apart from the replenishment of personnel, weapons and ammunition, equipment loss, energy reserves, war preparations, etc., Mu Hua may be able to support Datterall for a wave, but he certainly cannot continue to supply it. Datterall's Goblin rebels may not be able to defeat the Goblin King, but they definitely cannot defeat the Goblin King. Goblin King City. In midair, under the protection of hundreds of fire spirits, Mu Hua looked more like a fire demon than Tina. And these fire spirits also made the mechas in the Goblin King City uneasy. Chainsaws, swords, guns, and machine guns were all lowered, as if they were afraid that Mu Hua would wave his hand, and the fire spirits in the sky would pounce on them. Powerful original sin. Please stop attacking our tribe. The vast courtyard has endless land. You don't have to plunder us. The great Goblin King is willing to establish friendship with you. We can promote the reproduction of goblins better than the rebels, whether they are goblins or giant monsters. The king brought enough goodwill. These are the gifts selected by the king for you. They are very valuable to humans. The fighting in the forest belt around the king's city is still going on. Facing Mu Hua, who crossed the forest front and went straight to the outside of the city, a goblin general on the wall of the royal city shouted loudly, and the direction of his finger turned out to be a group of cat girls with animal ears wearing slave collars on their necks, shivering due to the cold. Cat girls, this can be regarded as a general term for a type of orcs. Simply put, the entire orc group in hell can be roughly divided into goblins, dwarf orcs, ogres, and cat girls. In terms of human conventional cognition, gnolls, pig-headed people, and the like are classified as dwarf orcs, and bull monsters and lizard monsters are classified as ogres. And cat girls mainly refer to those cat people and fox people with humanoid physiques, humanoid appearances, and animal ears and tails. It's just that the orc tribes including gnolls and bull monsters are also more severely affected in hell. Slaughter, torture, being used as cannon fodder, and food are all normal. The number of these orc tribes is also small, and they are uniformly called orcs in hell. The ability to reproduce is so strong, and at the same time, there is support from the devil. In many cases, even the weaker goblins represent the entire beastmen tribe. Among these beastmen, catmen and foxmen are more in line with human aesthetics. Compared with foxmen, who are good at casting spells, catmen who grow more physically are easier to control. The so-called cat girls are just a name for monsters to cooperate with humans. Animal ears, human shape, beautiful face, and thick hair on the hands and feet are probably the overall characteristics of cat girls. Catmen and foxmen do not specifically refer to cats and foxes, or, according to the shape of their animal ears and tails, they refer to the cat family and canine family. They are full of animal nature, but it must be said that although the human world prohibits them from settling, there are still some people in the courtyard world who like to raise them, and even some courtyard countries will recognize them as legal subhuman citizens. Most of the cat girls brought out by the goblin general are female. Demons like to torture and play with them. The strong will lead the trend, and goblins will follow suit, so their number is smaller, and they also have a good market in hell. What about goo? I have no interest in orcs. These belong to me. I can consider withdrawing. Looking at the situation in the royal city, Mu Hua frowned, but pointed his finger at the mechas in the city. In terms of human aesthetics, whether female or male, cat girls are generally quite delicate and look more feminine, so people call them cat girls instead of cat people. However, Mu Hua does not control animal ears. He classifies cat girls as those who can only be viewed from a distance. Because although they are beautiful cat-eared girls if they are well treated, the hair removal and deodorization cannot be interrupted. It's okay to be fresh occasionally, but long-term contact will probably make you feel not so beautiful. As for the sincerity of the Goblin King, you can't say that it is not valuable, but his intentions are not pure. Because catgirls and humans have no reproductive isolation, and they must breed beastmen when they combine with humans. In fact, there are many people who want to promote catgirls to humans, and want catgirls to integrate into human courtyards. However, although catgirls can adapt to coexisting with humans, their wildness is not that of kittens and foxes, but of tigers, leopards, bears and lions, and their danger to ordinary people is self-evident. The Goblin King does not seem to want to conflict with Muhua, but if he wants to spend money to avoid disaster, Muhua will not be dealt with by some catgirls. If the two sides fight, those mechas will be dismantled by Muhua anyway, but Muhua has set his sights on the mechas of the Goblin King. Human, you should show your sincerity. You should know that we can't provide you with anything related to power. The Goblin General retorted. Where's Goo? Where's your king? Is your sincerity just to let me help you develop the orc tribe? Muhua was disgusted. Sincerity? Clear? Clear as shit. The growth potential of catgirls is higher than that of goblins. Does sending these catgirl slaves to him count as power-related? There is no need to think too much. Muhua even suspected that this act of sending catgirls was instructed by Philemon. Sometimes, the Lord of the Courtyard is quite attentive to the development of the number of intelligent life in the courtyard. Human. It's not good for you to be hostile to us. If you rule the human-occupied area, we cannot invade each other. Although the Goblin King was not mentioned, although he was weak, the Goblin General's attitude was not weak. The Goblin King did not show up, including the goblins, who showed their bodies on the city wall. Muhua sneered. It was estimated that the Goblin King could not withstand the petrified magic eye. It was obviously avoiding him. Non-aggression? Don't you think it's too late? Now, you'd better come up with a reason for me to continue talking nonsense with you. On the earth, some corpse demons have passed through the forest and gathered outside the city. Haha, arrogant human, the king asked me to tell you that we will never give up the Goblin Kingdom. Thinking that Muhua was waiting for the army to gather, the Goblin General laughed. Our tenacity has earned us rewards from the Lord, and the king has even been awarded a world fragment. The Lord will be responsible for our advent consumption, provide us with weapons and equipment, and even help the evolution of our elite. Do you know what this means? This means that even if we are defeated, we will launch counterattacks again and again, which means that this is just our playground, and we have our own world. And the bravery of our race can be exchanged for the Lord to invest resources in our world. Our race will always prosper, and you, human, will lose a lot. When the Goblin General said proudly, the machine guns on the city wall turned, making a preheating sound, and the power slots on the mechas in the city also glowed with charging light. TSK. Muhua clicked his tongue, and Tina frowned. The Goblin King's situation is much more troublesome than Muhua originally expected. The Lord of the Courtyard here really didn't let them work in vain. If tangible benefits are distributed, these goblins will become fearless, and may even be determined to fight humans till the end of time. Chapter 720. For demons, goblins are always consumables. Under normal circumstances, goblins are relatively less threatening, and Muhua also regards goblins as a high-yield resource. He will get terracotta warriors in the Snow Ridge Ranch, but he did not intend to use the petrifying eye on goblins. The Goblin King knows a lot about Muhua. From the words of the Goblin General, it can be heard that it knows that Muhua supported the Goblin rebels, and also knows that Muhua has the intention to harvest goblin corpses, and even knows that Muhua prefers to poke the kidneys of giant monsters. These are probably the data collected and analyzed by the demons, so the Goblin General said that they can promote the reproduction of the goblin population more than the rebels. The Goblin King can come repeatedly. Originally, Muhua thought that if he killed it a few more times, the Lord of the Courtyard would not invest too many resources in them, and they would also be guilty and afraid. Now, the Lord of the Courtyard not only verbally encouraged the Goblin King, but also gave him great support in practice. Look at the magic weapons in the Goblin King city, look at those mechas. He actually gave the Goblin King a courtyard, and he might even use the Philosopher's Stone to help them evolve. And what the Goblin King needs to do is to keep fighting with humans and consume them. Those support awards are sent out, which can't be said to be fooling idiots. These goblins are really not afraid of death. They are not afraid of the adventurer's attacks, and they are even fearless of defeat. However, it is probably because they feel that fighting with Muhua is a bit unprofitable. After all, the consumption of both sides is completely disproportionate, so they sent a Goblin General out to talk to Muhua about peaceful coexistence. As for Muhua, It is impossible to coexist. He wants to plunder the goblins. But Mu Hua can't help but sigh. Before humans complete the comprehensive blockade of the Bloody Hills, the war between humans and demons in the Goblin Kingdom is estimated to be endless. Boom! 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 Artillery fire and magic officially broke out outside the Goblin King's city. The Goblin King said soft words and gave girls, but unfortunately he didn't give Mu Hua what he wanted, and Mu Hua didn't buy it. The undead army killed through the forest belt and gathered at the foot of the city. Mu Hua's attack on the Goblin King's city was also launched in full swing. The flying fire spirits eroded the defensive barrier of the Goblin King's city. They should have attracted the long-range firepower of the Goblin King's city from a high position, but the undead rushing to the city on the ground also forced the Goblin King's city to focus more artillery fire on the ground. The tough Terror Riders and Dragon 2 soldiers charged head-on to the city, violently and frequently hacking at close range to try to break the city's defensive barrier. The black-armored skeleton general erected a shield to build a defense line, and the long-range attacks of the skeleton warriors and the city defenses on the city exchanged dense barrages of bullets. The Goblin King was really cowardly. Mu Hua wanted to tell him that he really didn't intend to use the petrifying eye to deal with his men. After all, there was no drop after petrification. But the Goblin King really didn't believe Mu Hua. There were large groups of low-level goblin soldiers running around in the city. They greatly affected the attack rhythm of the goblin side, but it was probably regarded by the Goblin King as a means to prevent the petrifying eye. The Goblin King's elite troops did not go out, regardless of energy consumption, and defended the city to the death, which made Mu Hua very disgusted. Mu Hua has a spellcasting team with spellcasting power that crushes the Goblin King, and he also has the petrifying demon eye that makes the Goblin King dare not show his face. The Goblin King must be very disgusted with Mu Hua as well. Machine guns and artillery bombarded the city, but the main target was the huge number of skeleton warriors in Mu Hua's army. Unfortunately, even if these attacks broke through Mu Hua's defensive magic, they would be taken down by the black-armored skeleton general holding a shield. In fact, there were also a large number of goblin mages in the Goblin King's city. However, when the city battle started, those goblin mages did not attack the black-armored skeleton general and the skeleton warriors holding longbow rifles. They also did not attack the terrifying corpse demons, who were hacking and slashing under the city. They were responsible for clearing the white-boned souls, and almost all the goblin mages in the city were blocking and dispersing the white-boned souls that were biting the defensive barrier. The casualties had not yet broken out, and the two sides fell into a war of attrition. The Goblin King occupied the terrain, the city defense was complete, and the energy was sufficient. On Mu Hua's side, the main point is that one of his subordinates can take a beating. A group of skeleton mages are wantonly venting magic in the back. Many of the 300 skeleton mages that Mu Hua trained at the beginning can already hold back high-level magic. Meteors are falling, whales are falling, thunderclouds are falling, and the magic in the sky almost covers the entire Goblin King city. The damage caused to the defense barrier by these hundreds of skeleton mages alone has exceeded the sum of other skeletons. The self-repairing defense barrier will have loopholes under high-frequency attacks. It's okay for bullets and arrows to penetrate the barrier occasionally, but meteorites and acid waterfalls that fall into the city from time to time will inevitably bring greater chaos and casualties to the city. The undead magic of Mu Hua's ghost army is huge, but it basically dies after a few waves. Without magic power, these ghosts retreat. Without the ghosts throwing bone spears, bone fangs and bone souls, the goblin mages were still unable to free themselves. They began to fill the loopholes in the defensive barrier. Those who could cast spells, and those who could not cast spells tore up scrolls. However, among those attacks that consume the barrier, the most troublesome ones are the fire spirits released by Mu Hua and Tina. With the magic power supplied by the companions, most physical attacks are meaningless to those fire spirits, and the morphological structure of angels and demons gives them flexible flight maneuvers. There is no need for any formal attacks. These fire spirits only need to lie on the defensive barrier. Come on! They are a bunch of life flames, which are the life flames that are enhanced by the ultimate magic power of the companions, and whoosh white light. As long as those fire spirits lie on the barrier, the energy conversion devices in the city will soar like crazy. No, defending is not the way to solve the problem. If we don't attack, the royal city will be blown up. At the very least, we can't let the skeleton warriors and skeleton mages behind Mu Hua fight so comfortably. Mecha's attack. Yes, the Goblin King is really cautious. Mu Hua has been floating in the sky for a long time, but he is still on guard against Mu Hua's petrified magic eye and has not let his elite goblin troops leave the city. The mechas spraying flames rushed out of the royal city. It is unknown whether the drivers of the mechas are goblins. The movements of these mechas are very wild, and they do not look like the drivers trained by Vok. And these mechas ignored the fire spirits lying on the defensive barrier like dead dogs, but flew towards the skeleton undead guarded by the black-armored skeleton general outside the city. Mechas can exert stronger combat power in land battles, and it is basically uncomfortable to use mechas to fight against the fire spirits transformed from the flame of life. The fire spirits are first resisted by the goblin mages, who tear the scrolls, and the mecha team of the Goblin King must first get rid of Muhua's long-range attack units. The city can be destroyed, the goblins can die, but we must bring enough damage to the damned humans. Repeated damage will surely earn him respect for the goblin clan. Mechs attacked, thousands of mechs. In addition to those flying in the sky, a group of heavier land combat mechs also jumped out of the city. The mechs ignored the flame spirits, but as soon as they left the barrier, the flame spirits stopped rolling on the defensive barrier and rushed towards the mechs with a howl. Hundreds of mechs were hugged affectionately by the flame spirits. To be honest, these flame spirits are really rogues. They don't need to make a pose. Their most effective way of attack is to smear people. The mechs that were smeared by the flame spirits were not damaged immediately, but once they were entangled by the flame spirits, those mechs immediately had red eyes, and the harsh energy loss alarms were beeping. Well, hundreds of mechas were hijacked. Now Muhua has an intelligence of over 20,000, and he can solidify nearly 300 flame spirits. The flame spirits restrain the mechas very well. One-on-one, plus Tina's flame spirit, the 300 mechas immediately started to scratch their heads in the high consumption alarm. It was also thanks to the fact that their size would be seriously reduced after the transformation of the flame spirits. Otherwise these flame spirits transformed by Muhua with the big demons could probably still give these mechas a shoulder lock or something. Some mechas were stopped, and some mechas did not stop their pace of advancement. However, the next moment, nearly 100 mechas suddenly froze. Crunch, creak and the sound of metal rolling, 70 or 80 mechas twisted and deformed. With the crisp sound of crackling and explosion, dozens of mechas were folded into various scrap shapes. Touch of jealousy. Now Muhua's tentacles of jealousy are no longer just 3 or 5. Instead, the absolute power transformed from the attributes allows these touches of jealousy to transform the mecha into 18 different shapes in a matter of minutes. Crack! Crack! Another 70 or 80 mechas were destroyed. The charging mechas screamed like goblins. It's okay to dismantle mechas, but you have to do it so efficiently. Crack! Crack! In a short distance, Muhua, floating in the air, twisted batches of mechas so that their heads were crooked and their legs were bent. In the mecha battle group that originally rushed out with the momentum of killing, the drivers cheered themselves up with screams. At this moment, they felt that instead of letting them charge with passion, it would be better to hang some self-destructing bombs on them. According to Muhua's speed of twisting mechas, even if they can rush to the front of the opponent's legion, they may still cause some casualties by self-destructing directly. Kill! Finally, there was a mecha that rushed to the vicinity of the black-armored skeleton general, and the mecha raised the chainsaw blade on the side, showing the momentum of breaking the formation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh the strong wind came. Bang! 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 The huge battle axe spun and smashed into the mechas, causing them to stagger and ripples in the energy field. Roar! The violent demon roared. The Minotaur, a group of stupid Minotaur corpses, threw their battle axes and swung their arms to hit the mechas. Crack, crack! Punches and kicks, a real group fight. The mechas with strong steel bones, spreading energy fields, and powerful power were submerged in the punches and kicks. Chapter 721. Muhua's offensive rhythm cannot be disrupted. It is only a matter of time before the Goblin King city is breached. The mechas that crushed the battlefield were not strong enough in front of Muhua. After the attack failed, the walls of the Goblin King city gradually showed the elite bear goblins. The bear goblins holding war hammers, but taking off their armor made Muhua's eyebrows jump when he saw this kind of city defense elite. Does this guy feel that it doesn't matter whether he wears armor or not in front of him? Or is he ready to fight to the death, but he doesn't even want to leave him a body of armor? Muhua is sure that if there is no large-scale rout, there must be someone who has mastered storage magic on the Goblin King's side, elites without armor, energy conversion devices running at full capacity, and human figures also appeared on the walls. Followers of demons. The followers of demons holding magic crystals, and stepping on demon gold coins also joined the sequence of defending the city. They rubbed magic scrolls, and the dense magic array distorted their vision, outlining strange patterns. The scale of this battle was not small at all. Even if the skeleton warriors in the rear array were deployed, facing the thousands of spellcasters that suddenly appeared on the city, Muhua could not take care of them all. Ping. 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 On the chaotic battlefield, there were sounds of broken magic arrays, and the chaotic magic rolled up a whirlwind. Dispel, the magic that had not yet taken shape was wiped out, and the space within the site was clear again. There were many followers of demons on the city wall, who were spewing blood mist due to the backlash of magic. The skeleton mages in Muhua's army, the black crows waiting to be dispatched, and even some ghosts that had drilled out of the bodies of corpse demons, were swept away by a wave of dispel, and the followers of demons on the city wall collapsed. Demon Breaker. This dispel range. Is there a spellcaster in your family, who can also be a part-time demon breaker? Damn! This battle cannot be fought. Attack! The goblin supervisor shouted from the royal city, and even the demon follower, who had just experienced the backlash of magic power, had to take out the magic scroll again. The magic circle rose again, but probably to avoid Muhua's dispel, the magic circle was more scattered this time, in the sky, on the ground, on the city, and under the city. And some clever ghosts changed the target of attack, and locked the enemies attacking the city under the city. If they did not continue to attack, they might be chopped by the goblin supervisor, but even if they did not follow the instructions to attack the original target, the attack was still an attack. The city was so chaotic that the supervisor probably had no time to be serious. Some people cursed the magic scrolls that the goblins got were cheating, but Muhua's dispel was indeed a bit unreasonable. However, the spells cast by these slave demons still played a role. At least the spellcasters on Muhua's side focused on defense, which greatly reduced the pressure on the city defense. The skeleton wizard reinforced his defensive magic, and even Muhua added a protective sky dome to his own. There has never been a lack of stubborn people among the slave demons. At this moment, they were determined to blast a few lotus flowers in Muhua's army. Corpse demons? Claw demons, corpse demons. With a rustling sound, some claw demons drilled into the army formations outside the city. Corpse demons half knelt on the ground, and behind them, a group of banshees drilled out. Disperse. Yes, it was the demon destroyer again. This time, not only did they sweep away the unformed magic, but some of the activated magic was also dispersed and swept into dots. Judging from the posture of those banshees, this was the real demon-destroying force in Muhua's army. Unlike the previous wave of dispelling, the followers, including the goblins, are not demons, and most of them can't actually see ghosts. Even if the banshee has a strong sense of presence, and applies a breath of cracks to herself, the banshee will hide her figure in the eyes of those mentally weak people. Fuck. Cheating, right? The follower who can't see the banshee cursed blankly. What's the point of fighting this battle? The follower who vaguely saw the banshee was crazy when he saw the banshee who was guarding in different places, and didn't participate in the attack at all, as if he was just waiting to be dispelled again. Attack! Don't stop! Idiot, keep attacking, and those who disobey will die. The goblin supervisor shouted angrily, and the skeleton wizard under the city had already cast attack magic again. Bang, bang, boom. The magic smashed the barrier, and the magic that occasionally penetrated the loopholes also caused a large number of casualties on the top of the city. Fortunately, the goblins were not too crazy about their own people. They laid independent defensive magic on the top of the city, which at least prevented the defenders on the city from fleeing. The fierce attack and tenacious defense, the goblins were angry that they could not cause much damage to Muhua, and Muhua was also dissatisfied with the goblins' crazy consumption of the spoils that should have belonged to him. Climbing up the city wall with gravity magic, breaking the defensive barrier, the Dragon 2 soldier's bone claws ghostly grabbed the eaves of the city wall. Bang! The Dragon 2 soldier who just showed his head was hit by the heavy hammer. Bang! The Dragon 2 soldier, who was hammered far away, fell from the sky and fell far back to the city. Bang! Bang! The Dragon 2 soldiers climbed the city like ghosts, and because of the lack of a foothold, they were smashed down by the heavy hammer. The Dragon 2 soldier who fell down from the city lay dead for a short time, then he climbed up again with a groan, his jaws clacking, and he roared silently towards the city, then he rushed down to the city again, with his big tail swinging. The chaotic battle to attack the city was equally fierce. Muhua had quite a few combat units to attack the city, but without the Dragon 2 soldiers' sharp blades that could break the magic, even if the Terror Riders and Corpse Demons climbed up to the top of the city, it would be difficult to break the barrier and climb onto the city wall. The high frequency and powerful attacks broke up the barrier on the city wall, and they were more fighting with the city wall itself, trying to forcibly demolish the outer wall of the royal city. Between the attack and defense, a Dragon 2 soldier finally climbed onto the top of the city. Puff, 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 blood splattered, and the down-to-earth Dragon 2 soldiers completely showed their ferocious nature. Even if they were surrounded, the elite goblins on the city could not restrict the actions of the Dragon 2 soldiers. These Dragon 2 soldiers had long been smashed into bugs by the physical crystals. At least they were definitely bugs here in the goblin. Either they were hacked to death or knocked over and thrown away in the resistance. The Dragon 2 soldiers, who climbed the city, rampaged and killed on the top of the city. Dang, the chains were thrown, and several thick chains were put on the Dragon 2 soldiers. Bang, the chains tightened, and the Dragon 2 soldiers were dragged to the ground. Mecha, armor, manually controlled gear rollers, the other end of the chain output a huge force to counter the Dragon 2 soldiers, and the trapped Dragon 2 soldiers finally stopped their rampage. Puff, puff, there was no time to celebrate, and the whole body was shrouded in the light of the enhancement magic. Several goblin generals had no time to try to smash the joints of the trapped Dragon 2 soldiers with brute force, and another Dragon 2 soldier climbed up the city. Again and again, more and more Dragon 2 soldiers climbed the city, and the garrison forces on the city wall collapsed everywhere. Fires rose in the Bear City. Amid the noisy shouts, a fire spirit invaded the barrier, passed through the defense system of the royal city, and fell into the city from a high altitude. Boom, boom, violent explosion sounded in the city. That was the attack launched by the goblin on the fire spirit. Like the Dragon 2 soldiers climbing the city, as the first fire spirit passed through the barrier, in the vast goblin royal city, fire spirits fell one by one, and groups of life flames rose. The royal city was lost, and more loopholes appeared in the defense barrier covering the royal city, and Muhua also rushed into the city at the first time. Tina didn't know when to touch a heavy shield, and guarded beside Muhua with a solemn face. Muhua's perception spread, and the mouth of the glutton appeared behind Muhua. Muhua concentrated on searching for abnormal energy fluctuations. Tina has been keeping a close eye on Muhua recently. Muhua just improved his intelligence. In Tina's eyes, Muhua is still quite fragile. But Muhua is worried that the Goblin King will self-destruct or something. Whenever he finds abnormal energy fluctuations in his delicate perception, the glutton's mouth will swallow them without thinking. Several energy conversion devices were destroyed. It is hard to say whether it was destroyed by the Goblin King himself or Muhua. The jealous tentacles that stretched 10,000 meters drew a series of whip marks on the ground in the Goblin King's city. Bricks and stone shattered, buildings collapsed, and countless lives turned into blood mud. The fragile person protected by the demon girl is a real monster to anyone. Purple magic sword blades appeared all over the sky, and the swaying sword tips were ready to go, as if searching for something. If there was a spell in the city, the blades would shoot out. The sniper's ding-dong attack was blocked by Tina's shield, and the city was roaring and in chaos. While walking, Muhua sensed the breath of the Goblin King. Raising his hand and resting it on Tina's shoulder, the two of them teleported and flashed, appearing near the Goblin King who was trying to escape, but when he looked up, he saw another eye-catching scene. The fat, and ugly Goblin King actually stripped himself naked, and beside him, there were several equally naked Goblin generals. Almost at the same time as Muhua appeared, the Goblin King raised a flintlock-style pistol, but the muzzle was pointed at his own head. Bang! A shot to the head, the Goblin King's body fell heavily. Bang, 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 a burst of gunfire, following the Goblin King's footsteps. Several naked Goblin generals also opened holes in their heads. Fuck! Muhua cursed. He wanted to say not really, but unfortunately, these goblins were already dead. These goblins were really cruel. They were afraid of being petrified and didn't want to leave their equipment behind, so they committed suicide collectively. The bodies turned into dust and fell all over the sky. Looking at the huge hanging stones falling, Muhua and Tina looked at each other. Both of them had strange expressions. Chapter 722. A sudden commotion disrupted the relatively orderly attack and defense between humans and monsters in the Kane's courtyard. As Muhua launched a strong attack on the Goblin King's city, Muhua's forces withdrew their troops, like a tide to defend, which led to another commotion among monsters. The sky strikes that fell everywhere in the Snow Ridge Ranch, and the southern part of the Goblin Kingdom foreshadowed the return of monsters. At the same time, in Kane City in the human world, Phylong Ridge was under full martial law. Amid the blast of air defense alarms, all members of Kane City's firefighting, rescue, and security units were ready to go. A huge magic circle enveloped the entire mountain range. After a strong earthquake, The Phylong Ridge, which seemed to be ancient and heavy, seemed to be floating when viewed from a distance. Under Phylong Ridge, Mu Hua's purgatory armor had been consumed by nearly half, and his upper body had lost its keratin armor. Mu Hua looked like he was wearing half of his armor. A large amount of magic metal and suspended stone were fused with the mountains towering on the surface through the creation of all things, and the iron and stone melted together formed the core of the mountain. Under the effect of complex restrictions, the entire mountain mimics the environment of an independent planet, separated from the Earth, and the mountain that is free from the constraints of the ground even carries independent gravity. Restrictions are no longer magic arrays, but a permanent magic system that is more advanced and complex than magic arrays. Mu Hua is refining Phylong Ridge as if he is making a magic prop, but Phylong Ridge is too large to combine it with magic props. It is 12 kilometers long and has a maximum altitude of 900 meters. This is a mountain with a width of between 700 meters and 6,000 meters, which is regarded by Mu Hua as the foundation of the Sky City. Separating it from the Earth, the suspended mountain has only completed the initial refining. A large number of flying dragons are hovering around the mountain, vigilantly driving away all creatures approaching here. And Mu Hua is still putting restrictions into the mountain. This is not just a floating rock, a natural landform, but also a floating fortress. Until the restrictions are all over the core, Mu Hua, Tuesday, Friday, and other Tuesdays and Fridays began to burn solidified arrays in various parts of the mountain. Defense magic, attack magic, fog, illusion, optical invisibility, etc. All kinds of arrays are arranged in every corner of the mountain. Through the magic power gathered on weekdays, and the energy supply of magic storage props, these arrays can stimulate various kinds of magic. Sky City Pulai. Mu Hua forcibly dug down the largest mountain range in the city of Canes, almost consuming all the purgatory weapons accumulated over the years, and finally completed the transformation of Pulai's foundation. That's right, it's the foundation. After that, we need to build a magician position covering the entire territory on it, and permanently reinforce the magician position, and then use the magician position as the hub to set up a defensive barrier. This barely completes the basic construction of Pulai. After that, we have to drag some magic weapons on it, build some artificial buildings, transplant crops, create a city system, introduce residents, and so on. This is not a floating rock, nor is it a simple war base. This is the home that Mu Hua built for his friends. There is even an ecosystem created by magic, including water sources, oxygen supply, and other links. This is a sky city that can leave the planet and carry the residents to wander around in the universe. The real core and key to controlling it is Mu Hua. Gathering more soil and rocks, the terrain outside Canes dropped by 7 meters, as if a basin was cut out of the earth, and the suspended mountains became thicker and fuller, and gradually, the mountains formed the shape of a small island. Refining this Pulai Island day and night. For nearly 2 years in the human world, Mu Hua desperately condensed magic power on the Abyss Island, and then threw all that magic power on Pulai. The outside world was amazed at Mu Hua's crazy behavior. Because Pulai Island was only slightly suspended from the ground and did not rise into the air, and the surrounding area maintained a strict martial law, the specific situation of this floating island was not clear, and some people regarded Mu Hua's actions as a joke, waiting to see his house collapse. Abyss fishing provided Pulai with a high price of magic core support, and almost no magic technology was used. Pulai Island, which solidified the long-term protection, forgotten protection, the final cannon, and the Earth Vein Protection Circle, gradually took shape in Mu Hua's hands. 14 Earth Elemental Elves were thrown to the island by Mu Hua as human pillars. Not to mention other defensive barriers, the Earth Vein Protection Circle alone was enough to withstand 6 or 7 doomsday destructions in a row without affecting the natural environment of the island. The total number of 73 elemental elves can be regarded as the first batch of residents of Pulai Island. They are not restricted from wandering off the island, but at Mu Hua's request, these elves all settled down on Pulai Island. With these elemental elves lying on the island, even if they break into an environment without natural elements, the attack arrays on Pulai can blast out a variety of high-level magic. Well, the direct attack effect of black magic is too poor, and most of them have to hold back the death breath that affects the environment. Compared with white magic, elemental magic is still more efficient and energy-saving. After Mu Hua's operation, his friends at home all sighed. Mu Hua's way of doing things is like Pulai Island. This is purely for the goal of running away even if Loren Star is bombed, right? After the elemental elves, the tree herders became the second group of residents on Pulai. Various fruit trees and shrubs, including golden apple trees, were brought to the island. Mu Hua even smashed a spirit tree on the island. Well, this time, even if Loren's star is really bombed, the friends are not afraid of being disconnected from the internet. Filong Ridge was taken from Loren's star by Mu Hua. Those flying dragons that were not introduced to the Abyss Island were all moved to the Canaan's courtyard, and dragon nests were built in the area of Shuling Ranch Hot Spring Village. Polai Sky Island does not recruit dragons below the evil dragon level for escort. The original residents of Bear Pig Town, ghosts, and numbered individuals settled on the island according to their personal wishes. Mu Hua also built a big house on Polai for Nick, Deman, Padge, and the witch Melinda, who had long let herself go. After several years, Thursday came to the human world again, and this time, Leviathan appeared in the human world for the first time. With the rise of Polai, fireworks and cheers, the huge floating island became a wonder in the sky above Kane City in the shock of the outside world. Thursday led several floating monsters to patrol around the island of Polai, and the long moan like a whale in the deep sky was like a mockery of venting repression. In terms of actual area, Polai is actually just that. But Sky City? Fuck. What kind of Sky City is this? This thing actually flew up? My lord, the first kingship, the sixth kingship, and the Black Witch Academy sent a congratulatory message, asking if we would like to contact the manufacturing business of Sky City. Polai Sky Island, Mu Hua's castle, in a celebratory atmosphere, Myling said to Mu Hua. Ha, tell them, no, I never want to build a Sky City again in my life. Mu Hua said with a smile, pulled down a pink girl who was pulling his collar, and trying to climb onto his neck, held her in his arms, and gently slapped her on the butt. Mu Ying, nicknamed Mu Bauer, is Mu Hua's eldest daughter, born to him by Helen. The little girl giggled after being slapped by Mu Hua, and looked quite like a naughty child. At this moment, the main members of Mu Hua's command gathered together, including the main fighter of Dandelion, who had not yet completed the comprehensive elimination of the undead courtyard. Polai officially appeared in the outside world. In Mu Hua's mind, the constraints of the human world on him were greatly reduced. Putting aside the various things in the outside world, Mu Hua's forces also had to make corresponding changes to the policy of the courtyard. You can go all out in the Kane's courtyard. Starting tomorrow, you don't have to worry about any monster drops. Start a comprehensive sweep of the monsters in the front half of the courtyard. Mu Hua said, holding Mu Bauer, who was sitting on his lap and kicking her feet and looking at everyone. As Mu Hua spoke, everyone's eyes lit up, especially the demons on Monday and Tuesday, who couldn't help but grin with evil smiles. Let go. Although they have been fighting with the monsters in the courtyard, they have actually been holding back over the years. It's not that they are hiding their strength, but mainly because Mu Hua is relatively poor. If they attack with all their strength, it is easy to blow up the monsters and their drops. Now that Punlai has been completed, resources and money can be earned slowly. There is no need to worry about those drops. Wide area magic can be used when necessary. Polluted environment can be slowly managed by tree shepherds, and the Leviathan team can also go to battle. The group set a goal. In the next stage, they would focus on clearing out the monsters in the first half of Canes, and first block the passage to the south of Bloody Hill. Chapter 723. In the early morning, clouds brewing water vapor obscured the sunlight. The sometimes soft, sometimes dazzling sunlight floated and changed on the floating island, reflecting layers of light. The fertile soil leveled the steepness, and the morning sun awakened the vitality of Punlai. On the landing pad, shuttles and buses carried people who settled on the Sky Island to the ground and started their new day's work. Sky Island, Punlai. Mu Hua spent several years, or even decades, to build the Sky City, including the number individuals, but not including the ghosts, who are used to living in the internal space of Punlai. The permanent population of Punlai Sky Island is about 3,000. This is a mysterious and beautiful sky city, but like a holiday resort, many people may be willing to come here to relax and play, but long-term settlement is often uncomfortable. For normal life, including the interior, or the underground space, Punlai can accommodate a normal population of about 70,000 people without appearing crowded. However, there were not many people alive in Bear Pig Town after the disaster in the early years. Some of the townspeople and serial individuals were used to the life in Cairn City, and did not want to move to Punlai. The farms and ranches on the island only need about 200 people to maintain development, and the remaining residents mostly maintain their original jobs. In fact, it is not that complicated. They just take flying vehicles to and from the Sky Island and the ground. However, the residents of the island need to receive military training regularly. Punlai usually floats above Cairn City, but if Punlai travels far away, The residents who have settled down on the island will naturally have to accompany it. If there is a war conflict, they will also work part-time as operators of some long-range weapons on the island, which also makes their work and life unstable. Most of those who have the right, but are unwilling to land on the island, are because of this reason. Pomlai is full of life. Even without humans, there are still monsters. Without monsters, there are still demons. This is the home Mu Hua created for himself and his friends. The population is just to add some vitality, or to give Pomlai more life. Mu Hua doesn't care about those who don't want to live in his high-end and classy Sky City. As time goes by, the residents of Pomlai will inevitably bring more new population to the island. The water vapor in the clouds is dispelled, the air is fresh, the dream bird with beautiful tail feathers chases and plays with the flying abalone with big ears, the shepherd walks in the woods, and the water flowers gather in the small lake. The floating trolls in the sky create shadows that drift on the Sky Island, and the sirens sing ethereal melodies. The morning of Pomlai Sky Island is lazy, quiet and beautiful. Mu-ing, come here. In the castle located in the core area of Pomlai, beside the breakfast table, Mu Hua waved to his daughter, who was getting rid of her morning fatigue. Dad, don't you love me anymore? The 2-year-old girl blinked her big watery eyes, left the maid, walked with her short legs, and rubbed against Mu Hua with a wronged look. Huh? Mu Hua was surprised. Then you should call me Good Boy Bauer. Looking up, the little girl said seriously. Bow. Mu Hua chuckled and reached out to pick her up. Good Boy Bauer. The little girl corrected. Don't act cute, your father doesn't buy it. Eat, you must Krypton a few elemental tears today. Seeing that the little girl was about to pretend to be angry, Mu Hua bit her chubby face. Hee hee, no, I feel dizzy. The little girl laughed and pushed. At this time, Helen also came to the restaurant, took Mu Bauer from Mu Hua's arms, and began to force the little girl to eat honestly. At this time, Helen should have just come out of the Abyss Island, and under normal circumstances, Mu Bauer would not enter the Abyss Island. Although the flow of time and the loss of vitality are abnormal, the Abyss Island does not restrict the benign growth of organisms, and the growth and development of its own body also belongs to the category of benign growth. Mu Bauer usually lives in the human world. Mu Hua does not want to hang out outside for 2 days, and then his daughter grows up to be a big girl who can go fishing for rich men. It is not easy for a father to adapt to that situation. The little girl is a pure-blooded human. Because she is a pure-blooded human, she escaped the crisis of being killed in Helen's stomach. For the time being, Mu Hua is not sure what talent Mu Bauer inherited from him, but he feels that this girl has a good level of reincarnation, so Mu Hua started to help her Krypton gold early. Because she is too young, Mu Hua certainly doesn't dare to give her some offensive abilities. He worries that physical crystals will affect her development, and he gives her less intelligence crystals every few days, 1 or 2, to avoid giving her a headache. These should be considered as preferential treatment before the little girl completely becomes a naughty child. Mu Hua thinks that he won't beat the little girl if she makes too much trouble in the future. He will give her hundreds of physical crystals and let her crawl on the bed and go to sleep. At this stage, abilities such as self-healing and regeneration, mental stability, magic enhancement, and elemental affinity have become Mu Bauer's main Krypton direction. Mu Hua spent a lot of effort, but when it came to Mu Bauer, the little girl was very resistant to such things that would confuse her. Unfortunately, her parents didn't like to be coaxed at all, and the little girl was quite troubled by this. After Helen, Alice and Myling also came to the restaurant. This is Mu Hua's official residence in the human world. The girls, who have a close relationship with Mu Hua, have their own rooms here. However, if there is no special situation, the positioning coordinates transmitted from the Abyss Island are different, so it is not easy to gather together. After chatting with Alice about the operation of their own business, Helen and her daughter stayed together for a while, and went to the nearby city to find Samantha. Samantha was also pregnant. Probably because the development of the fetus was not benign to the mother, it would take a long gestation period on the Abyss Island, and Samantha had to hide from Tabitha. After she became pregnant, Samantha found an excuse to hide. Tina was always with her. She had already dug a pit, and waited for the child to be born and hung on Tina's head. Is the situation on Debbie's side confirmed? Mu Hua asked Alice while they were together. It's confirmed, it's a girl. Alice nodded. Demon? Mu Hua confirmed. Yes, demon. Alice said. Okay, she's usually in the human world. You pay attention to her delivery date, and remind me when the time comes. Mu Hua had a strange expression. I don't know what stimulated Debbie to not lay eggs, but want to have a baby. And Nick really can't be underestimated. This guy actually made the devil pregnant with a demon. There are many problems with demons. Muhua can help him reduce the risk of blood awakening, and can also help him choose a better demon blood, but the contractor is also indispensable. Nick discussed with Muhua earlier, he wanted to let Muhua's child become the contractor of his child. Now Debbie is pregnant with a girl, then Muhua has to pay more attention. After all, this will be a good thing for his big son in the future. Chatting about trivialities, eating breakfast with Muing, handing her over to the witch on duty, Muhua and Helen also went to their own things. As for the witches, they were the witch reserve who grew up in the Ash Fortress. They were Trish's subordinates, trained since childhood, and had a strong sense of belonging to Muhua. They were also Muhua's personal maids. After leaving the castle, I went to Odysseus's house to call him. I met the man who was about to return to the Dandelion Hotel. After chatting for a while, Muhua took Odysseus to move to the Kane's courtyard. Now the man has put his retirement place on Pumlai Sky Island. If he was not afraid that Muhua would not pay him, and did not want to work on the farm, he would probably want to quit his job at the Dandelion Hotel. Chapter 724. Boom, boom, the earth surged like a carpeted sea wave. There were no disordered cracks, but the surging earth shook the city wall. When the city wall collapsed, Cerberus with a ferocious face showed his figure, and countless monsters either jumped out of the city wall or flew into the sky, and the monsters fled to the wilderness. But in the wilderness, the roaring chariots and running mechas seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Boom! Boom! Artillery fire pursued, giant blades, the armored division belonging to the human side chased the monsters. And in the original monster city, hundreds of hot fire rings suddenly bloomed. Hellhounds, clusters of hellhounds, fierce hellhounds rushed into the city. The violent assault, and the exploding fire rings, in the city that had been turned into ruins by the earth magic, under the endless waves of fire, even the projection monsters, before their projections dissipated, their bodies had been burned to ashes by the flames. Roar! The same flame nova, but the range of the explosion was far beyond that of the hellhound. The black hellfire raged in all directions with the three-headed hellhound as the center, instantly burning all the living things it encountered. Yes, living things. This kind of Gehenna flame has an extremely significant erosion effect when it encounters things containing souls. The black flame never extinguishes, burning everything, but it will grow stronger because of the soul. Everything is its fuel, and the soul is its nutrient. Whoosh! The wind rose, and the flame surged, and the ring of hellfire drew an arc. As if summoned, the black flame left a trace of fire in the air, and returned to Cerberus's body. Bare. The skin that was originally inclined to black and red was dyed black by the flames. The hellfire that covered his entire body covered Cerberus's original form, making it look like a huge evil ghost. Awooh! The big mouth bit. Crunch, crunch! A group of fierce horned demons were bitten and chewed by Cerberus' 3 heads. As the evil mouth grinded, purple blood flowed from the corner of Cerberus' mouth, but the blood had not yet left its lower lip, and the flames burning in the mouth evaporated the blood. Sweeping, biting, chewing, trampling, accompanied by the continuous explosion of fire rings, Cerberus's attack method always brought a heart-pounding madness. As more and more monsters were taken away by Cerberus's big mouth, it was unknown whether they were bitten to death or burned to death by the flames, and the hellfire in Cerberus' mouth became more and more vigorous. Roar! Roar! The roars of the hellhound seemed to have forgotten the pain. This was a fight between demons. The snow monsters, the horned demon commanders, the roaring demons, the clawed demons, and the demons of various tribes fought with the hellhounds. But it was obvious that the hellhounds were more ferocious. Strange, strange dogs. This group of hellhounds was more threatening than the hellhounds in hell. Although the hellhounds in hell would also be recruited into groups by the strong, it was rare to see a group of hellhounds with such strong spellcasting ability. These hellhounds had many characteristics, such as self-healing, magic resistance, extraordinary biting, and obvious magic strength with traces of magic enhancement. This was a group of hellhounds from Muhua's forces. The leader of this group of hellhounds was Cerberus, but this Cerberus was not Monday, but Monday's wife. There were 3 such groups of hellhounds in the Shuling Ranch at the moment, killing people everywhere. Destroying cities and lands, they killed lives and also annihilated the vitality of the earth. Chaos, the Kane's courtyard was completely in chaos. If the human-demon war in the Kane's courtyard in the early years could still be described as fierce, then with Muhua bringing out the huge sky city, the human-demon war in the Kane's courtyard entered a rhythm of destruction. Fortunately, there were many tree herders wandering around in Boluochin all day long. Otherwise, this kind of violent and reckless battle, not to mention the monsters, it is estimated that the human side would have voices of rejection and condemnation. The offensive of destroying everything. When Cerberus led its pack of dogs to attack elsewhere again, a few corpses of hellhounds were left in the original city, and there was no life within 100 miles. And this Cerberus can already be regarded as a lady, because in another place, on Monday, a pack of dogs led by another woman ignited a mountain range, and the blazing mountain fire spread endlessly. They destroyed a monster city in the mountains, because the mountains were not suitable for the armored division to sweep, and there were still many monsters hidden in the mountains, so they simply set the mountains on fire, then patted their butts and turned to attack elsewhere. The rampant sweep destroyed large-scale monster gathering places. The battlefield will be cleaned up by the subsequent armored division. At the same time, the armored division is also responsible for clearing and killing the scattered monsters in the wilderness. Saturday led the fierce behemoths to bury the monsters and their cities and castles into the earth gullies with the earth cracking. They will jump and cheer on the ground that is flattened again by the earth flow vibration. These ferocious monsters with weak brains are keen on casting spells. When Muhua use skill stones to teach them magic, they even like to let ghosts tear their souls apart to strengthen their spiritual attributes, because they were poor in magic. The group of behemoths under Muhua were also called treasure collectors by the adventurers in the courtyard, because they not only buried the monsters, but also buried all the weapons and armaments dropped by the monsters. They have buried treasure spots worth digging on the earth. Compared to Cerberus and Behemoth, the dragon army led by Lancelot is more sophisticated. They have super mobility and powerful attacks. After destroying the enemy, they will let the flying dragons clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils. These dragons will even help Muhua transport the corpses of monsters back to the capital of Qin. The only problem is that they like to hide things in the dragon cliff. Muhua wants to Krypton to the dragons, but he dare not Krypton to them randomly, because these dragons are all money lovers. They have a lot of hidden things. Whatever is valuable, the more they like to hide. In addition to the headache, Muhua is already considering killing a few dragons to establish his prestige. Muhua's forces are fully fired at the monsters. In fact, it was not until recently that the outside world really realized the strength of Muhua's troops. In the past, the friends fought very restrainedly, and they seemed to have a win or loss with the demon generals. Even on Monday and Tuesday, although Cerberus and the Great Demon were strong, the outside world's perception of them was limited to racial superiority. At most, the Hellfire and the Petrifying Eye were more feared. And the dragon? There were even adventurers in the outside world who coveted Lancelot's body. But when Muhua's people were recklessly using magic, they were not just a group of new and tender demons, but a group of old bitches who could use all kinds of big moves. Cerberus that could spray Hellfire was not the same as Cerberus that could not spray Hellfire. What kind of species was Cerberus with super speed regeneration, affinity for various elements, ability to bite through the air, and jealous tentacles? I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Muhua and his group went crazy in the Kane's courtyard, and the adventurers, who originally wanted to play with the monsters and take it slow, did not dare to argue. Following Muhua's forces, picking up leaks, digging for treasures, doing some adventure tasks, exchanging some ritual arrays from the guild, and encircling the area swept by Muhua's forces. Go to Buluo Chindu to register, get an account, and wait for others to assign tree shepherds to transform the scorched earth. It seems to be quite good. Recently, the fertilizer market in Canaan's courtyard has been very good. Muhua's forces have issued a statement of a never-ending invasion with the monster forces in the Adventurers Guild. The fighting outside is a bit indistinguishable from friend and foe. Recently, the adventurers in Canaan's courtyard have not stockpiled military equipment. Many people have stockpiled fertilizers processed by monster dust that can help tree shepherds restore the vitality of the earth faster. Canaan's courtyard. Jean Gala, the price is going to increase. Chapter 725. The killing started in the courtyard, and the ghosts disturbed the people. Well, okay, let's speak human language. The killing went crazy in the courtyard of Cain's. Because of the problems of endurance and recovery, in most courtyards, between humans and monsters, in the wild, the monsters basically killed wherever they went, and attacked and defended in all kinds of unrestrained ways. But on the side of Cain's, because the combat forces invested by Muhua's forces were mostly demons and undead, and there were many demons and undead with high ranks and comprehensive abilities. When these monsters standing on the side of humans launched a wanton attack on the monsters in the courtyard, a group of battle groups composed of upper-level monsters raged in all directions, with a style of killing wherever they went, leaving no one alive wherever they passed. The ruthless headless knight, The tyrannical Cerberus, the arrogant big demon, the fierce behemoth, they were not ordered to kill and destroy, but they liked to kill and destroy. In the battle group under Mu Hua, the evil dragons are even more gentle and kind than them. And there are many jealous ghosts among the leaders of Mu Hua. When they rush to all directions, whether it is the Goblin Kingdom or the monster reinforcements coming from the Bloody Hills, a large number of monsters that descended in their original form gave birth to ghosts after their death. As a result, the Eye of True Vision became popular in the Kane's courtyard again, especially in the Goblin Kingdom area. If you set up a camp or a village in the wild without a watch, everyone will have a few ghosts on their backs. These ghosts of monsters were born from ghosts and gods, and they also retain their memories and habits before they died. People without psychic abilities will not be affected by them at ordinary times, but when they are weak or seriously injured, they may still be possessed by them, and may suffer soul damage. It is not an exaggeration to say that ghosts are causing chaos in the Kane's courtyard today. For this reason, the Adventurer Guild has even opened adventurer missions to the ghosts in Kane City to eliminate monster ghosts. Many ghosts in Kane City will go to the human-occupied area of the courtyard to catch ghosts in their spare time. They can eat and earn adventure points. As for accidental injuries, there is no need to worry. Those ghosts that are not naturally born basically maintain their appearance before they died. Just don't deal with ghosts that look like humans. But even so, waves of ghosts fled the war-torn land, and monster ghosts in Kane's courtyard were still rampant, especially in the Goblin Kingdom where there were more physical monsters. The Ritual Array, the Eye of True Vision, and Fertilizer, these three are really essential items for the Kane's courtyard enclosure. Doomsday Destruction. Boom. The city of Letitia was blown up again, but fortunately, it was blown up from the outside this time. Located in the southwest of the Death Canyon, the entire city is divided into two layers, inner and outer, and the city-sized city covers a vast area. But after a doomsday destruction, the outer barrier of the city is crumbling in the raging energy. Outside the city, there is 1,000 miles of desolate land, and the wind and thunder obliterate the soul. Mu Hua! Looking up at the sky, Letitia screamed and roared at the evil dragon flying away. This damn human is crazy. How dare he? How dare he release the forbidden spell at will? That damn human seems to be just passing by. Do you have fun doing such a thing that harms others, and does not benefit yourself? Huh? There were waves of demonic roars in the distance. Mu Hua stepped lightly on the dragon's back. The fast-flying evil dragon made a detour in the air, flapping its wings and staying in the air. The distant evil dragon has left only an inconspicuous black dot in Letitia's sight, but above the city where Letitia is, the magic circle like a sky curtain opened again. Damn it! Dispel it! Dispel it! Letitia shouted with her pupils contracted, and the bell of destruction seemed to be heard in her ears. In fact, at the same time as she shouted, some demons in the city who were still frightened by the doomsday destruction had already launched a dispel against the magic circle in the sky. Some demons who looked very strong even suddenly took off and condensed quick attack magic, as if to interfere with the formation of the magic circle. It's useless. Dispel has no effect. The dispel of the magic circle by the spellcasters in the city did not affect the curtain of the sky at all. The blue magic power was like mercury flowing into a sink, outlining the vitality of the magic circle. The pattern of magic power added a three-dimensional sense to the magic circle. As the magic pattern took shape, a large number of relatively small magic circles sank and floated under the huge magic circle. One by one, black holes, like black holes, emerged from the magic circle. Nest of 10,000 thunders. Crack! 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 Thunder. Countless thunders drilled out of the black hole, with a larger range than the thunder pattern scorched prison, and more dense thunders slammed down. Unlike the thunder pattern scorched prison's one-shot explosion, multiple attacks, thunders drilled out from the black holes again and again. Countless lightning flashes were dazzling, lightning and thunder poured down like rain, covering the entire city. Thunder forbidden spell 10,000 thunders. In the baptism of lightning, the outer defense barrier of the city was broken, and the lightning that annihilated everything scattered into the city, screaming and wailing. Countless monsters were swept into ashes by the lightning. The more tenacious inner city barrier bloomed with brilliance. When the lightning faded, the frightened monsters in the inner city looked around, and the barrier finally withstood the lightning strike, but the original city had become a castle surrounded by ruins and scorched smoke. It's over. All dead. Letitia fell down and sat on the ground. Although her inner city elites were saved, the only thing left in the entire city was the inner city fortress area. Confused and angry, she looked up, but the black spot on the horizon was gone. Fuck. Am I a demon, or are you a demon? Passing by? That bastard was really just passing by her city, and throwing a forbidden spell. Because she yelled, the damn human threw another forbidden spell. TSK, noisy, do you really think I dare not blast her? Regardless of Letitia's mood, Muhua said to Odysseus beside him with disdain on the back of the evil dragon. Heh, this courtyard is probably the most failed investment in my career, and this strategy team is useless. Looking at the vast area in the sky that even changed color, Odysseus smiled bitterly. The strategy group can provide adventurers with information on hunting demons in the courtyard to a large extent, but Muhua's forbidden spells that can attack and interfere with a radius of 100 miles at any time. What else do you need information about? Apart from staying away, what else can you say? You are really not afraid of accidental injury. Both forbidden spells belong to super range wide area magic. These things are thrown out like they are going to destroy the world. With such a large impact range, it is not surprising that some adventurers are really involved. To be honest, I am not sure how large the range of doomsday destruction can be when I cast it with all my strength. If I were not afraid of having a baby without an asshole, I would really like to try it. Muhua shook his head, not joking. The coverage of doomsday destruction is linked to the magic refinement and the intelligence attribute of the caster. The normal use limit of doomsday destruction skill stone is 3000 intelligence plus, and the first level doomsday destruction can reach a range of 100 miles. The doomsday in the name of this magic can't really be considered an adjective. Muhua's doomsday destruction has reached the LV max of 100 levels, plus his intelligence of 23,000, so he is really not bragging at this moment. He is really throwing doomsday destruction at the lowest output now, and he dare not charge at all. The casting time is almost instant. It is estimated that if it is fully exerted, it can at least destroy 1 or 2 provinces in the previous life, and it should be quite easy to cover most of the Goblin Kingdom. There are many adventurers running around in the courtyard, and they have no hatred or resentment. Muhua is really afraid of killing them all. Monster. I am sure that no one in the crown sequence can have your destructive power. It is hard to say whether the top few have this ability. Knowing Muhua's situation, Odysseus sighed. Ha, if it is not enough, monster, I dare not say that I will block the bloody hills. Muhua said happily. The cleanup at the Snow Ridge Ranch has not been completed. The original battle plan was for all forces to finally gather at the border of the Death Canyon and launch several waves of high-intensity cleanups of the Death Canyon. This time, Muhua and Odysseus will go to the border of the Bloody Hills for a field survey. Then they will determine whether they can block the Bloody Hills and push the front line to the north. Or they can put the battlefield in the Death Canyon and wait for the human forces to complete the blockade and joint defense of the first half of the areas. Chapter 726. Cliffs, or a kind of geological fault structure. The 1,000-foot-high rock wall stretches east and west, like a mountain range, separating the border between Bloody Hills and Death Canyon. In the middle of the entire border, a rift valley, with a width of 100 feet, is the ground corridor leading to Bloody Hills. If it is a flying unit, there is no need to follow the routine to enter the rift corridor, and it can directly fly over this boundary-like geological fault and travel between the front and back halves of the courtyard. The crystal frost of the Snow Ridge Ranch, the dark blue of the Goblin Kingdom, the lush green of the Mechanical Forest, and the gray and white of the Death Canyon. When you step into the territory of Bloody Hills, the main color of the earth is a brown-copper color. There is more fertile land here than in the front half of the courtyard, and there are also harder rock layers than in the front half of the courtyard. How about it? Want to go to the Rift Valley corridor? The dragon flew along the edge of the broken wall. When Muhua asked Odysseus, the dragon under his feet trembled. No, the Adventurers Guild has collected information about the corridor. I don't want to get caught in such a trap. Odysseus shook his head. Mu, if you really want to punish this stupid dragon, let him go to scout the corridor by himself. On Odysseus' shoulder, the Mini Tamara flapped her dragon wings, also denying Muhua's suggestion. Rift Valley Corridor, a canyon passage connecting the north and south of the courtyard. There are thousands of feet high rock walls there, which gradually flatten to the north and extend for thousands of kilometers. At the end is the Shanghai Silver Lake surrounding the area where the Lord of the Courtyard is located. The canyon itself is nothing. It is a few hundred meters wide and forms a boundary of its own. The road is not rugged. It's just that in recent years, various human forces have spent a lot of reconnaissance equipment to detect the Rift Valley corridor. There, countless spider demons are hidden in the rock walls on both sides of the canyon. Those spider demons are like the watchdogs of the Bloody Hills. Not to mention the other monsters that may be hidden in the caves on the rock walls. If you rashly break into the rift corridor, you will inevitably fall into the spider demon's siege. Punishment? Dryden, do you think you should be punished? Mu Hua said to the evil dragon, carrying them with a joking smile. My lord, please forgive me. I will never dare to steal the magic core again. I promise. I promise that if I find anyone else who dares to steal the magic core in the future, I will report to you as soon as possible. Flying eastward along the broken wall, the evil dragon Dryden begged for mercy. In the past, Mu Hua used summoned beasts to control flying horses. After all, evil dragons flying in the sky are more conspicuous and are easily attacked by concentrated fire. Using summoned beasts as mounts, you don't have to worry about taking care of them. If they die, you can just summon them again. As Mu Hua's strength continues to improve, the enemies he really needs to face are getting stronger and stronger. The dragon summoned by the summoning skill is not good enough, but Mu Hua is willing to train a war mount for him to ride. And the dragon in front of him cannot be considered as the object that Mu Hua wants to train for the time being. This guy hides the spoils of war. Why not hide magic stones and magic cores? In recent years, there are more dragons in the family, and Mu Hua is no longer as careful about them as in the early years. Involving the expansion of the Dragon 2 soldiers, and the forging of high-end weapons and equipment, Mu Hua also wants to get a few dragons to disassemble parts. Under all circumstances, this dragon was pulled out by Mu Hua. If it is not dead, it will make up for its mistakes. If it is dead, it will be cut into pieces, all as a warning to those dragons in the family who like to hide resources randomly. Don't dare to kill you. Don't think that I won't kill you because I have invested resources in you. You are all treasures. It's not a loss to kill you after you are fattened up. Let's go up. Mu Hua spoke coldly, and Tamara on Odysseus's shoulder shrank her neck. The dragon race is naturally strong and cannot be considered a group race. It is common for evil dragons to kill for money. Unlike the dragons that Friday manages, Tamara is also one of Mu Hua's friends. She knows that Mu Hua really wants to fatten up some evil dragons and kill them. Ah! Following Mu Hua's instructions, the evil dragon Dryden felt a little proud. He was Friday's follower, and he still thought that Mu Hua was reluctant to kill him. Flying over the broken wall, Dryden spread his dragon power and spread his wings to invade the bloody hills. It is called a hill, but it is an endless plain terrain with mottled forests. Looking down from the sky, there are almost no peaks on the ground. The branches of the Silver Lake and the Sea of Shan spread a tortuous water system on the bloody hills. As the evil dragon took off, some winged demons fled in panic near the broken wall. On the vast land, you can occasionally see the bright light of magic bursts, which are some demons fighting in the wilderness. The monsters in Bloody Hills are mainly demons, but the demons here don't seem to be actively preparing for war against humans. There are fights everywhere, and demons are hunting each other. Roar! Roar! The evil dragon in the sky flew along the edge of the broken wall. There were demons fleeing on the ground, and there were demons roaring in protest. It was a wild scene, and there were almost no ground buildings on Bloody Hills. Except for the underground magic palace, even if there were a few castles built on the surface, there were demon nests with magma surging around the castles, and most of their main space was underground. To clean up the demons entrenched in Bloody Hills, the difficulty is much greater than the several monster areas in the first half. There are many winged demons here. Even if they are not winged demons, it is not difficult for them to jump down the fault. It seems that we must build an air defense line. Flying along the border between the Bloody Hills and the Death Canyon, the flat terrain below made Mu Hua frown. The Rift Valley corridor must be cleared and blocked, and the entire border must be warned. At least a warning system must be built 100 kilometers away. Odysseus said. Let Thursday take its floating monsters to patrol the defense line, but we need to catch more floating monsters. Their growth and energy storage cannot be separated from the abyss. If it involves a high-intensity protracted war, the two teams will have to take turns to defend. Mu Hua thought. The floating monster becoming Leviathan cannot be said to be evolution. It is a more complicated transition than evolution. Thursday has completed the transition of Leviathan. Whether it is the courtyard or the human world, it has no problem wandering around for a long time. But let's not talk about growth. Similar to charging, if the floating monsters want to maintain their combat power, they must return to the abyss to swallow clouds and spit out mist. Otherwise, it's not that they can't absorb enough magic power, but they consume a lot of power when they move. If they are not prepared with magic stones, magic cores, demon gold coins and other things for them to swallow, they will fight for an hour and lie down for a year or two. They can't fight a tug of war with the demons at all, which is basically equivalent to giving food to the demons. The straight line length of the border from east to west is more than 5,000 kilometers. The demons are cunning. With the current number of floating monsters under Thursday, it is definitely impossible to block it, and the dragon group under Friday is unstable. We really don't need the help of other forces? If we block the Bloody Hills, the Adventurers Guild is also obliged to assist. Abigail, Tennyson, and the Adventurers Guild, they should all be able to send some joint defense fleets. Odysseus said. The Adventurers Guild's obligations are not so easy to accept. After they fulfill their obligations, they naturally have to take some power. The first half can be given to them, but the second half must be fully controlled by us. Mu Hua frowned. Abigail is an old ghost god, and her power has now developed and stabilized. She sent a fleet to Mu Hua at the beginning, but Mu Hua was just fighting with the monsters at that time. The fleet was purely energy-consuming and rusty, so Mu Hua asked her to take it back. On the side of the kingdom of Galaposo, Odysseus should be confident that he can pull a fleet from Tennyson, but he is a hoarder, and that guy is arguing according to the premium standard. The Adventurers Guild will definitely complete the border blockade, but according to how much they invest, they will inevitably obtain corresponding benefits and power here later. If the Adventurers Guild contributes more here, and finally pushes the Lord of the Courtyard, it is possible that they will control the core of the courtyard. The Adventurers Guild has many obligations, but obligations are always linked to power, and power is often placed before obligations. There is nothing to say about their public welfare dedication, but if you let them contribute and then argue with them about power, it is a bit presumptuous. Mu Hua resisted other forces from intervening in the defense blockade of Bloody Hills. Odysseus, who has already entered the core of Mu Hua's forces, also knows his own advantages. He did not object to Mu Hua's somewhat greedy attitude, and the eyes of the two could not help but focus on the floating monsters in the abyss. Regardless of capture or abduction, it is not impossible to expand the number of their own abyss monsters. However, the only thing that worries Odysseus at this moment is that if his family creates a large Leviathan tribe, then as the seventh Leviathan king, his face will really hurt. Chapter 727. Floating monsters feed on abyss monsters. Similarly, the abyss monsters with silly brains also drool when they see big guys like floating monsters. Thursday now has 5 floating monsters under his command. There are not a few floating monsters in the abyss. If it is just to catch floating monsters, it is not too difficult for 5 floating monsters to selectively drag their kind to the abyss island. But it is not easy to subdue floating monsters. Whether it is threats or persuasion, even Thursday, who is a Leviathan, can hardly make them sign a dependent contract. Boom! The sound of a giant falling to the ground. In the northeast of the abyss island, in the mountains and forests, some goblins were attracted by the movement of the distant abyss. Humans? For the goblins on the abyss island, humans are a very terrifying creature. But at this time, those humans seem to be fighting a huge monster. What a big monster! They can sometimes see this kind of monster in the sky of the island. If they fight this kind of monster, those humans should also be injured and killed, right? Or take advantage of them to attack them when they are both injured? How long will so much meat last? Some goblins quietly moved down the mountain. Some of them held sharp sticks, some held crude short bows, and some held stones. In a moment, a dozen goblins, who noticed the situation on the edge of the abyss, and had a fluke mentality gathered together. Meeting each other by chance, these goblins hesitated for a short time, and then they smiled excitedly. More of their kind made them more courageous. The goblins on the island of the abyss, after Mu Hua's deliberate sorting, it was like a civilization fault. It was a group developed from young goblins, who had no one to teach them. Whether in terms of knowledge or living ability, these goblins were weaker than normal goblins. Compared with demons, goblins can basically be considered to have no knowledge inheritance. But just like the sound of metal friction can make people feel uncomfortable, because that sound is similar to the sound of teeth piercing the skull, it is a reminder of danger engraved in the genes from ancient ancestors. If this kind of situation can be regarded as a kind of inheritance, then goblins can also be said to be born with a more perfect inheritance than humans. The goblins who came out of the woods all had some weapons in their hands, including short bows. Mu Hua could not prepare weapons for the goblins raised on the abyss island, and they might not even have seen bows and arrows. But they still figured out the production of some tools in the process of survival. Perhaps, this is the most primitive version of the knowledge inheritance possessed by high-level monsters? Boom! Boom! It's like a super large fish, no, not just one, but several. Those humans, those monsters, and goblins can't figure out who is fighting with whom. But it doesn't matter. These goblins are not going to join the battle. They just want to steal and pick up the spoils. The goblin's adrenaline surges, just like hyenas. The possibility of stealing food and taking advantage of the fire makes them extremely excited. Gili Gulu. Without the language guidance of their ancestors, these goblins can't even speak Orcish, but they have developed some strange pronunciations that form a consensus, similar to the embryonic form of language. A dozen goblins reminded each other, carefully got out of the woods, and hid their bodies in the grass. They knew that there were headless humanoid monsters patrolling the edge of the forest. If they encountered such monsters, they would be hunted down. Jiligwala. The goblins seemed to have a disagreement. After leaving the forest, the front was flat, and there was no place to hide. Some goblins wanted to retreat, while some were so stubborn that they even wanted to try to rush up and attack humans. They thought that those huge monsters might not pay attention to them at all, or those monsters would thank them for attacking humans. Jiligwala. The cat was in the grass, and a group of goblins quarreled again. After a while, it seemed that there were no casualties among the humans over there. 3 or 4 goblins were ready to retreat back to the woods, while the other 7 or 8 seemed to want to get close to the edge of the abyss to complete a thrilling hunt. But just as the 3 or 4 goblins were about to turn around and leave, those goblins, who were unwilling to give up, suddenly attacked, with sticks, wooden guns, stones, claws, and teeth. 7 or 8 goblins suddenly attacked and killed the goblins, who wanted to retreat on the spot. Jiligwala. After killing a few goblins, the remaining goblins danced with joy. Then the goblins dragged the dead goblins into the bushes and began to bite and eat the flesh of the goblins. While eating, they observed the distance. Obviously, they still expected some casualties over there. They were not sure whether they could hurt the humans over there, but if the humans over there were killed by monsters, it seemed good to steal a corpse. Crunch. The goblins were eating with smiles on their faces. Among the biological groups on the Abyss Island, they were at the bottom of the food chain, and it was not easy to eat meat. Trample, tramp, the sudden sound of horse hooves startled the goblins who were eating. As a conditioned reflex, the goblins were terrified and turned their heads to see a headless knight riding his horse towards them. Ga! The sharp screams, run, the goblins conveyed the signal of escape. But when they saw the headless knight, the terrifying magic pattern on the knight's body made their feet weak. Puff, the headless knight rushed forward, and the lance in his hand picked up 3 or 4 goblins in succession. The warhorse stamped its feet, and the headless knight no longer paid attention to the remaining goblins, who rolled and crawled back to the forest. Tramp drove away the group of goblins, and the headless knight once again patrolled along the edge of the forest. Its mission was to prevent the monsters raised on the island from running out of a specific area. As the horror rider left, a moment later, there was a rustling sound in the woods, and a half-grown earth dragon came out of the woods vigilantly, swallowed the dead goblins with a crunch, turned around and looked in the direction of the abyss, and quickly went back into the woods. It ran out from the dragon group. Goblin meat was not tasty, and it wanted to return to the tribe. The humans over there were not to be provoked, because they were dragon eaters. There, Muhua and a few friends were pressing a floating monster that was dragged out of the abyss to the ground. Odysseus, Monday and Tuesday, who had transformed into humans, were holding a machete and cutting off the jealous tentacles on the floating monster. The floating monster was born with an extraordinary physique, but at this moment, it was pressed to the ground by Muhua's magician hand. Whether it struggled or wanted to cast a spell, it would be whipped by Muhua's jealous tentacles. The essence of the magician's hand is similar to telekinesis, not a solid arm. Although Muhua looks extremely small in front of the floating monster, he can still grasp it. After a while, the roar of the floating monster gradually turned into a wail. Huff, under the whipping of the internal organs, the floating monster pressed to the ground no longer struggled violently. Huff, the wind pressure rolled up, and several floating monsters under Thursday's command flew back to the abyss again. It's still fun to deal with this kind of guy. The quality of this guy's flesh and blood is quite high. Even if you kill it, it's a profit. After cutting the tentacles on the floating monster, Odysseus jumped off the floating monster. It's a pity that the abyss is too big, and it's not easy to encounter floating monsters wandering nearby. A floating monster that looks like a killer whale also looks like a very aggressive species. Muhua walked to it with satisfaction. With a strange mouth that can swallow a building open slightly, and the floating monster seemed to want to swallow Muhua, who was close to its mouth. Bang! A slap hit the floating monster's mouth, and a muffled sound accompanied by a huge tooth thrown out of the floating monster's mouth. Muhua's eyes lit up. This tooth is not bad. Compared with the floating monsters that Mu Hua had seen before, this guy's teeth are big and many. If this guy is disassembled, he can make a lot of powerful exorcist bullets. The floating monster was dazed by Mu Hua's slap, and the huge force made the floating monster a little more honest. Back then, the Phoenix Tears wiped out Mu Hua's physique, but after a few years, Mu Hua has already replenished his physique. The consumption of physical crystals that can smash 1 or 2,000 physical physiques for ordinary people by improving a few points of physical physique has begun to make him feel painful again. Dragging the floating monster, Mu Hua dragged it back to the island, and would hand it over to Thursday later. If he couldn't subdue it, it would be easy to dismantle its spinal cord, flesh, teeth, and bones. Chapter 728. There are many floating monsters in the abyss. It is said that female leviathans from all walks of life will use a special method to transmit their floating monsters to the abyss after their embryos mature. It is not giving birth, but sending the floating monsters to the abyss directly before giving birth. So the womb of female leviathan is also a top-level material for making space props. It is said that the womb of female leviathans that have given birth to cubs has a magical effect on comprehending space-related abilities. There are many floating monsters in the abyss, but the abyss is also infinitely wide. In this vast abyss, the distribution of floating monsters must be sparse. This also led to the fact that Mu Hua could clearly let his own floating monsters fight their kind in the abyss, but not many floating monsters have been fished out so far. Unlike the unusual rules of fishing in the abyss, Mu Hua had already fished out all the floating monsters near the abyss island. Now if he wants to find floating monsters in the abyss, his own floating monsters have to flee far into the abyss. It's not that those abyss monsters are hard to catch, but the abyss is so vast that it's hard to find them, not to mention that you have to fight with them and drag them back to the abyss island. The abyss monsters are big, but the smelting output is not very good. The rare ones should be the high-level shock immunity similar to the immunity of objects. But low-level shock immunity can still be obtained from the Terror Rider, but there is a mid-level shock immunity that may be easier to get from the dragon. And it's meaningless to use floating monsters as transformation materials. Even if the transformation is perfected by keratinized skin, it still belongs to the category of magic. Jumping into the abyss will still make you an idiot. If you can't enter the abyss, Mu Hua really doesn't want to waste the limited number of keratinized skins with floating monsters. In fact, Mu Hua had not been very active in catching floating monsters earlier. It was because of the blockade of the Bloody Hills that Mu Hua thought of these floating monsters that were barely economical and tough. Otherwise, the younger brothers under Thursday would still be dragging fishing lines in the abyss to hook up the demons that Mu Hua wanted to harm. Who the wind pressure came again. Because floating monsters are not easy to find, and it is not certain from which direction their own floating monsters will drag the captives back. Thursday went to various fishing spots to carry the abyss monsters that Mu Hua needed to smelt. At this time, Thursday came and unloaded the bound and injured abyss monsters, and dragged the previously captured floating monster to the side to discuss the issue of paying respects to it. Snap! The purgatory armor condensed to solid tentacles with barbs, and the alternative touch of jealousy whipped the killer whale troll. Ouch! The floating monster bound by the magic shackles screamed and wailed, his skin torn and flesh exposed, and a thick blood mark was scratched on his huge body. Thursday's body is more than 5 or 6 times larger than the floating monster. The floating monster will feel angry when being pressed and beaten by Mu Hua, but it is cowardly in front of Thursday. Thursday's several rows of huge magic eyes looked at the floating monster, and there was a hint of laziness in the dark eyeballs. The bullied floating monster also looked at Thursday, screaming, but did not express anything else. Snap! Ouch! Snap! Ouch! Whipped, screamed, and splashed blood. Although the injury was serious, the floating monster itself had super fast regeneration, so this kind of bullying would not kill it. One dared to attack, the other endured it. The scene was not suitable for children to watch. But gradually, Odysseus seemed to find something wrong with Mu Hua. Thursday seems to have been silent all the time, right? Odysseus asked Mu Hua, and looked at Monday and Tuesday. Leviathan is lazy, these guys are all taciturn. Monday, who looked like a human boy, carried a wide-bladed ring knife taller than him, and said, as a matter of course. Monday was used to turning into a human in front of Mu Hua. Mu Hua matched him with 2 female Cerberus, and originally wanted to take a shape-shifting photo for the 2 Cerberus. But Monday didn't let him. Even if the 2 Cerberus were his wives, Monday was also wary of them trying to please Mu Hua, and generally wouldn't let them get close to Mu Hua. But it doesn't speak. Does the floating monster know why it was beaten? Monday didn't seem to understand what he meant, And Odysseus continued to ask. Tuesday, who had taken off his eye mask, had long legs. Snap! Ouch! The bullying continued. I noticed it too. What puzzled me more was that this floating monster didn't even ask why it was being beaten. Mu Hua muttered. The floating monster is lazier than Leviathan. You know what Thursday was like before. Tuesday watched the bloody bullying scene with great appreciation, and said to Mu Hua, Is it okay to keep fighting like this? Odysseus' eyes twitched. One just beats, and the other keeps silent. Are you sure it's just a matter of laziness? No problem. I don't believe it. Mu Hua muttered, and his forehead was full of black lines. Snap! Ouch! Paw! Ah! The bullying continued. Mu Hua and his group were not used to Monday and Tuesday at this moment. Thursday. I asked you to contract it, you should at least say something to it. Mu Hua shouted angrily. Woo! Slavery contract. Thursday made a strange sound in his body, and he uttered a word to the floating monster without any consciousness. Oh! The floating monster panted, said oh, and rolled his eyelids, and then there was no other expression. Paw! Ah! Paw! Ah! Thursday let a demon contract float in front of the floating monster, and started to beat it again. Well, Odysseus has added new knowledge points. Leviathan is definitely the most frustrating interrogator, and the floating monster is probably the most frustrating prisoner for the interrogator. The interaction between Leviathan and the floating monster is really hard to describe. After a while, Mu Hua was too lazy to care about the interaction that was more like bullying than conquering. Coming to the abyss monsters that were placed in a row by Thursday's monsters, Mu Hua communicated with the divine fire, observed the sources of faith in the divine fire, and then picked out a few lower-level skeleton mages from them. 4 or 5 skeleton mages were summoned by Mu Hua to his side. These were the skeleton mages that were derived from the undead in recent years, and they also had faith in Mu Hua. They were considered to be the undead that Mu Hua paid more attention to. Handed a few short spears to these skeleton mages. Poochie! Poochie! Several skeleton mages caught the bound abyss monsters and stabbed them. After these skeleton mages stabbed all the monsters to death and harvested experience, Mu Hua sent them back, and then threw those cold abyss monsters into the burning source furnace. Seeing these monsters that could cause widespread panic in the outside world in a few minutes being killed by Mu Hua, like lambs to be slaughtered. Thinking about Mu Hua's wide area forbidden spells that could be cast at any time, Odysseus frowned slightly. Mu, I heard that the kings have their own team of psychologists. Odysseus said to Mu Hua, as if joking. Well, we have one too. The student brought by Tricia is also my psychologist. Slightly surprised, he smiled and patted Odysseus' shoulder. Ha, I thought you would mind this aspect of the problem. Seeing Mu Hua's natural attitude, Odysseus breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. There's nothing to mind. It's not good to ignore life. I still watch youth idol dramas. If there are any good movies, please recommend them to me. Forget about the kind that force-feeds shit. Mu Hua shook his head and teased. Fighting and killing may create a tough mentality, but killing too easily can easily dilute human nature. This kind of question may be regarded as a complaint without reason for ordinary adventurers, but not to mention Mu Hua, even the ghosts and gods in the Ghost God Council must pay attention to this problem. While chatting, it is unknown how long it will take for the floating monsters that have returned to the abyss to hook up captives again. Mu Hua was too lazy to run around at this moment, so he simply squatted on the island with a fishing rod to fish in the abyss, and Odysseus and his men followed him. Puff! Puff! Mu Hua threw out the fishing rod, but saw Odysseus on the side throwing large bags of meat into the abyss. Are you making a nest? Mu Hua asked questioningly. Yes, try it, I'm a professional. Odysseus raised his thumb. Mu Hua twitched his eyes. Don't say, he really hasn't tried it. However, judging from the monsters caught from the abyss, my own fishing rod should not be vertically positioned to catch monsters under the abyss island. Abyss fishing rods do not follow the laws of physics, so what kind of nest is this? While thinking, Mu Hua retracted the fishing line, then got a piece of meat and tied it to the fishing line. Swoosh! Casting the rod and fishing, this is called professionalism. Chapter 729. The Power of Faith, or Divine Power. As Mu Hua explored the power of faith, he found that the most effective way to use it was to combine it with mental power. The power of faith catalyzes the qualitative change of mental power, and the power that this change can exert is more like telekinetic power than the hand of a wizard. Of course, this is just a more efficient and energy-saving application of the power of faith. Mu Hua does not rely on the power of faith to make a living. He still prefers to use the power of faith to materialize rare resources. Although the things that the power of faith imagines can be negated by trading compensation, if some magic potions, blood essence, golden apples, and other things are materialized, they can still have the desired effect if they are taken directly. And the things are eaten up. Trading compensation negates the things themselves, but it cannot negate the effects they bring. However, after holding back the power of faith for several years, Mu Hua directly laughed himself to death. After many years in the human world, he finally stopped using the power of faith, not to mention the golden apple. Even the power of faith he had stored was malnourished. Just like what Queen Medusa of Evernight Ridge said in the early years, most of the things that divine arts can do can also be done by magic. The difference may be that divine arts can be done more conveniently. As for those effects that are difficult to achieve with magic, if there are other ways to achieve them, the gods will not use the power of faith if they can, and the demand for the power of faith for those effects is really crying out. Sure enough, gods are just losers. Barbara's alchemy workshop, unlike the ammunition production line that moved to Kane City, includes the forging and enchanting links and is located on the Abyss Island. It is the main production place of Mu Hua's assault arrows. Boss, we have tested it. Although the arrows forged with Hydra's teeth lack the penetrating properties, if the sharpness and toxicity are taken into account, the damage effect is not weaker than the origin bullet. If possible, we should try to catalyze Hydra to the Typhon state before killing it. A set of 100-headed Typhon's teeth is enough to produce the arrows needed to deal with a war of annihilation level of the magic tide. In the alchemy workshop, Barbara handed a data report to Mu Hua. Okay, I see. The output of arrow enchantment should also be increased. If there are not enough people, call up some individuals with basic numbers and let them go to Robin for training. Here, this is for you. Process some arrows according to the specifications of the origin bullet. These dragon teeth are fantasy materializations. Don't forget to distinguish them. Throwing a few huge dragon teeth aside, compared with Barbara's enthusiasm when she mentioned the 100-headed Typhon, Mu Hua was somewhat reluctant. Sedila is a hybrid demon with extremely strong vitality, a 9-soul demon. Because it will spread a wide range of toxins during its attack, and it is difficult to kill it quickly, Mu Hua did not dare to provoke it before mastering the poison of the world. Sedila is huge, but the smelting and production of this thing are not very good. Super speed regeneration is smelted to heal. True soul sleep is fancy, but it is basically redundant when put together with jealousy. The threatening toxin is nothing in front of Fenrir. This also makes Sedila a monster with very low smelting cost effectiveness in Mu Hua's eyes. Since the smelting cost effectiveness is poor, if it falls into Mu Hua's hands, it will inevitably have to be dismantled and its parts will be used reasonably. Regarding Barbara's suggestion, Mu Hua didn't mind the trouble of chopping the Hydra into hundreds of evil dragons, Typhon, and then killing them. The main reason was that Hydra was tough and good at poisoning in a large area, and its toxins had little effect on the skeletons of the undead. Mu Hua felt that this thing was very suitable for leading the army of the undead. He wanted to perfect a Hydra incarnation among his friends, and let it lead his own undead army. But if all its teeth were broken, it would obviously no longer be a medium for keratin skin and shape-shifting, and there were not many of them in the abyss, so Mu Hua was somewhat hesitant about where to use it. Hesitation was hesitation, but Mu Hua also knew that powerful arrows that could make conventional combat power threaten the death of demon generals, and even the lords of hell in minutes were more practical for his family at this stage. The way to use Hydra was temporarily determined. As for the dragon teeth that Mu Hua gave to Barbara, there was nothing to say, the power of faith was manifested. With the power of faith that Mu Hua can obtain now, he can make about 5 or 6 dragon teeth every year. After all, they are not as stable as real dragon teeth, so Mu Hua still uses them as materials for making arrows and ammunition. When a sufficient number of powerful arrows are distributed in the army, and a large-scale war with monsters occurs, it will no longer be Mu Hua's unilateral response to the monsters sniping. Even those elite monsters will have to be cautious when they see the skeleton warriors drawing their bows. After understanding the situation of the alchemy workshop, Mu Hua returned to the Ash Fortress, where nearly 2,000 ghosts were summoned. A few days ago, those ghosts who could provide faith to Mu Hua received divine revelation, and the Church of the Aqua sect was built on Penglai Sky Island. All ghosts who can provide Mu Hua with the power of faith can move to Penglai, and they will be trained with more stable supply of pleasure in the future. At this time, the 2,000 ghosts in the Ash Fortress are both believers in Mu Hua, and have the authority to enter and exit the Abyss Island. Greetings to the god. Mu Hua arrived, and the ghosts bowed down to pay homage. You all know why you are called here, right? Mu Hua raised his hand to indicate that he didn't need to be polite. God, have mercy on us, and pray that the God will open the door of truth for us. The ghost said respectfully, and Mu Hua nodded in satisfaction, trying to resist the discomfort of the address. Faith, it is inevitable to talk about gods and gods. This kind of tone is similar to those great men, mothers, sons, etc. Anyway, it is just something that outsiders find annoying, but can strengthen the impression and cognition of their own people. Mu Hua's side has been simplified to the point that it cannot be simplified anymore. I must remind you again that normal ghosts have no gender consciousness, so whether they become elemental evil spirits or evolve into banshees, it has no effect on them. But you are different. Elemental evil spirits and faceless men may not have much impact, but banshees will distort your gender cognition, Mu Hua said, scanning the ghosts. After granting enough Philosopher's Stones, Tamara has fallen into the egg state of dragon evolution, and Mu Hua summoned this group of ghosts to strengthen them, which is considered to be a group of upper-level combat forces for his own ghost group. Howling banshees need demon roots. Among humans, only demon ghosts and witch souls can evolve into howling banshees. This series of undeads recognized by demons as the same race have no chance with normal human ghosts. Elemental evil spirits follow the elemental magic route, are naturally elementally friendly, have high magic adaptability, and have outstanding intelligence growth and attributes. Banshees follow the black magic route, with significant spiritual growth. They are not as comprehensive as elemental evil spirits in casting spells, but under the same conditions, they often grow faster than elemental evil spirits and have higher attack strength. The main fighting method of the faceless ones is to host spirits. Their possession poses a fatal threat to creatures. This is a kind of ghost unique to humans, with almost no spellcasting ability. Its most famous place is the faceless wall built by multiple faceless ones, which is a defensive magic that can reach the level of world barriers. Although ghosts that have evolved to a certain level can also use skill stones, they cannot use attribute crystals, and even the tears of elements cannot act on them. So even in Mu Hua's place, choosing the direction of evolution is very important for them, and Mu Hua gives them the right to choose. Charles explained on behalf of Mu Hua, and as Charles explained, the ghosts were divided into 3 groups. Among them, Mu Hua granted the ghosts, who chose the elemental evil spirits, and banshees, the Philosopher's Stone, to help them evolve. Later, they will lead the ghost group. The elemental evil spirits will join various armies as spellcasting units, and the banshees will wander in the front half of the courtyard, turning it into a forbidden place of death for monsters without psychic vision. The ghosts who chose to become faceless were left in the Ash Fortress by Mu Hua. There were too many of them, and not enough Philosopher's Stones. Mu Hua had to help them evolve one after another. At the same time, these ghosts will also be Mu Hua's direct ghosts in the future, temporarily led by Selma, and will follow Mu Hua in wartime. In addition to their independent combat capabilities, they will also become the defensive link in Mu Hua's construction of the mage position. The mage position with the wall of faceless men. Chapter 730. Boom! Boom! Hundreds of fire spirits flew in the sky. The monsters, like hills, completely lost their lives. The huge dragon heads fell heavily on the ground, and hundreds of dragon heads shook with messy muffled sounds. The barrier blocked the leakage of poisonous gas and venom. The 100-headed Typhon, whose body was originally considered thick and huge, was covered by hundreds of dragon necks, like countless evil dragons entangled together, and it had long lost the appearance that Zadila should have. Each dragon neck was about 100 meters long, and the hundreds of dragon necks gathered together, but were not dense. Even if they died, the huge corpse was definitely not enough to be described as a hill. The monsters fished out of the abyss. In order to reduce their own consumption as much as possible, this thing can only be dealt with by Mu Hua now. Even so, the Abyss Island also marked out a poisonous plant cultivation area with a radius of nearly 5 kilometers, which was considered a no-man's land specially marked out for fighting Zadila. In fact, it is very simple for Mu Hua to deal with Zadila. Strictly speaking, even if these ferocious monsters come in groups, Mu Hua can catch them and be unrivaled. Zadila is a famous poisonous creature, but the world poison is its nemesis. Mu Hua only needs to get close to their huge bodies and scratch them with 2 claws, and these guys will definitely line up to die. However, Zadila has 2 forms. In order to maximize the benefits, Mu Hua did not kill it completely until it was exhausted into the ultimate form of 100 heads. Unlike the giant dragon, Zadila has a head similar to that of a dragon beast, but its neck is longer, more like a dragon. Each neck is more than 10 meters thick. Under normal conditions, it has 9 necks and 9 heads. These 9 heads have independent consciousness. Every time a head is killed, it will grow 2 more necks with dragon heads, and the original consciousness will split again. Before it has 100 heads, the true spirit will not come out, and it cannot be killed by using soul attacks, until it grows 100 dragon necks. At this time, if you smash those dragon heads one by one, it will not proliferate and recover. It is quite difficult to chop off Zadila's head, but Mu Hua did not chop it with a knife, but directly released the fire spirit, so that those fire spirits all fell on Zadila's huge dragon head. The abyss-style Zadila, in addition to brute force, can only spit. When these fire spirits, which are like flies in its eyes, but can cause fatal damage to it, burned it into 100-headed Typhon, Mu Hua then stuck to it and scratched it. Then this monster with a head that is more than 10 times larger than that of a human was directly killed. The very unreasonable monster encountered even more unreasonable damage. Boom, boom! Pulling the teeth on Zadila's head, Mu Hua dragged Zadila's body out of the barrier filled with thick green mist, just like dragging a mountain. The barrier was full of deadly toxins. Mu Hua could wander around in it, but without the world poison as a foundation, some people waiting outside the barrier would inevitably be knocked down if they were infected with those toxins. The huge corpse was dragged out of the barrier by Mu Hua, and then he returned to the barrier to clean up the remaining poison. A large group of numbered individuals released purification magic and caught Zadila for a long time. Barbara took the instrument to test here and there on Zadila. After confirming that it was harmless, Barbara waved and ordered a group of numbered individuals holding sledgehammers, razors, and crowbars to surround him. Several cranes either dragged the dragon's neck to lay the twisted and folded dragon heads flat on the ground, or pulled with steel cables to pry open the dragon's mouth that was closed too tightly. Amid the strange sounds of jaw dislocation, a group of individuals who were proficient in disassembling monster corpses began to skin and extract teeth from the 100-headed Typhon. Baji, Baji. Mu Hua came out of the barrier again, chewing a piece of sugarcane-shaped plant in his mouth. Hiss. People close to Mu Hua saw the thing he was chewing in his hand, and they hid far away from Mu Hua while breathing, keeping a distance from him, as if they were afraid that the liquid from Mu Hua's mouth would splash on them. Baji, Baji. Mu Hua chewed with a look of enjoyment. This thing tastes sweet, but it is a bit like poisonous fungi. Let alone eating it, if the skin touches its juice, normal creatures will basically face a month of ecstasy. Although it will not be fatal, various socially deadly things should be done. Mu Hua is immune to all poisons. Chewing this thing is really like chewing sugarcane, but other people are not interested in this thing. Charles, what's the situation at the Adventurers Guild? Mu Hua asked Charles, who was stumbling 8 feet away from him. Sir, according to the exchange volume and record of the ritual array, the Goblin Kingdom and the Snow Ridge Ranch have concentrated most of the pioneers. The Goblin Kingdom's ritual array can barely be saturated, and the south of the Snow Ridge Ranch Hot Spring Village can completely prohibit the arrival of monsters. However, few people go to the original Mechanical Forest area, and there is still a possibility of sudden monster crisis in the north of the Goblin Kingdom. Charles said to Mu Hua. As Mu Hua's attendant, Charles is responsible for a lot of things. In addition to helping Mu Hua deal with the matter of faith feedback, he also dispatches and manages the staff sent by Mu Hua to the adventurer branches in various regions in the courtyard. He is now the link between Mu Hua and the Adventurers Guild, and he has a better understanding of the overall situation of the adventurers in the courtyard. Is the Snow Ridge Ranch also deployed? Mu Hua was surprised. There are still no adventurers willing to station in the south of the Hot Spring Town and the north of the Qin capital, Charles said. What Mu Hua meant by deployment is not to clear all the monster strongholds, but to refer to the area completely covered by the sacrificial array guarded by human forces. This area can prevent the random arrival of monsters. In the past, the Adventurers Guild also deployed sacrificial arrays in the courtyard, but they were all local and piecemeal, and there were no adventurers stationed to guard them. Sometimes, the hidden sacrificial arrays would be found and destroyed by monsters. Including Mu Hua's previous deployment of a large number of patrol forces in the south of the Hot Spring Town, it was to prevent monsters from randomly descending to those places without sacrificial arrays. Sacrificial arrays are not cheap, and if they are deployed to cover, the number required is also very considerable. In the end, it is better to let the adventurers share the money voluntarily, and let those adventurers with the right to explore lay the ritual array. If there are still places that are not covered, it is more appropriate for Mu Hua to fill the gaps. No one is going to the Mechanical Forest. Tuesday, you should sweep the Mechanical Forest a few more times. Don't worry about the entity or the projection. Leave more petrified statues. I guess someone will go there soon. After a little thought, Mu Hua said to Tuesday. As far as the adventurer group is concerned, the Kane's courtyard cannot be said to be developed yet. It is still in the stage of enclosing and occupying land. There is strength in numbers, and Muhua also needs more adventurers to enclose land in the courtyard to help him bear the stability and investment of the occupied area. In this case, some measures must be taken to make the adventurers feel that there is an advantage to be gained. No one goes to the mechanical forest because it is easy to be attacked by monsters. Tuesday cleaned up the monsters lurking there. Seeing the good news, adventurers should naturally go there to speculate and form a group. You too, go up there and watch the floating monsters for me. If there are floating monsters returning, notify me in time. After instructing Tuesday, Muhua said to the 2 dragons lying on the side. In the early years, Muhua derived 2 dragons, and there are still 2 now. After the explosion of skeleton warriors and terror riders, under the extreme explosion of soldiers, Muhua's undead-derived materials are not enough to make ends meet. The evil dragon tribe at home is developing well, so the dragons are temporarily shelved. The 2 dragons flew to a high altitude with a bird's-eye view of the Abyss Island, patrolling the surroundings of the island, waiting for their own guys who were sent to the Abyss to search and capture wild floating monsters. The teeth and stomach of Zadila are highly toxic, but the flesh and blood are not toxic. If consumed for a long time, it can even increase the resistance to toxins. Well, the premise is that Muhua eliminates the world poison in its body, otherwise, whoever is willing will die. Barbara led people to carefully dismantle Zadila. It can be said that Muhua now has a lot of high-end resources, but unfortunately, he also has use for these resources. From time to time, he has to purchase goods from demon merchants. As Muhua shifted the focus of deriving undead to headless knights, in order to strengthen their elemental affinity, even the external sales of elemental tiers are basically out of stock. After a look, it seems that the only high-end product that Muhua sells to the outside world is the youth potion. That thing is really useless, but it is really in short supply. Chapter 731. Life on the Abyss Island is the same as usual. Aoi, who was sent out for further study, officially returns. In a short period of time, Aoi mastered the ability to independently manufacture high-end mechas and mechanical magic gods. Lulu was amazed by Aoi, and Aurora at Daryl's headquarters even personally invited her to join the company with a high salary. Aoi's learning ability in magic technology is indeed very strong. In terms of magic, she is born with super strong concentration. It can be said that it is an interest, or it can be said that it is a talent that Muhua specially loaded for her when he created her. However, mechas and armors can be said to be the crystallization of magic technology. In more than a year, all the design drawings that Lulu and Muhua traded were mastered and independently manufactured. This learning ability is still outrageous. The key point is that the Abyss Island actually gave Aoi a lot of time to consolidate and study. After completing his studies, Muhua has no shortage of technicians. Muhua has already made preparations for the establishment of a magic workshop and accessories production line. Back then, he and Abigail had fought for equipment in the Akura Desert. Muhua had dismantled a hell warship there. Even if there were some missing precision equipment, or even Kuei who could assemble independently, he would not be cheated if he bought some second-hand goods from the outside world. Well, second-hand goods. After all, there are so many courtyards, and so many courtyard countries in this world. Some are prosperous, some are ruined, and some are half-dead and insolvent. It is not uncommon for some bankrupt workshops and factories in these courtyard countries. Second-hand equipment, 90% new, is not difficult to find. Because of the creation of all things, the raw material refining factory can be saved. However, the transportation of various raw materials is also a big problem when it comes to the production of finished products. Muhua hesitated for a while on the location of the magic weapon production base, and finally built it in the Abyss Island. Energy units, magic cannons, floating cannons, armors, and mechas can be regarded as the main products of the magic weapon production base. As for raw materials, especially energy units where Muhua gave up magic stones, and directly used demon gold coins as raw materials, it takes a lot of money to purchase raw materials. Magic scrolls, dragon power potions, and life potions have been hoarded by Muhua for backup in recent years. Now that there is a funding gap, in addition to magic scrolls, dragon power potions and life potions have been put on the counter in batches by Muhua. Well, including the honey of blue-blooded wasps. Those honeys that are quite helpful for improving the training of Vineman arts, and even gluttony will have also been put up for sale by Muhua. The capital of Qin, Hadiref, Elsop, Cooper, Sweet, the 3 brigade leaders, led by the waiter, walked in the central Mirage Palace with a sentry every 5 steps and a guard every 10 steps. The most powerful skeleton among the skeletons is the black armored skeleton general. Compared with the black armored skeleton general guarding the palace road, the throne hall, and the Dragon 2 soldiers, who serve as guards in the throne hall, seem very weak. The heavy and profound decorative style, the throne hall is as wide as a stadium, and the floor height is 30 meters. Several huge demon stone sculptures are placed in a prominent position. These demon stone sculptures, which can reach a height of more than 10 meters, eliminate the thin feeling brought by the floor height to the throne hall. At the same time, this kind of building specifications are obviously not only for humans to enter and exit. Greetings, Your Majesty. In the bright hall, the three walked to the throne and saluted Mu Hua, who was sitting on the throne. We are all old acquaintances, no need to be polite. Mu Hua waved his hand, and the oppressive majesty in his steady tone inevitably made the three people look at him sideways. This young man who attended the tour meeting with them and negotiated with the demon general commander together, who they thought was a young man who used connections to get money at that time, now looked like a king meeting his subjects in front of him. There were several subordinates of Mu Hua standing on the right side of the throne, and Odysseus was among them. His serious standing posture seemed to put himself completely in the position of a subordinate, which made the three people look at each other unexpectedly. Many people do not have the fate of an emperor, but they have the disease of an emperor. No matter whether they are friends in private or playing around, every word they say seems to have a deep meaning, and the people around them have to figure out every word, which is basically a disease. At this moment, the environment and Mu Hua's own strength are there, just need to make fewer expressions and speak less. The three people probably have imagined the proper dignity. Now there are many adventurers who are developing in the courtyard. Today I want to gather with you mainly to understand everyone's future plans, so as to avoid any conflicts between us in the future. After a simple greeting, Mu Hua said to the three people, "Haha, I thought Your Majesty was going to join us to attack the Death Canyon. I even asked someone to summarize a special analysis of the combat power of the Disaster Annihilation." Sweet, the leader of the Disaster Annihilation Brigade, said with a smile among the three. "Ha, I can complete the attack on the Death Canyon independently," Mu Hua said with a smile, and the faces of the three people changed slightly. However, the governance and protection of the area south of the Death Canyon still requires more effort from you. As Mu Hua continued, the three frowned. Although there was suspicion in their eyes, their faces looked better. "I want to know which places you are going to occupy. Of course, as long as you can improve the defense line, no matter where you want to divide the territory, I support it." Mu Hua seemed to be expressing his position. In a very rough way, the Mu Hua forces have now almost pushed down the defense facilities of all monster strongholds south of the Death Canyon. The strongholds, mountain strongholds, fortresses, and cities have been destroyed. There may be some monster caves in the wild, but the Adventurers Guild has not found large-scale caves so far. As long as the ritual array is covered and spread, even if there are some well-hidden underground cities, it is difficult to make any waves. With the Mu Hua forces on the front line and the tacit approval of the Adventurers Guild, the adventurers in the Canaan's courtyard almost agree that the Mu Hua forces have the dominance over the courtyard. Adventurers with the right to explore are enclosing land everywhere, and those without the right to explore are also submitting various applications to the Adventurers Guild. If Mu Hua does not interfere, as long as he can withstand the monster's counterattack, it is estimated that it will not be long before the adventurers will fight for territory, resources, and even loyalty. No matter where you want to mark it? Elsop, the leader of the Emerald Song Court, asked as if to confirm. At this moment, Mu Hua was sitting, and they were standing. But the leaders of the three brigades did not feel uncomfortable because they were prepared to face a worse situation before they came here. Yes, south of the Death Canyon, no matter where you want to mark it, it's no problem to occupy the Death Canyon. Of course, the premise is that you have to build a stable defense line by yourself. Oh, the hot spring town is not okay. Don't try to take over my Buluchindu, Mu Hua said jokingly, and the three of them chuckled and shook their heads. Haha, Your Majesty, there are giant dragons flying in the sky and behemoths running on the ground. I don't think anyone would think of attacking Your Majesty, Cooper said with a smile. Among the three brigades, perhaps because of the relationship between Lao Lu and the scout, Fu Hua and Mu Hua are much closer than the other two. Your Majesty has taken over the territory with manpower and effort, and now he is discussing profit sharing with us. I wonder what Your Majesty needs us to do, Cooper asked Mu Hua. In the future, I will send people to the adventurer branches in various places. Everyone knows this, right? Mu Hua said with a smile, and the three nodded seriously. This is a hint, again hinting to the three people that in this courtyard, for the time being, the Adventurer Guild is on his side. To a certain extent, it can be said that the Adventurer Guild in the Kane's courtyard has a surname. The Brotherhood of the Dragon will build a guard system. Can you accept this? Mu Hua tapped the armrest of the throne with his fingers. No problem, but we need to give us 1/3 of the quota for the guard team in our territory. Elf said. The guard system is the guard team. There are guard teams wherever there are people. Their job is not to hunt demons, but to guard against criminals among humans. It is not very obvious in a perfect country, but when Mu Hua brought it up at this moment, I guess even a blind person should be able to see that it is more like a gang raising a flag to gain power. Well, just follow the rules. 1/3, no problem, but only the territory you can take. Mu Hua nodded in agreement. It is a legal violent agency. If it involves the law, it may be decided by Mu Hua and his people. It doesn't matter whether it is legal or not. In the territory that you have worked hard to manage, it is impossible not to control part of the guard team. 1/3 of the establishment is a very standard rule. Except for the guards, there is nothing else. The only thing is that I need you to ensure the normal operation of the tax system in the courtyard, not just in your territory, I mean the entire territory, my tax system. Mu Hua said again, and the faces of the three people changed suddenly. Chapter 732. Half a year since Pomlai Sky Island was launched, the full-scale attack on Death Canyon in the Canaan's courtyard has not yet been launched. During the half-year, some adventurers left Canaan's courtyard. At the same time, the three major brigades, including the nobles of Galaposo, moved a large number of people into the courtyard. On the southern edge of Death Canyon, human forces built a long blockade defense line, and the number of armed airships in the courtyard increased dramatically. Mu Hua's forces and the three major brigades swept the southern area blindly, and there were also adventurer teams invading Bloody Hills, but they were mainly exploring and hunting activities, and no large-scale war occurred. Mu Hua was waiting for human forces to consolidate their defenses. There was nothing to grab in the burial ground of Death Canyon. He wanted to march into Bloody Hills, but he had to guard against Bloody Hills launching a large-scale magic tide against the southern part of the courtyard when he attacked Death Canyon. Through consultation with the three major brigades, Mu Hua wanted to control the taxation in the courtyard. That's right, it was taxation. The biggest difference between taxation and protection fees is that it does not necessarily come from your hands and be handed over to me. Although you may think that you have not paid it, it is everywhere. Mu Hua wants to control the taxation of this courtyard. To put it bluntly, he wants to eat the taxes of this courtyard, and ask the three brigades to recognize his dominant position in this courtyard. This is no longer a simple issue of discourse power. If Mu Hua eats all the taxes in this courtyard, what is the point of the three brigades to mention the territory? Isn't it basically working for Mu Hua? Of course, Mu Hua can't be so cruel. He has the ability to blow up the courtyard, but he doesn't have enough manpower to govern such a large area, and he doesn't want to drive away the three brigades. While unifying taxes and tax rates, half of the land in the Goblin Kingdom and the Mechanical Forest will be divided and fought for by the three brigades. 30% of the taxes collected in their territories will go to Mu Hua, 10% to the Magic Empire, and the rest will go to themselves. At the same time, Mu Hua supports the three brigades to establish a country in the courtyard, including all adventurer forces. If they establish a country in the courtyard, they must pay taxes ranging from 10 to 30% to Mu Hua. As for 10% or 30%, it has nothing to do with the strength of the country-building forces. This thing is all voluntary. If you think that 10% is enough, then give 10%. If you are worried that Mu Hua will cause trouble, then give 30%. After paying 30%, you can directly ask Mu Hua for help when you encounter trouble, and you can scold Mu Hua if he does not contribute enough. Under the operation of the three brigades, many forces in the Canaan's courtyard have recognized Mu Hua's dominant position in the Canaan's courtyard. In a normal world, this kind of cascade rule is basically impossible to achieve, because no one can be sure whether you will take all the benefits, and then see that the vassal state is developing well, and then turn around and destroy the vassal state and rob it. But this situation is nothing in the courtyard. Not to mention that there are courtyards all over the world, grabbing territory and so on. Just enough is enough. There are not so many perverts who regard conquering everything as their life pursuit all day long. Just like Mu Hua, he does need territory now, but half of the Kane's courtyard is enough to settle his subordinates, including his descendants. After controlling the Kane's courtyard, he will be bored and will grab territory again. At most, he will do some robbery. Conquer? Occupy? You are sick. Isn't it delicious to eat, drink and have fun? Whoever wants to mess around, go mess around on their own, well, go mess around in other courtyards. putting aside the foolishness of arguing with the sky, the earth, and the air, as if there will never be an end to it. It is precisely because this is just a courtyard. It is okay for you to be the king of this courtyard, but there are still various forces outside. There are still rules. Not everyone dares to do things that are clean, and then turn their faces away. Of course, the master of the courtyard has not been knocked off. This kind of recognition is just verbal recognition, and it is based on the premise that Mu Hua can rush to the front and fight to the death with the master of the courtyard. If Mu Hua is disabled one day, the leader will naturally be replaced. In the end, everything still depends on one's own strength. And you can say that he is introverted or domineering. When it comes to large forces and large wars, Mu Hua's only problem is that he doesn't like to connect and cooperate with others. It seems that he has to do everything by himself. This will cause problems in normal forces, and there is basically no escape from internal instability. But Mu Hua's friends all know that their situation is special. You can do social cooperation outside for 1 or 2 years, but he can do it in the Abyss Island for decades. You can pull out a group of tens of thousands of friendly troops, but he can pull out tens of thousands of monster troops. This is a fart connection, no problem, just do it yourself. During the half year, the adventurer forces of a certain scale in the Kane's courtyard were fully prepared for garrison, ready to deal with the chaos that might be caused by Mu Hua's forces attacking the Death Canyon. More and more adventure teams are trying to invade the Bloody Hills, but most of them will obey the dispatch of major forces. They are unable to gain a foothold in the Bloody Hills, and will not have any impact on Mu Hua's future plans. During this period, Dandelion was still cleaning up the undead courtyard, but Tibesha and Vivian returned to Kane's. A large number of adventurers applied to join the Dandelion Brigade, and the number of Dandelion Brigade members expanded to 10,000 at once, including 100 main combatants and 2,000 combat team members. This was still received by Tibesha with the settlement fee and pension, otherwise she could not have gathered more than 30,000 adventurers. Combat readiness inspection, ammunition storage. When the air fleet cluster of the adventurer forces was preparing for a cruise, the figure of Leviathan appeared again in the sky of Kane's courtyard. Ong! A wail cry came from the sky, as if it was transmitted to the entire courtyard. Leviathan's cry sounded the horn of war. The air fleets of all parties pressed to the border of Death Canyon. They would not participate in the attack of Mu Hua's forces on Death Canyon. Their main task was to guard against the winged demons that might attack from the direction of Bloody Hills. The monsters' land combat units? The monsters on land are resisted by Mu Hua's evil war group. Thursday brought 7 floating monsters to the direction of the Rift Valley corridor, and they also carried more than 500 deformed demons. Thursday's followers, the monster followers summoned by the Force Summoning Gem, because they had enough summoned beasts, touched the greedy Mu Hua and stopped harming those monsters. These monsters have strong spellcasting ability, destroying the monster strongholds on the line between the Rift Valley corridor and the Goblin Kingdom. The Rift Valley corridor was blocked by the Leviathan Legion. The dragon controlled the sky, and 20 to 30 evil dragons shuttled in the sky of the Death Valley in groups. The fights between evil dragons and demon dragons could be seen from above. On the ground, 200 cavalry teams consisting of 100 terror riders scattered throughout the Death Canyon, and the Dark Death riders wantonly proclaimed pale oaths. 20,000 adult terror riders. To date, Mu Hua has produced 20,000 headless knights, who have reached the limit of natural growth. 200 of the leaders have mastered blood mimicry, and a dozen terror riders have even mastered blood transformation. They are all powerful beings with physical attributes exceeding 4,000. Well, although Mu Hua's attributes often soar to 10 or 20,000, a physical attribute of 4,000 is already very powerful. You know, as far as the Canaan's courtyard is concerned, it is estimated that at least 70% of the demon generals have a physical attribute of less than 4,000. As far as the terror riders are concerned, Mu Hua is equivalent to throwing 200 demon general cavalry teams with 100 elite riders directly into the Death Canyon. They can chop and take beatings. Although their intelligence is a little low, these terror riders not only wield bone spears and curses, but they can also disperse. 200 riders scattered into the Death Valley, and immediately turn the entire Death Valley into a mess. Afterwards, the various battle groups under Mu Hua destroyed the monster strongholds one by one in an orderly manner. Explosions, roars, and haze like death breath that wanted to spread the burial ground. At the same time, with the attitude of starting and ending, Mu Hua did not look for Letitia, who was jumping up and down and cursing, but came to the east of the Death Valley. The dragon, which seemed to be slightly larger than the giant dragon. Standing on the back of the dragon, that was seriously oversized, Mu Hua and Zambak standing on the city wall looked at each other from a distance. Zambak, a barren demon with both demon horns pouting. Although it built its city like a resort, it was ready to block the blood-type hills. Mu Hua said, "Friendship is over, let's fight." Chapter 733. Just like the headless knight cannot evolve into a dragon through conventional means, unlike the evolution process of evil dragons to giant dragons, the dragon can almost be regarded as the evolution limit of the skeleton undead. The dragon cannot evolve into a metal dragon by absorbing emotional energy. However, as a kind of compensation, the continuous intake of emotional energy can make the dragon grow continuously. So unlike the standard size of adult evil dragons, there are often normal differences in the size of dragons. Sufficient emotional energy can even make the dragon have a larger body than a giant dragon. There is no qualitative change in all aspects of the body, and the growth tends to be physical strength. Mu Hua got 2 frost dragons in his early years, and Sindragosa was made into a big guy by him using the Philosopher's Stone. Although the growth of the dragon's intelligence is relatively constrained, it has such a solid foundation that it may not be possible to learn magic by itself, but if it uses skill stones, it can still meet the attribute requirements of some high-level magic skill stones. Mu Hua was originally thinking about getting himself a few mounts. After investing some resources, he fed Sindragosa into a nasty giant. Deathwing, which covered the sky, flapped its ghost wings to create a hurricane, and the dust of decayed flesh and blood was scattered on the wing membrane condensed by death. Because of the strengthening of the engraving, the originally gray dust turned into ice fog, which was composed of tiny particles with the color of ice crystals. Although it was not as strong as the immediate damage of the death dust, these ice fogs were more difficult to dispel, and the melting of ice fog turned into poisonous water with extremely strong corrosive effects, which was more difficult to clean up after being stained on the body. The mark of corpse accumulation prevents Sindragosa from becoming a monster that spreads bone burials everywhere, but it still likes to spread ice mist. It's not that it can't control itself, just like people's normal breathing. Spreading death dust is a natural physiological characteristic of dragons, and it's normal for them to spread it naturally. Once they enter the combat state, if they don't deliberately adjust, just like people's rapid breathing after strenuous exercise, dragons often still spread this kind of death dust that is more seriously polluted than death. Who the frequent sound of wind pressure, I don't know if it's the sound of the wind or the strange sound brewing in Sindragosa's throat. At this moment, Sephiron is flying beside Sindragosa, but the size of the dragon is only about 1/10 of Sindragosa's size, and Sephiron looks extremely small next to Sindragosa. Mu Hua has never krypton the Philosopher's Stone to Sephiron. It can't be said that he is partial to Sindragosa. The main reason is that Mu Hua positions Sindragosa as a mount. As for Sephiron, if there is a chance, Mu Hua wants to throw it into the source of the aging wind to see if it can evolve into a metal dragon. However, a metal dragon is a real scourge, and it is estimated that it cannot be ridden everywhere. Human! You deceived me. Damn it! Your meanness will be despised by your own kind. Looking up at the dragon that covered the sky, Zambak shouted angrily on the wall. Death Canyon is in chaos. Zambak was a little happy when he knew that Mu Hua was going to make trouble. If humans occupied Death Canyon, they would definitely block the bloody hills. Then, they would put up Mu Hua's signboard and stay in the human sphere of influence. They would no longer have to worry about being summoned by the commander. Even if they were summoned, they would not be able to pass. Isn't it reasonable? But when the war just started, he didn't make it difficult for the human adventurers who were playing and resting in the city to withdraw. But Mu Hua didn't bother to find trouble with the demon generals, but came to his city head first to shout and kill. We agreed to coexist peacefully, and we agreed to mutual benefit. How can you be so mean? So Zambak, you lack reverence. Looking down at Zambak in the city, Mu Hua said unhappily. To be honest, Mu Hua really didn't think he was so mean. Zambak's resort was well built, and he didn't really want to kill Zambak. Mu Hua just asked Zambak's real body to come. Well, it's not a very friendly request to let the projected demon's real body come to the human-occupied area. But look at how he speaks so arrogantly now. If you can't control his real body, the projection demon is not afraid of death at all. Who will be responsible if he causes a big mess? In fact, there are demon forces coexisting with humans in many courtyards, including those controlled by humans. Those demon forces either live in harmony with humans or lie in a neutral position. They only attack humans occasionally. Just like the goblin rebels in the Canaan's courtyard, although Mu Hua pushed the goblin king, Dataral did not move. To put it in a positive direction, the goblin tribe can cultivate the combat ability of the people in the courtyard. To put it in a negative way, Dataral can help him deal with some restless human forces. In addition to being greedy for the goblin's body, this obedient monster is also a hidden link for Mu Hua to control the people in the courtyard. This link can be used not only by Mu Hua, but also by the 3 major brigades if necessary. That's why everyone tacitly ignored Dataral's goblin rebels, and allowed them to occupy a piece of land in the Goblin Kingdom and develop. It's a kind of unspoken rule that the superiors are immoral and smoking. This kind of thing is actually everywhere in human society. Big countries support some small countries that are jumping around, terrorist organizations that can never be destroyed, enduring money laundering companies, mushrooming business K clubs, members of gangs who change their identities, etc. It's basically like this. There are humans who cultivate demonic forces, but there is also a key link, that is, those demons who fight to the death with the brave must be the real body, not the projection. In short, I cannot hit you, but I can definitely kill you. Among the heroes produced by some courtyards controlled by humans, many of them can be killed by a slap from the devil, but they can't be killed no matter what, and they can even play sentimental games with the devil in the end. You can try to change a projection devil. As for the unlucky child Zambak, Mu Hua has a deep connection with him. Mu Hua really doesn't want to kill him, but just asks him to come in his real body. Trust? Bah! Cunning human, your treachery can make the devil ashamed. Why should I trust you? Zambak scolded. I am a foreign devil. Mu Hua spread his hands and explained the facts. Zambak. Believe me, you should know that I don't need to lie to you. Moreover, to me, your value is definitely not limited to a resort, right? Trust can even exchange for my support for you. Glancing at a dragon in the city that was baring its teeth at him, Mu Hua patiently advised. The arrival of the real body is the shackles of death. Support? Do I dare to ask for your support? Human, put away your weak deception. The devil will never put itself in an environment where growth and death are linked together, Zambak said with disgust. Regardless of the reason, Mu Hua can tolerate him now, but Zambak is also very clear that if he grows up and makes Mu Hua feel threatened, he will inevitably be abandoned. Zambak is a demon, and it is normal for him to be abandoned. The premise of his obedience to Mu Hua is that Mu Hua cannot really kill him. Let alone whether he can surpass this damned human. He squats in the courtyard for emotional energy, for growth, and for becoming stronger. Let alone demons. No one likes an environment where the more you grow and become stronger, the easier it is to be ripped off. The arrival of the main body is simply putting the cart before the horse, and Zambak responds to Mu Hua's persuasion with absolute contempt. So, are you really not afraid of death? Have you forgotten my petrified magic eye? Mu Hua curled his lips. This demon really doesn't know how to persuade. Of course I know. Haha, human, you can try. Believe me, you will get nothing. Your petrification will not get you a statue. I will only leave you rubble. I will also blow up the entire city. You will get nothing. Zambak grinned. There is nothing to say. It is estimated that Zambak has ambushed people in the dark. If Mu Hua wants to kill him, he can't escape. But if Mu Hua petrifies him, the people he arranged in the dark should crush him. Let me go into the Rift Valley corridor. As long as you let me leave, everything here is yours. Zambak opened his arms, and indicated that he would give Mu Hua the city he built with great effort. Leave the dragon. Mu Hua frowned. It really didn't matter whether Zambak killed him or not, but at the same time, he didn't care about Zambak's city. This place is remote, with no resources and no environment. Polai Sky Island was built, and Mu Hua was short of money, but he had lost his obsession long ago. He didn't take the monster's drop seriously, let alone care about such a resort. Don't go too far. Impossible. No one will stay. They are my loyal warriors, and they all have to follow me. Zambak scolded angrily, and seemed to be encouraging the monsters in the city. TSK. Mu Hua clicked his tongue, and without any signs, Zambak, who was standing on the top of the city, was petrified. The dragon in the city was not a projection, and Mu Hua didn't care if Zambak wanted to leave, but he also wanted to take the monsters in the city with him. Compared to the city, Mu Hua was more interested in the corpses and magic stones of the monsters in the city. He was an adventurer, a ghost, and not a demon. Did he really think he was easy to talk to? Bang! The stone statue, with a terrified expression, was smashed to the ground by a long-range shot. Boom! 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 Inside the defensive barrier, explosions were everywhere in the city, and the flames of the explosions covered the entire city. The city walls collapsed, monsters howled, and the buildings in the city collapsed. In an instant, the entire city turned into ruins and fell into a sea of fire. Mu Hua's eyes twitched. This damn demon was really stubborn and played really hard. On! The city was destroyed, countless monsters were killed and injured, and the monsters that were not dead fled in all directions. This explosion obviously couldn't kill the dragon, and the dragon in the city pounced on Mu Hua. This guy, no matter what, he was going to die, but he looked like he was going to fight Mu Hua to the death. Pop! The explosion sounded, and the dragon rolled in the sky for a while, and the death fog on his body was dispersed. Crack, crack. The touch of jealousy twisted the dragon into a dough twist. Mu Hua nodded with satisfaction. This was another few hundred dragon teeth soldiers. Compared with the city, Mu Hua still valued this dragon more. Perhaps inspired by Zambak's heroic deeds, the monsters that escaped from the Sea of Fire did not forget to roar at Mu Hua angrily. In a scene of disaster, violent humans, victimized demons, and the ghosts and gods in the sky driving the dragon, well, a harmonious place where humans and demons coexisted, this is considered to be scrapped again. Chapter 734. Death Canyon stretches from east to west, boundless, but the reason why it is called a canyon is that it is not very wide from north to south. From the Bloody Hills to the south, ordinary birds can cross the Death Canyon and reach the southern area in about 1 or 2 hours. If it is a winged demon, it can reach the blockade line arranged by humans in the south of the Death Canyon in half an hour of full-speed flight. When Mu Hua's forces marched into the Death Canyon, and the Terror Riders, the first among them, were causing trouble in the Death Canyon, some winged demons had already flown across the fault and wandered in the Death Canyon. They did not help the monsters in the Death Canyon to fight, but were more curious about the situation here. They basically had no intention of going south, but they were mostly sniped by the armored division that invaded the Death Canyon after the Terror Riders. The fires that burst everywhere were the masterpieces of the Hellhound Legion led by Monday. The war zone mixed with various types of large-scale destructive magic is often caused by the great demons led by Tuesday. The two attacked and destroyed the city, and the invasion was like fire. But if you look down from the sky, the lineup of corpse demons and skeletons led by the Black Crow Knights in the Death Canyon is even more terrifying. Countless corpse demons drowned the monsters along the way like a corpse tide, and the originally powerful monsters were drowned by the corpse tide and could not escape. The strengthened bodies of the corpse demons can well protect the ghosts attached to them. If the corpse demons are disabled or useless, and there is no backup, the ghosts will directly withdraw and go home to write a self-criticism. Even if the dragon attacks, the skeleton warriors shooting arrows can also shoot the flying battle group led by the dragon in the air. The skeleton warriors are very weak, but who let Mu Hua equip them with deadly arrows? However, the dragon itself is immune to low-level shocks and Hydra's poison. With the strength of the skeleton warriors, it is difficult to cause fatal damage to the dragon. The skeleton warriors are more likely to shoot groups of monsters such as winged demons, flying beasts, and gargoyles. The dragon will be taken care of by the Black Crow Knight. Although most of the flying cavalry of the Black Crow Knight is still a flying dragon, Clark and Athena's dragon rider is a dragon. In recent years, Clark and Athena have also thrown a lot of resources from fishing in the abyss on their dragons. Including the flying dragons of the Black Crow Knight. Perhaps their attributes are also ordinary, but they are elementally friendly, self-healing and regenerating, and most of them have several highly trained attack magic. Without the cover of other flying units, groups of dragons will be chased and killed by Black Crows. And if some unlucky dragons encounter the Terror Knight team, the arrows in the hands of the skeleton warriors will fall into the hands of the leader of the Terror Knight. The dragon will rush up foolishly, and will also be killed by the Terror Knight. As the war continued, the sky of Death Canyon also ignited the flames of war. The winged demon group finally appeared in the Bloody Hills. The dragon group led by the giant dragon Lancelot fought with the winged demon group in the sky, and the winged demon group did intend to invade the southern region. Then, the air fleet group organized by the human adventurers also joined the fight against the winged demon. Physical recovery agents and life potions are essential supplies for the combat units other than the undead in Mu Hua's army. Lewis, who manages the people settled in the hot spring town, also organized a local army. For the time being, their combat capabilities are average, but they are allocated a large number of magic scrolls. In the future, they will be the garrison personnel, who build the outer defense line of the Boluo Chindu. Participating in the war can be regarded as defending their hometown and expanding their territory. Although Boluo Chindu covers a vast area, Mu Hua originally built it as a war fortress and did not intend to allow outsiders to settle in. The areas developed and constructed outside Boluo Chindu are the urban areas where people will live and multiply in the future. After temporarily reorganizing the army organized by Lewis, Tibesha led the Dandelion War Group to invade the Death Canyon. During this period, a combat unit commanded by Lewis was destroyed. It must be said that Lewis has always been positioned to help Mu Hua do dirty work. It is really hard to say what the unit destroyed by the monsters has to say. The Death Canyon is in flames, and thousands of miles of red land. In just 3 or 5 days, the entire Death Canyon fell into war. At this time, Mu Hua, with the final war dominating the Summoned Beast army to block the Rift Corridor, did not dare to easily set foot in the spacious passage between the rock walls. Boom boom! The thick aurora swept across the Rift Valley corridor, as if it was going to cut the earth. The sound raised the dust that blocked the view, and the Leviathan's strong attack activated a piece of defensive magic on the stone walls on both sides of the canyon. Obviously, the Rift Valley corridor was not so natural. A canyon with cliffs on both sides, like an alternative fortress, a fortress that stretches for tens of thousands of miles. This is really troublesome. Not only did the aurora on Thursday trigger defensive magic, but Mu Hua's previous release of a crustal fault did not affect the terrain of the Rift Valley corridor. Looking at the magic halo in the canyon in front of him, Mu Hua frowned and muttered. There are caves here, and they are defended, but it's impossible that there are caves in the entire Rift Valley. Tina frowned and said, Who knows? According to the exploration of the Adventurers Guild, spider demons may emerge from the rock walls anywhere in this Rift Valley corridor, all the way to the Silver Lake of Shanghai. I'm afraid we can only block and defend this place. Mu Hua frowned. He has enough summoned beasts, so he can let the summoned beasts explore the Rift Valley corridor, but the problem is that this Rift Valley is too long. The range of activities of the summoned beasts is limited, and the canyon wall is nearly 1,000 meters high, and demon nest caves may be opened everywhere. It is estimated that the summoned beasts that break into the Rift Valley will be killed by the attacks from above without reaching the limit of the range of activities of the summoned beasts. The dominant monsters here should be spider demons. Some spider demons can spit silk like thin steel wire to tear metal, and those spider silks may be hidden and difficult to detect under the effect of light. The Rift Corridor is over 100 meters wide, and the road is wide and smooth, but it is simply a Jedi corridor that no one should approach. How about trying with the fire spirit? Tina asked. It should work, but who knows how many underground palaces there are here, and how big they are, and how effective they are. Mu Hua shook his head. Even though he had mastered the flame of Gehenna, Mu Hua had always wanted the flame of life in his early years. The flame of life is indeed a very buggy ability. This flame is invincible, and has unlimited endurance. If there is no one who can extinguish them, only a few fire spirits transformed from the flame of life can even cause a world-destroying situation that annihilates all living things. If it were Mu Hua's previous life, it is estimated that a solidified fire spirit would be able to kill all mankind, and the flame of life is still scary. Putting some fire spirits in the caves of the Rift Valley corridor should indeed be able to harm the monsters here, but this is 1,000 meters high and about 10,000 miles long. Even if the number of fire spirits that Mu Hua solidified is exaggerated, it is unknown what it will take to explore. Moreover, the mainstream monsters here are spider demons. Maybe this is the lair of Jiaming. There are probably strong individuals that can kill fire spirits. If you want to suppress this place with fire spirits, it will be a long process. Suppressing it in one fell swoop? It is basically impossible. Mu Hua was thinking of Jiaming when there was a commotion in the Rift Valley corridor. Spider demons, gray, black, red, colorful, different colors, and different sizes of spider demons poured out from the rock walls on both sides of the Rift Valley with a terrifying rhythm. Countless spider demons climbed on the steep rock walls. Looking from a distance, they almost covered the rock walls within sight. Boom! 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 The dull sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. Giant spider demons, Adakra, Nyame, and even Arachne, although the number is not exaggerated, a group of high-end spider demons that jumped down from the mountain wall also spread out in the rift. TSK, so I hate spider demons. After a quick check, there are 13 Arachne. Mu Hua curled his lips. These spider demons are immune to the petrification magic, even if they are old, weak, sick, and disabled. Hee, did you get here first? To be honest, I'm quite surprised. I thought I would encounter a large army of humans, but I don't like you like this. The laughter was like a heavy voice. In the rift, a group of powerful spider demons made way, but saw Jiaming move his limbs and feet, and appeared in Mu Hua's sight under the protection of several Arachne, who were quite pleasing to the eye above the waist. Jiaming pointed at the Leviathan and the dragon in the sky. What she meant by dislike was that she didn't like fighting with a small number of strong individuals. If it was a large human army, she could gain more benefits in the war with them. Sure enough, this is your territory. Do you want to fight? Mu Hua frowned and raised his hand to block Tina, who wanted to move forward. No, I just want to tell you not to mess with me here. The underground of the Bloody Hills is my world. I can prevent the spider demon from appearing on the earth. The premise is that the rift corridor is prohibited from passing. You and them, I don't want you to mess around in the rift corridor. Jiamin smiled and shook her head, pointing at Mu Hua, and then pointing at Thursday in the sky. As Jiamin spoke, behind her, a large group of monsters rushed in formation, but there was no spider demon among those monsters. Chapter 735. Jiamin is very active, and this kind of activity is directed at her boss. From the moment he met Jiamin at the Star Patrol conference, Mu Hua knew that this spider demon was not a good subordinate who was obedient and law-abiding. When they met again, they had a brief exchange, and Jiamin clearly expressed her scope of work. I will guard the Rift Valley corridor, and the Bloody Hills must lie flat. The Rift Valley corridor crosses the entire Bloody Hills and leads directly to the Lord's area. It should be considered the shortest ground route to the Lord's area. This place is like a passage, and at the same time, it is also a tempting trap. As the commander of the Bloody Hills, it is estimated that defending the Rift Valley corridor is Philemon's bottom line requirement for Jiamin. Mu Hua is not sure how much Jiamin controls monsters other than the spider demon, but Jiamin obviously does not care much about monsters other than the spider demon. Forbidding Mu Hua from entering the Rift Valley corridor means that the spider demons will not participate in the war on the ground, but she did not say that other monsters will not fight to the death with humans. In addition to cutting corners on the tasks assigned by the boss, it seems that there is also a hidden meaning of preserving strength and watching the tigers fight from the mountain. If the spider demons can be eliminated, it will surely greatly weaken the monster combat power of the Bloody Hills, but no one can guarantee whether Jiamin will change her mind at any time. After all, she even made a vague verbal agreement. And similar to Zambak, the human side cannot impose any constraints on her, so no matter what she promises, it is basically no different from nonsense. Boom, boom! A large group of monsters rushed over. Demons, although there may be different tribes, all the monsters rushing out of the Rift Valley corridor are demons. The specifications of the weapons in the hands of these demons are relatively standardized, including the staffs in the hands of the casters, and the styles should be standardized equipment produced in batches. Well, the standard does not mean bad. These weapons are more suitable for formation. Unlike the monsters in the front half of the courtyard, these demons are more or less equipped with some armor and protective gear. However, their armor is of various types. When they are in groups, the armor worn by soldiers with similar weapons is also very messy. Miscellaneous soldiers, the weapons are unified, but the protective gear is self-provided. Although they came in formation, the equipment and momentum are very sufficient, and they can be considered elite in the front half of the courtyard, but these demons should be classified as miscellaneous soldiers within the scope of the Bloody Hills. You can start a demon tide without letting me enter the Rift Valley corridor? Jiamin, you are really hypocritical. Why don't you just be a loyal dog? Why do you have to pretend in front of me? At the front of the entrance to the Rift Valley corridor, Mu Hua frowned and looked at the restless spider demons on the rock wall. The demon army coming from behind made them excited and anxious. Perhaps with just one command, they will rush out of the rift corridor regardless of life and death, rush into the front half of the courtyard, and eat all the living things they encounter. Are you provoking me? Do you want me to prove myself by dealing with Philemon? You don't know enough about demons. The word loyal dog has little killing power to demons. I don't mind being Philemon's loyal dog, until I can bite off his throat. Facing Mu Hua's disgusted words, Jiamin said calmly. The demons were running wildly, not in a neat military formation, but the demons running from behind gave people a sense of formation. Jiamin! What are you waiting for? That Leviathan is left to you. Get out of the way. A man and a demon were talking, and the demon's shout came from behind. Horn demons, barong demons, snake demons, werewolves, the demons running in front of the demons were burning with blood. An Odra demon, with hanging arms, and claws dragging on the ground seemed to have known the situation here for a long time. He had no intention of slowing down and rushed straight to Mu Hua. The demons were different from the monsters in the front half of the courtyard. Even though there were also battle groups composed of demons in the Snow Ridge Ranch, compared with these demons at this time, they gave people the feeling of the difference between domestic pets and wild animals. There were 3 levels and 9 grades of monsters, and demons were also divided into lower and upper levels. These were the standards for Mu Hua to judge the strength of monsters in the early years. However, today, these classifications have no meaning to Mu Hua. No matter whether it is a high-level demon or a low-level goblin, the Banshee, the Fire Demon, the Medusa, and the like are no longer a lethal threat to Muhua. Without sufficient growth, they can be killed by a slap to Muhua. But it must be said that this kind of well-equipped middle-level demon in front of us can be regarded as the backbone of the human-demon battlefield in most courtyards. The strong, flexible, and leading Odora demon is taller than the giant monster, and may look a little clumsy, while the demons rushing in the front are all demon races that are both powerful and flexible and good at close combat. The demons are coming fiercely. Muhua even saw the Badaba demon and Araman demon in the back. As upper demons, they will accept the command of the Odora demon. This Odora demon must be a powerful demon general. Roar! The demon attacked, and the summoned beast in front of Muhua also roared anxiously, and the abyss demon, who had been squatting behind Muhua, also straightened up. The conflict between the two sides was about to come, but Jaimin turned around and looked back, and an accident happened. Puff, 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 the heads and necks of the charging demons suddenly separated. Still maintaining the running posture, the necks of the demons without heads gushed blood, and they rushed out dozens of meters and fell down. Clang, clang, the sound of metal friction. Some demons were suspended in the air, and faint marks appeared on their armor. Jaimin! What are you doing? Not only ordinary demons were hovering strangely, but Odora, who led the demons, also had the same situation. Spider silk? Muhua frowned. These demons were wrapped in spider silk. Although the strength was different, it was a common fighting method of spider demons, and the lowest level spider demons could make it. These spider silks did not surprise Muhua, but he was curious about what Jaimin was going to do. Bastard, when did you have the right to order me? Jaimin sneered, just glanced at the Odora demon, and then turned his attention to the demons it brought. Crack, crack, the sound of the shattering caused the demon to scream and groan, but in the blink of an eye, the blood curtain bloomed, and the demons strangled by the spider silk in the air were cut into pieces along with their armor. No! You are betraying. You? Odora's eyes were filled with fear, but he shouted at Jaimin with a hideous face. Unfortunately, before he finished speaking, along with the collapse of the armor pieces, the 7-meter-tall Odora demon turned into even more fragmented pieces of meat. Without explanation or rebuttal, Jaimin completely ignored Liatara's shouting, glanced at the demons who stopped in panic, and turned around again to face Muhua. Human, look, as I said, the Rift Valley corridor is forbidden to pass. Remember what I told you in the early years? If you meet my requirements, I can even make this place a forbidden place for other demons. It won't do you any harm, will it? Compared to the previous coldness, Jaimin smiled again. Blood flowed on the ground of the canyon, and in a blink of an eye, it disappeared with the corpse, leaving a piece of falling. The surging demon group stopped silently, and hundreds of front troops were sent away by Jaimin. Muhua even saw some succubi holding staffs trying to drill behind the demons. It was unclear what the relationship between these demons and Jaimin was, but these demons whose leaders had just been killed by Jaimin stood far behind Jaimin, like soldiers waiting for her military orders. Early years? Satisfaction? Requirements? Looking at Jaimin with a lazy face, Muhua frowned. The requirements in the early years were nothing more than Jaimin wanted to have sex with him, and wanted to try whether she could give birth to a Walkilii. This might have been a funny thing in the early years, but now Muhua couldn't help but feel disgusted with Jaimin's attitude. Bang! The invisible force whipped Jaimin in front of her, but was blocked by a magic barrier. Jaimin raised her eyebrows slightly, and Muhua waved his hand, and the aurora in the sky bloomed, and the summoned beasts on the ground rushed into the rift corridor. Boom! 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 There were roars, and spider demons flew. The sweeping aurora swept countless spider demons climbing the rock wall into ashes, but more spider demons also pounced on Muhua's summoned beasts. A chaotic battle broke out suddenly, and an Eriko next to Jaimin screamed, and the demons behind who didn't dare to approach rushed up like chicken blood. Facing Muhua's sudden attack, Jaimin restrained a bit of laziness, and her expression remained indifferent. Hee, human, you will regret it. I am waiting for your prayer. They stared at each other in silence, ignoring the surroundings. After a moment of staring at each other, Jaimin smiled and waved her hand, turning around and leaving. As Jaimin left, the spider demons in the Rift Valley corridor retreated like a tide, disappearing into the cracks and caves. In a blink of an eye, the chaos was quiet, and the demons whose identities were unknown in the Rift Valley corridor were briefly stunned and fled in all directions. Among them, many demons climbed up the rock wall, or drilled into the cave, or crossed the rock wall and fled to the ground above the rock wall. Chapter 736. Xingtian 75, Xingtian 106, Xingtian 148, go to 3741.254 coordinates as soon as possible to reunite. Repeat, coordinates 3741.254. Calling Dandelion, calling Dandelion. Commander Letitia is found at coordinates 4862.321. Please go immediately and cooperate with the 2nd Armored Division to block. All Black Crows change combat positions. Please move to the northeast. Please move to the northeast. It is expected to encounter the enemy at 130 kilometers. Hellhounds split up. Hellhounds split up. Coordinates 2144.39, 2794.58. Can reunite at 3021.175. Magic Dragon Cluster, coordinates. In the city of Canes, on the 3rd floor of the Demand Hotel, the numbered individuals in the computer room summarized the information about the Death Canyon and continuously issued instructions. The war in Death Canyon continued to advance, and the intelligence department on the 3rd floor of the Demand Hotel had become the combat command center. In the vast area, in order to quickly eliminate the large-scale monsters in Death Canyon, the scouts riding flying dragons collected intelligence from the entire territory, and then the intelligence department summarized and analyzed it, and conveyed it to the various combat teams in the courtyard. The war in Death Canyon has entered its final stage. In addition to more effectively commanding each battle group to eliminate monsters, intelligence dispatch is mainly to ensure the full deployment of the sacrificial array. Humans can set up sacrificial arrays, and monsters can also set up landing points. The attack of Muhua's forces on Death Canyon can be described as brutal and violent, and there is no gradual progress at all. In this case, if the sacrificial array cannot be fully covered in Death Canyon, the stubborn Letitia will lead the monsters to repeatedly descend into Death Canyon through hidden landing points, and the war in Death Canyon will certainly be endless. Muhua's forces fought the monsters to death, and the Adventurers Guild also showed its due value. The Adventurers Guild organized manpower and invested in the sacrificial array. According to Muhua's situation, the sacrificial array was laid in the Death Canyon. In addition to attacking monsters, Muhua's various battle groups also had to ensure that the sacrificial arrays would not be destroyed by monsters again. It can barely be regarded as a tower defense where one side grows while the other loses. No matter how Letitia descends, the sacrificial array will be gradually covered in the entire territory with the momentum of encirclement and suppression. After that, no matter how stubborn Letitia is, if she wants to descend, she can only descend to the Bloody Hills. Before attacking the Death Canyon, the months of waiting were for the laying of the sacrificial arrays in several areas in the southern part of the courtyard. Only after the laying of the Death Canyon was completed, Muhua could block the Bloody Hills. Otherwise, you are pushing forward quickly, but the other demons will come to gather behind you. If you continue to fight like this, it will be a waste of money and manpower. The Adventurers Guild has invested a large number of sacrificial arrays in the courtyard. Unlike the sacrificial arrays purchased by the adventurers from the guild, this part can be regarded as an investment in Muhua's sacrificial arrays, which are free for the time being. The reason why it is called temporary is that the sacrificial arrays can be recycled. It is very difficult to search for the landing point of the monsters. Think about Muhua holding the courtyard key and opening the portal wherever he goes. It is understandable. The coverage of the sacrificial array can limit the arrival of monsters. At the same time, as long as the sacrificial array is not destroyed, once humans have mastered the core of the courtyard, those sacrificial arrays can be recycled and put into other courtyards in need. Of course, some of them will be damaged or destroyed by monsters, and the Adventurers Guild will not bear this loss by itself. Whoever controls the courtyard core in the future will make up for the money. It doesn't matter if it can't be made up, just hand over the courtyard core to the Adventurers Guild. It is precisely because of this that Muhua is more strict with the sacrificial array than the Adventurers Guild. If any adventurer destroys the sacrificial array, he will be shot if he doesn't pay the money. During this period, one of the main tasks of the security team formed by the evil Dragon Brotherhood is to crack down on the servants who destroy the sacrificial array. If you can't explain it, you will be shot. The sacrificial array that Muhua called is a no-deposit rental, and it is not certain whether it is borrowed by him in the end. It depends on who gets the courtyard core. As for the sacrificial array bought by the adventurers, it is not useless. At least within the coverage of their sacrificial array, you cannot teleport with the courtyard key. If you don't care about people holding the courtyard key opening portals in your own territory, you can dismantle it and sell it to the Adventurers Guild as second-hand goods, and the Adventurers Guild will also recycle it. Boom, boom! Amid the roar of artillery fire, broken ice splashed in the frost-condensed rift corridor. A group of hundreds of demons were killed in the artillery fire, and those who should have disappeared. The energy impact of the radiation has not yet ended, but the dropped items and corpses in the corridor that should have been waiting to be picked up have moved. Demon corpses, armor and weapons, scrolls, gold coins, ores, magic stones, all dropped, were dragged away by spider silk, and disappeared into ice holes in the blink of an eye. Fuck you. Mu Hua jumped up and cursed at the entrance of the corridor. Ah! The fire spirits roared, responding to Mu Hua's curses, and rushed to the ice holes that swallowed the fallen ice. Bah! Well, the fire spirit, which was handsome when spreading its wings, plunged its head into the ground, and then its head went in. The hole seemed to be sealed again. How wicked! I didn't expect it. Jayamini, that little bitch with thick eyebrows and big eyes, really misjudged her. Since she took a photo with Mu Hua, she never appeared in front of Mu Hua again. As expected, the plot of pretending to be cool and then getting slapped in the face only appears in some bloody dramas. No matter what you do, people don't give you the opportunity to pretend. Or rather, Mu Hua seemed to be tricked. His face hurts. The Rift Valley corridor did not receive a wave of spider demons, but these damn spider demons actually robbed his spoils. The battle in the Death Valley was also smooth. After being killed twice by Lancelot's roar of the end, Letitia began to be chased and hammered by Tibesha every time she came. The target of Letitia's daily abuse has changed from the original Mu Hua to the current Tibesha. The former leader of the Death Valley, the Lich, Crepnose, finally broke free from the ice. I don't know how Philemon appeased it. Anyway, it put aside the past grudges and cooperated with Letitia to participate in the counterattack in the Death Valley. The first time it appeared, it was bitten by Monday's wife. The second time it appeared, it fell into Vivian's sword forest and sea of guns, and was broken into pieces. Yes, that's right, guns, the kind of guns that go bye you. There was already a gunman in Vivian's corpse demon space. She worked with Kuekauchi for a while, and modified some corpse demons, and they could actually be stored in her corpse demon space. The muzzles of the guns were sticking out, and our necromancer lady went straight to the science department. Crepnose was killed by a strange ability, and he was dissatisfied. He went to Vivian again, and happened to meet Alvis, who came from the undead courtyard to see his daughter. As a lich, Alvis hit Crepnose in the face with a plank spear. Crepnose never appeared again since then, and Mu Hua didn't know the specific situation. Then Alvis continued to lead the team to clean up the undead courtyard, and Vivian got together with Tibesha to catch Letitia bye. The Battle of Death Valley went smoothly. If a large-scale monster army tried to jump from the Bloody Hills to the Death Valley, Mu Hua could also give an early warning. Enough manpower can be mobilized. Lancelot and Thursday led the monsters to attack several magic positions set up on the edge of the Bloody Hills. The monsters that crossed the fault were difficult to garrison for a while, and they did not cause much impact on the Death Canyon. Mu Hua has been blocking the entrance to the Rift Valley corridor. There has not been a large-scale demon invasion here, but some demons will suddenly attack from time to time. In order to prevent a sudden burst of demon tides here, the entrance to the Rift Valley corridor cannot be left unguarded. War, these are quite normal. But Jayamine has changed the cold and arrogant impression that Mu Hua had. The little bitch is not fighting normally. She actually blocked the Rift Valley corridor and snatched the drops from Mu Hua. All kinds of earth magic that change the terrain in minutes have no effect in the Rift Valley corridor. Spider demons are good at earth magic, and Mu Hua can barely understand it. Doomsday destruction can't cause casualties, so Mu Hua even used permafrost. But on the frozen ground, the hole still needs to be opened. The summoned beast rushed into the corridor, and Jayamine was able to use the ice field environment he created to make the summoned beast fall into the ice hell. The fire spirit could occasionally find the entrance to the crypt, but would be killed soon after entering. Unlike the demon commanders he had met before, after really fighting with Jayamine, Mu Hua did not find the arrogance and cruelty of those demon commanders in her. This little bitch showed cunning from beginning to end. Even when Mu Hua wanted to release the blue-blooded wasp to explore the underground situation, she was blocked by him. A spacious rift corridor, Mu Hua had nowhere to start. Seeing that the laying of the ritual array in the Death Canyon was almost completed, Mu Hua pulled the magic cannon and prepared to build a city at the entrance of the rift corridor. He dispatched a group of headless knights, distributed summoned beasts, and maintained early warning. Mu Hua had completely destroyed his own final war. He temporarily gave up fighting with Jayamine in the area of the Rift Valley corridor. Chapter 737. Sleeping is a big deal. Hibernation is important for all creatures. Even demons with strong survival ability need relatively stable sleep. Regardless of strength or life level, lack of sleep will definitely lead to a decline in concentration. If you don't sleep for a long time, even the son of the earth will feel weak and weak when standing on the ground. Not to mention the negative impact on the spirit, long-term lack of sleep will lead to a decrease in the efficiency of magic blood recovery, a surge in blood and magic consumption during battle, a decrease in magic control, and even serious conditions such as magic leakage and internal organ failure. Among them, the undead are obviously not affected by the negative state related to flesh and blood. Jealous ghosts can eliminate the discomfort related to the spirit, but the negative impact of magic power cannot be avoided by the undead, who have been awake for a long time. So, no matter whether it is a dragon or an undead, they can often be seen falling into a deep sleep, and this kind of sleep is not just boredom. On the contrary, some undeads that have no achievements in magic power, such as skeleton warriors and dragon tooth soldiers, can work overtime. Except that they may be more murderous, other negative effects are meaningless to them. After nearly 3 months of crazy attacks, the elimination of monsters in the Death Canyon has been basically completed. Mu Hua blocked the Rift Valley corridor for a long time and bombarded it. He even sent people to chisel stones and dig mountains. However, the Rift Valley corridor is not only strong and durable, but the collapsed rock walls can also repair themselves. This is obviously another masterpiece of the spider demons. Who knows how many spider demons there are in the Bloody Hills? If they continue to fight with them, they will not be able to achieve anything in a short time. In the end, Mu Hua still built a blockade at the entrance of the Rift Valley corridor, according to the original plan. All the regiments under Mu Hua's command set foot in the Bloody Hills, and built a joint defense stronghold 100 miles north of the Bloody Hills fault. In the east-west line of the Bloody Hills, the corpse demons and the skeleton undead built land defenses, and the Leviathan and the Dragon clan were responsible for the airspace blockade. After some deployment, the vast blockade line was barely built, and coupled with the shifts and the promotion of growth by the Abyss Island, Mu Hua was temporarily unable to invade the north. The southern part of the Bloody Hills experienced a brief chaos. Both the human and the demon seemed to have entered a period of accumulation, and the courtyard was strangely calm. When entering the Bloody Hills, on the premise of having a certain military base, between the explosion of troops and individual strengthening, Mu Hua considered strengthening the individual combat power of his subordinates first. After all, the individual combat power of the Bloody Hills demons far exceeds that of the first half of the courtyard. Not to mention the skeleton warriors, even if the headless knights are derived, without sufficient growth, fighting with the demons here, it is inevitable that there will be a lot of casualties. In the following months, Mu Hua spent almost all day in the Abyss Island. In addition to the Abyss monsters he selected as summoned beasts, Mu Hua wandered around the Abyss day and night, smelting the monsters that were fished out of the Abyss. The Abyss Island corpse demons stopped production, and the raw materials for processed products such as feed and nutrients increased external procurement. Dandelion inns in various places stopped purchasing magic cores, but further increased the purchase of magic stones. Fishing rods were distributed, and the average daily production rate of physical crystals on the Abyss Island once reached more than 50,000. It was hard to say whether it was excitement or disgust. Mu Hua was so excited that his eyes were red from smelting monsters. The old team of his own, including Clark, Eve, Athena, Charles, and a group of witch attendants, had a physical attribute of 10,000 as the standard. Smash! All the Black Crow Knights have a physique of 5,000, and basically every one of them can strangle a demon general with bare hands. They usually go fishing, and Mu Hua still gives them a share of the smelting. After the burst of Qi, their physique is still growing. It is hard to say about other aspects, but in terms of combat skills and brute force, these guys can probably compete for a crown. Then, there are the Headless Knights. Because the consumption of attribute crystals increases layer by layer, the physique of all the Headless Knights is 3,000 at the bottom. Although 3,000 seems insignificant in the number of physique crystals that Mu Hua has earned, don't forget that the number of Headless Knights in Mu Hua's main battle is 20,000, and this consumption makes Mu Hua grit his teeth. 3,000 physique is the bottom, of which 200 leaders have a physique of 8,000, and the physique of the two commanders was directly reduced to 15,000 by Mu Hua, and all of them are blood and Qi mimicry. Although the physique of these Headless Knights can be pushed up in a growth method that is almost mutant. But in the short term, it is difficult for these Headless Knights to have any significant improvement in their mental attributes. The biggest weakness of the Headless Knights is mental damage. For example, if their mental attributes are not enough, even if their physical attributes are high, they will be killed in a minute by the Wailing Banshees. The mental attributes of the wailing banshees that have grown up normally on the demon side are not low. In order to avoid being screwed over, instead of pretending to be cool, Mu Hua gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, and smashed their mental stability one by one. He kryptoned out the bite of jealousy, but because there is no touch of jealousy, this bite of jealousy is no longer aggressive, but at least it is immune to mental damage. After that, they took turns to guard the Bloody Hills defense line. Mu Hua did not use the resources they got from fishing to smash their mage's hand. That thing is related to the card level, and the consumption is too large. Moreover, with their intelligence and mental attributes, it is not enough to get the touch of jealousy. Mu Hua took the lead in attacking their elemental affinity and regeneration. Just like that, 20,000 physical bodies howled, possessed the ND Bite, Super Speed Regeneration, and the Elemental Spirit, Fake, Terror Cavalry Legion was gradually born in Mu Hua's hands. There is nothing to say, just one word: meat. There is no large-scale battle with monsters for the time being, and the outside world does not know what kind of monsters Mu Hua has made them. It is estimated that when the Demon Legion of the Bloody Hills is ready to push Mu Hua, they should be able to bring some small surprises to those demons. The skill stones obtained from smelting need not be mentioned. In addition to the physical crystal and the 100 refined secret stone, the Philosopher's Stone is also indispensable. However, only 30 evil dragons were smashed, and the number of his own evil dragons was expanded to 60. Mu Hua did not evolve evil dragons again. Thursday, Lancelot, Tamara, there are 3 dragons at home. These evil dragons are mainly for their escort. Mu Hua summoned the demon merchant, and after the Philosopher's Stone was smashed, Becerro happily helped Mu Hua get the dragon's teeth. Mu Hua directly increased the number of his own dragon's teeth soldiers to 6,000, and distributed 1,000 dragon's teeth blades to the Dullahan Corps. There were not so many physical crystals for the time being, and these dragon's teeth soldiers were dragged to Mu Hua's side every day for strengthening. Although the basic physical fitness was 1,000, Mu Hua was prepared to smash 10,000 or 20,000. On the Abyss Island today, behemoths would hide when they saw the dragon's teeth soldiers. There were already hundreds of perverts among these dragon's teeth soldiers, and their size seemed too deceptive. The dragon's teeth soldiers also became a combat group stationed on the edge of the abyss. If they were not summoned by Mu Hua, they would generally squat on the edge of the abyss to slaughter and suppress the abyss monsters. Regarding the positioning of these dragon tooth soldiers, didn't Jaimin keep saying that the underground of Bloody Hills is her world? Later, Mu Hua plans to let them take the fire spirit and drill in the underground magic cave of Bloody Hills. In the future, in those narrow areas and spaces, the Dragon Tooth soldiers will be the main combat group in Mu Hua's hands. The skeleton warriors under his command still allocate resources according to the principle of faith feedback. He is still thinking about the Phoenix Tears, and now Mu Hua's intelligence attribute is too high. If he uses intelligence crystals to improve it, he could also vomit 3 liters of blood. The intelligence crystals smelted during this period were thrown by Mu Hua on the skeleton mage. With a standard of 1,000 intelligence, they should be able to hold back some upper magic. In the future, the improvement of intelligence will depend on their own meditation. After many twists and turns, the powerful individuals under Mu Hua's command turned back to the skeleton undead, and their combat power rose like a snowball. These undead followers in Mu Hua's hands gradually began to undergo qualitative changes that could be ignored. Chapter 738. Dear Mu, it is very difficult to encounter divine weapons in the world. They are real divine weapons. The so-called top equipment is just scrap metal in front of him. 7 million Philosopher's Stones are definitely worth it. Do you really not want to consider it? You know, in most cases, I am not qualified to touch such goods. This is an opportunity. In the castle built by the magician's position on the southern border of the Bloody Hills, Becerro said to Mu Hua excitedly and unwillingly. With a height of nearly 3 meters, Becerro's third pair of horns has already bulged at the temple on the side of his head. The original little devil is also growing rapidly with Mu Hua's growth. When he evolves again, the third pair of horns will emerge, and he will also step into the level of the big devil. Don't you like to use long-handled weapons? That is a halberd made of a star, which can burst out peerless power according to your will. Believe me, even the strongest lord of hell can hardly resist its slash. I dare say that it is a peerless weapon that most demon kings do not have in their collections. This is a rare opportunity. Don't think I am doing this for trade compensation. You deserve it. I am doing this for your own good. In the simple castle, Mu Hua was lazily engraving and transforming a headless knight beside him. Becerro paced around Mu Hua and tried hard to persuade him. Yes, you are good for me. Becerro, 7 million philosopher stones, you really think highly of me. I am so poor that I am almost a pair of pants. Where can I get 7 million philosopher stones for you? And you also said, Demon King, if I really get that kind of thing and take it out and flutter it, are you sure that the Demon King will not come to the courtyard? Anyway, I haven't heard of any king having such a weapon. Even Mephisto doesn't have such a weapon. Why should I rush to get it? Mu Hua shook his head. The earthly divine weapon is a kind of superstandard equipment, a real divine weapon. Because his magic is relatively comprehensive, as for weapons and blades, magic breaking and resistance are enough. Except for the shield, Mu Hua has never paid much attention to equipment. But even Mu Hua trembled when he heard about the earthly divine weapon. In this magical world full of magic and mystery, the earthly divine weapon is like a mythical product. Using a planet as the casting material, the earthly divine weapon may even have the will of the world. The complicated Mu Hua can't figure it out, but as Becerra said, the earthly divine weapon can burst out peerless power. This peerless is not a description. The so-called burst of power here can also be simply understood as the weight of that planet. This guy's face is so sharp that it's nonsense to say that it can break armor. No matter where it is blocked, no blood residue will be seen. It is estimated that all the cell molecules and atoms will be blocked. According to Mu Hua's imagination, if he encounters such a weapon and has no similar weapon to fight against it, there is basically no other choice except to dodge and run away. Space magic can't be used when it sees it. I can't afford that thing, at least not now. You should get all the materials I want first. Mu Hua said to Becerra. The earthly divine weapon sounds too scary, which further strengthens Mu Hua's understanding of the danger level of hell. He has been strengthening his own army recently. He threw away all the smelting products he got every day before they were warmed up. He is really poor. Even if he hoards some philosopher stones, he is still considering whether to evolve some evil dragons or some skeleton mages. Can't afford it now. Becerra's eyes flashed. What do you think? Mu Hua glanced at Becerra with disdain. He has been using philosopher's stone to purchase goods from Becerra over the years. Not to mention the potion materials he has been purchasing. He just bought a batch of dragon teeth from Becerra some time ago. Dragons and dragons are popping up one after another at home, and the demon army has exploded. It's not surprising to guess that he can get a lot of philosopher's stone. But he obviously put a lot of philosopher's stone into the monsters, worried that he would lose more than he gained, and no one in the outside world dared to provoke him with such things. To be honest, Mu, I really suggest that you stock up some philosopher's stone, and don't waste it on those wastes. Now you have to purchase a large number of materials for making summoned beasts. With your current level of power, those summoned beasts that are neither high nor low are just toys. Why waste resources here? Becerra advised. Don't come on, don't tell me you don't understand. Mu Hua frowned, his face turned cold, and he looked unhappy. Okay, even if you want to diversify your investments, speculation also has its appeal. Don't you humans like to say that a horse can't grow fat without night grass? Becerra raised his hand to apologize. Don't use random words. I spent my life to get a divine treasure, but it was stolen, robbed, lost, and broken. I slept back to the time before liberation. What else can I do with it except pretending to be cool and cute? Waste? I don't have any waste under my command. If they were gone, the Adventurers Guild would discuss with the garrison regiment to station here tomorrow, and those brigades in Fuhua would dare to test my bottom line. Maybe those kings on the top will come to pick my kidneys, even if I have that damn earthly divine weapon. Mu Hua frowned and said, without a foundation of your own and no help around you, you will basically feel uncomfortable if you just keep growing up. Human life is sometimes worthless. No matter how good you are at fighting, you can't stand the endless temptation of someone who is willing to spend his life to test you. However, the specifications of the earthly divine weapon that Becerra mentioned this time are too high, and Mu Hua can't compare it with the monsters he evolved. Even so, you can just cultivate some dragons. They can be recycled after death. It's really not appropriate to invest so many resources in summoned beasts. At least, it shouldn't be appropriate for your current situation. Becerra argued. In the human world, or the courtyard, it is difficult to get the corpses of high-end monsters, and it is difficult for monsters with stronger strength to complete the seal of the oath. Becerra didn't have the intention to pit Mu Hua at this time. There is no need for this kind of thing. I have my own plan. Distributing summoned beasts can also be regarded as a way to strengthen the battle group. Mu Hua said casually. Yes, elite route, you are the boss anyway. Becerra laughed. It's rare to make the demon merchant pay attention to persuasion, mainly because Becerra feels that Mu Hua still has potential for development. However, the summoned beasts that Mu Hua wants to share are those with skills, and he has been thinking about changing the blood for the final war. The werewolf minotaur for land battles, the angel demon for air battles, and some Medusa. Although the magic casting of the abyss monsters has serious defects, if they are transformed into summoned beasts, they can be guided by consciousness at ordinary times, which can not only allow them to recognize their colleagues, but also burst out some magic combat skills when some instructions are issued. Of course, this kind of command is relatively general, which is to order them to burst out with all their strength, a bit like muscle memory. They will catch some combat skills and magic that they are used to, and they will be a bit crazy. After the Dragon Fang soldiers, Mu Hua even plans to strengthen some abyss monsters that have been transformed by the Seal of Oath, and then make them into summoned beasts. When the time comes, one person will form an army, and they will be pulled out in an orderly manner, with both pomp and power. That is the ultimate war in his mind. At present, Mu Hua is somewhat disdainful of the fancy summoned beasts in his hands, and it is quite annoying to see them. Except for a few high-end existences, the others will be distributed. Not to mention how much combat power they can add to the army under his command, it will definitely be a considerable improvement in reconnaissance and search alone. Wednesday has been helping Mu Hua watch those summoned beast reserves on the Abyss Island. Now some of them have been affected by the Seal of Oath. Those abyss monsters will no longer attack Mu Hua after leaving the illusion, but they are too stupid to be dragged out to die, and they are also very dangerous to others. Mu Hua is ready to start transforming them into summoned beasts. Some of the rare materials are in great demand, so it is convenient to find demon merchants to buy them from hell, and the price is cheaper than in the human world. Moreover, the demon treasure is the Philosopher's Stone, but the Philosopher's Stone is useless to many humans. Chapter 739. The rapid machine guns converted from energy bullets to live bullets, and the sound of bullets being fired became more piercing. The flying mud, the roar of the demons, the heavy and huge, but smooth-shaped mechas were swiftly and flexibly moving tactically. The magic barrier around the demons deflected the warheads, and the messy ricochets splashed wet mud on the grass. Some demons whose defensive magic was broken by bullets were also swept into sieves by the machine guns. In the bloody hills, on the riverside of a branch of the Silver Lake, 5 mechas fought with demons that far outnumbered them. On the periphery of the battle circle, a behemoth with its arms hanging down, half squatting and watching. The behemoth was covered with heavy stone armor, and Mu Hua and Vivian sat on its shoulders respectively. Mechas, 5 test machines made by Aoi. This place is not too far from the southern blockade of the Bloody Hills. It is not an invasion, but the battle here is that these 5 mechas are collecting their own combat data. The mecha production line of the Magic Workshop has been set up. The 5 standard mechas in front of us are the first batch of test machines. According to their combat data, the Magic Workshop will further debug the production line. After the data plan is determined, it will really enter the production stage. Roar! Dismantle these scrap metals for me. The mecha moved around and launched long-range shooting around the demons. Among the demons, a horned demon commander with a flaming mane on his back roared angrily. Boom, 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 boom. A group of 20 or 30 demons, among which several sturdy horned demons stood up and beat their chests with their fists. Originally less than 3 meters tall, it was nearly 4 meters tall after standing up, and the action of hammering Mimi looked quite fierce. A group of demons gathered from nearby because of the noise of the battle. They don't seem to be a team, and it's not certain whether they are hostile to each other. In the first half of the courtyard, they may even be wild monsters that are not under the command of the commander. But at this moment, almost all of them can cast some defensive magic. The defensive magic of varying strengths can withstand the high-frequency shooting of the mecha. Only those demons whose defensive magic is defeated will be bitten by bullets, and blood will splash. Bang! The hammer shook the ground, and the horned demons beat their chests to spread the gain, blessing the demons with power. A red-eyed demon, with a height comparable to the mecha, swung the hammer. With a fat body and agile movements, the mecha moved sideways and flashed 10 meters away. The red-eyed demon hit the air with a hammer, and swung his left arm to the side. The warhammer rushed to the mecha's head and face again, with a strange whistling sound. The displacement speed of the mecha is also fast, but the red-eyed demon's arm span is nearly 8 meters. Bang! The mecha blocked with its right arm, and the energy matrix blocked the heavy blow. The body flew back to relieve the force, and mud and rocks were splashed under its feet. The energy stand has a similar defensive effect to the demon's magic barrier, but it also has the energy storage and repair characteristics of the magic barrier. Because of the continuous energy consumption after being attacked, the energy stand of the mecha usually has another independent energy supply system. This independent energy supply is also to avoid exhausting the mecha's power and attack energy under blind defense. Boom, 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 the mechas were scattered, and the attack of the red-eyed demon had just passed, and the other 4 mechas were attacked by the demon's magic. The impact of flames, the shooting of lightning arrows, and the invisible wind blades. For a time, the energy matrix on several mechas spread out layers of ripples. Mu Hua, who was watching the battle, shook his head secretly. If we use the settings in the game as an example, the first half of the courtyard can be described as a normal mode, and the monsters in the bloody hills are directly hellish. Most demons are born with strong physiques. A group of demons wandering around in the wild are all using magic. If you don't have a certain level of strength to hunt demons here, you are not even qualified to be cannon fodder. There was another short burst of shooting. The mecha avoided close combat with the demons. At the same time, the high-density shooting also killed 2 werewolves and several doman demons. The mecha kept widening the distance between it and the demons, and some of the demons ignited blood and charged with combat skills, and some jumped high and spanned a distance of more than 10 meters. Buzz! The chain sword was unsheathed, and the weapons were in close combat. Although the demons were close to them, the demons that were originally gathered in groups also dispersed during the rush, trying to avoid being besieged, and the mechas no longer avoided blindly. Clang, clang, the harsh sound of metal friction was mixed with the sound of some magic barriers being broken. Demons are experienced in combat. Not to mention magic. No matter which demon tribe, demons who can survive to adulthood generally have 1 or 2 combat skills. The chain sword shattered the demons' defensive magic and cut their protective armor. Demons are more flexible than mechas, and also send energy ripples on the mechas. Golden sounds, muffled sounds. Facing the siege of multiple demons, the mechas are still dodging and shifting, and the demons that collide with the mechas head-on are inevitably smashed and blasted back by the mechas. The standard only means that these mechas can be mass-produced, but the mechas made by QA are all top-level configurations, with a power of more than 100 tons that can compete with the conventional upper-level magic power, but these demons in front of them cannot resist it. The mecha is strong and has high defense, while the demon is flexible and powerful. It seems that the demon will die as long as it causes damage to the mecha. The mecha's dodge is more to save consumption. The energy matrix provides a defensive force field for the mecha. Although it has an independent energy supply system, if the energy of this module is exhausted, the mecha driver can also mobilize the energy of the mecha body to reconstruct the energy force field. But the consumption at this time will inevitably reduce the attack strength and endurance of the mecha. The mecha body itself can also be regarded as a heavy armor. If it encounters a conventional attack, it is no problem to use the body to resist without opening the energy force field. It's just mecha, especially some weak points that ensure flexibility. If you knock and smash it, it will cost money to go back for repair. Bang, bang, bang was finally entangled by the demon. The mecha held a chain sword in one hand and drew out a shield in the other. The mecha holding a shield is more arrogant, but it is inevitably a bit bulky. The shield blocks sneak attacks, especially the magic of the demons at close range. The shield is considered to have high defense and low consumption. But at the same time, you have to use your body to withstand the attacks of the demons from different directions from time to time. Chasing or retreating, the first red-eyed demon that rushed up has been cut into several pieces by the mecha. Normally, the demons here cannot compete with 5 top-equipped mechas. The energy systems of these 5 mechas are not supported by energy modules. Although they will definitely not be equipped with magic elements, the energy cores of these mechas are made of high-level magic cores and have certain energy recovery functions. But it is still impossible to defeat them. If you don't deal with them carefully, these demons can also cause damage to the mechas. There are countless demons in the Bloody Hills. With this kind of damage, even if you kill all these demons, it is hard to say who will lose and who will gain. Mechas are still more suitable for group battles, and the control technology of skeleton warriors is really not very good. Watching the battle, Mu Hua looked at the energy matrix that kept emerging from the mecha and said disdainfully, "They are just skeleton warriors. It's good enough that they can drive the mecha forward and backward. What else do you want? Even if human pilots are retrained, they may not be better than them in 3 to 5 years. These test machines have no major problems." Mu Hua despises the pilots, and Vivian stands up for the skeleton warriors who drive the mechas. Boom! A ball of fire exploded in front of Behemoth. Under the rendering of the flames, a defensive magic structure appeared in front of Behemoth. It turned out to be a horned demon commander who sneaked up on Mu Hua outside the battle circle. Glancing at the horned demon commander, who was dodging the slash of the mecha, Mu Hua was too lazy to pay attention to it. Well, these damn things are out again. Without paying too much attention to the Horned Demon Commander, Mu Hua paid attention to the feet of those mechas. After a confrontation, the mecha had killed most of the demons, and the demons were scattered on the ground. At this time, the demons seemed to be attracted by something, and they scurried around and disappeared into the ground in a blink of an eye. Ha ha. Human, a good toy, remember me, I, Harriman, will eventually become your nightmare. The Horned Demon General laughed strangely, and with a height of 3 or 4 meters, he dodged the pursuit of a mecha, and a magic circle of bursting flames appeared in front of him. Bang! A thick gun barrel appeared in the void, and silently, the gun barrel hit the back of the Horned Demon General's head. With a muffled sound, the Horned Demon General's head disappeared on its thick neck. The magic circle dissipated immediately. Mu Hua turned his head, and rolled his eyes at Vivian. This girl was begging for the Horned Demon General. The Horned Demon General's words were quite impressive, but unfortunately, it was not a very impressive demon. Such lines belonged to the regular roar of demons. As the Horned Demon General dissipated, the dropped items were caught by some spider silk, and they swooshed around, and were about to disappear in some holes that appeared inexplicably nearby. Fuck you. Mu Hua cursed and jumped off Behemoth's shoulder, and appeared in a hole in a flash. He stomped hard on the ground, and the surrounding magic power was turbulent, and the elements gathered. Bang! 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 A dull sound like a fart came from the ground. Accompanied by a few dull sounds, the ground began to shake slightly, trembling, shaking, and then roaring. Boom! 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 With Mu Hua as the center, the waves surged and spread across the ground. Fires of explosions came out from the ground, like a volcanic eruption or a bomb detonated underground. Spider demons again. These things don't fight properly, they steal and drop all over the world. Just now, the Horned Demon Commander knew that he couldn't escape, but was still so tough. Mu Hua seriously suspected that it was these stealing spider demons that gave them the confidence. This guy, it is equipped with an equipment recycling function, right? Blast you bastards to death. Chapter 740. In this world, the growth limit of life is very high, but the lower limit is very low. Whether it is a monster or a human, or even a beast in the human world, it is possible to grow into a destructive existence. But at the same time, most monsters with the strength to pull mountains and rivers may be killed by a bullet. Mu Hua has high-level shock immunity. Simply put, if he does not deliberately use blood energy to reduce the effect of this ability, physical attacks below 2 tons of strength cannot hurt him at all. He can be said to be immune to physical attacks. And this ability, even among all monsters, can be regarded as a monster. If Mu Hua, who abandons shock immunity and abandons magic, is cut by a sword, his skin will also be torn. The survival ability of most creatures in this world needs to be compensated by some magic. For example, elemental affinity, self-healing regeneration, and various defensive magic. The power level of the evil dragon is not high, but if there is no corresponding precaution, the newborn evil dragon will be very fragile when biting the Hell Lord, so the upper dragon clan has always been feared by the demons. The upper limit is high, the lower limit is low and difficult to improve, which should be the biggest reason why there are many biological races in Hell, and those powerful demon races have not been able to exterminate other races so far. And this lower limit, after the magic power has undergone a qualitative change, has allowed Mu Hua to find a way to reverse this rule. Magic is very powerful, but magic still pays attention to some basic physics, but faith and transaction compensation are not so particular. Don't go into details, the details are a higher mystery. But with the study of himself, Mu Hua found that when his own magic power has undergone a qualitative change, magic seems to have begun to be a little unsophisticated. The magic power of the body does not stay in the sea of magic power, but runs away from home and is covered with magic. The invisible magic power becomes a tangible magic pattern, and these extremely tiny magic patterns are integrated into the soul and the flesh and blood cells, each acting independently and mobilizing as a whole. At the same time, Mu Hua can use this magic power in his body and soul to carry out some similar transformation activities on himself, which is similar to adding the concept of magic to these magic powers. Well, magic power should be the energy to cast magic, but the magic power after qualitative change has a characteristic that can contain magic. It's like gasoline can make the engine run, but one day, the gasoline itself becomes the engine, a very abrupt and contradictory change. Because this magic power is integrated with the body and soul, once those concepts are added, it is like each magic becomes a part of your body. How to say it, You are magic. No need to chant, burn, or fill magic. Magic comes as soon as you raise your hand. It is not a simple instantaneous magic, but the materialization of magic. Using pure magic, you can simulate the interference effect of those magics on reality. Of course, this concept indoctrination is not generalized, but each magic must be condensed. Once condensed, it can be used for a lifetime. It is not the kind of advanced reserve that needs to be condensed again after use. The advantage is that it is naturally fast and handsome. The forbidden spell comes as soon as you raise your hand. It is scary even if it doesn't kill people. The disadvantage is that it consumes more magic power than normal casting, but it does not affect your normal casting. This is only the most external manifestation of the qualitative change of magic, because magic is truly integrated with itself. If the concept transformation of some defensive magic is completed, it will become a mage position. The defensive magic of the magic barrier type, which exists independently after being cast, will be broken by the magic breaking attack. But the defensive magic of the barrier type, even if it is a weapon with a magic breaking effect, requires sufficient attack strength to destroy it. When one's body becomes an alternative mage position, the defensive magic is no longer arranged on the outside, but is combined with flesh and blood, especially those magic barriers with self-repair properties. As long as Muhua still has magic power, even if he faints and sleeps, without sufficient strength and frequency, a giant dragon holding him and biting him can only be lonely, and it is possible to break a few teeth. This defense is like a self-protection mechanism. If you don't want to waste magic power, you cannot let it activate. And if you ignore it, it will be a physical instinct or a natural defense when you encounter a sudden attack. It is just like a biological transformation, which can be said to be an extreme improvement in survivability. If you add the recovery of gluttony and angry magic power, the magic power after qualitative change seems to be more unreasonable than faith and transaction compensation. Not only that, if magic becomes a part of oneself, it will have hereditary characteristics, which is almost equivalent to turning normal magic into a hereditary talent. Although there is no definite evidence, there are rumors among demons that the so-called racial talent is likely to be solidified under certain special circumstances. This qualitative change in magic power is also a threshold to enter the Demon King class. To put it bluntly, Muhua's current magic power should be the magic power that only Demon Kings have. His growth is abnormal again. He did not enter the Lord class, but took the lead in turning his magic power into a Demon King style. Now Muhua thinks he is very strong, and he has made the Purgatory arms very strong. He even dares to face the demon army alone. As for the current power level in the Canaan's courtyard, no matter what kind of demon tide, he has the confidence to fight against the Lord of the courtyard. Of course, it is only one job for the time being, and he has to go home to store magic power after the job, but this is enough to challenge the Lord of the courtyard. But when he stepped onto the bloody hills with a heroic spirit, the little bitch Jayamine came up and gave him a big slap. You are awesome, but people don't fight you head on. You don't fight, but rob the drops, not only in the Rift Valley corridor, but also in the entire bloody hills. It seems that there are spider demons everywhere doing this. Whenever there is some movement on the ground, there are spider demons coming to steal equipment. It's completely like he can let him be strong, and he won't say anything until he goes bankrupt, which makes Muhua's blood pressure soar. Boom! Boom! Another earthquake, and another lava eruption. Muhua found a demon stronghold on the bloody hills. While destroying the stronghold, he cast a magic to change the terrain without waiting for the spider demon to appear. No landslides, no ground cracks, and no spider demons digging holes. Muhua couldn't help but frown. Bang! Bang! The white bone claws smashed fiercely. Puff, 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 the gun forest and knife curtain bloomed among the demons. Muhua stopped attacking, but within a few miles, it seemed that everywhere in sight was full of weapons, and claws protruding from the void. Some of those weapons directly attacked the demons from tricky angles, while others protruded from the demons' galloping routes, and the demons themselves directly hit the sharp blades. It was Vivian, who was traveling with Muhua, who launched the attack. Da-da-da-da, the swords were retracted, and some gun barrels covered with skin and bone armor appeared in the void, and the surging firepower caught the demons, who were defending against the swords and claws, and shot them randomly. Until the scattered demons lost the intention to fight back, Vivian closed the corpse demon space, and shot death rays at the fleeing demons from time to time. Did you release the Black Moth Eye? Muhua asked Vivian in a messy and scorched land. No, I said you should be the focus of the spider demons here. Joey and Tibesha both released the Black Moth Eye, but there were still spider demons stealing and dropping. Vivian shook her head. The Black Moth Eye, a magic prop made by Kuei, is mainly used to block the remote observation of magic and magic props in a certain direction, and also block filming and eavesdropping. The spider demons in the Bloody Hills stealing and dropping are very troublesome, and their behavior is obviously carefully planned. Mu Hua divided several teams to find the main space of the underground world through these spider demons, but they could not find a decent underground space by digging the cracks in the caves dug by the spider demons. In anger, when he encountered holes that were suspected to be dug by spider demons, Mu Hua threw all kinds of messy magic into the ground. The other teams followed suit and dug into the ground like Mu Hua, but even if there were casualties, the spider demons were happy to do it, and would steal as they pleased. On his side, there were messy drops all over the ground, and the spider demons were not coming. Ignoring the drops, he found a gathering place for monsters under a low peak and killed the demons, but still no spider demons were seen. At the same time, Vivian contacted Tabitha, who was still angry with the spider demons. Staring blankly at the drops between the gravel pits, Mu Hua's face became uglier and uglier. The absence of spider demons made him even angrier. He seemed to be targeted. The things falling all over the ground seemed like a silent mockery. If you like hunting demons, then go ahead and hunt as hard as you can. I won't steal them from you. Chapter 741. Sir, according to the latest detection data of the Adventurers Guild, the actual area of the Bloody Hills has reached 8.4 million square kilometers. The Lord of the Courtyard should have merged the world fragments in a local area. During the meeting, Charles reported the latest information of the Adventurers Guild to Mu Hua. I searched the souls of the captured demons. The main part of Jaimin's underground palace should be under the Sky City. The demons have no detailed concept of the underground situation of the Bloody Hills. Vivian paused and looked at everyone. Sky City, the Demon King City of the Lord of the Courtyard, in the Kane's Courtyard, Philemon's lair is not on the ground. Even the Lord of the Courtyard may not know how many spider demons there are under the Bloody Hills. Even the lowest level spider demons are naturally friendly to earth magic. Now we only know that there are indeed many caves of large scale underground, but the spider demons will change the direction of the underground space through joint casting. It is said that Jaimin forced the spider demons in the courtyard to learn some earth magic, and those who could not meet the requirements would be eaten by her. These spider demons are good at lurking and digging holes. The underground tunnels of the Bloody Hills are interconnected and can be blocked by them at any time. It is difficult to track the spider demons that have fallen, let alone dig out the underground cities where demons live based on the locations of their holes. And in order to prevent Jaimin from attacking our strongholds on the blockade line, it is necessary to crystallize the ground within a range of 30 miles around the stronghold, and the depth should be more than 50 meters. Vivian frowned. After a preliminary survey, the commanders of the various regiments stationed in the Bloody Hills under Mu Hua gathered together to discuss the various things in this seemingly impossible area. The Bloody Hills is already vast, and now the area has expanded further. There are indeed many monster caves on the ground here, but in such a large area, to attack those places equivalent to monster fortresses and cities, it is inevitable to divide the troops in multiple directions. Not to mention destroying them. If the spider demons underground cannot be restrained to a certain extent, the skeleton warriors, corpse demons, ghosts, and even the armored divisions on Mu Hua's side dare not move at all. Especially the dispersed forces. If these combat units are stabbed in the back by the spider demons, it will be a sure thing. Can you try to lure them out? Create some loopholes to lure them to attack our base. Clark suggested hesitantly. You want to be a bait? If you want to try, you can ask Tuesday to help you. However, even if you can withstand the 1,000-day defense, I don't think there is any hope. Jaimin obviously wants to fight us for a long time. Mu Hua shook his head. What about reinforcing the ground of the base? Vivian said. We need to reinforce it. Separate the Earth Elves. Who knows when those demons will go crazy? Odysseus said on the side. Everyone was very annoyed about the spider demons snatching the fallen items all over the world, but the real headache was that they could not launch an offensive against the Bloody Hills. Kane City, the capital of Unfallen Sheen, and even the Abyss Island all needed someone to sit and manage. Tibesha and Vivian were transferred from the Court of the Dead. The capital of Unfallen Sheen was even more of a nail buried in the front half of the courtyard for a long time in the future. Now everyone is dragged to the Bloody Hills. If this continues, problems are inevitable. Master, didn't you learn the earth-shattering star? With your spellcasting ability, sacrifice a few more elemental spirits and directly overturn the Bloody Hills. Let's see how those bastards can hide. If you are worried about the collapse of the courtyard, then use Doomsday Destruction. Wash it a few more times. I don't believe that Baruz can still sit still. Tuesday's attitude was casual. Everyone rolled their eyes, but it also attracted Tuesday's disdain. It's not that Muhua can't do her suggestion. Let's not talk about the earth-shattering star, which is essentially a detonation of the Earth's core. For the small body of the Canaan's courtyard, that thing is simply a table overturning. Just talking about doomsday destruction, if Muhua uses all his strength, it won't be difficult to wash the bloody hills a few times. But if you do this, even if you don't target the front half of the courtyard, the dust pollution alone will turn the front half of the courtyard into a dead place. After all, Tuesday is still a demon. As Muhua's strength increases, this guy not only disregards human life, but also has a passion for destroying the world. And everyone present naturally ignored her proposal. No matter what, we still have to fight. Now the ghosts of the Black Crow have shown some fear of fighting. We need a victory to give them some confidence. Unexpectedly, it was Athena who seemed to agree with Tuesday's suggestion. Ghosts can also be said to be the corpse demon army of the Black Crow. Those ghosts are not regular warriors or adventurers. Most of them are citizens of Cain's who defected to Muhua during the Cain's rebellion. They fought bravely in the first half of the war in the courtyard, and the premise of this bravery was that the corpse demons they depended on could protect their safety to a large extent. But it was different in the Bloody Hills. The demons here can generally hold back magic. At the same time, there are many demons that are good at soul attacks, including the Wailing Banshees. If they fight all the way, the ghosts are not weak, but if they are wasted on the blockade line, and have to guard against sneak attacks from underground all the time, it is almost inevitable that people will panic. Earlier, Muhua smashed out a group of elemental evil spirits and banshees, largely to give them hope and build their confidence. How is the ghost survey of the underground? Muhua asked. Not very good, I suggest stopping. The monsters underground are obviously also on guard against ghosts. The ghosts that drilled into the underground have never come back. I have never dared to use the Black Crow Guardian Spirit, but even so, some unfavorable remarks have been heard from the ghosts in the courtyard and Cain City. Clark said. Let's use the Dragon 2 soldiers. When Muhua was silent, Tibesha spread a map on the table. This is the latest map of Bloody Hills. I have mapped 400 digging points on it. Have the Dragon 2 soldiers you first created also improved their mental stability? Call them out and assign a fire spirit to each digging point. You don't have to find a large cave. Digging along the corresponding route can always cause some harassment to the spider demons. Tibesha pointed to some circles on the map. Muhua had long planned to use the Dragon 2 soldiers to dig the ground. The Dragon 2 soldiers are small and have hard claws. They are not much worse than drills when digging holes. In the Rift Valley corridor, Muhua tried to let the fire spirit dig holes, but the fire spirit alone is easily killed by the ambush spider demon. The Dragon 2 soldiers and the fire spirit can be considered both offensive and defensive, especially those Dragon 2 soldiers with a physical fitness of tens of thousands. It is really not easy to catch them in a narrow place. However, the underground is not a flat surface. The three-dimensional strata of 8 or 9 million square kilometers, 3 or 400 Dragon 2 soldiers are no different from a drop in the ocean. That's why Muhua first sent out 6,000 Dragon T soldiers, ready to let them dig holes. However, he has not yet strengthened those Dragon T soldiers to the standard he is satisfied with. However, according to Tibesha's suggestion, sending some first is better than nothing. Alas, why bother so much? Doesn't Ericone want to mate with the Master? Master, why don't you just ride her a few times? That bitch is not a quiet one either. She seems to have some ideas about Bruce. Master, ride her down, maybe she can help us stab Bruce. Monday, who looks like a little boy, has a cute expression, but speaks out incredible words. Everyone is silent, with strange expressions. But including Vivian, no one really raised any objections. However, everyone looked at Monday with a bit of pity. If we can't get the core of the courtyard, even if we can kill Philemon, won't Camille still occupy the Bloody Hill? Is Arachne a quiet person? Ride her? She wants Walkilii. How can you be sure that she won't use the child she gave birth to with me to discuss me in the future? Muhua said unhappily, squinting at Monday. The most important thing is that the problem of Bloody Hill will be solved sooner or later. Only by solving the problem of Bloody Hill can we get the core of the courtyard more likely. Otherwise, what's the point of killing Philemon? Besides, who can tell what her relationship with Philemon is? Can Arachne's words be trusted? Muhua said patiently, and Monday agreed with boredom. I'm pretty clear, right? Still looking at Monday, Muhua asked gently, and Monday nodded inexplicably. Well, Tuesday, drag him down, beat him, and after beating, chop off a leg, the hind leg. Slamming the table, Mu Hua gave fierce feedback to Monday's suggestion. Chapter 742. Eugene, as a Kuja terror, his growth in all aspects is very mediocre. However, the Terror clan has a good ability to guide emotions, and he is very lucky to join Lord Philemon's plan to descend to the human world. No need to work, no need to fight. Terror is not the main fighting race in hell. His mission is to lurk near the human race after the human race is stationed in the bloody hills to spread terror. Humans are very sensitive and low-level creatures. He can even plant the seeds of fear in the hearts of humans. It is a fear that accompanies humans throughout their lives, a fear of something. Eugene has always wanted to go to the Goblin Kingdom. I heard that there are many poor humans there. If he can plant the seeds of fear in the hearts of those humans, even if he returns to hell, he can continuously absorb the emotional energy of those humans. Humans are a great race, a race that can make terrors lie down happily. Unfortunately, those dirty goblins lost their territory, and were assigned to the bloody hills. Eugene was also assigned a task. He was assigned to the nests of those goblins. The fear exuded by those goblins was poor and unpalatable. However, goblins are not useless. Just recently, Eugene felt the agitation of his blood. Bam Demon, he felt the blood of Bam Demon. Great, if it is Bam Demon, it should not have to worry about becoming a monster, a human, or a seed of fear. Ha, hack it. He will become a noble Bam Demon. He feels the throbbing of evolution. If he can become a Bam Demon, the first thing he will do is to kill all the dirty goblins around him. Maybe he will have a chance to build his own demon cave. However, he needs to eat now, and the fullness of blood can calm him down. The evolutionary span from the Terror Demon to the Bam Demon is still a bit large. He needs to be more rational and calm, and can't start the evolution in a hurry. He needs to increase the survival rate during the evolution as much as possible. There are many physical monsters thrown in by the Lord in the courtyard. He wants to go out hunting, but it's a pity that these damn goblins are projections, otherwise it would be nice to eat a few goblins. With the hope of evolving the Bam Demon, Eugene feels that he should be more stable. Swish swish. In the dim magic cave, those big rat-like goblins uneasily avoid the Terror Demon, and Eugene glances at the goblins he meets along the way with disdain. Even those big bear goblins will be uneasy and anxious in front of him. Eugene dislikes these boastful fat pigs. He has heard these fat pigs brag about their head-on confrontation with the Terror Riders more than once. The size of the Terror Demon is shorter than that of the Balan Demon, and the height is similar to that of an adult human, but the size is much stronger than that of a human. Among the demons, they should be a mediocre race that is neither good at literature nor martial arts. They are good at spreading fear, and the Dullahan Knight can be regarded as the species they hate the most. Those Dullahan Knights always compete with the Terror Demons for business, but the terror brought by the Dullahan Knights is more brutal, and in terms of spreading fear, the Terror Knights do not have the growth potential of the Terror Demons. Of course, these have nothing to do with Eugene. He is going to become the male demon of the Bam Demon. Eugene, what are you going to do? A tall goblin general blocked Eugene's way with a heavy voice. Get out of here. Why do I need to report to you? Eugene scolded, straightened his hunched back, the muscles on his shoulders and neck twitched, but his eyes were looking at the several big goblins accompanying the goblin general. Those big goblins were dragging 2 dead demon pigs, and it was obvious that they had just returned from hunting. You don't need to report to me, but I warn you, restrain your fear, otherwise, I can't guarantee that you will be torn apart by my men one day. The goblin general took a step sideways, completely blocking Eugene's way, and said with a grin, Inferior bastard. Have you been beaten stupid by humans? Remember, this is the Bloody Hills. Who gave you the courage to dare to threaten a noble demon? Eugene's angry voice became sharper, and he pushed the goblin general rudely, and walked out of the demon cave. This goblin general was not afraid of him, but he was not afraid of the goblin general either. He got together with these dirty goblins, because he received a transfer order. Moreover, his lord is a demon. For a demon lord, goblins are livestock, even goblin generals. If other demons knew that goblins deliberately attacked a demon, they would tear these goblins apart, not to avenge Eugene, but because such behavior is an offense to all demons. Humph! As expected, the goblin general, who could kill Eugene with a slap, snorted coldly, but did not bother Eugene again. And Eugene's expression was not good either. The reason for the badness was that with that damn goblin general around, he couldn't snatch the goblin's magic pig. Walking out of the cave, Eugene took a deep breath. The bland air made him quite disappointed. Human forces have already set foot on the Bloody Hills, but Commander Jaimine has not called for a full-scale war so far. The lack of blood and wailing is like offering a bottle of water to a drunkard. The air here makes Eugene bored and annoyed. The demon cave on the side of the low mountain was newly built by the goblins, who withdrew from the Goblin Kingdom. There is no living condition here for the time being. However, since they are going to build a nest, these goblins will definitely choose a location with hunting grounds around. In a forest southwest of the cave, Eugene searched for traces of creatures. Hunting has been with the demon since it was hatched. Eugene's hunting skills are even better than those beast-like goblins. Damn fat pig. Searching in the forest, Eugene cursed in a low voice because he did not find any traces of the demon beast for a while. Most goblins have big bellies, but their limbs and bodies are not bloated. However, even the thin low-level goblins are used to being called fat pigs by the demons. The demon's favorite prey is the demon, because the energy and nutrition contained in the demon's flesh and blood are richer. Then, there are the orcs. The demons like the orcs wailing and begging for mercy, which is a good condiment for the demons. Finally, there are the monsters. In addition to obtaining some precious materials from the monsters, the demon's mind is relatively simple when hunting monsters, just for the sake of eating. As for humans, humans are actually not on the demon's menu. In comparison, the demons prefer human souls. Without sufficient training, humans are not delicious. There are goblins building nests, and Eugene did not expect to find wild orcs nearby. It's just that the monsters with more meat in the forest seem to have been killed by those goblins. After wandering in the forest for a while, Eugene touched the edge of the forest. He was annoyed that he didn't get much. He saw humanoid creatures approaching from a distance. He stared at them. In addition to being surprised, Eugene felt a sense of bad luck. Skeletons and fire spirits? No, it should be Dragon 2 soldiers and fire spirits, right? 2 Dragon 2 soldiers, followed by a fire spirit. The fire spirit has the body of a big demon, and it can be seen at a glance that it is the flame of life. Paw! Eugene spat in disgrace at a distance, preparing to retreat quietly. I don't know which big guy released it. The Dragon 2 soldiers are okay, but he can't afford to offend the fire spirit. Just when Eugene was about to go back to the woods, the sound of rapid horse hooves came from the side. At a glance, Eugene's face suddenly changed. Damn it! With a curse, Eugene turned and ran. The headless knight, riding alone, full of murderous aura, this unreasonable thing, has nothing to ask for. Most demons will stay away from it. But when Eugene fled, the headless knight seemed to be staring at him. Boom, boom, the flying energy slashed into the forest, chopping down trees and patches, and Eugene's face changed again. Blood and chi mimicry. And the power is extremely strong. This is an old ghost. Damn it, damn it! He cursed in his heart. From Eugene's point of view, why would such a big guy chase a little Karami? Run, run. But the sound of trees breaking and collapsing behind him was getting closer and closer. Did the old ghost really set his sights on him? Unable to run, Eugene gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and fell to the ground directly, lying behind a big tree, shrinking his body, holding his breath, and pretending to be dead. After waiting for a while, the surroundings seemed to be quiet again. Eugene moved his body, and half of his head stuck out from behind the tree. Gone? Looking around, the terror rider disappeared. Carefully crawling on the ground, Eugene crawled for a while, and there was indeed no trace of the terror rider. Suddenly I remembered the Dragon 2 soldiers and fire spirits I saw before. They are all brainless guys. Will the old ghost fight with them? If the two sides fight, maybe I can get some advantage? Eugene stood up carefully, but the road was empty, so Eugene lay on the ground again, letting the tree stumps and the messy wood cover his figure. Climbed all the way to the edge of the forest, and looked far away. Well, the headless knight disappeared, but the Dragon 2 soldiers and fire spirits were still there. However, why do the 2 Dragon 2 soldiers seem to be digging a hole? Oh! After a brief doubt, Eugene immediately guessed that they might be human subordinates. The recent action plan of the spider demon has been spread in the Bloody Hills. Is this trying to dig the spider demon? Eugene sneered, stood up slowly, and prepared to leave. Well? When turning around, Eugene suddenly saw a touch of gemstone luster among the messy wood. He pushed away the broken wood and saw a ring among the weeds. He picked up the ring from the ground. It had a slight magical fluctuation, but it was very weak, and it didn't feel like a high-end magic jewelry. But just as Eugene raised his hand to throw away the worn-out ring, a hallucinatory sound seemed to come from the ears of the terror demon. Ding, your plugin is online. Chapter 743. Stop it! Quicksand swamp, hurry up! Those who are going to the dust and mud swamp, hurry up! On the chaotic riverside, the demon shouted to his companions. Kong, Kong the slashing and tearing the earth. The sylph-like aura slashed the enemies within dozens of meters, and the purple demon blood splashed everywhere. The hooves of the Purgatory Warhorse stepped on the fire path, and the headless knight was surrounded by the gray-black blood like wolf smoke. The lance was 2 meters long, and the tip of the lance swung out a whip-like air blade, and the lance danced with lotus flowers, strangling the group of fierce demons. Roar! The huge Odora demon roared and opened his arms, trying to resist the impact of the warhorse. The muscles all over his body swelled, and the blood burst, as if he wanted to knock down the warhorse and the knight together. Clang, clang, puff the lance swung, sparks flew between the blade and the armor, multiple attacks split half of Odora's head, and then the sturdy demon was knocked back by the warhorse that only reached its waist. Terror Rider under Mu Hua's command. Riding alone to break the army, the Terror Rider broke through the encirclement of the demons with tyrannical force, and the crushing force was not only the knight itself, but also the Purgatory Warhorse that grew synchronously with the knight, which also crushed the demons under its hooves. Purgatory Warhorse, the companion mount of the Headless Knight. The first task of most Headless Knights after birth is to transform their warhorses into summoned beasts, but that will also cut off the growth path of the warhorse. If the companion state is maintained, the attributes and characteristics of the Purgatory Warhorse will grow synchronously with the knight, but there is also a risk of death and being killed. In order to avoid losing the warhorse, the Headless Knights, who grow normally, will generally transform their warhorses into summoned beasts as soon as possible. However, as for the Terror Cavalry under Mu Hua's command, their infernal warhorses basically remain in a companion state. On the one hand, Mu Hua spent a lot of money on the horror riders, and he gave them all kinds of attributes and resistances, which made those infernal warhorses also have extraordinary survivability. On the other hand, transforming summoned beasts also requires resources. There are too many horror riders at home, and Mu Hua has to get summoned beasts and warhorses himself. Let's just keep them as companions first. If the horses are really killed by others, just convert them to dragon riders directly. As for giving them some infernal warhorses separately, it depends on my mood, and they lose their synchronous growth. As for the horror riders under my command, Mu Hua usually doesn't have this mood. The specifications are in place. The infantry is also very loving. Bang, bang, bang. The demons known for their strength were hit by the infernal warhorses, and their tendons were broken and fractured, and the demons with defensive magic also bombarded in all directions like cannonballs. On the Abyss Island, most of the horror riders responsible for patrolling have a physical fitness between 800 and 2000. That is the normal growth of the horror rider for about 100 years, and it also involves breakthroughs in critical, arrival, and liberation. After 2000, the growth rate of meditation gradually decreases. On the Bloody Hill, the horror riders that Mu Hua dispersed had a base of 5000 physique, which catalyzed the blood mimicry, but some of them did not even complete the critical breakthrough. They were all fattened monsters, and the missing links were slowly made up. Puff, puff, puff. The trap in the muddy sand, the Purgatory horse stepped on the waves and ran. Damn it! Stop it! The demon was surprised. The magic of the trap horse lost its effect on the Purgatory horse in front of him. Did this horror rider learn to float? But think about its fierce power. Well, an old ghost, let alone floating, even if it learns to fly, it should be considered a pleasure for others. Near a demon cave, the terror riders attacked, and the undeclared killing aroused the demons that kept pouring out of the demon cave. Although it was a demon cave, it was different from those damn spider demons. Although they lived underground, the underground space of this demon cave was generally not too deep. The location was fixed, and there were some pastures, workshops, defense facilities, and the like on the surrounding land. It should belong to the ground force of the Bloody Hills. Boom! Boom! The earth and rock surged, and a terror rider was seen making a mess here. The barrier built by the magician's position rose on the ground with the cave as the center. The demons roared violently, but the terror riders, who seemed to be fighting to the death with them just now, rode away on horseback while the magician's position was brewing. Ran away? Ran away. Fuck. Really ran away. The kind that didn't even look back. The demons were speechless for a while, and the weapons in their hands shook again and again. They wanted to find something to chop, but they couldn't attack their own kind, right? Tramp, tramp, tramp. The hoof sounds reappeared. Another rider, but in a different direction from the fleeing terror rider. Another terror rider ran towards here. The demons shifted their sights and stared at the new terror rider. Puff! A bone spear pierced a demon, and the bone spear was blocked by another demon's defensive magic. The attacking Terror Rider saw the fortress-like mage position here, but turned his horse's head and fled in another direction. A group of demons. Roar, 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 and abuse. The battlefield earlier was very noisy. And this situation, for a while, was staged everywhere in the entire Bloody Hills. Well, Mu Hua sent out his own Terror Riders. Because of being teased by Jaimin, Mu Hua had difficulty launching an offensive against monsters in the Bloody Hills. There was no good way to deal with the spider demons hiding underground, and Mu Hua's tactics became non-mainstream. 20,000 Terror Riders, shifts became 3 shifts, 5,000 Terror Riders patrolled the southern border, and another 10,000 Terror Riders scattered into the Bloody Hills, fighting on their own, burning and killing everywhere, not seeking looting. Well, the Bloody Hills is vast, and in Mu Hua's previous life, it was almost as big as the Yin Kingdom. But 10,000 Terror Riders scattered is not a small number, almost equivalent to 4 or 5 Terror Riders in every city of the Yin Kingdom running around the world. The most important thing is that the individual combat power of these Terror Riders cannot be treated conventionally. Mu Hua didn't want to think about sieges, resource acquisition, etc. The Terror Riders were scattered, fighting if they could, running if they couldn't, running even when they were tired, running even when they were in trouble. Kill demons when they met them, destroy magic traps when they met them, especially some of the Terror Riders who had summoned beasts in their hands, destroying magic traps smoothly and effortlessly. This was not a battle, let alone a war. It was basically like Mu Hua throwing tens of thousands of indiscriminate serial killers into the Bloody Hills. After only 3 or 5 days of preparation, the entire Bloody Hills was in chaos. The originally clear sky began to be filled with flying winged demons tracking the Terror Riders, and the demons came out of their nests, and the winged demons guided the demons on the ground to encircle and suppress these thugs. It would have been better if they hadn't encircled and suppressed them, but as they suppressed and suppressed them, the scattered Terror Riders were suppressed together, and as a result, when these Terror Riders cooperated in the field, they were even more fierce. These Terror Riders could fight and carry, and they were also very agile when they ran. If you don't kill them, they will run around everywhere. 1 or 2 of them will challenge a demon in a duel, or even a group of them. It is said that some demons have been killed by them. If you kill them, the casualties will be even more serious. Even if you surround them in one place, 1 or 2 of their reinforcements will come from all directions during the field battle, and the fight will turn into a fight. After Mu Hua was upset by the spider demon, it is hard to say what Jaimin's mentality is at this time, but the monsters on the land of Bloody Hill are all anxious. The sky above the entire Bloody Hill seems to be transmitting the noise of cursing, the kind of devil language. On the Bloody Hill, which was originally a plain, castles have sprung up. Castles, walls, and defense facilities are originally mage positions, but some demons seem to have started construction to constantly reinforce these mage positions. The Bloody Hills were full of vitality. The Terror Riders did not attack the garrisons, but took a detour when they saw them. All the thugs seemed to have turned into wild monsters that disturbed the monsters. Mu Hua not only threw out the Terror Riders, but also several hundred Dragon 2 soldiers and fire spirits began to dig holes everywhere on the Bloody Hills. The war started. Well, it was a bit weird, but it could be considered a war. After all, the scope of the battle was so large. There was no most disgusting, only more disgusting. After all, Mu Hua and Jaimin's tactics were not very particular. Chaos broke out, and in the midst of the chaos, some strange individuals seemed to appear on the monster side. For example, the terror demon named Eugene picked up a magical ring. Ding! The rebellious king cultivation system has been bound, the carrier ring can be discarded, and the novice gift package is obtained, with a 100-point increase in physical fitness, 1 magic destruction flame, and 1 magic thunder element aggregate. Ding! The system senses external threats and determines the host's status. The novice gift package is adjusted, with 1 philosopher's stone, 1 magic continuous fireball, and 1 magic skeleton transformation. Philosopher's stone. A philosopher's stone actually appeared in front of Eugene's forehead. Inheritance. The inheritance of magic filled Eugene's mind, and the information instilled made Eugene dizzy. Bewildered. The eyes of the terror demon were full of bewilderment, and when he was bewildered, the ring that he was going to throw away was tightly held in his palm. Chapter 744. Gods are omnipotent. Well, if they have enough power of faith, they can do anything. The power of faith has a wide range of uses, such as fighting, blessing, materializing objects, treasures, and even creating the world. Mu Hua ignited the divine fire, and absorbed the power of faith with the status of a god. After trying and exploring, Mu Hua positioned the use of his own power of faith on giving warmth. Well, giving warmth, Mu Hua used the power of faith to toss the system gold finger. He could swear that he had no ill intentions when he thought about it at first. After all, he wanted to get a gold finger for his own naughty child. For example, the fatherly filial piety system, the good daughter system, the in the name of the father system, the striving to be a little cotton-padded jacket system, the only father is good in the world system, etc. Naughty children are the most troublesome. Mu Hua is not good at dealing with naughty children, but he thinks that he will probably have many naughty children in the future. It's hard to teach a naughty child, and it's hard to beat him. Then just secretly build a system for them, don't coax them, issue some reward tasks, and let them coax their father. Well, parenting education seems to be very promising. Although our faith power is not much, it's not complicated to make unlimited remote communication and seamless object transmission. Manually issue tasks, and the rewards, gold coins, toys, delicious food, skill stones, attribute crystals, and secret stones in hand, are also rare enough. Anyway, the cubs are going to be raised in the human world before they grow up, so that their friends can control their mouths. Then create some adventures for the cubs, let them encounter some system plugins, ring grandfathers, etc. And are you still afraid that they will not be well behaved? Do it as soon as possible. Mu Hua directly rubbed a ring with systematic rhetoric. Unfortunately, Mu Bauer had accepted Mu Hua's strengthening early. This system trick seemed not very useful to her. Seeing that Samantha was about to give birth, she was the only one. Starting from her, the system started. That's what Mu Hua thought. This is an alternative early childhood education. Anyway, when they grow up, they should not dare to beat their father. And through tasks, they can also create some of their black history. TSK, master a set of black history, and when they grow up, they are disobedient, and we will beat them up with a king bomb in our hands. It's good to think about it. However, when Jimoni gave Mu Hua a big pussy and planned the Bloody Hills, Mu Hua suddenly thought of the fatherkind and filial piety system he created. When Jimoni gave Mu Hua a big pussy and planned the Bloody Hills, Mu Hua suddenly thought of the system of fatherkindness and filial piety he created. This thing seems to be able to be used on demons, right? Just change the name, such as the Demon Slayer God system, the Human Rescue Cashback system, the Overthrow system, the Evil Value, the Betrayal Value system, etc. The main point is to mess with your own people, stab the Demon General Lord, and help humans to deal with demons. In any case, original sin and virtue are also hard to distinguish for demons. This kind of setting, it is said, is full of positive energy for demons. Then, Mu Hua threw out a few beta versions of the Demon Grow system. The southern blockade of the Bloody Hills, the central military base near the Rift Valley corridor. Tuesday descended from the sky with a demon statue, threw the stone statue aside, and walked towards the castle where Mu Hua was. There was no serious war, and Tuesday was used to going out to fight in the wild. When he encountered a demon at the level of a demon general, he would petrify it and bring it back. Later, the evil dragon would send the statue to the capital of Qin. The stronghold was rigorous, but not busy. Some skeleton warriors were doing routine maintenance on the chariots, and some humans were sorting out logistical supplies. Dormitories were built in the living area around the small castle. Tuesday walked into the castle hall. Some individuals on duty gathered in a corner of the hall, receiving and transmitting contact information from various strongholds. Mu Hua, who was also in the hall, had several video images in front of him, and a barrier to shield detection was arranged around him. Among the images that Mu Hua watched with interest, the terrifying demon Eugene was shrinking in a remote corner of a cave. Suspicion appeared on his face for a while, and excitement could not be concealed for a while, and his expression was very rich. "What are you?" In the distance, many goblins were digging in the cave. Eugene asked in a low voice, as if talking to himself, and a worn-out ring was thrown not far from him. The ring was no longer useful. It was said that some system recognized the master and loaded it into his body. Eugene was not a powerful demon. He could not sense the system. It was magical, but he was worried that it was a prank by some existence. Ding! The host can understand the system as the remains of the worlds will. When the host completes the tasks issued by the system, he will receive the corresponding system rewards. Eugene's mind echoed the reply. In addition to the crisp ding, it was Mu Hua's voice. "World will. Even if it is a wreckage, it is very high-end," Eugene thought. Well, this voice changer also needs to be improved. And in the distance, Mu Hua was thinking in his heart. Reward? Like the previous. Well, the magic inheritance and the philosopher's stone in the novice gift package? After a short silence, Eugene said excitedly, "The reward depends on the difficulty of the task. For specific inquiries, the host does not have enough authority and cannot inquire." The voice in his mind sounded again. System, mission, authority? Although the answer of this mysterious existence is unclear, Eugene has no resistance to it. Raising his hand, he drew a magic circle in the void. The inherited magic is real, and the Philosopher's Stone is also real. He is more worried that he will not be given these in the future. As for what the system is, it seems to be no longer important. How to increase the authority? How to accept the mission? Eugene asked. The host does not have enough authority. May I ask if the host will accept the mission? The stereotyped words clearly show that Muhua, who is not idle, is too lazy to argue with him. Fuck. Eugene cursed in a low voice. Please select the mission as soon as possible. Completing the mission could open more permissions. The voice in his mind paused briefly. After a moment, when the voice started again, a task selection box seemed to appear in Eugene's mind. The task function is turned on. Ding, the first task, kill any grade of spider demon, quantity, 0 out of 10. Task reward, physical attribute plus 10, turn on the rebellion points function, turn on the points lottery function. Random task 1, kill any monster that gives you orders, task reward, random magic inheritance. Random task 2, kill any 3 monsters that obey your command, task reward, physical attribute plus 1, Panshi fruit asterisk 1. Random task 3, go to the hostile force and insult the leader Jaimine in public for 10 minutes. Requirement, the same insulting words do not appear more than 3 times. Task reward, the number of draws plus 1, Philosopher's Stone asterisk 10, a random magic training level has been mastered, and there is a probability of attracting a random grade of skeleton undead to join. Note, the initial loyalty of the joining unit is friendly. For tasks, some information appeared in the mind in bits and pieces. The first task has always existed, and the first task will not appear again after it is completed. Random tasks appear regularly, choose one of 3, and the other 2 disappear after you choose. If you don't complete it, no new tasks will appear. The name of this system seems to be the cultivation of the King of Rebellion, right? Eugene thought and analyzed that in addition to tasks, the rebellion value seems to be very important, and the rewards seem to come mainly from betrayal. The lottery is not open, and there is no response to inquiries. Even after the task is given, there is no communication. The service attitude of this system is really bad. However, the first task must be done. It is not difficult to find some spider demons of any grade and find some of the lowest level spider demons. If you choose a random task, then task 3 makes Eugene's eyelids jump. This system seems to be a bit of a pit. However, since he is the King of Rebellion, it seems that it is not impossible to understand. Magic inheritance, attribute improvement, Philosopher's Stone, there should be resources, and subordinate rewards can actually improve magic training. This system seems to be very awesome, and the tasks seem to be combined with their own situation. If you keep doing this, you can become a demon general, a commander, or even a lord or a demon king. Eugene can't imagine how far he can grow. Not to mention the distant past, the Philosopher's Stone alone made Eugene's heart beat faster. If he got more Philosopher's Stone, he could steadily complete the evolution of Bam Demon. System, can all the mission rewards be exchanged for Philosopher's Stone? Eugene asked. Although some rewards may be more valuable than Philosopher's Stone, what he needs most now is Philosopher's Stone. Being able to evolve Bam Demon and now having this magical system, Eugene said that he would be more stable. System? No reply. Eugene tried. Master System? Still no reply. Eugene lowered his posture. There was silence in his mind. If there was no mission panel, it would seem that everything before was an illusion. Fuck. After a long while of calling in different ways, the system did not reply again, and Eugene cursed angrily. But even if he cursed, in line with the principle of true fragrance, Eugene stomped his feet and accepted the mission. 3 big goblins were summoned from nearby. When they bowed their heads and obeyed, Eugene poked their kidneys. It really worked. The random task was completed. The physical fitness increased by 1, which was not very obvious, but a bright red snake fruit appeared in front of him out of thin air. Eugene's heart trembled. Very good, the snake fruit is not important, but it once again proves the authenticity of the system. Eugene's eyes flashed. King of Rebellion. The road to the throne is blooming in front of me. Chapter 745. Mu Hua threw 7 systems in the Bloody Hills, which were picked up by some demons one after another. 3 demons, including a spider demon, wanted to advertise after activating the system. Obviously, demons lacked awe of the golden finger, and did not believe in its existence and goodwill as much as the readers in the legend. I don't know whether to say they are cautious or what. The spider demon even wanted to contact Jaimin through this, and Mu Hua could only remotely detonate their heads. Originally, Mu Hua wanted to use the spider demon to find their underground nest, but through the spider demon, Mu Hua found that they lurked in the shallow underground. Even if they stole the dropped items on the ground battlefield, they would not transport those items back to the so-called nest. They would dig out disordered and narrow passages in the shallow underground, and drill around without much purpose. That was their daily activity, and they seemed to have adapted to that kind of life a long time ago. The movement on the ground would attract their attention. In fact, those spider demons were somewhat similar to the terror riders that Mu Hua had sent out. They fought on their own, the only difference being that one was running around on the ground, and the other was drilling around underground. If it weren't for the fact that the headless riders that Mu Hua had put on the bloody hill were all strong, I'm afraid those spider demons would not just steal things and rob the spoils. And those spider demons buried the spoils randomly, and they would occasionally eat magic stones, demon gold coins, and even use their gastric juice to corrode some metal equipment, treating those things as food. However, apart from magic stones, they don't eat much for other things. There are a lot of things buried by them underground in the bloody hill, and these randomly buried things don't seem to be meaningless. Because the rumor that it is easy to dig treasure in Bloody Hill has gradually spread in the Canaan's courtyard, and even in the human world outside the courtyard. Rumors are not rumors, but even if they know that there may be a conspiracy of the devil, there are still adventurers trying to explore and dig in Bloody Hill. Especially after Mu Hua's defense line is stable, and it seems to have formed a stable confrontation with the monsters. Even if the Adventurer Guild announced a persuasion statement, it is useless. The number of adventurers trying to sneak into Bloody Hill to dig pits is gradually increasing. And the adventurers who dare to come here are not too weak, and some even organize a large number of individual teams. To say that these adventurers can also be regarded as combat power, but for the situation in Bloody Hill, their strength is really a bit mediocre. Reorganizing them involves the issue of wages and pensions. The situation that people will work hard as long as they are called is basically nonsense. Even if it involves the issue of digging treasures, if you want to command and dispatch them, you still have to give them the treatment they deserve. If a dog wags its tail even when it digs for food, it is called a dog. Even cows and horses don't do that. It is difficult to persuade these adventurers, and it is difficult to kill them. Their involvement in the Bloody Hills seriously affects the high-end combat power of Mu Hua. Mu Hua finally got the Adventurer Guild to issue a ban on adventurers to the area beyond 100 kilometers north of the Bloody Hills blockade line on the grounds of arresting the demons. At least those adventurers have restrained themselves. Otherwise, Mu Hua would have thought of assassinating those adventurers. After all, secretly killing them can also frame the demons. If they are accidentally injured in the battle with the demons, it will inevitably cause trouble. Well, there are indeed quite a few demon followers in Bloody Hills, and unlike the first half of the courtyard, most of the demon followers here are not forced by demons. Demon worshippers, people who believe in the evolution of humans and monsters, and some demon followers who escaped from other courtyards have a high degree of acceptance of demon behavior patterns, and their status in Bloody Hills is even higher than that of the goblins. 7 systems, 3 self-destructed, and one of the other 4 demons was bitten by a hellhound that sneaked into the demon cave where it was, which should be considered as manslaughter. Joey has quite a few hellhounds with Krypton shadow magic, and they will also attack some demon gathering places with weaker detection links. While creating chaos and stimulating demons, the Hellhound group is also the war group with the highest losses in Mu Hua's forces after entering Bloody Hills. Hellhounds and Terror Riders are rampant, and in the north of Bloody Hills, where the Sky City floats, there is the core city of the Bloody Hills demon forces. That's right, it's not a cave fortress, but a core city built on the surface. Under the surface should be the underground city of Jaimin, and the airspace even belongs to the patrol range of Philemon Sky City. The city covers a very large area, and even includes industries such as planting, breeding, manufacturing, forging, and monster breeding. There are also a large number of pig-headed people working there, and the construction reinforcement and fortification projects have never stopped. There are multi-layered walls, like barriers, and the outermost defense line is like the Great Wall, with beacon fire defense, and after years of strengthening, the solidity of its fortifications is far beyond the blockade line on Mu Hua's side. There are strict detections everywhere, and the eyes of the monitor, and the eyes of true vision can be seen everywhere. There is basically no room for ghosts to survive there. Invisibility, the breadth of the gap, shadow stealth, and even transformation are difficult to blend into it. At the same time, There are a large number of demon followers in that area responsible for reconnaissance and monitoring. They are even authorized to manage a tribe of demon eyes. In this regard, human demon followers are more careful and patient than demons. Not to mention the demons under Muhua, even the monsters under Philemon will be killed if they try to enter that area without authorization. It can be regarded as the king city of the monsters. Whether it is the king city area or the underground spider demon nest, there are not only space restrictions, but also fate spider silk everywhere. It is difficult for Muhua to sneak into it using teleportation magic. Although the three demons with cheats have different positioning of gold fingers, their first mission is to poke spider demons. Two of them probably do not have the authority to enter the king city, and they are scratching their heads to find spider demons. However, the terrifying demon named Eugene rushed all the way to the king city because it was difficult to find low-level spider demons that were not dangerous to poke outside the king city. Boom! 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 The huge monster made a muffled sound while jumping on the ground. Locust, like a giant locust that was magnified thousands of times. Fragrant egg locust, a giant monster insect in the eyes of humans, is a worm-shaped monster with very high economic value to demons. To demons, the eggs produced by this giant locust are like rice and flour eaten by humans. It is a kind of food with high yield, easy to obtain, and full of nutrition. At this moment, some demons are hanging on the abdomen under the wings of the fragrant egg locust, which are enduring the bumps. How to say it, this large locust with a body length of up to 100 meters can probably be regarded as a means of transportation for demons, similar to human buses. Well, there are indeed some transportation routes for monsters on the Bloody Hills. Eugene is hanging on the body of the fragrant egg locust at this moment, and their destination is the Royal City area. Normally, the locusts fly to travel, but now the Bloody Hills often encounter attacks from dragons. The locusts are large and move fast, but they have few attack methods and are not good at fighting. So they have changed to land. They jump with one step and bounce with one jump. It is no different from the movement of locusts. The speed of the locusts is really fast, but it is also really bumpy when jumping like this. They bounced all the way to the vicinity of the Royal City, and even the demons vomited. Ugh, dry retching. Wow, really vomiting. Damn bastard, didn't you hear me get off the car? He swayed and shouted at the werewolf driving the locust. Hey, snake demon, don't go, give me a hand. He grabbed the snake demon's tail and wanted to hitchhike. Wow. Well, the snake demon, who had been trying to hold back the discomfort, vomited. Arriving at the outskirts of the Royal City, just like humans taking a bus, these demons who would take the fragrant egg locusts were not very strong individuals. They were not strong, but they could enter the Royal City. They should be regarded as the direct descendants of the Lord of the Courtyard. Even if their combat power was not high, they would get along relatively harmoniously compared to those demons, who were not qualified to come to the Royal City area. Eugene was also shaking and trembling when he walked. The appearance of the demons caused the surrounding werewolves to laugh. This is the outskirts of the Royal City, not the real Royal City area. There are not only spider demons under Jaimin, but also the hell werewolves living around the Royal City are also directly under Jaimin's tribe. Compared with another fighting tribe composed of Minotaur under Jaimin, the hell werewolves in Jaimin are more like farmers and laborers. Some of the physical werewolves with reproductive ability are sometimes used as food for spider demons. Well, it's not that werewolves are necessarily weaker than spider demons. Low-level spider demons are completely defeated by werewolves, and mid-level ones, even Akla, may only be able to fight adult werewolves on equal terms. However, in Jaimin's place, she positioned werewolves in this way. With her in the upper position, werewolves in the Kane's courtyard can only serve as watchdogs to raise fragrant egg locusts and collect insect eggs. The spider demon that Eugene is looking for can be found in the Royal City area in addition to underground. Chapter 746. The city wall, which is over 100 meters high, stretches endlessly. As the outermost barrier of the Royal City, this wall, which is only similar to the fence of the enclosure, is like the Great Wall built by the giants. It is no exaggeration to say that even if the courtyard is broken, this fence may leave broken ruins. The huge obsidian door is engraved with the relief of the Barus clan. Whenever the city gate opens and closes, it is like awakening the gate of hell. Damn humans, those mechanical demons are also trash. They took so many supplies and let humans occupy the airspace. A group of demons who were tormented by the fragrant egg locusts walked towards the city gate and complained. I heard that those mechanical demons were scared by Medusa, but I didn't expect that the dragon would succumb to humans. Moreover, this is the Bloody Hills. If you want to blame someone, Blame those damn spider demons. A demon took over, mentioned the spider demon, and lowered his voice. Humph, it's because the demon Jaimin has bad intentions. She doesn't care about the dragons, the terror riders, and everything else. If she is allowed to lead the Bloody Hills, she will be a disaster sooner or later. A succubus said badly, but her voice was lowered. Who cares about her? Jaimin only cares about her spider demons. Now the terror riders on the human side are causing trouble everywhere. Anyway, the nest I'm staying in will be in trouble sooner or later. I'm not going to go back. Another terror demon looked at Eugene. Don't look at me. I'm a group of goblins over there. They're dead. I just stay in the city. Jaimin doesn't care about the Bloody Hills. Why should we be so nervous? When Eugene said this, a group of demons agreed. They are not Jaimin's subordinates, and what they have in common is that they can induce negative emotions. They are sent to various demon nests by Philemon to provoke the emotions of those monsters. Demons want to get emotional energy from humans, but they will not give up getting it from other monsters, including their own kind. It's best to have humans, but if there are no humans, they can get more monsters, so the demons treat the humans in the courtyard so casually. Nowadays, the Bloody Hills often encounters the evil terror riders and hellhounds. Demons like Eugene can't be considered to be on strike, but if no one drags them out, they intend to stay in the Royal City area and wait and see. Yes, why don't those spider demons go up? Are you raising so many spider demons and waiting for rebellion? The succubus is very repulsive to the spider demons. These werewolves are hiding in the back. It's not impossible to take care of the fragrant egg locust pig-headed people. I think Jaimin has no good intentions. A Lashita demon said. Lion head, donkey ears, bird claws. Lashitu is a demon that spreads hunger. It is more unlucky than demons like Eugene. This kind of demon is often sent to places closer to the frontline war zone. Hunger can even resist fear to a great extent, and combined with the blessing of rage, it can make monsters more crazy when fighting. There are also many spider demons in the outer city. I plan to get a few. Do you want to go? Seeing the demons complaining, Eugene asked with a sly smile. Let's go together. There are so many terror riders everywhere recently that I am tired of talking about birds. The succubus eyes lit up and agreed. Spider demons also have a strong reproductive ability. Here we are not talking about the kind of demon eggs that hatch little demons. In other words, the evolutionary line of spider demons is too complicated, and they also like to eat their own kind. Otherwise, with the reproduction speed of spider demons, hell would have been full of Atrox and Arachne. There are also many physical spider demons in the courtyard. It is not that Jaimin takes care of them. Besides taking care of reproduction, because it is easier to learn some low-level earth magic, those spider demons with lower strength will help with construction in the royal city. Sometimes they are used as food by other demons, but Jaimin does not care. Some birds are still very fragrant, haha. Eugene was going to kill the spider demon. Seeing that the other demons were not interested, Eugene said to the succubus with a strange smile. Haha, okay, you can bring it out for me to taste later. The succubus laughed, and swept Eugene again, and again with her thin tail. Crossing the oppressive city cave, and walking through the deep Urn City, a group of demons dispersed, and Eugene followed the succubus and prepared to poke some spider demons. About 2 kilometers inward from the outer wall is the second defense body of the royal city. In this area surrounded by the city wall, there are mainly some magic beasts, some demon eggs thrown around, many small demons left to fend for themselves, and some pastures are also arranged. The demon city is not as safe as the city defined by humans. In fact, Eugene and other demons live in this area. Some monsters here will also attack demons. Eugene is not qualified to enter the inner city. In other words, the demons there may be more dangerous than the monsters in the outer city. Without a certain level of strength, it is common to be killed and eaten if you run in. The outer city not only has flat pastures, but also some dense shrubs and forests, which draw water from the Silver Lake. It is hard to say whether it is a water source or a moat for the rear wall. Those spider demons that breed here are more likely to be raised as livestock. Although no one has investigated it deeply, demons of Eugene's level need to be sneaky to hunt spider demons here, and cannot be too ostentatious. Looking towards the inner city, Eugene's eyes flickered. Evolution, as long as he completes the evolution of Bam Demon, he can climb to a higher level and settle in a more inner area. Entering a remote forest, the fighting methods of low-level spider demons here are basically physical attacks. Their earth magic has little killing effect. It is not difficult for Eugene and the succubus to cooperate to kill some low-level spider demons. killing spider demons and eating flesh and blood. In the woods, Eugene and the succubus naturally arched together again, with the smell of blood, rot, and sulfur. Heavy breathing and grumbling sounds suppressed in the throat. The horror demon and the succubus with spider demon blood on their heads and bodies had a primitive communication. And all of this fell into the eyes of Muhua, who was far away. It was a bit heavy, but Muhua seemed to be quite enthusiastic. Well, he was mainly watching, just like watching a small movie. If he saw it up close, he might feel uncomfortable. He still prefers to roll around in the bed with clean, soft, and fragrant sheets. It doesn't matter if it's a little wild, but it's a bit unacceptable to make it sticky. Tuesday lay on Muhua's shoulder from behind. Although she has transformed into a human, she obviously exudes the smell of sulfur. Obviously, this atmosphere is quite exciting to her. Let's not talk about whether Muhua and Tuesday will have some in-depth exchanges on the issue of post-viewing experience. At this moment, Eugene has completed the system task, and Muhua should also let the system elf go online. Ding, the first task, killing any grade of spider demon, has been completed. Get task rewards. Physical attributes plus 10, rebellious points function enabled, points lottery function enabled. A system prompt sounded in his mind, and Muhua remotely shot Eugene a few physical crystals. I feel it. 10 points of physical fitness improvement. This time Eugene clearly felt the physical improvement. He did not stop communicating with the succubus, and the dual satisfaction of psychology and physiology made Eugene more excited. A turntable with various patterns appeared in his mind. Below the turntable, the rebellious points were recorded on the left, and the number of draws was displayed on the right. At this point, in addition to the task rewards, completing random tasks will also receive point rewards. The turntable looks simple, and the one-time draw opportunity that seems like a reward makes Eugene dislike stinginess. But as he looked closely at the prizes on the turntable, Eugene couldn't help but tighten his lower abdomen, and his more excited body made the succubus under him more excited. Golden apples, wisdom fruits, dragon teeth weapons, mechanical armor, philosopher's stone, jump potion, forbidden spell inheritance, talent endowment, attribute enhancement, etc. These are definitely good things. Ding, the host has a chance to draw a prize. Do you want to draw a prize? Reminder, magic talent inheritance needs to be combined with the host's attributes. In order to avoid endangering the host's health, magic talents that do not meet the learning conditions will be compensated by appropriate magic and improved training. Observing the reaction of the terror with interest, Muhua emphasized the setting. Draw, draw. As Eugene replied, the turntable began to turn, and as the pointer moved, Eugene tensed up. Physique plus 500, physique plus 100, intelligence plus 500, war potion, philosopher's stone asterisk 400, goblin thigh asterisk 10. Damn it! What the hell is a goblin thigh? Get out, don't turn to it, Eugene shouted in his heart. The speed of the turntable gradually decreased. Golden apple is fine. Don't go. Regeneration ability, I like this too. Stop quickly. Red moon dark body, damn, this magic should be replaced. We are so steady. Go quickly. There is the philosopher's stone behind. Philosopher's stone asterisk 400, no, stop. Eugene's mood fluctuated greatly. Seeing the turntable pointer passing the philosopher's stone, and the pointer about to stop on the thigh of the goblin, Eugene even felt a little desperate. Ding, congratulations on drawing philosopher's stone asterisk 100. Roar. Eugene roared and trembled fiercely on the body of the succubus. It's not that damn goblin thigh. 100 philosopher's stones. This is 100 philosopher's stones. Eugene now firmly believed that the system was his golden finger, and the system was the adventure that would take him to the peak of his demon life. There was no deception, because no one would use 100 philosopher's stones to deceive him. Even if there was, he would accept it. The succubus pleased Eugene and moaned long under him. However, when Eugene was excited, a pile of philosopher's stones suddenly appeared in front of him, which also shocked the succubus on the spot. Oops. Eugene thought it was not good. He forgot that the system reward would appear out of thin air, and this was 100 philosopher's stones. Roar! With a roar, Eugene leaned down and bit the succubus's throat. Kill her, don't expose her. Surprise, fear, death came. The succubus whose neck was bitten struggled in panic, but Eugene's claws also dug into her chest at the same time. Ding, the mating partner is detected as willing. Kill the mating partner. Get rebellion value. 100. Collect 1,000 rebellion points to exchange for 1 lottery. The succubus's struggle gradually became weak, and the system prompt sounded in Eugene's mind. Eugene, is this okay? Well, it's mainly because Eugene can enter the royal city, and Muhua also noticed that it has a tendency to evolve. In order to speed up Eugene's growth and let it do bigger things, Muhua reasonably strengthened the function of the system. Well, however, this strengthening seems to be somewhat irrelevant. Chapter 747. Puff. As the dust fell, the cold succubus left a piece of dust, and Eugene, who was still excited, was suddenly dumbfounded. Projection. When the succubus saw his philosopher's stone, Eugene's first subconscious reaction was to kill her to silence her, but in his excitement, he actually forgot that the succubus was a projection. That fairy, it was impossible to die. Eugene's face turned very ugly, frowned in thought, and suddenly felt that things seemed to be irreversible. What he was most worried about now was that his golden finger would be exposed, and seeing that he had so many philosopher's stones, it was impossible to say that the succubus had no greed and didn't want to know the origin of these philosopher's stones. Although he accidentally killed her, with the succubus's temperament, she should not run to the Lord Commander and other demons to complain immediately. Compared to revenge, the succubus should try to contact him again, no matter threatening or flattering, unless after trying, it finds that it can't get any benefit from him, then the succubus may spread rumors that he has a treasure. Yes, that's right, if the succubus is not stupid, it should find a way to come. Eugene nodded to himself. Try to avoid the succubus. Eugene and the succubus don't know each other, and they don't even know each other's names. Hide the succubus first. If you find a demon looking for you in a big way, try to contact the succubus. And the best way to avoid is to evolve as soon as possible. In the courtyard, there may be evolved demons at any time, or even all the time. As long as you evolve into a BAM demon, the succubus will not be able to recognize him. If you evolve into a BAM demon, you will die and return to hell. At that time, killing the succubus is like crushing an ant. No demon will care about it. The only thing that worried Eugene was whether the death of the projection would affect his precious system, or whether he could try to subdue the succubus. Eugene hesitated. Forget it, don't think about it, the most important thing is evolution. Eugene didn't hesitate, and swallowed all the philosopher's stones in his hand on the spot. Not quite. Eugene frowned. The uneasiness from his spiritual sense seemed to be telling him the risk of evolution. If it were in the past, Eugene might ignore this level of uneasiness. Most demon evolutions involve risk, and a demon like him who has no background, let alone uneasiness, can hardly resist the temptation of evolution even with palpitations. But now is different from the past. We have a system. Eugene was steady and checked the task list. Random Task 1. Establish friendship with werewolves. Kill 10 werewolves who have a good impression of you, and blame the demon follower. Task rewards. 100 points for physical fitness, 10 philosopher's stones, for wisdom fruits, any magic that has been mastered has perfected qualitative change, 500 points for rebellion. Random Task 2. Establish friendship with any werewolf tribe, and incite the werewolf tribe to rebel. Task rewards. 300 philosopher's stones, trait regeneration, 3 random elemental tiers, 5,000 points for rebellion. Random Task 3. Please a monster above the commander level, and kill it by surprise. Task rewards. 2,000 points for all attributes, 1 jump potion, 1 safe evolution, random originals and awakening, random earthly divine weapon, 1 rebellion tendril. Looking at the 3 system tasks, Eugene was excited and helpless. At this time, far away, Muhua and Tuesday gathered together, with a smirk on their faces, but they no longer cared about Eugene and observed the situation of the other 2 cheating demons. Obviously, after Eugene completes the other 2 tasks, there shouldn't be much of a problem with the rewards. As for Task 3, if Eugene really completes it, his system will probably explode. Oga Demon, a strong melee demon, is slaughtering goblins in a goblin gathering place. As the same system owner, its system is simple and rough. The legendary killing goblins will make you stronger. After being cautious at first, it has tasted the sweetness, and has begun to scout those goblin strongholds that are preparing for war and resting. Compared with the roughness of Oga Demon, the system of Shadow Demon is also quite compatible with its ability. It steals magic cores in exchange for lottery draws. It has touched all the colleagues in the demon nest who dare to touch. Seeing that the energy slot for the critical hit lottery is about to be filled, the Shadow Demon's eyes can't help but aim at the magic weapons in his own demon nest, and the magic cores that power the defensive barrier. Heh, these 2 guys are useless, but the Terror Demon can be trained well. What do you think? Let it extract a few magic cocoons later. Muhua said to Zhou Er casually, while observing the situation of the other two demons. The Oga demon and the Shadow demon are quite interesting, but unfortunately their ingredients are too poor. If they can only cause trouble in the Bloody Hills, it is better to train our own terror riders directly instead of working on them. Moreover, the demons are fierce, but their cruelty is linked to their cunning. They are much harder to deceive than the protagonists of online novels, and as their strength increases, they will sooner or later find that there is something wrong with this system. If the task reward is turned into a hiring reward, it will be meaningless, and it will also easily expose their own bottom line. If we give it a magic cocoon, we should let it find a way to enter the underground palace of Jiaming first, right? Tuesday said to Muhua, who was inclined to play. Muhua has no shortage of people who can do destruction. The main thing is to see where to destroy, and whether we can make the demons jump up and down, so that they can come to us for a head-on confrontation. Let's do a series of tasks, Muhua said with a smile. Then it's better to give it a magic cocoon in advance, and make the tasks more complicated, so that it will consciously try to use the magic cocoon to blow up the underground palace. Tuesday smiled evilly. Well, but this guy is really cautious. I thought he would try to take the second task, but he actually took the first one. Muhua nodded and looked at the projection screen showing Eugene's situation. Tuesday sneered at the waist, and a numbered individual suddenly interrupted their chat. My lord, Tamara reported that Philemon left the nest, and was approaching the blockade quickly. I asked whether to intercept him. The numbered individual reported seriously. Muhua stood up suddenly with a condensed look, dispelling the image, and the system went offline. Jiaming didn't show up, and Philemon finally couldn't sit still? No need, let her step aside, everyone step aside, I go and take a look. When Muhua said this, his figure had already flashed out of the hall, contacted Tamara, and asked Philemon's specific location. The stronghold alarm sounded, the defense system was activated, and the dragon circled in the sky. When Muhua's figure reappeared, he had already appeared on the dragon's back. Purgatory weapons covered his body surface, and Muhua showed a demonic form. In order to prevent the stronghold from being attacked, all the strongholds on the blockade line launched defenses, the stationary leviathan in the sky revived and swam, and the floating monsters scattered everywhere were also waiting for the order to gather. The defense line is too large, and it is difficult to predict where the monsters will attack. This is also the fundamental reason why Muhua has been messing around recently. However, whether it is arrogance or lack of hostility, Philemon seems to come alone this time. After finding the direction, the dragon spread its wings, and Cindergosa flew north for more than 10 minutes. Muhua met the master of the courtyard of the Canaan's courtyard face to face for the first time. Black Dragon. Philemon was riding a vigorous black dragon. Muhua is very interested in black dragons, but his own flying dragons don't like to evolve into black dragons, and the only black dragon in the family is parasitized by Wednesday, who maintains its illusion on the Abyss Island every day. Human-shaped, faceless, blue-green face, one eye between the eyebrows, mouth under the jaw, and no ear and nose layout of humans. The body of the Barus demon does not make people feel weird, but its head is very different. Muhua, you're going too far. Muhua was a little curious about the black dragon under Philemon's feet, and Philemon's one eye twitched when he saw the dragon-like Cindergosa. Too far? Tell me. Philemon spoke first when they faced each other in the air, and Muhua looked at him from a distance. As he spoke, sharp claws emitting dim light appeared from his fingers. Without the infernal weapons, and wearing a magic shield, he dared to run to him alone. Muhua thought, if he wanted to fight, he wouldn't be afraid, anyway, he shouldn't lose too much. If he could beat him, he would fight him every time he saw him in the future, which might be helpful for future wars. Chapter 748. Withdraw your terror riders. As long as your undead don't set foot on the Bloody Hills, I can give the front half of the courtyard to humans. The first meeting in the sky, there was no greeting or teasing. One person and one demon, they had no intersection before. At this moment, Philemon spoke first and brought up the topic of establishing diplomatic relations. Philemon, are you joking with me? Facing the sudden arrival of the Lord of the Courtyard, Muhua was not too surprised by Philemon's words. Give it to humans, but not specifically to him, Muhua. Since the Star Patrol conference, the Barus demon in front of him has been very stable. Until he led his army to set foot on the Bloody Hills, Philemon's side did not even appear to mobilize a decent army. As for his words about giving the front half of the courtyard to humans, they can basically be ignored. These demons come to the human world to hang out in the courtyard. They can't be said to raise chickens and pigs, but the attitude of these demons towards humans is similar to raising wolves and taming tigers. Demons want to get emotional energy from humans, but it is difficult to send humans to hell safely. If they want more humans, they naturally have to give them enough living space in the courtyard. Most courtyard masters don't mind giving humans some sweet treats to attract more humans to their courtyards. Philemon is the same, so even if Muhua catches the Goblin General and the Ice Queen and washes them in various ways, Philemon didn't react too much. Even in the Bloody Hills, the demons who have not experienced too much high-intensity war in the courtyard are likely to still hold the mentality that fighting is healthier. Anyway, they won't be completely cold, and fighting with naturally weak humans can not only vent their excitement, but also promote their own evolution. Some things are valuable to humans, but they are not rare in hell. The demons gather resources and wealth for the purpose of growth and evolution. Even if they sacrifice some sacrifices, it doesn't matter to the projection demons. These are the mentality of low-level demons. If they are placed on demons, like Philemon and Jameen, they even have instruments to transform the Philosopher's Stone. If you mess with your own monsters in hell, they will die. If your own troops die too much, you may be remembered by other powerful demons. It's a waste to collect emotional energy, let alone fight with other demon lords. Even if there is an internal fight in your own forces, the loss of a war may be greater than the sacrifice of the projection. How good is the courtyard? After eating humans, you can eat monsters. It doesn't hurt the enemy and yourself. Moreover, letting your subordinates lose some financial resources can also promote the stability of your own family. After all, no matter whether it is a demon or a human, if you have money in your pocket, you will be confident. If you have more money in your pocket, you will naturally enjoy life more and pursue yourself more. Then, naturally, you will not be so easy to use. For high-level demons like Philemon, the courtyard is simply the best place for them to practice financial management and maintain stability. Getting a magic tool and transforming it into a Philosopher's Stone is no less valuable than those miscellaneous sacrifices. So Philemon doesn't mind humans running to his doorstep to shout and kill him. Maybe he even looks forward to it. But when it comes to Muhua, especially when Muhua climbs the Bloody Hill, things are a little wrong. What do demons hate the most? What they hate the most is the elite troops strategy. You have not only a small number of soldiers, but also a lot of undead. You are not very decent, are you? A bunch of headless knights are hacking on the Bloody Hills. You have nothing to lose, but our equipment and sacrifices are all exploding. It hurts us to see them exploding. What is this? This is called premium. A serious premium. Philemon can't sit still. He is not dissatisfied with Muhua's trouble. He doesn't like Muhua's trouble with skeletons. Let me withdraw the Terror Riders. You let Jaimin come out from underground. As long as the spider demons come to the surface, I can even give the blockade to the Adventurers Guild. Muhua said to Philemon half-truthfully and with contempt. There are too few humans in the courtyard now. There is no need to let the adventurers suffer too many casualties. Your invasion progress is too fast. Philemon shook his head. Muhua was stunned. What the hell is this focus? We are talking about spider demons, okay? Why does this sound wrong? Why does it feel like this demon is more positive than us? Hee, don't you humans like to talk about strategy and tactics the most? The voice of Jaimin suddenly echoed in the void. In the sky, silver threads appeared. In the empty space, Jaimin was like a spider with hanging threads, hanging upside down in the void in a weird posture. When she interrupted, she hid far away from Muhua and Philemon. Spider demons are the darlings of the earth. One day, I will even become the mother of the earth. It's normal for us to be underground. Otherwise, you let humans give up airships and tanks and mechas, and we will go to the earth and have a good fight. Hee. Jaimin's teasing voice came from afar. Jaimin has a cold and arrogant temperament. In front of Muhua, when she is unrestrained, her eyes flash with a cold light that is difficult to hide from time to time. Get out, before I tear you apart. Muhua glanced at Jaimin coldly, scolded her, and was too lazy to pay attention to her. If she was not a projection, Muhua would try his best to scratch her claws the first time she appeared, but she is like this now. Killing her 1 or 2 times is meaningless. Now if it is a head-on battle, Muhua does not take the demon commander seriously, even a stronger commander like Jaimin. Human, you should learn to be content. Death Canyon can be your pasture for raising undead, and I can also mark a safe zone for humans in the Bloody Hills. There are countless courtyards in your world. Give up the fight between you and me. You can completely use this place as a place to recuperate. Muhua disliked Jaimin, and Philemon did not care too much about Jaimin's appearance. And this Barus demon, who should be overbearing and arrogant in Muhua's imagination, has calmed down. However, This suggestion, which sounds good, is obviously not as simple as it sounds. Let my people live surrounded by demons. Or wait for you to support another human force to fight with me. Baruz, as you said, there are many courtyards in the human world, and these routines have been used by too many demons. Then let me see what qualifications you have to let me. Not wanting to talk too much, or in other words, Mu Hua has always wanted to find an opportunity to deal with Philemon, so as to have a more accurate positioning of the Lord of Hell. While speaking, Mu Hua activated the flash and suddenly appeared beside Philemon, but Philemon's perception of space was also very strong. Almost at the same time as Mu Hua flashed, Philemon had already moved synchronously, and distanced himself from Mu Hua. Qualification? You're Terror Rider, you're Dragon. Do you really think I can't do anything with them? Human, don't talk about qualifications in front of a Hell Lord, even if you're... Mu Hua attacked. Philemon was indifferent, but before he finished speaking, Mu Hua, who had just flashed, shot out at a speed comparable to flashing, approaching Philemon with a sonic boom. Compared to flashing, Mu Hua's attack this time surprised Philemon more. There was no fluctuation in casting, and Mu Hua showed such a speed of rushing in the air without a fulcrum, which surprised Philemon a little. The power of the Demon King? Impossible? Because Mu Hua often used the touch of jealousy, Philemon knew that Mu Hua's intelligence attribute was a bit extraordinary, but unless the magic power was qualitatively changed, no matter how high the intelligence attribute was, the necessary casting link could not be abandoned. The speed up of flying magic lacked some explosiveness, and Mu Hua's aerial rush must rely on some magic assistance. Philemon was suspicious, but he didn't care too much about Mu Hua's claws. He retreated and moved to avoid Mu Hua's sharp edge. In the air, even if he couldn't keep up with Mu Hua's attack speed, Philemon could perfectly relieve the force. Philemon was experienced in combat. While avoiding Mu Hua's claws, he also swept towards Mu Hua with thunder claws wrapped with destructive power. At the level of the two, defensive magic is often useless in close combat, but those strong and high defense armors are more effective in protecting themselves. Zheng! There was a harsh friction sound. Philemon's counterattack did not hit Mu Hua, but Mu Hua's arm suddenly grew longer, and the sharp claws reached his body, actually tearing open the armor under Philemon's robe. How dare you! Philemon shouted angrily. Purple lightning exploded all over his body, and Philemon forced Mu Hua back. The arm that suddenly grew should be the ability of Behemoth. Philemon was not surprised that Mu Hua perfected the Behemoth incarnation. After all, Mu Hua became Behemoth and rode Letitia. But his armor was all high-end. Not to mention the armor, the robe he wore outside the armor had strong defense. The armor-piercing ability of Behemoth's claws should not be that strong. Could it be? You? Forced Mu Hua back. Philemon seemed to think of something, and the flat strange face of the Baruz demon actually wrinkled. Ah! Shivering with pain, Philemon, who was originally confronting Mu Hua, suddenly curled up his body. Fenrir! The rippling moan, Philemon, who curled up his body, suddenly let out a moan that made people's hair stand on end, and the moan even scared Mu Hua. Philemon had left the black dragon he was riding when Mu Hua attacked him. Philemon was seen floating in the sky, his body rubbing and drifting in the void like a worm. Rubbing, groaning, rubbing, humming. His previous temperament and style were completely gone, and his aura. Cough, it's hard to describe. Mu Hua had a strange expression. Good guy, it's Philemon as expected. This is the first time Mu Hua has encountered a guy who can't be killed by the world poison. Rubbing and rubbing, but it seems that Mu Hua's world poison can't kill him. It is estimated that in order to prevent Mu Hua from taking advantage of the situation to attack, Philemon's body exploded with dense lightning to protect his body. It's like, well, let's say it's like Thor. The posture is a bit wrong. The power of destruction, the purple lightning containing the power of destruction, with Philemon as the center, raged and exploded in the sky, and Mu Hua didn't dare to touch it. He fumbled around and manifested the jam sweetheart, loaded the bullet, and raised the gun with one hand, pointing the muzzle at Philemon, who seemed to be digesting the toxins in his body, but his eyes were looking at Jayamine in the distance. At this moment, the spider silk of fate that was still spreading in the sky suddenly retreated, and Jayamine looked like she had seen a ghost, and her figure flashed and disappeared. The poison of the world, Jayamine, probably can't bear it for the time being. Chapter 749. The bullet was loaded, the lethal weapon was activated. Mu Hua looked at Philemon again, and as expected, Mu Hua did not see any fatal dead spots on Philemon. Bang. Bang. Jam Sweetheart opened 2 holes in Philemon's face, and Philemon groaned in pain. Because of his appearance, Mu Hua could not see his expression. However, when Jam Sweetheart loaded the gun again, Philemon released the defensive crystal that wrapped him, and the materialized crystal wall bounced off the bullet Mu Hua fired again. Super speed regeneration and soul tide played an extreme role in saving the life of the Lord of Hell. As far as Philemon was concerned, even if he was cut into 100 or 80 pieces, he could still regenerate and recover. In terms of survivability alone, this kind of existence can be said to be a real monster. Of course, Mu Hua is the same type. Although the regeneration ability is super strong, it is not invincible. The stronger the strength and the higher the personal attributes, the more energy is consumed when the wound is regenerated. This recovery and consumption are corresponding and irreversible. In fact, Mu Hua is more resistant than Philemon, because his magic power and body have been integrated. Before his magic power and blood are exhausted, conventional means such as heart cutting, beheading, chopping and slicing can basically not kill him. As for Philemon, if his own magic power is exhausted and Jam Sweetheart opens another hole in his head, he will probably be dead. It is hard to say whether it is itchy or painful. Philemon is still rubbing the air. His body has almost let go of all defenses, but his ability to cast spells is still there. Mu Hua curiously observed Philemon's situation, and did not rush to attack. It can be regarded as a kind of research, studying Philemon's injury reaction. After all, he and Philemon are almost the same type. By referring to Philemon's situation, he can understand what he will be like when he is confronted. Roar! The black dragon attacked. It was complicated to say that it was a short time since Mu Hua attacked Philemon for the first time. Seeing that Philemon was in an awkward situation, the black dragon ridden by Philemon launched an attack on Mu Hua. Snap! The mage's hand slapped the black dragon's face. Because of the sudden increase in intelligence, the mage's hand, which was almost twice as powerful as the soul tentacles, almost blew the black dragon's head. The hard dragon horns were broken, and the black dragon was beaten to fly out with its head bent. Not to mention, the evil dragon's body was really strong, and its cervical vertebrae were dislocated, but it was not dead yet. Crack, crack, a few fracture sounds. The touch of jealousy also took action. The half-dead black dragon was placed in a folded shape. This time, it was probably dead. Puff! The black dragon dissipated in the air, and a piece of debris exploded. Huh? After the black dragon died, there was no messy debris. In addition to the black dragon's own magic stone, 3 magic cores were mixed among the scattered demon gold coins. The touch of jealousy reached out, and Mu Hua retrieved the magic stone and magic core. 3 high-level magic cores. The drop of this black dragon is quite refreshing. Some adventurers may not like this refreshing drop, but for Mu Hua, this kind of projection monster is the best. Purgatory Armed Skill Stone. Life Tribute Skill Stone. Blizzard Skill Stone. Smelting 3 magic cores, and picking out 3 powerful skill stones, Mu Hua couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. As expected of the Mount of the Lord of Hell, this black dragon is indeed a big shot. It's hard to say about the Hymn of Life and the Blizzard, but Mu Hua has only used the Purgatory armor on the Hinnom Valley demon bug so far. Speaking of which, the upper dragons are really good at restraining the Hinnom Valley demon worms. Their heavy Purgatory weapons are indestructible to most monsters, but the upper dragons are very crisp when they bite them. Damn! Bastard! Mu Hua slapped the black dragon to death, and Philemon cursed with gnashing teeth. As the commander under Philemon, after seeing Mu Hua overthrow his own lord, Jiamin ran away immediately, but the black dragon was brave enough to show his teeth to Mu Hua. The habits of evil dragons are also cruel and cunning, otherwise they would not have been named evil dragons, but their credibility and loyalty are really remarkable. The abyss accommodates people who betray their faith. Although there are few Fenrir in the abyss, they can still be found, and the upper dragons, behemoths, and floating monsters have basically never been seen in the abyss. At this moment, Philemon still hums from time to time, but the action of rubbing the air has stopped. The world poison is quite unreasonable. Under normal circumstances, if you want to gain resistance to the world poison, you need to perfect the earth element spirit and then endure and adapt to the poisons that the earth element spirit is not immune to. That is a very life-threatening and painful process. Financial resources, willpower and even luck are all indispensable. The life tribute is the most basic and necessary medicine. At the same time, you must be ready to accept the rescue of the resurrection spell at any time. It is not a resurrection spell, but a tube of poison. If the life tribute cannot withstand it, you have to be resurrected again and again until the poison is digested and falls below the lethal line. At the same time, the most deadly thing is those poisons, not a certain poison. This process is plural. Philemon's reaction after being infected with the world poison is so big, which shows that he did not obtain the world poison, but went through that painful process. Most of Mu Hua's friends couldn't stand the poison of the world, but Mu Hua didn't plan to let anyone try the conventional process. He preferred to fish Fenrir out of the abyss, and then use keratin skin and shape-shifting. Oh, it's a pity that you are a projection. If it was the real body, this sin should not be in vain. Philemon scolded, Mu Hua said with a smile, and swung his hand to swing another dimensional slash at Philemon. Philemon can already withstand the poison of the world. If the real body is often tickled by the poison of the world, it can really reduce the negative reaction after being poisoned. Unfortunately, he should not dare to let the existence of the poison of the world tickle him in hell. Philemon's movements were stiff, but relying on flickering and shifting, he not only avoided the cracks of the broken appearance, but also opened up the distance between him and Mu Hua. This guy's intelligence attribute is not low, and his flickering distance is also quite far. Outside the crystal wall that wrapped him inside, the purple lightning swept randomly, within a range of tens or hundreds of meters. Mu Hua followed and caught up, but did not dare to get too close. Ping dispelled the destruction magic circle, and Philemon's teleportation was once again disturbed by Mu Hua. Damn it! Philemon was angry. His condensation was probably cultivated to the extreme, but space magic was originally more delicate, and the positioning of teleportation was different from that of flashing. It was not as convenient as flashing. After being disturbed by Mu Hua's dispersal, it was difficult to release. A wolf Philemon couldn't run away, and Mu Hua couldn't get close to him. He didn't argue with Philemon. Mu Hua opened a more vicious glutton's mouth next to Philemon and swallowed Philemon in one bite. Magic power intake. The glutton's mouth swallowed Philemon, and a surge of magic power immediately surged from Mu Hua's body. However, in a flash, this magic power was drawn away again. Not only was this external magic power drawn away, but Mu Hua's own magic power also began to drain away. Puff! Well, a good hell lord was spit out by the mouth of the glutton again. In and out, although it was short, Philemon lost a lot of magic power. However, the magic power absorbed by the mouth of the glutton was used to offset the destructive power he released, and Mu Hua did not get any advantage. You don't run away? After being spit out by the mouth of the glutton, Philemon's protective crystal wall had disappeared, but Mu Hua did not continue to pop him with jam sweetheart, but frowned and asked him. The mouth of the glutton also found it difficult to contain the Hell Lord inside, and sufficient space interference ability could use space magic to escape. Philemon has strong blood and enough magic power, and the mouth of the glutton cannot suck him dry for a while, let alone cross-border teleportation. He can also use dimensional interruption to escape from it. But just now, he did not choose to run away, but release the thunder with destructive power in the mouth of the glutton. Didn't you spit me out too? Philemon twisted his neck. It seemed that the world poison was almost digested, and said coldly, If I say I don't want to kill you, do you believe it? Mu Hua spread his hands. Hee hee. Philemon sneered. Well, if Philemon didn't run away, Mu Hua could indeed suck him dry with the mouth of the glutton, and he would be dead without magic power. However, in order to offset the destructive power that Philemon exploded in the mouth of the glutton, Mu Hua's magic power, including the purgatory armor on his body, is estimated to be unsustainable, and the consumption is greater than normal combat. If you don't temper your attributes, meditation practice can also focus on improving your own magic upper limit. Most people with difficult attributes will choose to focus on this kind of improvement when meditating. But Mu Hua, he basically didn't do any training in this aspect in recent years, and purgatory armor has been making up for his shortcomings in this area. Because of the attribute itself, Mu Hua's magic power is not low, but when put together with Philemon, it is somewhat not enough. Purgatory armor can be regarded as the premise for Mu Hua to fight against the Lord of Hell. If purgatory armor is lost, he will have to return to the Abyss Island for a long time. During this period, Philemon, who has not cooled down and has come again, will probably not let Mu Hua's forces feel comfortable in the courtyard. One man and one demon, it seems that they have a sympathy for each other, but unfortunately, it is not the case at all. They are both holding back bad things. Chapter 750. Boom, boom. Amid the earth-shaking impact, the shuttle spewed out colorful tail flames at maximum power, but then fled away like a headless fly. Damn it! Is it really that exaggerated? The fleeing adventurer screamed in panic. Because of the rampage of Mu Hua's forces, even if there were demons within hundreds of kilometers in the south of the Bloody Hills, they were only sporadic. After preliminary exploration, the spider demons that might exist underground basically had no tendency to attack humans. Some adventurers, who insisted on staying here, dug for treasure, and hunted demons. In a short period of time, some teams that became rich overnight really appeared. And at this moment, somewhere in the Bloody Hills, some adventurers, who ignored the dissuasion and tried to go deep into the Bloody Hills to search for treasure, really had the urge to hack the hell out of them. It's fine if you want to fight the devil, but you have to make such a big noise. What kind of battle is this? Is it a Demon King crusade? The adventurers complained and fled, and occasionally the shuttles would be overturned by the sudden air currents. The turbulence broke out too suddenly, and they didn't even have time to start the airship. The chariots on the ground were probably all gone. In this land where sinkholes and rocks frequently appeared, if they failed to take off early, they would lose half their lives. However, two giant shadows transformed by blood and she fought together like titans. At a distance, the hurricane blew away everything, and the wave-like vibration made the tiny soil and rock seem to lose the restraint of gravity and float out of the ruined landscape. Giant, 100 meters? Or a giant shadow statue of several hundred meters? Fuck, how long have we been fighting monsters? Even if we count from the Star Patrol conference, how many years have humans been operating in this courtyard? Isn't it too early for a battle of this magnitude to happen? Is this courtyard going to flip the table? Has the Dusk mission started? Fighting. Oh no, it should be called fighting. In the place where the Colossi fight, adventurers within 100 miles around fled for their lives until the Colossi that held up the sky became insignificant in their sight. The adventurers who recovered their strength then had the leisure to jump up and down and curse. All Leviathan's low hum spread far and wide. Floating monsters, dragons, and evil dragons seemed to have become Leviathan's escort fleet. They also paid attention to the fight between the Colossi, watching them climb higher and closer to the Colossi, and the adventurers' eyelids twitched. It is said that the Fortress-class air control starship produced by the Empire in the courtyard will be officially launched in another year. Looking at the upper-level giant beast army with the giant Leviathan as the core in the sky, the adventurers could not help but mourn for the Empire's starship. That thing can't be dismantled and transported out of the yard. I'm afraid it will be sold cheaply to Muhua, who controls the Leviathan Legion sooner or later. Muhua and Philemon are fighting. Philemon controls the power of destruction, Muhua controls the poison of the world, and it is difficult for both sides to attack close, but Philemon made a very bad decision. Playing blood and chi fighting skills, at the level of this man and the demon, blood and chi mimicry have long-range attack effects, not to mention blood and chi transformation. The souls of the two have long been integrated with the flesh, and the strong life force field and the ability to identify true vision are difficult to detect the attributes of the two. It was still through the analysis of the touch of jealousy that Philemon knew that Muhua's intelligence attribute was very high. Well, the touch of jealousy is too convenient to use. Nowadays, when most people see Muhua taking action, they basically use the touch of jealousy to whip him. In Philemon's opinion, Muhua seemed to have the power of a demon king, so his physical condition should be his weakness. After recovering from the disaster of the world poison, Philemon directly transformed into a blood-chi form, unfolded the Colossus state, and started fighting with Muhua with a great sword coated with lightning. There are many intelligent races in hell. Even if we only talk about the demons, from the fraud demons to the Leviathans, there are also great differences in the size of individuals among the races. Blood-chi transformation can be regarded as an ability that allows a short creature to make up for its physical weakness, and the size of the Colossus transformed by blood-chi is not constant, and it can also change according to the strength of the individual blood-chi. The Colossus that Philemon condensed at the beginning was not exaggerated, with a height of 4 or 5 meters, which could most effectively suppress humans. But Philemon made a Colossus of 5 or 6 meters, and Muhua also made a Colossus of 7 or 8 meters. Philemon also sneered at this. The Colossus grew to about 10 meters, and then Muhua made the Colossus taller and stronger than Philemon. The two of them acted like they were driving a Gundam, and this Gundam, as it drove on, the Gundam became a younger brother. By the way, if Philemon and Muhua competed in magic power, Muhua might still feel a little guilty. After all, this guy should be an old demon anyway. But Philemon actually competed with him. Muhua was amused at the time. He had to smash his physical crystals one by one to improve his physical fitness. Did he really think he was just a show-off? Just like that, you grow and I grow. Both sides want to kill each other with the most suitable body shape, but Philemon was dumbfounded as they grew. One man and one demon transformed into a 100-meter Colossus, and the fight started. It was earth-shattering, the attack range, the impact, it was awesome. You know, this bloody giant will not lose its agility and flexibility because of its huge size. Imagine two giants over 100 meters tall, like Bruce Lee, kicking with 12-way spring kicks, smashing with all kinds of supersonic punches, and moving instantly with a shadow. TSK, the main feature is an earth-shaking and hurricane-splitting sky. Although the bloody transformation is simple at first, it is definitely a supernatural ability. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as the physique is high enough, let alone 100 meters, a few hundred meters, it is possible to eventually transform into a demon giant that can pinch the planet with its hands. The Beerus demon is not a demon with a strong physique, but Philemon has survived all the way to the Lord of Hell, and this physique has been tempered for countless years. But as they fought, Philemon sadly discovered that his strength seemed to be a little weaker than Muhua. Boom! The giant blade swung out a streak of air blades. Muhua held the prison blade and cut Philemon's two-handed sword, slashing Philemon back hundreds of meters. Philemon's giant sword was wrapped with destructive power, and the Colossus was synchronized, but just as blood and chi could disperse the fire of Gehenna, this destructive power annihilated blood and chi, but it could also be dispersed by blood and chi. Boom! 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 Every time Philemon's Colossus took a step back, it stepped on the ground and made a dull vibration. What fortress collapse, kinetic energy stampede, various mimicry attacks and smashes, one person and one demon, this kind of fighting method, it is estimated that within a radius of 100 kilometers, the spider demons underground are cursing. Damn it! This is not what we agreed on. The thunderous roar was repelled by Muhua's sword, and the surging blood and chi repaired the Colossus. Just like the roar of a roaring demon, Philemon's Colossus roared out sound waves that shook the air. Who the hell said that? Muhua was puzzled, but his hands were not slow at all. With a jump slash, the Colossus contained in Muhua jumped up 1,000 meters, and swung the sword at Philemon like a meteorite. Thunder shock. Boom! Boom! Well, the ground collapsed and cracked, and Philemon was blown up and rolled for a while. The tail of the Colossus had been torn off, and one forearm and one calf were also blown away. Both were inside the Colossus. The collision of the Colossus was also the collision of Muhua and Philemon's body. The Colossus was not a bodyguard, and the bloody Colossus would not increase the defense of the two. In essence, it was actually the Colossus that synchronized the movements and damage of the two. It was an extreme attack enhancement, and there was no increase in defense. As for Philemon's howling, what was different from what he said? Well, in fact, no one said anything to Philemon, but there was communication in Hell, although in the infinitely vast Hell, the exchange of information might be more regional. But Philemon came to the human world to hang out in the courtyard, and he had some idea about the top strong men in the human world. No one in the human world said anything to him. But in Hell, the communication between the demons. There are not so many ruthless people in the human world, and the main focus of fighting with humans is to be relaxed and happy. Bullshit. I was so upset. Even if I fought with the king, I could see their miserable look of heartache and exhaustion when they lost. Who said that? My kidneys are almost exhausted, and this human in front of me has no exhaustion. The giant suddenly dispersed, and seeing that Muhua was getting more and more excited, Philemon directly dispersed the giant, and with a wave of his hand, thunderclouds rose around him. Fuck. Looking at the thundercloud carefully, Muhua cursed in surprise. His physical attributes are similar to Philemon, but he has unlimited martial arts training. In close combat, he is more and more comfortable fighting with Philemon, and Philemon's more exhaustion comes from trauma recovery. At this moment, what Philemon summoned was not a thundercloud, but a dense mass of flying insects. Color domain protozoa, similar to fireflies, but with lighting capsules hanging behind their butts instead of fluorescence. Countless color domain protozoa covered the sky and gathered into a thundercloud that spread like haze. Self-destructing lightning fireflies, this shameless Beerus demon used the power of destruction to cover up his own characteristics. This guy is actually a color domain. Chapter 751. Fire Thunder, containing fire thunder and water attribute aurora, spreads across the earth. Daytime aurora, a deformation and extension of conventional aurora magic, removes the effects of point attack and impact, and releases elemental erosion of composite attributes in a continuous manner within a wide range. This is a rather useless magic. In addition to being able to charge and maintain, its attack effect is similar to that of Flare, and under the same magic output, the attack intensity and attack range of Flare are greater than daytime aurora. However, when Leviathan spreads this magic to the world, they can even use the month as a unit to make this large area of daytime despair a mysterious sea for them to swim and rest. Philemon, who fought with Muhua and ended up being paralyzed, summoned a sea of thunder fireflies. Under normal circumstances, although these lightning fireflies can beat Muhua's blue-blooded wasps, This kind of firefly that can release electric shocks of corresponding strength according to the spellcasting ability of the source of creation is not a threat to Muhua at all. The so-called source of creation is the creator of these lightning fireflies, including the lightning fireflies that reproduced autonomously later. For Philemon, the lightning fireflies born because of him can explode with an electric shock equivalent to the strength of his spellcasting. The attack method of lightning fireflies is self-explosion. They will not die after their abdominal sacs explode. Their mouth parts have basically no attack power, but if they continue to live, their abdominal sacs will grow again after a while. The individual is very small, and the lightning attack effect of a single lightning firefly is just SOSO. It will probably kill an ordinary person with one electric shock, but it will basically necrotize or blow off a small piece of flesh on the opponent's body. Of course, when these self-destructing fireflies appear in multiple numbers, their lethality is extremely high. Their attack attributes are single, and having an affinity for the element of thunder can basically make them immune to their attacks. But Philemon is a demon of destruction. Although his destructive power will not be reflected on the fireflies, if he uses the destructive thunder to throw a destructive fission into the pile of fireflies, these fireflies will completely become self-destructing experts with random nuclear fission. This is a color domain protozoan whose attack performance is maximized by the demon of destruction. After being processed by the power of destruction, the self-destructing fireflies will die, but they will also create a sea of thunder containing the power of destruction. When the small explosion point of the fireflies contains the power of destruction, its destructive effect is difficult to evaluate. In that case, Muhua, who has no resistance to the power of destruction, is estimated to be blown up and silent. Philemon released the self-destructing fireflies, and Thursday, who arrived nearby, also threw a daytime aurora on Muhua. Daylight aurora is an attack magic that is beyond reproach. However, this large-scale indiscriminate attack only has the effect of elemental erosion, and even the temperature will not change. Muhua will not feel any discomfort in this daylight environment. Crackle, crackle, countless self-explosive lightning fireflies failed to organize an attack and died in the daylight aurora. But these things, if killed, will also cause the lightning capsule to burst. The self-explosive lightning fireflies failed to approach Muhua, but they also created a strong sea of lightning. Philemon raised his hand, and the lightning net exploded by the lightning fireflies gathered and formed, and turned into a thunder dragon in an instant, rushing to the sky where Thursday was, and the thunder dragon turned from blue to purple on the way. Kong! 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 The destructive thunder dragon crashed into the defensive barrier around Thursday. Even though hundreds of monsters cast spells together, the Eternal Guardian was shaken and shattered by the thunder dragon. Ong! The dragons roared, and the giant dragons and evil dragons spewed dragon breath, dispersing the thunder dragon condensed by Philemon. A large piece of purple lightning net was spread on the Eternal Guardian, making a crackling sound, which finally reduced the intensity of the destructive thunder attack. Dragon breath, although in the form of fire, is a unique attack method of the Upper Dragon clan, because their dragon breath combines magic and blood, and it has a certain resistance to the power of destruction. Human, hell is full of crises all the time. Do you know why I can stay here with peace of mind? Philemon snorted coldly. As he spoke, a large number of lightning fireflies emerged again with him as the center. Crack, crack. The summoned lightning fireflies died in the daylight aurora without any suspense. At the same time, Philemon used the lightning they produced to create a high-intensity magic effect. Not only the thunder dragon, but also the lightning arrows that accompanied the thunder dragon soaring into the sky gathered in the sky to form a bursting thunder pattern scorched prison. In addition to the destructive power that continued to fission, these attacks triggered by the death of lightning fireflies hardly consumed any magic power of Philemon. This move was very beautiful. In the sky, not only the monsters under Thursday's command, but also the dragons and evil dragons launched defenses. Layers of defensive magic were stretched out on the outer layer of the Eternal Guard, and the dimensional cracks made Philemon's body stiff for a while. Dimensional cracks, although the glutton's mouth swallowing the destructive power involves digestion problems, it doesn't matter so much to introduce the destructive thunder into the dimensional cracks. This is also a means of preventing destructive thunder. As for the destructive force that penetrates into the dimensional gap, what impact will it have on it? Haha, when fighting, it's okay to pay attention to the impact in the courtyard, but in the dimensional gap, who cares about the flood? You guy. With resentment, Philemon still summoned a large number of lightning fireflies. According to him, let alone in the courtyard, it's hard to say how many self-destructing lightning fireflies he has stored in hell. As for Leviathan and dragons, Philemon has already adapted, but he didn't expect that there would be so many beings who mastered space magic under Muhua, including those evil dragons. If it were Muhua's previous life, let alone dragons, any evil dragon would be a disaster, and in this world, relying solely on racial talents is not enough, and it is more likely to be regarded as food by others. Dragon beasts that have successfully cultivated are completely different from dragon beasts that rely solely on racial advantages. At this time, Philemon was somewhat self-pitying. Everyone has a courtyard. Why do some strange animals always come out of my side? I will make you regret it. Although he was entangled, Philemon still did not give up attacking the Leviathan Legion. The Leviathan Legion structure, even if placed in hell, belongs to the trump card sequence that is treasured by the lords. Not to mention the floating monsters. Even if some dragons and evil dragons are killed, it is estimated that it will be enough to make Muhua crazy and cry. I already regret it. How about we stop? Facing Philemon's determination, Muhua spread his hands innocently. It was like a punch on cotton. Philemon was stunned for a short time. The single eye on his forehead was like pressing on an artery, and it was jumping up and down, which was quite strange. You, treacherous human, show me some kingly bearing. Your damn attitude is an insult to me. Philemon roared, and did not throw a thunder dragon into the sky, but rushed directly to Muhua. Hiss, the dimensional crack opened, and the huge tear in the space swallowed the thunder dragon. King? Oh, I'm not a king. Even if I am, it's only temporary. If you hadn't occupied the courtyard, I would have handed over all the industry and subordinates to my own children. Do you think I like to waste time with you here? The word occupy made Philemon furious. Who occupied the courtyard? This fragment of the world is mine. Muhua sneered in disdain, and Philemon panted angrily. Seeing that some kind of switch seemed to be turned on around Philemon, and lightning fireflies kept appearing and dying around him, Muhua waved his hand and swung out a black fire mist. The fire of Gehenna, the black fire mist ignited the lightning. Even if it was the power of destruction, this materialized fire could annihilate it. However, this hellfire had a unique flaw. Although this fire was fierce, it was like a golden-haired husky. As long as you could adapt to it, you would follow whoever waved. The atmosphere condensed. Sure enough, when Muhua sprinkled the fire mist, Philemon raised his hand, and the fire mist gathered and condensed, turning into a deeper black. Bang! The wizard's hand slapped down, shaking the earth, and also smashed the gathered black flames, preventing Philemon from pulling them away smoothly. Philemon was not afraid of the hellfire, and the touch of jealousy would be annihilated by the power of destruction in a minute. Seeing the purple lightning wrapped around Philemon, Muhua felt depressed, but also fierce. Okay, then wait and see. He wanted to see how many color domain protozoa this guy had. Anyway, Muhua felt that the color domain primordial worms were more expensive than his purgatory armaments. In a disguised way, he used the color domain primordial worms as magic power. Muhua simply helped the Leviathan Legion in the sky to defend. He wanted to see how long this guy Philemon could hold out. Chapter 752. Muhua doesn't have the temperament of a superior, and he doesn't really want to cultivate that temperament. Because he doesn't want to be troubled endlessly, Muhua developed his own power. But it might be fun to play with the styling occasionally, but if he keeps doing it, he will be like a fool, and he can't help it. The world is so big, and these days, girls who are always arguing about all kinds of injustice and insecurity can be so cool. But men, with families, no matter how big the world is, it's none of your business. It's the merit of your ancestors to be a good fisherman. So Muhua is more casual when getting along with his friends, and he doesn't want to play with the temperament and bearing of a superior. And those knights, ghosts, and even dragon beasts and demons under his command, Muhua also keeps a distance from them to increase deterrence and majesty. As for the fact that this was essentially to protect his subordinates from being bothered by others, and the management balance, well, Muhua really didn't talk nonsense with Philemon. He was really going to throw it to his own children to deal with. Lay the foundation, arrange the subordinates, and pick a little boy from his own children to let the subordinates, who want to play with power support and deal with it. As for him, he is more inclined to find a few friends who get along well and hang out everywhere, steal chickens and dogs, kill people and set fires, destroy the world, etc., whatever he wants. In fact, many ghosts and gods in the Ghost and God Council do this. At the same time, this idea became stronger and stronger as he fought with Philemon. It's too tiring. It's much more troublesome to suppress a Hell Lord normally than Muhua imagined, especially a Hell Lord who has extraordinary killing power against him. Thunder Zone formed. After Philemon repeatedly infused thunder elements into the limited area, a lightning zone with ball lightning naturally formed within a radius of 100 miles. Those ball lightnings would even ignore the defensive barrier and inexplicably appear anywhere within the defensive barrier. A strange environment different from spellcasting in nature. In this environment, all the monsters in the Leviathan Legion that assisted in the battle from high altitude withdrew. Only 2 dragons, Lancelot and Tamara, remained in the dragon group. And Philemon, who was entangled by Mu Hua, also called his followers, and the mountain-like monsters restrained Thursday and his group. Giant Golem Kun. In front of it, the huge and sturdy dragon was also set off as a thin dog in the arms of a human. Gravity magic can even affect Thursday's movement. The magic of Leviathan and the dragon is concentrated on it. Under the attack of breaking mountains and breaking peaks, this giant golem also shows strong defensive magic and repair ability. It should be considered repair. That guy is not like carbon-based life. Trauma and recovery are the resurgence of soul in rock. Thanks to its relatively slow movements, the monsters in the sky and on the ground are entangled. Philemon wanted to kill Leviathan and the dragon, and Mu Hua also wanted to kill the giant golem that was almost the same as a mountain. As a result, 1 man and 1 demon were entangled again. You scratched me with your claws and I groaned. I hammered you with an electric cannon and broke your arms and armor. At this moment, Mu Hua even regretted that he had let the glutton spit out Philemon in order to save magic power. Although Philemon might have escaped in time if he had really wasted time, Mu Hua had been unable to swallow him at this moment. The disorderly thunderbolts and the sudden ball lightning, Mu Hua shuttled between the lightning and the thunder field. These lightnings did not cause any harm to him and Philemon, but he was afraid that Philemon would mix the power of destruction into it. Because his body could build a magic defense of the position level, Mu Hua actually had the ability to resist the power of destruction, but using defensive magic to resist that thing consumed a lot of magic. Combining the ice shield, bone shield, flame windbreaker, and other defensive magic that no longer conflicted with himself, Mu Hua did not hesitate to let Philemon's destructive thunder smash his arm. That kind of regeneration even saved more magic than the magic barrier to resist the power of destruction. The Cliff Sword, the giant golem could really throw the Cliff Sword, and it was thrown very smoothly. The entanglement between the golem and the Leviathan affected a wider range. As for Mu Hua and Philemon, the omnipresent power of destruction caused serious trauma to Mu Hua. Fortunately, Mu Hua completed the qualitative change of magic power, and the purgatory armor could recover after damage like his flesh and blood. Otherwise, the power of destruction could even directly defeat his purgatory armor, which was almost the same as cutting the magic power on Mu Hua. Mu Hua was not feeling well, and Philemon was not much better. In the past few years in the human world, Mu Hua had already found Fenrir in the abyss, perfected Fenrir's transformation, and also obtained Fenrir's speed. In order to deal with Mu Hua's speed, Philemon was wearing a thunder and lightning coat from beginning to end, and his consumption was also not small. However, 1 person and 1 demon moved at a high frequency, and the battle was fierce, but they were both very strong. Mu Hua was a son of the earth because he used Behemoth as a medium for transformation, but he did not find any characteristics of Behemoth in Philemon. This guy, in his previous evolutionary journey, might have experienced the devilish life of a werewolf in hell. Well, the blood factors of demons are complex, and they can also achieve cross-group evolution, especially those demons that lack evolutionary lines. As long as they have blood factors, and there is no conflict in blood, werewolves can also evolve into Barus. This kind of evolution can make Barus demons have the innate characteristics of werewolves. It is also a means for demons, including upper demons, to strengthen themselves. It is an expensive and dangerous means. After all, not everyone can be like Mu Hua, who can smash keratin skin and shape-shifting in various ways. You are almost there. Holding the staff, Mu Hua only left the magician's hand by his side. A black and purple flame impact broke through the lightning coat on Philemon's body, and waved his claws and cursed. Only the magician's hand was left, and the soul tentacles could not withstand the torment of the destructive force. After a battle, half of Mu Hua's jealous tentacles were easily destroyed by Philemon, and he no longer exploded the tentacles randomly. As the main body of the jealous touch, the magician's hand could be regenerated immediately after being exploded. Bastard, how long can you hold on? A kite shield blocked Mu Hua's claw attack, and purple lightning like a dragon or snake sprang out of his body, forcing Mu Hua back. The purple lightning turned around and turned into a thunder coat on Philemon's body. Both the man and the demon had fierce means, and were good at close combat. But at this moment, one was holding a staff, and the other held a shield in both arms, which looked a bit out of place. Mu Hua's body did not dare to touch Philemon's lightning, and even those dragon teeth would quickly wear and break under the power of destruction. Philemon, wearing the coat of destruction, was invincible in close combat in most cases, but Mu Hua's black and purple flame impact was not hellfire. The magic power of qualitative change is called the power of the devil by Philemon. That thing is still very high-end. It can make Mu Hua's magic attack have complex properties, like the breath of dragon flame, and even mix blood and chi in it. This attack can break through the destructive power attached to Philemon's body surface. Except for the high consumption of magic, there is no big problem. This also caused Philemon, who was afraid of being scratched, to pick up the shield. I can squeeze you into a magic dry. Being forced back by the thunder snake, Mu Hua put down a dimensional crack behind Philemon. Haha, I am very much looking forward to you suffering from the magic leakage disease. Young human, you should have been able to go further. Philemon swept out the thunder whip, and actually closed the dimensional crack. And Philemon loosened his mouth, and pulled the distance between him and Philemon. Mu Hua did not rush to attack again. Sure enough, Philemon did not attack Mu Hua again, while taking precautions. Magic leakage syndrome. Philemon picked up the shield to protect against Mu Hua's claws, and Mu Hua picked up the staff to absorb magic power. Staff Magic Source, originally named Magic Source of the Elves' Land. This is a top-grade but very traditional staff. Just like its name, its main function is to contain a large amount of magic power. This is a rare staff that can be used as the main combat equipment by Mu Hua now. In simple terms, the magic power that this staff can store is roughly equivalent to the magic power conversion of Mu Hua's current purgatory armor. A staff with very exaggerated magic power content. In order to maintain the deterrence against Philemon, Mu Hua tried to minimize the consumption of purgatory armor, so he took out this staff. But as Philemon said, it is convenient to use external reserve magic power, but if you draw too much of this thing, it will cause your own magic power to leak. The magic leakage is a disease, not a simple negative state. It is a difficult disease in hell. The magic source of the staff is for emergency use. Normally, it is inserted into the defensive barrier of the mage's position to provide energy. There is no need to call all the magic. Mu Hua dares to continue to draw half of the magic from this staff. It is estimated that he will suffer from the magic leakage disease of continuous loss of magic. Let's talk. Philemon, who has always been famous for attacking, said to Mu Hua with a shield in each hand. Then let's talk. Carrying a staff that has brought disaster to countless spellcasters, Mu Hua twitched his mouth. Before mastering the power of destruction, let's talk. Chapter 753. When Mu Hua and Philemon first met the Lord of the Courtyard, the battle ended in a stalemate. Philemon stopped because it was difficult to kill Mu Hua for the time being, and Mu Hua was worried about the consumption of the purgatory arms. Killing Philemon once would not have much impact on the situation, and what Mu Hua was most worried about was Philemon's revenge attack on his subordinates, when his magic power was insufficient. Now Tebesha, Monday, and Tuesday can all stand on their own, but Philemon's aggressiveness is too strong. If Philemon deliberately attacks them, they will not be able to escape unscathed for the time being. If Philemon is pushed too hard, whether Mu Hua needs to stay in Bloody Hill all the time is not discussed for the time being. The tension of the situation in Bloody Hill will inevitably increase significantly, and the possible losses of each of his own regiments are difficult to predict. Mu Hua and Philemon both felt that they could kill each other, but at least, a man and a demon were not so arrogant, and they both judged the outcome of the duel to be 50-50. If it is difficult to increase the probability of crushing the opponent by improving oneself for a while, then strengthening the subordinates will become a top priority. Mu Hua is thinking about the power of destruction, but Philemon does not believe that Mu Hua can obtain the power of destruction in a short time. Philemon believes that he has the advantage, and the magic scroll created by the power of destruction can quickly and greatly improve the combat power of his monsters. At this stage, the happiest people under Mu Hua are the headless knights running around in the Bloody Hills. In essence, Philemon does not take those headless knights seriously, that is, those headless knights are too scattered, and it will be a headache for him to kill them one by one. But as long as more magic scrolls are made and distributed to the demons under his command, those headless knights will be easier to annihilate if they are dispersed. Mu Hua also thinks that he has all the advantages. Not to mention that if he gets a skill stone of power of destruction one day, his ability to help his subordinates improve their combat power is far beyond the reach of Philemon. Philemon gave him a stable time, which was to commit suicide. He would go back and produce more powerful individuals, to further improve the individual combat power of his subordinates. Even if there is no power of destruction, a hard push would leave Philemon with nowhere to breathe. It is hard to say whether both sides feel that they are very powerful, but both sides feel that the other side is dead. Neither the man nor the demon has any good intentions, and the two sides hit it off, and decided not to fight for the time being. Mu Hua withdrew the skeleton undead from the attack sequence and stopped the headless knight from wreaking havoc in all directions. But the underground of the Bloody Hills is not within the scope of restriction, and the skeleton undead should dig. Regarding the problem of the spider demons under Jaimin ambushing underground and stealing the fallen items, Philemon did not make too many concessions. His excuse was that his ability to restrain Jaimin was limited, and it was obvious to all. Because of this, Philemon promised not to participate in the fight between Mu Hua and Jaimin, which was considered to prohibit Philemon from intervening in the fight between Mu Hua and Jaimin in public. Philemon made restrictions on Mu Hua, and what he mainly disliked was Mu Hua's random release of skeletons and undead. But because the ghosts on Mu Hua's side were special, as long as their pleasure intake was guaranteed, the emotional energy they generated was not much different from that of humans. So Philemon had no reason to restrict Mu Hua from releasing corpse demons and ghosts on the Bloody Hills. Mu Hua's restriction on Philemon is to prohibit monsters from invading the Death Valley, and the area south of the Bloody Hills is designated as a human occupation area recognized by the demons. Originally, Philemon proposed to set up a safe zone for Mu Hua in the Bloody Hills, so that Mu Hua could move all the skeletons and undead into the Death Valley. However, the skeletons and undead released by Mu Hua did not spread the dead air pollution, and he had already climbed the Bloody Hills. The safe zone, with the sponsorship of the Adventurer Guild, could be just a matter of setting up more ritual arrays. The skeleton undead Mu Hua wanted to deploy defenses in the Bloody Hills. Since Philemon kept saying that he couldn't restrain Jaimin, he shouldn't talk about the safe zone in the Bloody Hills. Philemon couldn't refute this. Under the premise that neither a man nor a demon could kill the other, tut-tut, humans and demons are still very reasonable. Both sides were holding back their thoughts. At the same time, since Mu Hua was restricted from releasing skeletons and undead on the Bloody Hill, Mu Hua also asked Philemon to release more monsters in their original form into the courtyard. After all, if the undead were not used, it would be natural to increase the investment in the combat power of living creatures. Humans could not develop and reproduce without eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. Monsters, especially monsters, were also a kind of survival resource. Unlike orcs, most monsters were more resistant to demons, just like the attitude of wild beasts in the human world towards humans. They were not impossible to tame, but they could not come just by threatening. Monsters were also a major food source for demons. Philemon would regularly release monsters into the courtyard, and he did not refute Mu Hua's request to increase the release. Mu Hua blocked the Bloody Hill line, and he thought he would also release some less aggressive monsters into the human-occupied area, which could be regarded as enriching the resources and environment of humans in the courtyard. Philemon did not resist this. It must be said that in Philemon's eyes, Mu Hua and his people are no longer classified as human beings. Mu Hua and his people are enemies. And the humans in the front half of the courtyard in his mouth are ants, and to a certain extent, he even regards them as free-range cultivated creatures. Mu Hua and Philemon stopped fighting, and the Bloody Hill blockade returned to a relatively calm state. Both sides knew that the other side could tear up the agreement at any time, but there should not be too many problems in the short term. As for releasing monsters into the courtyard, it is basically the same as feeding them in the nature reserve, which is not too difficult for Philemon. Philemon has followers in hell. Like Mu Hua, he can also call and repatriate his followers in the courtyard. This kind of calling and repatriation is the main body, and does not require sacrifices. Summon the followers to the courtyard, let them drive, and capture some monsters in hell, and randomly release them into the courtyard through the descending magic circle. Without projection, there is no need for sacrifice. This kind of projection on those monsters is actually the same as exiling them to other worlds. At most, it will only add more work to Philemon's subordinates in hell. After these monsters are released into the courtyard, their lives and deaths are entirely up to them, and Philemon will not care. The demons in Bloody Hills have not made any big moves, and no unusual movements of spider demons have been found. However, the Demon King City has responded to the reorganization of the army. The originally vacant military camps in the north of the city seem to have started daily training. After a few days of peace, in the conference hall of the Bloody Hills defense line, Tibesha, who was scouting the movements of monsters, said to everyone, "Don't worry too much about Philemon for the time being. As long as the population in the courtyard grows steadily, he will not mess around at this stage." "What does the Adventurers Guild say about the continued influx of people?" Mu Hua asked Charles. "The development of the Cane's courtyard has been going on for several years, and most of the people who wanted to come to this courtyard has settled in. Now if we want to significantly increase the population, we need to actively divert more people. The main diversion targets are the people in the courtyards, whose living environment has changed drastically, and the survivors of the fallen country, who are not accepted by the war-torn courtyards, or do not accept the acceptance of the victorious country. The Adventurers Guild has a lot of initiative in arranging these people. From what I have heard, if you apply, there is no problem in sending people here, but... Charles hesitated. Why? Muhua said. The Adventurers Guild should ask you to sign a ceasefire agreement. Charles thought about his words. As far as I'm concerned, this is also a rumor deliberately spread by the Adventurers Guild. They are afraid that you will rashly start a war with the Lord of the Courtyard. They want them to arrange a large number of immigrants to the courtyard. The Adventurers Guild may ask you not to take the initiative to start a war within 10 years. Charles said. 10 years? Muhua frowned. It's not a nonsensical request. The Adventurers Guild is very powerful, but it also attracts the wind. If they come forward to place immigrants in the Kane's courtyard, as soon as they pull people in, you will start a full-scale war with the monsters over there, which may affect them. If a forbidden spell hits the wrong way and sends them away, it is estimated that Muhua will not be the first to be blamed, and the Adventurers Guild will inevitably be criticized. It's not that you can't fight monsters, but mainly because Muhua is too uncontrollable. This guy doesn't even need to wash his face when he gets up in the morning. He rolls up his sleeves and runs to fight a fierce battle with monsters before dinner. Let alone accidental injuries, this guy could piss off the Lord of the Courtyard in a minute, causing the monsters to launch some revenge attacks, and no one would be surprised. If he does this all the time, who can stand it? It's not that immigrants cannot die, but at least they need a period of recuperation, which Muhua can understand. But 10 years, Muhua feels is a bit too long. After all, he can't take the initiative to mess with Philemon in these 10 years, and if Philemon takes the initiative to mess with him, the Adventurers Guild will not care. Chapter 754. Humans are very complex, and these complexities will be infinitely magnified in the social environment. The pursuit of superiority is deeply imprinted in human genes. If you are weak, someone will step on you. If you are strong, you will be calculated and excluded. In a stable environment, many things will happen in 10 years, not to mention coexisting with demonic forces. Although the Adventurers Guild is the vanguard of human beings against demons, if the environment allows, the Adventurers Guild will definitely not mind restricting and weakening some human forces in the confrontation with monsters. Regardless of whether the starting point is good or bad, any force will do this kind of thing in the process of recruiting external forces and strengthening itself. As for human groups, it is hard to say whether they are bad or not, but being dirty is an important and unchanging feature. It's impossible to sign any agreement with the Adventurers Guild. Just submit an application to accept immigrants. If they reject it, let them reject it. Unless we collapse, don't let the Adventurers Guild get any reputation for righteousness in the Kane's courtyard. Muhua said to everyone in the conference hall. Yes. Everyone agreed. Master, since they are worried about being blamed, we just need to develop ourselves. If there is a chance, we can try to contact Philemon and release some magic tides into the occupied areas. If the population indicators discussed with the demons at the early Star Patrol conference are not met, they will launch a magic tide, which has nothing to do with us. The pseudo-Shoda Zhou raised his chubby little face and said sinisterly, No need to discuss. If there is any dissatisfaction, the demons will naturally make trouble. At that time, if we really leave them a gap in the blockade, it will be considered as our concession, and perhaps we can exchange something with Philemon. Tibesha shook her head. Over the years, she has managed the Dandelion Brigade and has experienced many things. Now her way of looking at problems is far less simple than in the early years. Yes, normally, population is the foundation of the courtyard's stability. Everyone knows this. And these are not what we need to manage at this stage. Odysseus agreed. The construction of the hot spring town has been improving over the years. Buluchin is enough to accommodate all of us. Even if we can't defend the bloody hills, it's not us who have a headache. As long as we don't show that we are worried about gains and losses, someone will naturally do what we should do. If something really happens, it's not us who have a headache, Odysseus said. The Kane's courtyard is not closed to the outside world, and Muhua has not occupied the Kane's courtyard. Even the management of the main city at the entrance of the courtyard is still people from the Empire, and the Adventure Authors Guild. Since the power has been divided and the benefits have been given up, there is no need to take all the things on oneself. Odysseus reminded everyone that among those who can enter the conference hall now, there can be no more saintly bitches. Well, by the way, last time you said you wanted to develop the territory ranch, so you don't care about the strategy team? Muhua nodded in agreement and turned to ask Odysseus. The strategy team was handed over to Agel. I hold a part of the shares. If necessary, I will also serve as a consultant for them. And the existence of the strategy team may be useful to us sometimes, such as in terms of publicity and public opinion. If possible, I think we should try to support them. Odysseus said. Well, you can let Alice contact Agel. If it involves coordinating the filming, you coordinate with the various departments. As for the ranch, are you going to build a territory now, or wait until later to mark out a territory in the Bloody Hills? Mu Hua no longer paid much attention to public opinion, but he paid more attention to Odysseus's territory. Mu Hua was tossing around in the Kane's courtyard in order to build his own foundation, and the foundation of each of his members. Like Vivian, Tina, Samantha, and even Alice, Phil, Myling, and Sure, they all had their own private houses outside. Helen still followed Samantha. Mu Hua did not marry them, nor did he think of tying them to his belt. Mu Hua also did not treat his subordinates as slaves. The so-called foundation was their own private property in the future. As for the territory, most other people were not in a hurry, but Odysseus signed a sharing contract with Tamara. Not only the attributes, but also the abilities and magic of one person and one dragon were shared. Tamara's training was very important to Odysseus, including the food, clothing, shelter, transportation, eating, drinking, defecating and urinating of a giant dragon. Odysseus also wants to help Tamara form a dragon tribe. Compared to others, Odysseus is more in urgent need of a territory that can be developed independently. Will the dragon nest in the hot spring town move north in the future? If possible, I want to mark the territory in the mechanical forest, so that it can also echo the east and west of the capital of the Qin dynasty. Odysseus said. Okay, then let's decide on the mechanical forest. If you can conquer the brigade there, the entire mechanical forest is yours. Mu Hua confirmed. Ha, I can't handle the Jade Song Court, but I will be optimistic about them. Odysseus shook his head and smiled. My lord, judging from the new monsters on the Bloody Hills in the past few days, it is estimated that there will be a small-scale beast tide migrating southward within a month. Tamara and Mini-State interrupted. Most of the monsters have a certain degree of intelligence. The human-occupied area has laid a ritual array to prevent them from descending. If they descend randomly, they will only descend on the Bloody Hills. This world is full of demons. Coupled with the propaganda of the Dragon Clan on Mu Hua's side, those monsters will certainly prefer to be neighbors with the poorer humans in the south. The trend of the monsters moving south is bound to happen. At that time, whether to intercept and kill them or let them go depends on Mu Hua's needs. Well, intercept. The monsters like to be neighbors with humans, because humans are easier to become their food. They are monsters, and they are more ferocious than wild beasts. Let those below the intermediate level go. If there is no war recently, you can go and search for suitable species of beasts. Mu Hua said to Tamara and Odysseus. Odysseus manages the territory to support Tamara. The positioning of his territory is a monster ranch. If conditions permit, Mu Hua will also provide Otis with some flying dragons and earth dragons, and help Tamara develop her tribe while raising more magic beasts. Even if they are used for smelting by Mu Hua, Otis can still get a share of the smelting from Mu Hua. Do you know what happened to the laurel that appeared in the courtyard earlier? Is it someone from Tree's side? After talking about the magic beasts, Mu Hua asked Vivian again. Yes, it was the Seventh One's people. Alvis has inquired about it. Because you released the Leviathan Legion, the Seventh One seemed to want them to cause trouble. Originally, they planned to occupy a station in the Kane's courtyard in the name of hunting demons to win over other adventurer forces, and then wait for us to take the initiative to expel them. Vivian replied. Ha, fraud? Mu Hua laughed in surprise. Well, it's probably fraud. They even bought a lot of development rights. Vivian spread her hands. It's just that they just came here, and happened to catch up with your fight with Philemon. After watching your fight, they quickly withdrew. Vivian said disdainfully. Considering Mu Hua's current control over Kane's, it is impossible for him not to receive news that Laurel came to Kane's courtyard. After some investigation, it was found that they might be from the City of the Dead, but they looked like they were going to do something big here, but they all withdrew in a blink of an eye. For this reason, Mu Hua asked Vivian to ask Alvis, and it turned out that Trees couldn't bear to see him release Leviathan, so he sent people here to make trouble. It is estimated that Mu Hua's combat power is a little beyond their expectations, and Mu Hua seems to be a little irritable in this courtyard. Worried that the matter would not be done, and Mu Hua would directly take away the waste, the row of laurels ran away before Mu Hua came to the door. Doris. Mu Hua called out, and Doris's figure emerged from Mu Hua's body. You go find Melinda and ask her to take you to find some courtyards with mazes, and then go to collect some joy. Muhua said to Doris. Yes, Doris responded. Well, observe the situation of the spider demon for a while. If you can dig out the underground demon cave, it will be fine. If not, anyway, the Terror Rider is not needed in the near future. Come with me to the City of the Dead on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Pumlai set sail. Let's go meet the seventh old man. When Muhua said this, the only Tuesday present responded. As the words of Pumlai set sail came out of Muhua's mouth, everyone present couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Chapter 755. Among the many kings, it is hard to say who is the best fighter, but if you say who is the most disgusting, it should be the seventh one. The reason is that he has mastered the wind of aging, which has poor effects on pain, disability, and instant death, but it directly attacks lifespan. Immersed in the wind of aging, various resistance defenses, and even self-healing and regeneration have no real meaning, and the death of life decay cannot even be saved by resurrection. Trezor is very taboo about Leviathan under Muhua. He almost told Muhua not to let Leviathan out. Leviathan can not only provide Muhua with extremely strong heavy firepower output, but it is also a very comprehensive airspace carrier. In addition, Leviathan is also an efficient troop transport unit. As a strategic level demon, Muhua will never give up incorporating Leviathan into his normal military force. In the early years, because of the problem of Alvis, Muhua had a hard fight with trees, and he had not even achieved divine speed at that time. In terms of personal combat power, Muhua was not afraid of trees. But trees was the king of mankind. If he wanted to make trouble for Muhua, it was obviously not just his personal combat power. Muhua was relatively passive. He lacked a means of suppression that was not so violent, but could cause fear from all walks of life. Until Muhua built his own Sky City and had the capital to challenge, Tree's warning had no deterrent effect on Muhua. Huh? Hey, look, what is that? In the Principality of Monsega, a human country in the west of the Magic Empire, a pedestrian on the street in the city accidentally saw a foreign object in the sky. When he was puzzled, he asked his companions around him. What? A patrol fleet? It seems to be flying a little low. Fuck. Is that thing moving? Nonsense, of course a starship will move. No, that's not right. Look, those things seem to be alive. Hiss, damn. There is an island behind them, an island flying in the sky. More people on the street noticed the strange phenomenon in the sky, and some exclaimed, Sky City? But that's too big, isn't it? Those flying around it. Those can't be Leviathans? The breeze blew. A short breeze blew, followed closely by a wave of wind pressure rushing into the city, and the strong wind pressure rolled up the debris in the entire city. The sky island and the giant beast, the huge shadow descended, covering the shadow of the city, squeezing out the fear in people's hearts. The giant beast, the herd of beasts swimming in the sky seemed to be pulling an island of God's will. Looking up from the ground, the floating continent has magical lines flowing on the rock at the bottom of the continent. The magical light seems to give life to the stubborn stone. From far to near, silently, some people wondered about the sudden strong wind, followed the gazes of some dazed people, and then they were also in astonishment. Sky City and Leviathan are barely words that people on Loren are more accustomed to, but it must be said that there are really many people in the human world who have never seen them. The armored rays led the whales, and the Leviathan Legion guarded Pumlai, and seemed to be pulling the sky island, flying from a not too high altitude above the city, heading west, and gradually disappeared from people's sight. Shocked and inexplicable, people who saw this strange combination couldn't help but check the internet. News and videos composed of related words such as Sky City, Leviathan, and Canes occupied various search pages on the Magic Network. Muhua activated Pumlai Sky Island, but his destination was the Holy Land of the Dead in the Western Hemisphere. The floating monsters that were larger and more oppressive than starships, the Leviathans that were like interstellar fortresses, and the floating continents that were large enough for patrol fleets to dock. All this shocked people's eyes. In those countries far away from the Magic Empire, the Magic Network even found a large number of videos related to the Canaan's courtyard. Canaan's, the Magic Empire, the planet Loren, this world is infinitely broad, and the Canaan's courtyard is just a tiny corner. All kinds of strange things are happening in the world all the time, and it is unlikely that the outside world will always look at the place where Muhua is. The sudden trip seemed like a leisurely wandering, and there was no notification to the local authorities. There was chaos along the way, and people from various countries even thought that a tragic magic tide had occurred somewhere, and that this was a royal trip. The giant beast and the Sky Island headed towards the western hemisphere. Every few places along the way, patrol fleets with unlocked and charged weapon systems approached. However, with the warnings of whale calls, those patrol fleets would soon give way and return to their own routes. On Pumlai Sky Island, looking down, you can see many mechas parked in open places, like shared bicycles, squares, roadsides, and mountains. The dormant systems of those mechas have been released, as if they are waiting for their drivers to arrive. A large number of skeletons are running around on the Sky Island, and the launch silos under the grassy mountain are exposed. The side rocks of the Sky Island have a lot of cannon muzzles mixed with machine guns. In the beautiful natural environment, there are destructive fangs. At this moment, Mu Hua is not on this Pumlai Sky Island. He is still busy with his own affairs on the Abyss Island. Pumlai Sky Island can also be regarded as a war base. Mu Hua wants to go to the doorstep of the seventh person. When he arrives at the destination, or if there are any unresolved problems, someone will notify Mu Hua to come back. As if to prove the original warning, trees finally sent people to the Canaan's courtyard to make trouble, although it was subtle, and although the troublemakers seemed to be scared away before they messed around. But Mu Hua had no doubt that with Tree's rebelliousness, that guy would definitely not let it go. Today is different from the past. If you want to make trouble, the Lord of Hell needs to reason with him. If the king wants to mess with him, he must be prepared to be spit on his face. The island of the abyss, the forbidden place of summoning, seems to echo the ancient blessing in the air, like the singing of the Holy Spirit, and the whisper of the devil. In the magic circle arranged like 5 altars, 5 Medusas are undergoing the transformation of summoned beasts. In front of the altar, Mu Hua was accompanied by a Medusa, a summoned beast, and Mu Hua's first experiment. The experiment was very successful. She was an abyss-style Medusa. After she successfully accepted the seal of the oath, Mu Hua strengthened her attributes, resistance, and some abilities that did not require active casting. These enhancements did not produce rejection, nor did they affect her seal of the oath, and the full-level demon summoning made it easy for Mu Hua to study the Medusa summoning from it. After Mu Hua successfully transformed a Medusa into his own summoned beast, at this time, the 5 Medusas in front of him were all abyss styles that had been further strengthened by Mu Hua. They were strong and could withstand beatings. When they were released, they could spit out petrifying demon eyes. They were about to be added to the final war sequence. The first batch of demons who accepted the seal of the oath on the Abyss Island could already be transformed, and Mu Hua's final war would gradually be perfected. On the edge of the abyss, Saturday brought his behemoth team to send baskets of magic cores to Pumlai Sky Island. Since the decision to fight against the king, a large number of abyss monsters have been dug out of their magic cores, which are all energy reserves for Pumlai Sky Island. Magic cores are not comparable to magic stones. With the input and replacement of these magic cores, the continuous operation capability of Pumlai Sky Island's own attack and defense system will inevitably be greatly improved. The partners need to be strengthened, the skeletons need to be strengthened, the upper dragons need to be strengthened, and the summoned beasts also need to be strengthened. In addition to the energy reserves of the combat readiness system, Mu Hua wanted this and liked that, but after a lot of work, he felt that his money was tight. Now, there are still many demons that can be transformed into summoned beasts that have been shelved. For the time being, Mu Hua only caught Medusa and strengthened and improved her. As for the remaining demons, he will talk about it when there are extra resources to strengthen them as necessary. Chapter 756. Melinda, Mu Hua's Sky City is almost annihilated. What are you doing? Why aren't you with him? In the video call, in the spacious office, a Charming witch was somewhat exasperated and shouted at Melinda, who was drooping her eyelids and was obviously absent-minded. Ms. Regina, please, Mu Hua asked me to accompany the cursed spirit to collect joy. I reported it a week ago. I'm also very busy. Leaning on the dragon's horn, her red hair fluttering in the wind, Melinda, standing on the dragon's head, seemed lazy and said to the Hall Witch in the video. Regina, the senior manager of the Night Hunter organization who is in charge of the Hall Witch affairs, had almost no chance of contacting Melinda a few years ago, but now, she seems to have become Melinda's exclusive contact person. Melinda has also changed a lot over the years. Although she has not been able to enter the core of Mu Hua's power, and has not been strengthened by Mu Hua. But now she can do belly dance on the head of a flying dragon. What are you shouting about, Regina? If you have the ability, just quit me. Your mission is to be a guardian of ghosts and gods, not a product manager, not a chores, not a nanny of the cursed spirit. Regina seemed dissatisfied with Melinda's attitude. Hey, lady, his valet is a demon who can transform into a disaster spirit and fire demon, and his maids are all witches. Doing chores? Nani? Do you think I want to do it? If I hadn't been able to climb into his bed, I would have resigned long ago, Melinda said angrily. Regina rolled her eyes. Well, there is nothing wrong with the complaints in the front, but the climbing into the bed in the back. It is said that this girl was very decent back then. Do you have to be so realistic? Well, okay, Melinda. I also know that Muhua is a little special. Well, the wandering stalker customized for you has been completed. I will have someone send it to you later. Regina sighed. She was in a high position. Although Melinda's attitude made her a little uncomfortable, she still had to comfort her. It was not easy for her to stay with Muhua for so many years and still be alive and kicking. No, you'd better not send me. You know Trisha, right? That wandering witch. Without joy, nor disgust, Melinda shook her head in resistance. She is now always in charge of all the big and small things in Buluochindu. I suspect she has the ability to regenerate. Last year, she stuffed a jump potion, and I even saw her playing grappling with Behemoth. Wandering Stalker? No, Kue has already started to debug the design parameters of the demon god-type armor. I still prefer to climb Muhua's bed. For the sake of my years of hard work, please don't let me be annoying, Melinda said unhappily. Regina. You? Oh, forget it. Regina frowned briefly and sighed again. She wanted to talk to Melinda about ideals, responsibilities, and the noble sentiment of changing the fate of witches. This set of ideas worked well on the witches in the hall. But looking at Melinda's current character, forget it. It is estimated that she will no longer buy this set of ideas. There is no point in talking. Muhua is provoking the seventh, right? You should know the seriousness of this matter. Can you tell me? To what extent is he going to do it? Regina asked. The people's hearts are scattered, and it is difficult to leave the team. In these years, although Melinda has not been able to enter the core of Muhua's power, she has Krypton Youth Potion, she has eaten Wisdom Fruit, she has raised Earth Dragon pets, and Life Potion is a standard carry-on. Maybe she also carries a divine crystal containing resurrection. These things are not what the Hall Witch can afford with her salary and bonus. Climbing on the bed? If it were her, she would try climbing on the bed. Regina had a headache. Madam, I remember that the code of conduct of the Hall Witch should be patience and justice, right? Melinda's expression gradually became serious as her laziness gradually subsided. Well, you say? Regina also frowned. The reason why Muhua drove Pomlai Sky Island away was because the seventh tried to make trouble for him, not because he wanted to provoke the seventh. The seventh's crown team has been sent to the Kane's courtyard. The one who asked Muhua to hide the Leviathan under his control. It is not a question of how far Muhua should go now, right? Melinda said, brushing the messy hair by her ear. Do you have evidence for these? Regina said in a deep voice. Puff. Melinda sneered. I say, sir, are you sure you want to get evidence from Muhua and the seventh? Come on, are you deliberately trying to scare me? Which of these two needs the kind of evidence you said? As for our Hall of Witches, I am the evidence. Melinda shook her head. Damn it! No matter if they talk about evidence or not, I need to fill out a report that makes sense. Regina said a little unbearably. Okay, Regina is not the Eggman. In reality, that kind of thing will not survive an episode. She is not going to care about the mess between the seventh and the ghosts and gods, let alone to cause trouble for Muhua. The Hall of Witches is an old organization after all, with certain social powers, and at the same time, they need to show their existence value to the Night Hunters, the Empire, the Sixth, and even the Second. Now that Melinda has said this, Regina will not pretend anymore, and will come clean. I am here for work, and I am also here to make a living. Report, I have had a lot of headaches over these years. Melinda was gloating. Time is a butcher's knife. The temple which you talked about sentiment and dedication with Muhua in the early years has become a thing of the past. Melinda, you'd better make it clear to me that it is because of your identity as a temple which that you are valuable to Muhua. You need me, you need the temple mechanism, at least before you climb into his bed, you need it. Regina said angrily. Hee, it seems okay for you to say that. Melinda spread her hands, and her indifferent attitude made Regina somewhat powerless. Tell me what you know, what Muhua wants to do, what he wants, and how the Ghost Council reacts to his actions. Regina stopped talking nonsense with Melinda, and asked seriously with a straight face. How do I know what he's going to do? Maybe, a war to choose a king. Melinda, who had been tormented by Muhua and the palace agency for a long time, had become very powerful, and didn't seem to be fooled by Regina. Choose a king. He's not a crown. Why should he be chosen? Stop him, you must stop him. Otherwise, we will have to send people to suppress him. If we get involved, many palace witches will die. Regina was furious, and her voice became sharper. Don't worry, I'm just talking nonsense. Melinda obviously didn't expect Regina to react so strongly, and she somewhat put away her joking attitude and waved her hands repeatedly. She was originally a very ordinary palace witch, belonging to the bottom of the palace agency, and didn't know the response plan for some situations. It seems that Regina was so active in Muhua's trip this time, not only because of the report, but more likely because she was afraid that the conflict between the two monsters would involve the palace witches. Don't worry, I just made up the king's selection. First of all, we have to make it clear that it was the seventh who first caused trouble for Muhua. Muhua is just demonstrating now, which can only be called a counterattack at most. This can be seen from the attitude of the Ghost Council. The council did not warn or dissuade Muhua, which is enough to be the evidence you want. Otherwise, the hall which is not qualified to bear the further expansion of the situation. Melinda said seriously. As for how far Muhua will make things happen, there are still a lot of troubles in the king's courtyard. He didn't bring many people with him. The severity of the situation must depend on the seventh. You can write a report casually to get these out. If these two people are causing trouble, at least the king should take action. Let's not get excited here. Relying on years of experience of being tossed around, and with a little bias, Melinda carefully analyzed it for Regina. Regina is probably more professional than Melinda in this kind of analysis, but she lacks some key information, so she has her own ideas now. Regina is not the only one who found Melinda. Regardless of whether they know the details or not, anyone with a discerning eye can see the problem between Muhua and trees. A seemingly fierce ghost, leading his Leviathan, went straight to the Leviathan King, who only raised floating monsters at home. This obviously does not seem to be a chat. The Empire went to Ingrid to find out the situation, and the Adventurers Guild went to Charles for details. The sixth person did not wait for any report. Amos could not contact Muhua, so he asked his mother Abigail for details. Even the top leaders of the Demon Kingdom Alan directly contacted Tibesha through Tao Les, and they hoped that Muhua would keep things quiet. Polai set sail, Leviathan marched, and Muhua was on his way to the City of the Dead. There was a lot of commotion among various forces. Chapter 757. Loren Planet, Western Hemisphere. Across the Gyoji Mountains, and through the Oasis Plains, there is the Ruashue River that blocks the expansion of the desert. The vast desert is the land of the dead, where the sea of sand and the burial ground intersect. The sand dunes are dusty, desolate and distant, and the camel caravans travel back and forth to the few oasis cities in the desert. The concept of the City of the Dead includes the entire desert area, an area that has almost no development value for most humans. This is the kingdom of the seventh kingship. It is precisely because of the special environmental problems that the territory occupied by the seventh kingship in the human world on Loren Planet is the largest among all the kingships. Polai Sky Island came to this desert accompanied by Leviathan, flew over the Ruashue River, and floated on the edge of the desert like a spectacle. The countries in this world also have airspace, but the city in the sky is a special case. When reaching a certain height, and having a certain scale, this floating continent with natural vitality can ignore the rules of airspace, just like an island in the high seas. Sometimes even if you plant a flag and establish a country on it, the federal government can recognize your country. It's like the Federation is encouraging people to expand the living space of the human world. Of course, this also depends on whether the ground country where you plant the flag is strong or not. As far as the City of the Dead is concerned, if anyone comes here to establish a country for no reason, it is estimated that the seventh one will inevitably come to the door. When arriving at the City of the Dead, Muhua did not let Pomlai Sky Island go deep into the desert to find an oasis in this barren land. He did not call trees, but just floated on the periphery of the desert, letting Thursday pose with the floating monsters who took turns to go out. Muhua didn't make any unusual moves, but the people in the City of the Dead couldn't sit still. If nothing was said here, trees wouldn't jump out in a hurry to confront Muhua. And a lot of airships flew out of the desert. In a short period of time, there were even 5 armed starships with a length of more than a kilometer among the airships that arrived near Pomlai Sky Island. These fleets can be regarded as the government armed forces of the City of the Dead. These government armed forces are not clear about the specific situation, but they dare not take the initiative to talk to Muhua. The fleet kept a distance from Pomlai Sky Island, as if waiting for someone with enough weight to communicate with Muhua. Dear Mr. Muhua, Carlyle greets you. After an unknown period of time, a remotely located virtual projection appeared on Pomlai Sky Island. A human with a somewhat helpless look on his face stood respectfully in front of Muhua and greeted Muhua. "Well, I seem to have seen you. What's going on with those fleets outside? I don't have to go through the formalities and pay parking fees when I come to your place, do I?" Beside the swimming pool outside the castle, Muhua leaned on a lounge chair and flipped through a book. A sturdy behemoth was lying beside him and sleeping soundly. Vivian and Tuesday in swimsuits were swimming in the pool. Muhua said to Carlyle, "They are all garrison troops of the City of the Dead. It's their duty. Please forgive me. I don't know why Mr. Muhua came here this time." Carlyle asked tentatively. Carlyle, the 7th Crown under his command, had seen him when Muhua had a fight with Trees in the undead courtyard in his early years. Trees was a king after all, so he still had to have face and dignity. Muhua ran here to lie down for no reason. He was not sure about Muhua's attitude, but Carlyle was pushed out to contact Muhua first. "You went to the Canaan's courtyard before? I heard that you also received a lot of development rights. You are quite free. The City of the Dead, including the Gyoji Mountains, and the courtyards of the surrounding countries are not enough for you to mess around." Throwing the book in his hand aside, Muhua sat up straight and asked the virtual projection of Carlyle. "Heh? Sir, you also know that His Majesty Tree's methods are a bit extreme. In recent years, there have been no uncontrollable changes in the courtyards near the City of the Dead, and the suspended stones produced in the Canaan's courtyard are also quite valuable. I heard that you are in a stalemate with the demons over there. We just happen to be free, so we plan to help. After all, this is also our responsibility," Carlyle explained. "The City of the Dead, including the weak horizontal plane and even the Gyoji Mountains, all belong to Tree's protection range. There are at least 500 courtyard entrances within this range, including some large and small countries. The protection here refers more to assisting those countries to suppress the courtyards within their territory. Tree's methods can indeed be called extreme. When a courtyard encounters trouble, the aging wind blowing across the whole area and the undead disaster are basically his routine operations, and no one can have an easy time. This method has caused serious damage to the natural environment of the courtyard, and the demons are also very troubled by it. Regardless of fear or disgust, Trees can be said to have suppressed all the courtyards in this area with his own strength. And the people in this area are also more accepting of undead magic, which can almost be regarded as the kingdom of the undead in the human world. Are you sure you want to talk to me like this?" Muhua did not comment on Carlyle's explanation, and asked calmly, even with a calm tone. Carlyle is not a little Karami. Maybe Muhua can put him in all kinds of positions, but as a crown king, let alone the patron saint behind some human countries, in some courtyards, he may have established his own country. So even if Carlyle is afraid of Muhua, it is difficult for him to be overly humble. It is not that he cannot, but that he is not very good at it. Everyone is praised high every day. After getting used to it, it is a bit unprofessional to pretend to be a grandson. Muhua will not mind too much about this. At this time, what Muhua dislikes is not his attitude, but the content conveyed by his words. Alas, Mr. Muhua, strictly speaking, even if the boss wants to do something that has an adverse effect on you, it is within the rules. Seeing that Muhua has no intention of mediating, Carlyle sighed. To be honest, we are ready to take over the Kane's courtyard. There is no way. Who told you to get along with the boss? You know, we are the shadow of the king after all. Carlyle said neither softly nor hard. Oh, within the rules. Muhua chuckled. Muhua did not make any moves. Above Pumlai, Thursday's body emitted a distant sound. The floating monsters around Pumlai were still lazily swimming, but their range of movement gradually expanded and approached the fleet farther away. Woo! Woo! The whale calls were not bad. Although they were huge, they looked even a little sacred when they were not crazy. But Leviathan was a little scary. Its body, which was larger than a starship, seemed to be covered with heavy armor. Hundreds of tentacles that were either hooks or claws seemed to be strange chains that could extend infinitely. The chains, which were thicker than the pillars of the courtyard, swung delicately, and the mutated tentacles seemed to be ready to draw the fleet in at any time. In a blink of an eye, the surrounding fleet seemed to have entered the dangerous meteorite zone in the starry sky, and Leviathan and floating monsters were like star meteorites that could hit them at any time. The seemingly bulky body of the floating monster was like a whale entering the sea in the air, flexibly shuttling between the fleets. The personnel in the starship looked through the window at the troll that passed by them. In panic, they did not dare to start the starship casually, for fear of a mistaken collision. Don't do it," Carlyle's virtual projection hurriedly said. "I say, brother, It's really not good for you to mess around like this. Carlyle was distressed. The king always has some privileges. If he wants to occupy the king's courtyard, just let him occupy it. In fact, you just need to give in. No one will say anything to him this time, but there must not be a next time, otherwise it will be unreasonable. And your majesty has regained his face in the king's courtyard, and he should not target you because of the Leviathan in the future. Just treat it as a change of courtyard. If you are really angry, I suggest you go directly to his majesty treasure. You could open a dimensional battlefield and do whatever you want. The fleet is full of big soldiers. Why bother them? Carlyle spoke quickly and advised Mu Hua. Who said I want to embarrass them? I also said that those fleets are too close. Even when Leviathan is active, it is not okay. Mu Hua retorted. Okay, of course, you see. How about I call his majesty treasure now? Carlyle was helpless and turned to mutter to himself. If it were me, I would just give up the king's courtyard and move to another courtyard. Why would I have to compete with the king? Not to mention that my lifespan would be cut short by the wind of aging. Other kings would not let the kingship fall. Mumbling to himself, as if trying to persuade Mu Hua glanced at Carlyle and said nothing more, but suddenly a fruit basket appeared in his hand. Chapter 758. As the highest fighting force of mankind, to be honest, as long as trees does not do something anti-human, the laws and regulations of the human world are basically meaningless to him, or in other words, he himself is the maker of the rules. It is also thanks to Mu Hua that he has reached a sufficient level, otherwise if trees wants to deal with him, he doesn't have to play any tricks at all. Even if he destroys the Kane's courtyard or even slaughters the Kane city, there will be someone to help him clean up. At the same time, it is hard to say what the relationship between the 7 kings is, but with the devil in front, they probably won't allow Mu Hua to kill trees for such a trivial matter. In general, trees is almost invincible when dealing with Mu Hua, and he feels at ease. Of course, this kind of invincibility is based on the premise that his strength can really suppress Mu Hua. But whether Mu Hua can kill trees is not sure. Trees suppresses Mu Hua? If he can suppress him, he would have suppressed him in the undead courtyard a few years ago. Carlyle is the laurel shadow directly under trees, but the laurel group is not positioned as a slave of the king. As an adventurer class recognized by the human group, Carlyle will obey trees' will to a large extent. But if there is an internal struggle among the human race, such as a nagging human like Mu Hua, Carlyle will not be like a loyal dog, biting Mu Hua without thinking. Call trees? Are you bluffing me? Haha, don't worry, I don't plan to mess around, at least I won't mess around first. Before that, I want to do some business with you first. Carlyle kept persuading, although he didn't make a mindless provocation, and even seemed to sell out their boss directly, but between trees and Mu Hua, he obviously didn't think much of Mu Hua. His persuasion was more to prevent Mu Hua from harming the people of the city of the dead. However, as Mu Hua picked up the fruit basket in his hand, Carlyle's attention immediately shifted to the fruits in the basket. What are you doing? Carlyle stared at the fruit basket in Mu Hua's hand, his eyes shining. Golden apples. There are so many, 6 or 7 golden apples in this small fruit basket. Well, this thing is golden apples, 6 or 7, it's already a lot. Could it be that Mu Hua wants to use golden apples to quell trees' targeting of him? Carlyle thought to himself. Carlyle has seen trees and Mu Hua quarreling, although trees did not admit it, but Mu Hua is obviously not easy to deal with. In Carlyle's view, his own boss wants to deal with Mu Hua, more for the sake of face. And Mu Hua has enough strength, and he took out the golden apples to surrender. This doesn't seem to be impossible. It's just a title, face, etc. Is it as good as the golden apple? Carlyle couldn't help but feel a little excited. Maybe he could get some benefits. Well, the golden apples planted recently have a good harvest. This thing can only increase my lifespan. It doesn't make much sense to use it to offset the damage of the wind of aging. So, I plan to exchange it for something I need. Mu Hua smiled. Selling, not giving? Carlyle was slightly stunned. Well, that's right. With the strength of this kid, if he is not forced too hard, he will not make such a big compromise to trees. Young people, you have to save face, and offset the wind of aging. Who has nothing to do to use this precious thing to resist the wind of aging. It's okay to sell it, but if you sell it, I guess my boss will lower the price. I just don't know if the negotiation will fail and cause more trouble. Carlyle frowned. What do you want to exchange it for? Carlyle asked. If the price was right, he would also like to buy some. He was close to the water tower, and there was more than one. If he bought 1 or 2, trees would not say anything. It was normal for him to shave the boss when he was one of them. But before Carlyle finished asking, whoosh whoosh whoosh, a bunch of virtual figures, like ninjas, appeared beside him one by one. How much do you want to sell the golden apple for? What do you want to exchange it for? Just tell me. Moo, why are you doing this? Lord Ashadalin wants to invite you to visit Dragon Hill. Well, I've heard that Mr. Muhua has given a lot of help to the Witch Clan. Lord Lilitu has also paid attention to the Psychic Academy you hosted. I wonder if you are interested in joining the Black Witch Academy. Muhua, my boss, said that if you sell the golden apple to us, if the city of the dead causes trouble for you again, we will help you to settle it. What are you worried about? An old lich, the golden apple is useless to you. I am the leader of the War King. If you don't accept it, fight me alone. Your Majesty, Muhua. Chattering and pushing and shoving, Muhua and Carlyle were a little stunned. Tuesday and Vivian also wiped their hair and returned to Muhua with strange expressions. Oh my god, a bunch of laurels from every household. Damn, Mephisto really doesn't care about his face. There are such people everywhere. Except for the 5th king's family on the Holy Court Star, the rest of the families have the shadow of the king coming to visit, including Huggins, who also grows fruits. Muhua thought that someone would secretly observe his movements, but he didn't expect it to be so neat. These guys. Obviously these guys are with their respective kings. They are all hiding and eating melons. Carlyle gnashed his teeth. It was fine if the people from other families came, but there were actually his colleagues among them. Fuck. They were asked to reprimand Muhua, and they were all so upset, but they all came out when they saw the golden apple. What's wrong with the bastard from the first family? What do you mean you helped to settle things? Are you so shameless? Boss, come out and chop people. Carlyle roared inwardly. Cough. A bunch of uninvited virtual projections seemed to have a tendency to quarrel, and Muhua coughed dryly. For the people present, the golden apple was not a rare thing, but this thing was always in short supply. Some people might be in urgent need of it. If they saw someone selling it, they would naturally take a position and ask the price. Golden apple for the body of a metal dragon. Everyone was silent, and Muhua said somewhat embarrassedly under the gaze of a pair of eyes. Huh? How many for one? 1 for 1. Huggins was silent, and then a look of realization appeared on his face. What? Are you crazy? The young witch with curvy figure screamed. Metal dragon? What is that? Oh, there is actually a laurel that has no idea about metal dragon. Hee hee, go ahead, but there is probably no hope of killing trees, unless you are willing to help him guard the city of the dead. Mephisto, the king who mixed in with the laurels, had some bad intentions. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Muhua's offer was made, the virtual projections that suddenly appeared disappeared one by one. Everyone is not stupid. Muhua is not here to sell golden apples. He is just teasing Carlyle. Well, it can't be said that he is teasing Carlyle. What he wants to express is that he is not afraid of trees' aging style. He has a lot of money, he is willful, he just does it, he is just an unlucky child. Metal dragons are rarer than golden apples. You exchange a golden apple for a metal dragon, which can barely be regarded as robbery. I don't know how long he has been hoarding these golden apples, and he just filled a bunch for nothing. Mr. Muhua, what do you mean? Carlyle's face turned black. Or you come and join me. Muhua put the fruit basket into the storage space again and teased. Mr. Muhua, there is no need to be so impulsive, right? Carlyle stabilized his emotions and looked at his colleagues, who disappeared again, feeling a little helpless. Although Trees has not appeared yet, Carlyle knows that his boss is probably not in a good mood at this moment. And if Trees really appears here, if neither side gives in, things may not end well. Acting on impulse? Oh, I won't make it difficult for you. Don't you like to help Canes? Go back and tell Trees to lend me your shadows, and go to the Bloody Hills to find all the spider demons there. Otherwise, it's not illegal for me to stay here. I'd like to popularize the concept of Leviathan to people. Muhua said with a cold face, and waved his hand to summon 5 Medusas with peaceful faces and big watery eyes. Fuck. Chapter 759. The Petrifying Eye is not a point-to-point ability. When encountering an enemy of too large a scale, its mana consumption is still very exaggerated. Carlyle has seen Muhua's Petrifying Eye. It would be fine if you, a human, had a Petrifying Eye inserted into yourself. When he saw Muhua casually summon 4 or 5 Medusa summons, Carlyle suddenly became confused. Medusa, let alone the question of how you train the upper demons. If you have some of these things around you, you are afraid that you will completely defeat the undead disaster of your own boss, right? Sure enough, Bad premonitions always come true quickly. The own boss came with a mighty army. On the sand dunes and in the sky, the strong followed by the dragons. Then everyone retreated, and the dragons pulling the carts retreated, leaving only 100 or so people following Trees. Looking at his own manpower, and then at the Sky Island and trolls on the other side that were brewing a destructive force, Trees' mood became even worse. Mu Hua! Trees shouted angrily. The elegy of the ghost. The elegy of the ghost seemed to sound in the sky. But this sound had nothing to do with the ghost. Facing the king who led the crowd, the 7 floating monsters stretched out their jealous tentacles and blocked the space. The touch of jealousy. Although these floating monsters seemed not very conspicuous against the background of Thursday, they were never weak, and their strategic positioning also indicated that they were born with powerful attributes and growth. And the elegy in this space came from the resonance of their soul tentacles, a resonant sound that cleansed and trembled the soul. It was like a virtual jellyfish dominating the depths of the universe. The illusory tentacles swayed gracefully, but contained infinite murderous intent. Suspended in the sky, facing Penghuai's Sky Island from afar, the people behind Trees did not dare to easily step into the cordon drawn lazily by the floating monsters. When they were brewing magic circles, as if to add some momentum to their own family, the floating monsters on Mu Hua's side also changed. The white mist that seemed to be breathing in and out was diffused, and the originally graceful posture suddenly changed, showing an uncomfortable and weird shape. Or the side abdomen was split, or the spine was flat. Or there were honeycomb-like holes on the body, or a strange mouth that seemed to swallow itself back. The floating monsters that really entered the combat state were ugly and weird. As their forms changed, more magic circles were spread throughout the void. Skeleton mages, who brewed meteor showers, Thor's hammer, thunder pattern scorched hell, wind blade water pattern and other magic. There were wide area blasting magic, as well as single unit assault magic. The floating monsters carried a large number of undead in their bodies. The magic circle of the skeleton mage echoed and opposed Trees' side. Fuck. It's really fucked up. Everyone around Trees frowned. There are about 100 of them, and the skeleton mages on the opposite side are hundreds of them. But what kind of magic are these skeleton undeads holding back? This is simply a lich army that is regarded as a trump card by its own boss. And it's not just the skeleton mages, there are more regular skeleton undead on each floating monster. The skeleton warrior holding a rifle sniper. The skeleton general holding the Vulcan cannon. The black-armored skeleton general raised a heavy longbow that was 4 or 5 meters high. The headless knight held a ready-to-fire bone spear in his hand, entangled with the wailing bone's soul. The most weird thing is that they also saw multiple faceless people on each floating monster. Damn! We are the holy land of the dead, right? Where did these guys come from? The transportation of Leviathan is not just based on their huge body, they are honeycomb battle fortresses, and their threat level will increase exponentially according to the soldiers they are equipped with. The swimming whale posture on weekdays is their most harmonious appearance. As for Thursday, which is located above these floating monsters and higher in the sky, it seems to be the mother of the floating monsters. The entity tentacles hanging in the void seem to be protecting the cubs, and its side abdomen, which is open like gills and scales, is full of various deformed and weird demons. Trees called Mu Hua, but Mu Hua didn't call out, but called the Leviathan Legion into combat. So, the Leviathan equipped with soldiers is completely different from the Leviathan without soldiers. Even Trees' eyelids twitched when he saw the Leviathan army with its fangs bared. Fuck. Trees didn't care much about those floating monsters, but last time, it was obviously not like this last time. Your Majesty, should we take a long-term view? A spellcaster who took out a tower shield behind Trees said carefully. Robe, staff, and many magic accessories on his body. Although he took out a tower shield, the person who spoke should be a person who is better at casting spells. Take a long-term view? How do you want to take a long-term view? Prepare the Aegis shield. He is not the only one with a petrifying eye. Trees scolded. But, Your Majesty, if these floating monsters are immune to petrification, Aegis will be useless. Besides, Carlyle said that he has more than one Medusa summoned beast. The people around him muttered. Being suppressed by the enemy's troops on their own territory, everyone around Trees felt very frustrated. But there was nothing they could do, because there were so many Medusas on the opposite side, and they were the only ones who were immune to the petrifying eye. The Aegis shield was a magical equipment made from the head of Medusa. This equipment was divided into grades. The low-end ones could exempt the shield holder from Medusa's petrifying eye, and the high-end ones could stimulate the effect of the petrifying eye. In order to deal with Mu Hua, Trees spent a lot of thought. He specially bought a high-end Aegis shield from the demon merchant at a high price, just to compete with Mu Hua in the petrifying eye. However, Leviathan, including the floating monster, has a special body, which can be regarded as an alternative racial talent. The so-called strategic demon is not a boast. If they are immune to some negative states, then the existence they carry in their bodies will not be affected by those negative states. Notify the armored corps to take position. This damn bastard will be punished. Trezor scolded his subordinates. Who would have thought that Mu Hua actually summoned Medusa, and there was more than one. The original lineup was easily beaten by the opponent. The mecha could be immune to Medusa's petrification, so it could barely fight the opponent head-on. Moreover, the armored corps of the City of the Dead were formed by humans. If there were a large number of casualties in the fight with Mu Hua would inevitably be criticized by all walks of life. After all, this is the City of the Dead. No matter what the reason, Mu Hua also went to someone's house to kill people. Trezor's instructions made the people behind him look a little ugly. They were not uncomfortable because of the possible casualties of the armored corps. After raising soldiers for 1,000 days, it is normal to be sacrificed when it is time. The pension is in place. The discomfort of the people is mainly because they want to use their own casualties to attack the opponent. They are with the kings, and 80% of them are crowned. They are more arrogant than ordinary people. They think this kind of attack is not decent, and it is usually used by others on them. Now it happens to them, they feel depressed and helpless. Beep, beep. Under the gaze of Trees and his group, a very small floating platform rises on Pumlai Sky Island. The propeller, which is more like a decoration, makes a beeping sound, and Mu Hua and others are seen riding this kind of civilian machinery, which is usually used for performances, and appear in the sight of Trees and his group. On the floating platform, in addition to Mu Hua and the two girls, the 5 angry Medusas are particularly eye-catching. Chapter 760. Haha, look, that guy is wearing armor. Stepping on a floating platform, he appeared in front of Trees leisurely. When he looked up and saw Trees dressed like a gold saint, Mu Hua couldn't help but laugh. He pointed at Trees and laughed at Tuesday and Vivian beside him. The armor is good, agile and majestic. But he is Trees Widelet, the 7th king, and the representative of human necromancers. Necromancers never hold shields. Although the so-called traditional reserve is a bit out of tune, and it doesn't specifically say that you can't wear armor. But the last time I saw Trees, he was dressed like a high priest, and this time he was wearing a golden full-body armor. Mu Hua couldn't help but smile. Mu Hua laughed happily, and Trees' face turned black. You bastard, your claws are full of world poison, so what's wrong with me wearing armor? How dare you? A man stepped out from behind Trees, his face full of anger, and shouted at Mu Hua from a distance. A strong human man with gray hair and beard. Mu Hua took Vivian and Tuesday to the sky. Giant beasts, ghosts, and mysterious tentacles that seemed real and unreal became the background of the 3 people. 5 Medusas stayed on the floating platform. As a summoned beast of the abyss, although they were smashed into a meat suit by Mu Hua, the inability to fly was a major weakness of these Medusas. The floating platform was actually mainly for carrying them. You are the one who is presumptuous. Floating in the air, several tentacles of Thursday fell near Mu Hua. The tentacles twisted and cracked, and in an instant they turned into whips as thick as human wrists. As Mu Hua scolded, the thorny whips were pulled out with a bang, creating cracks and ripples in the space in front of the sturdy man. The attack was blocked by defensive magic. Mu Hua raised his hand to stop CC from continuing to attack, and waved his hand again, and the magic circle around him slowly faded. Seeing that Mu Hua stopped the skeleton wizard from casting spells, Trees also frowned and waved his hand, and the spellcaster behind him no longer maintained the magic. Mu Hua, you are too much. Trees frowned and looked at Mu Hua, and said coldly. Therese, don't give me this set. I don't care if you are the king or the emperor, you know what you did. Mu Hua also looked coldly, but he also took a rough look at the people around Trees. Unlike the last time he fought against Trees, this time Trees was followed by many fresh living people. Well, that is to say, the number of humans is much larger than that of liches. They have badges on their bodies. These are the shadows of the laurels under Trees. The crowns of the king are not just a few, and the 100 or so here are definitely not all the crowns under Trezor. Excluding the possibility of guarding in some courtyards, the reason why only these are left is probably because of the petrified devil's eyes. They are the direct guards of the king. According to the more traditional definition of the Federation, they are all high-end combat forces of mankind. They follow the king, and the king is also obliged to train them. To a certain extent, they are the capital of mankind to fight against demons. At the same time, they also occupy a certain proportion of human resources. No matter what I did, you have threatened the stability of the human world, swaggering through the city, driving demons rampant. Leave here, return to your Canaan city, and wait for the federal arbitration. Trezor had no expression. Hey, Trezor, please don't lower the bottom line of the king anymore. Arbitration? Federal arbitration? Where's your face? Mu Hua replied with disdain. Arbitration must be done, no matter what the reason is. If you go to another country to make trouble in the human world, you must give an explanation to the outside world. However, this arbitration also depends on who you are with. If someone comes with a team to fight with the king, the content of the arbitration is questionable. If Mu Hua can defeat Trees again, it is estimated that he will not give an explanation to the outside world, but the Federation needs him to cooperate to fool the outside world. Mu Hua wandered all the way. Penglai Sky Island never opened the detection shield, and he didn't care about the various crowns running to Penglai to connect with him, just to test the attitude of other kings. As long as other kings don't jump out to stop him, Mu Hua is more inclined to fight Trees. Other forces may be observing him, and he also wants to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. His goal is clear, that is, not to deal with Trees, and not to provoke any other forces. As for the arbitration afterwards, as long as he doesn't get too embarrassed by Trees, that thing will probably be a formality. How dare you? How dare you? The master is humiliated, and the servant dies. Crazy, you don't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is by using some crooked ways to borrow the power of the devil. How dare you duel with me? Mu Hua looked contemptuous, as if he had annoyed the strong man before. Fury blessing. Apostle blessing. Dragon power. Blood fury. Red moon dark body. Wind acceleration. Empty, 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 empty. A series of gains. This strong man who looks not young smashed himself like a super scion in a blink of an eye. Bang, bang, the sword in his hand slapped his chest armor, and the strong man rushed towards Mu Hua with a shield without waiting for Mu Hua to reply. Fury. This guy is still a ghost. A sonic boom occurred in the air, and in the blink of an eye, the sturdy man rushed towards Mu Hua, and prepared to strike with a shield. Heh, I do it. Stopping Zhou Er who wanted to attack, the strong man attacked suddenly, but Mu Hua didn't see it well enough. When Mu Hua chuckled, he had already rushed forward to meet the strong man. Bang! With a muffled sound, Mu Hua swung his fist, and hit the strong man's shield. Crack! With the sound of bone fracture, the strong man flew back faster than when he came. Well, the strong man was indeed furious, but his basic attributes seemed to be a little far from Mu Hua. After some enhancement, it seemed that his strength was not as good as Mu Hua. Fury blessing. Apostle blessing. After punching the strong man away, Mu Hua also put 2 enhancements on himself, dragon power. The gain of other races is constant, which is more suitable as a magic exclusive to the dragon race. Mu Hua was too lazy to put it on himself. Come, continue, come here, I try not to beat you to death. Looking at the bloody and suspicious sturdy man from afar, Mu Hua shook his fist and said to him. Although he looked old, nowadays, if you haven't lived for 1,000 or 800 years, you are probably too young to meet Mu Hua. Trees twitched his mouth. He knew that Mu Hua was very strong. Just now, his little brother had created a good atmosphere, and he rushed too fast, without saying a few polite words. Trees didn't have the heart to stop him. A row of laurels. Strong man. Fuck. What kind of damn species is this? Seeing Mu Hua, who seemed to want to explode, the strong man's calf muscles were a little tight. Trees, tell them all to get away. That's you, I'm talking to you. The whole world is full of jealousy here. Are you looking for death here? Standing in the air, Mu Hua shouted to Trees and his group. Kid, what do you want? Trees gritted his teeth, his eyes swept over Leviathan, floating monsters, Tuesday, Medusa, and the attack system faintly revealed on Penglai Sky Island, but his eyes stayed on Vivian for a moment. Trees didn't think Mu Hua could defeat him, but Mu Hua had the upper hand. If he fought with Mu Hua, regardless of winning or losing, he would definitely be embarrassed, and he didn't like that kind of embarrassment. And Mu Hua, who had the upper hand, didn't kill the people around him at this moment, and it seemed that Mu Hua still had a sense of proportion. I heard that Wan Quan can open a dimensional battlefield, and fight me. If you win, I will lend you the Leviathan Legion, and you don't look for bad luck in the future. If I win, the Kane's Courtyard is mine, you contribute your manpower and help me level the Kane's Courtyard. In front of everyone, Mu Hua said to Trees. Don't you think it's a little late? After a brief moment of surprise and hesitation, Trees frowned. If Mu Hua had been willing to share Leviathan with him earlier, it wouldn't matter if he helped him build a few more courtyards, not to mention the Cain's courtyard. But if he slapped him in the face and made such a suggestion after the fight, especially if he had to fight with him to decide the winner, even if he didn't care about face, he still had a bunch of laurels standing behind him. How could he lead the team in the future? It's not too late, Vivian. Mu Hua called out, and Vivian flew to his side. She is your descendant after all, the Black Blood Princess. If I marry her, we will be considered a family. What do you think? Mu Hua naturally knew Tree's concerns, and said to Trees while holding Vivian in his arms. Trees, the Black Blood Princess? What the hell, what happened? I am a god in your family, what do you think? Trees felt like she was struck by lightning from the sky. A bunch of laurels. This? Can you play like this? The shadows of the kings looked stiffly between Mu Hua and Trees, and scanned again and again. Chapter 761. Generally speaking, the dimensional battlefield can be regarded as an ability to cover the present world with other worlds. The world here generally refers to the fragments of the world, which are transformed into a kind of existence similar to summoned beasts through specific techniques. When summoning later, the dimensional battlefield can cover the present world, and even if the world of the people in the dimensional battlefield is broken, it will not cause any adverse effects on the present world. The dimensional battlefield is a lifeless world, but because it can be integrated with the summoning space and allow summoned beasts to survive in it, this ability is usually included in the greed system. The world of Endless Desert, this is the dimensional battlefield controlled by Trees. The space that should have been dead, because of the battle between Mu Hua and Trees, has turned it into a violent place with raging winds and flames, and thunderclouds locking the sky. Away from the battle, dozens of miles away, although the destructive aftermath of the battle is still sweeping here, the Crown class will not be threatened by any fatal threat in this non-targeted aftermath. Well, Miss Vivian, why don't you go and persuade those two? There's no point in fighting like this, right? The two groups of people who were originally in opposition now gathered together with defensive magic, and a crown under Trees said to Vivian with a little embarrassment. Mu Hua and Trees finally fought, and this battle can be said to be caused by Mu Hua. Trees didn't want to fight at first, although he had no feelings for the so-called descendants, but Mu Hua's statement that he was a family gave him a way out. It is difficult to snatch Mu Hua's Leviathan, and Trees does not want to provide any help to Mu Hua. He gives Vivian the identity of a princess, and then they will never have any contact with each other. This is probably Trees' attitude. As a result, Mu Hua is relentless, either a one-on-one fight or a group fight. The so-called marriage is to leave room for both parties. In fact, it can't be called a marriage, or even to target Trees. Mu Hua wants to show the outside world more. If you cause trouble to him, things will not be so easy to let go. How do you know that I can persuade them? Don't forget, but you first wanted to move on us. If you don't make some noise, can anyone come to tease us in the future? Without looking back, he talked to himself. The speed of both sides moving was too fast, and Vivian couldn't keep up with the rhythm of the two. She watched the battle between Mu Hua and Trees nervously. Trees didn't feel anything for Vivian, and Vivian didn't feel anything for him, her ancestor. Seeing that Mu Hua's speed put Trees into a passive counterattack state, Vivian's mood was slightly relieved. Besides, this battle is not bad for us. Am I not the black-blooded princess? It's a competition. Whether we win or lose, we are all allies. Isn't this all to avoid the outside world gossiping about you? Vivian said a little bit unsatisfactorily. If it weren't for you, no one would dare to gossip about the king. A lich muttered coldly. Vivian glanced at him, and pretended not to hear it. Mu Hua proposed the argument that Vivian was Trees' descendant. Even though they knew Trees' character, the humans under Trees still cared about Vivian's identity to some extent, but the liches were not so emotional. The liches under Trees don't absorb pleasure. They don't care about the lack of emotion. They regard calmness and rationality as qualities. It's boring to talk to these guys without filling them with joy. Let's talk about Mu Hua and Trees. The battle between the two sides made a group of Crown shudder. In the battle that was almost a fight, Mu Hua's fighting ability was eye-catching. The spectators all doubted that if there was a chance to kill the other party, neither side would hold back. Trees was really not a pampered power holder. Even with the help of the displacement of the Fate Spider Silk, he could analyze Mu Hua's movement trajectory. The battle between the two can be described as ghosts crying and gods howling. This is really not an appropriate description, because in addition to the fight between the two, there are a large number of white-boned souls in the surrounding space biting each other. Surrounded by boned souls, death energy gathered, waves of Hades fluctuation spread in the space, fast spell casting intervals, frequent close combat, the characteristics of the necromancer were fully displayed on the two. As Fenrir's speed was displayed by Mu Hua, the more unpredictable trajectory of action gradually put Trees into a passive position. Bang, 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 bang. The muffled sound of drums frequently sounded around the two people. The touch of jealousy of the two people attacked and defended each other, and the collision of huge forces, the explosions in the air were visible to the naked eye. Damn, what's wrong with your touch of jealousy? Leviathan's teeth forced Mu Hua back, and Trees was surprised that he found that Mu Hua's touch of jealousy was stronger than his. Phoenix's tears. Avoiding the attack of the strange mouth, every time he saw the strange mouth full of dragon teeth, Mu Hua would feel luxurious. However, Mu Hua's reply of Phoenix tears also made Trees' eyelids jump. Crack! 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 3 strange mouths bit one after another, and Mu Hua dodged frequently. When he attacked, he caught a strange mouth guarding Trees, but when he wanted to chase, Trees had already avoided his attack range. Leviathan's Fang, Trees combined space magic and the touch of jealousy to create a special move. This thing has both offensive and defensive capabilities, and Mu Hua's gluttonous mouth can't swallow them. However, Mu Hua's offensive is also very strong. He also infiltrated the magic of qualitative change into the touch of jealousy. Now he can even use the touch of jealousy to pry open the strange mouth of Leviathan's Fang and restrict its close biting. The temporary restriction will be swept away by Trees' remaining touch of jealousy, but the gap in between also allows Mu Hua to launch close attacks on Trees again and again. Trees' physique is not as strong as Mu Hua's, and the touch of jealousy is not as strong as Mu Hua's. Trees was somewhat embarrassed, but in the blink of an eye, something strange happened. Fuck. Mu Hua cursed and dodged, trying to fight Trees again. Danger. Although he couldn't see the details, Mu Hua's spiritual sense was frantically warning that Trees was surrounded by a very dangerous aura. The wind of aging. Fuck Trees, are you blowing the wind of aging? That's how you play it, right? Don't blame me for being rude. Mu Hua screamed and jumped away. While cursing, a dark green poisonous mist spread out under Mu Hua's feet, corpse poison, a dead spirit magic with toxins as the attack nature. But this magic didn't seem to attack Trees. Mu Hua raised his hand and held it in the air, and the poison under his feet was absorbed into his hand, and in a blink of an eye, a dark green whip that seemed real and illusory was condensed. Snap! The long whip swung and rolled towards Trees. Little bastard. When have you ever been polite to me? Trees also cursed, and while dodging, he saw a whip formed by gathering wind in his hand. The wind of aging, Trees did release the wind of aging, and Mu Hua also threw out the world poison. He infiltrated the world poison into the poisonous whip, and Trees gathered the wind to form a long whip condensed by the wind of aging to confront him. Dance of burial. Dance of burial. Crackling, crackling, the same style, the advanced whip skills of the hell demon strangling were thrown out by the two, and the whip shadows were heavy in the space. The wind of aging is invisible and colorless, but it has a blowing direction. If it is simply spread, although it is difficult to deal with, Mu Hua can also find a way to explore and dodge. However, after dodging, it will be lost if you defend for a long time. If you want to get close to Trees, you probably still have to fight with the awareness of immersing in the wind of aging. If Trees is not killed for the time being, he may die next to him. And Mu Hua's world poison is extremely cruel. Even if he has resistance, he still has to bear some negative illnesses that cannot be cured. But the world poison cannot spread normally, and Mu Hua can only use the poison mist whip as a transmission medium. Both of them have the ability to disgust people to death. In order to carry out more effective precision strikes, Trees also condensed the wind of aging. Trees did not dare to let Mu Hua's whip hit him. Although he might not be poisoned to death by the world poison, he estimated that he would get plague after being hit. Mu Hua did not dare to touch Trees' whip. This thing, if it hit him, at least 10 or 20 years of life would be gone. Crackling, crackling, the two of them swung the long whips in their hands like a convulsion, and at the same time, they all had a look of seeing a ghost and cursing their mothers on their faces. My goodness, the fight between the two of them became more and more chaotic. Chapter 762. Hoo, stop, stop, if you have the guts, take back the wind of aging. Panting heavily, Mu Hua shouted to Trees in a rather exhausted manner after a long period of high concentration. Hoo, you take back the whip first, and your claws, you take back the poison of the world first. Trees didn't seem to be much better, panting heavily, and seeing that Mu Hua was no longer twitching, he also stopped. Then take it all together, Mu Hua said. Okay. Fighting and killing are inevitable in the martial arts world, But it is not just fighting and killing. At this moment, Mu Hua and trees seem to be very martial arts. Flying sand and dust, looking for a way across the sea of sand. The two had already fought from the sky to the ground. After all, the ground could barely avoid the whipping from below. However, this time the battlefield seemed to not recognize the son of the earth. Standing in the desert, Mu Hua was unable to recover his strength. Huff, huff. The two men, panting and holding back their whips, called for a halftime break. Crack, crack. Although there was no attack, Leviathan's teeth still condensed around trees, and 7 or 8 strange mouths were grinding their teeth around him. Both believed in each other's character, and believed that the other was not a good thing. The midfield was the midfield, but precautions were still necessary. Mumble. The mouth of the glutton also opened behind Mu Hua, and as the jealous tentacles around him decreased one by one, some strange mouths similar to Leviathan's teeth began to appear around the mouth of the glutton. The purple strange mouth, with a sense of nothingness, seemed to be the same style as Tree's. The only difference between the two was that Tree's mouth was full of dragon teeth, while Mu Hua's mouth was full of magic sharp teeth with inscriptions flowing. Tree's pupils contracted. It was not surprising that Mu Hua could analyze his Leviathan's teeth, but the black and purple magic teeth made Trees call him a monster. The power of the devil, it was indeed the power of the devil. How old was this kid? How could he have the power of the devil? Whether it was the color or the dazzling magic pattern, at first glance, Mu Hua's weird mouth was worse and more disgusting than Trees. Trees, have all the kings reached the level of Hell Lords? After taking a breath, Mu Hua was not sure of Trees' quality because he failed to send the poison of the world to Trees, so he asked tentatively. Now it is. After a short silence, Trees gave a suggestive reply. Now it is, which means that they did not become kings because they reached the level of Hell Lords. How many people have reached the level of Hell Lords among humans? Mu Hua was curious. Although there are rules for selecting kings, except for the 4th, the other kingships have never changed. There are 7.5. In the Holy Court, the 5th king used the power of faith to create one, but that guy hid when he saw the demon merchant. What a waste. Mu Hua was surprised. The number was unexpectedly small. What's more, what the hell is that half? If the poison of the world can be overcome by manpower and financial resources, then the wind of aging and the flame of Gehenna will block 99% of the human advancement path. Trezor seemed proud. Not all Hell Lords have mastered the poison of the world. As long as they can resist it, there is no need to talk about the method. The qualitative change of mental stability can be endured with the help of external forces. It may be troublesome, but it is not complicated. The wind of aging needs to condense the time mark to gain immunity, but time is more illusory than space. Whether it can be touched? Well, it doesn't work well. The only way to touch it is to squat in the wind of aging to feel it. It's very ridiculous, basically Krypton life. It's better to go directly to the metal dragon to get the inheritance crystal of the wind of aging. Like Trees, he didn't get the time mark, but got the wind of aging directly, and he is also the most likely person among many kings to really come into contact with the law of time, which is his greatest pride. Gehenna's flame? Shouldn't it be the power of destruction? Mu Hua can understand the difficulty of obtaining the wind of aging, but Trees said that the flame of Gehenna is a stumbling block. Mu Hua is more surprised. The power of destruction has inheritance crystals, but the flame of Gehenna doesn't. Trees said, as a matter of course. Mu Hua was silent. He seemed to have discovered a blind spot. Didn't Hellfire have inheritance crystals? Well, his Hellfire got the skill stone, and he had encountered many people who competed with him for Hellfire in the past. He subconsciously almost regarded Hellfire as the standard of high-end combat power. In addition to adapting to the flame of Gehenna through the mouth of the glutton, the flame of Gehenna can only be obtained by perfecting the transformation. Therefore, most people will not use it casually even if they have comprehended keratin skin and transformation. Trees explained casually. Mu Hua nodded calmly, with an expression of emotion that was indeed so, which made Trees curl his lips in disgust. This guy has a lot of vests on him, and it's not his turn to him. Have you thought about Vivian's matter? Are you sure you want to be my son-in-law? The turbulent energy around him gradually subsided. Trees suddenly released the magic of shielding prying, snorted coldly, and asked Mu Hua. No more fight. Mu Hua frowned, but Trees didn't answer, still looking at him coldly. Sure, if it's not necessary, who would be willing to fight to the death with the king? If you hadn't troubled me first, I would have wanted to fight you. Mu Hua waved his hand. His words were weak, but the disgusted expression still made Trees frown. Well, I heard that you are a foreign devil, and an apostle of Mephisto? Trees suddenly changed the subject. Mu Hua was puzzled. Why did he suddenly turn to Mephisto? Do you know the true meaning of the king's existence? Trees said calmly. You say. Mu Hua frowned. Demon King. When a true demon king is born among humans, this world will also become a part of hell. At that time, in this world, there will be no more projected monsters in the courtyard, and humans will be able to enter and exit hell safely through space magic. And the king is the reserve of the demon king. Trees said in a slightly confused tone. Mu Hua. What? What is this guy talking about? Ahem, wait, let me think about it first. Is this considered a plain fusion? But, wait, you want to become a demon king to promote the fusion of this world and hell? Damn, the highest combat power of mankind is all hell's support. Mu Hua's mind was a little confused for a while, waving his hands repeatedly, rubbing his chin and muttering for a while, and finally staring at Trees with a face full of surprise. How did you perfect the power of the demon king? Plain fusion is not a bad thing. Trees frowned. I just want to tell you that the king will be supported by hell. When that day comes, the king will be protected by a mysterious existence and will become a king who truly protects the human race. So I suggest you don't try to take the throne casually. Except for Mephisto, other kings will not give up the throne easily. Mephisto has always been mysterious. He is a demon. The support of hell has nothing to do with him. If you really want the kingship, maybe you can try to start from him. Trees said. Who am I? Where am I? Mu Hua was confused. Mu Hua still knew some of the thresholds for the Devil King. As far as the human side has only 7.5 Hell Lords, the Devil King seems a bit far away, right? Is the fusion of hell not a bad thing? Mu Hua can turn around by then. After all, it's not that demons can't sneak into the human world now. The courtyard is full of projections of monsters that are dying and living, which makes people feel a lot of pain. Anyway, adventurers stare at demons all day long. It's basically the same whether they merge or not. Didn't you see that the first one is trying to get into hell every day? Even if there are any subversive negative effects, it is the problem of the residents and has nothing to do with adventurers. But, what the hell is hell's support? What the hell is a mysterious existence? A real king? It seems that the current kings are all trial versions. Who is thinking about the throne? I just don't want to be teased, okay? What kind of hellish information is this? Why does Trees sound as if I should know it for granted? With a confused mind, Mu Hua stared at Trees, looking like he had seen a ghost. Chapter 763. Mu Hua was a little depressed. He traveled through time and space to a world where humans and demons were fighting against each other. He got the golden finger and made great progress. He saw that a comfortable and happy life was about to come. As a result, the highest combat power of mankind actually told him that they were in the same group with the demons. Well, saying in the same group seems to be a bit unfair to those kings. The main reason is that some mysterious existences in hell are deliberately promoting the integration of this world and hell. This is also the routine operation of hell to invade other worlds, or to say that hell develops and grows. Through the integration with other worlds, all races in hell coexist and are infinitely vast. At the same time, hell is not a garbage dump, and it does not accept all worlds. Inferring from the world where Mu Hua is, the birth of the Devil King in the root is the basic standard for this world to be accepted by hell. If we don't consider the threat of demons to humans, it seems that it can also be understood as the world's dimensionality upgrade. In the eyes of the kings, as long as they are targeted by hell, this dimensionality upgrade is necessary and inevitable. By the way, how did the courtyards all over the world and the human world come about? They were targeted by hell, or they were of no value, or they could not be upgraded. Then, one day, a powerful being was in a bad mood. Boom! The world was destroyed. Once the fragments were picked up, they were the fragments of the world and the courtyard space. So, from this perspective, the kings do have some common goals with the demons, but if they are said to be from the devil, it is a bit unfair to them. Alas, I really didn't expect that the road ahead would be full of twists and turns. Don't you have any news about the things that Trees said? On Pomai Sky Island, Mu Hua floated high above, gently pushed away an abalone that was circling around him, and looked at Saturday commanding the residents on the island to gather the previously prepared materials into the warehouse, and asked Tuesday in a somewhat dazed manner. Ammunition, energy units, movable defense carriers, including tanks and mechas, were gathered into the warehouse, and this was also considered an exercise. Unlike the crazy beasts that most people imagine, Behemoth is not a beast with low IQ. Saturday's Behemoth core was positioned by Mu Hua as the defense force of Penglai. If there is no war, they are the guards. If Penglai participates in the war, they will be in charge of the stability of various attack and defense modules of Penglai. In addition to the undead, there are also human residents on Penglai. Behemoths are more barbaric, but they are not stupid, especially behemoths who have learned magic. They often regard themselves as wise men. Their intelligence attributes are not very good, but they have a bit of general demeanor. Headmaster, when you contracted me, I was a dead soul lying flat. Monday was the black evil dog, and Wednesday was even living with a weird barren demon. The mysterious existence mentioned by trees should be at least a great demon king, or even a master. How can we get access to that high-level information? And for 99% of the demons in the courtyard, invading other worlds is a normal life. They don't need to think about those distant and complicated things. Floating beside Muhua, Tuesday shook his head and said, "Plain fusion, hell, demon king, support, it's not a bad thing for us." Muhua muttered. After returning from Sky Island, Vivian recognized her relatives and was officially granted the status of a princess by trees. The news that Muhua married Vivian has spread around the world. Muhua and Vivian didn't care too much about it. They lived the same way as before, and Vivian didn't have any interest in raising children for the time being. Trees didn't want to fight Muhua to death. Muhua announced to the outside world that the Leviathan Legion was controlled by Vivian. And Trees will also send personnel to the Kane's courtyard. This time, they will obey Muhua's command and help Muhua capture the Kane's courtyard. As far as the news from the outside world is concerned, the relationship between Muhua and Trees can be simply described as a kind father and filial son. The conflict between Muhua and Trees has been settled. At the same time, Muhua's alliance has also strengthened the external power connection of the Seventh Kingship to a certain extent. Things were quite normal up to this point, but unfortunately, Muhua came into contact with some information that only the top level could understand from Trees, and this information had a great impact on his worldview. Among these information, the first thing that came to mind was the support of hell for humans. In short, the number of 7 kingships is not actually determined by humans, and they all cheat, or in other words, the adventurers are all cheating. The fairy and blessed phantom goddess. Yes, the key point is this guy. In his early years, Muhua had heard some rumors, such as if adventurers made any achievements or showed any extraordinary growth, they might receive the blessing reward of the fair goddess through the adventurer's certificate. At that time, because of his own cheating problem, Muhua was unwilling to provoke this unknown existence, and he had thrown away the adventurer's certificate a long time ago. Since the Kane's rebellion, he did not need the thing to enter and leave the courtyard. Muhua did not see anyone around him being rewarded by the goddess, and over time, he forgot about this legendary statement. The legend may be a little exaggerated, but it does have some truth in it. It is just different from rewarding adventurers. In fact, there are indeed blessings and rewards, but the eyes of the goddess of justice are basically focused on the 6 kings. How to say it, Muhua feels that it is similar to the systems he threw out. The goddess of justice will give some substantial rewards and help to the kings in their growth process. It is not a very rigorous description. It is not that the kings will receive the attention of the goddess of justice, but only when they receive the attention of the goddess of justice can they be considered kings. And this order is reversed in the cognition of 90% of humans. When Trezor told this relationship, Muhua felt that he was splashed with dog blood. It is not that humans have elected kings, but it is more like the goddess of justice has arranged a few kings for humans. At the same time, the Adventurer Guild also grew accordingly. No matter what, becoming the Demon King has become the goal of the kings. At the same time, as the kings rush to the road of the Demon King, humans and demons are constantly adapting and understanding each other. After thousands of years of contact, perhaps, when the Demon King is born, humans will naturally become part of hell. All this information and speculation made Muhua's heart say hack for a long time. No one knows what kind of existence the goddess of justice is, including the kings. She doesn't seem to like to show her presence, and her attitude towards this world is not positive. According to the analysis of several kings, hell cannot only erode this world. Perhaps this world is just one of the many concerns of the goddess of justice. However, over the years, people have not found any malice in the goddess of justice, and more people have recognized her existence and classified her into the mysterious sequence of helping mankind. There are people in this world who are cheating, but Muhua estimates that his golden finger should have nothing to do with the goddess of justice, and even has little to do with other hell mysteries that pay attention to this world. It is hard to say what the Abyss Island is, but at least, many kings have never seen the things smelted by the burning source furnace, and there are no related rumors in this world. Think about the history of this world and think about the problem of crossing. Mu Hua really doubts that the burning source furnace on his body is not because the earth was also targeted by hell in his previous life, and then a seed was thrown, and as a result, he ran away with this seed? Well, Mu Hua doesn't know about this, it's just a wild guess. However, in terms of the growth experience of the kingship and the production of the burning source furnace, Mu Hua felt that his golden finger was still very powerful. He really didn't fear the legendary goddess of justice. After all, in Mu Hua's view, the so-called support, the kings were supported for at least thousands of years, but their growth and development were somewhat watered, and the Leviathan king didn't even have a Leviathan. Mu Hua looked down on the support of hell. He was not interested in the throne of kingship. Instead, Mu Hua had a detailed understanding of the class of demon kings with trees. The fusion of this world and hell is irreversible, or it can't be reversed. The courtyards all over the world are the best precedents. Moreover, the demon king class is still a little far from Mu Hua. Ignore the kingship, and it's more practical to improve yourself and become the Lord of Hell. The strengthening of the Hell Lord, the devil, his subordinates and his friends. If the future projections of demons are all physical entities and involve life and death, their aggressiveness will definitely be stronger. Mu Hua was distressed because of these damn truths, and his future quality of life would be greatly reduced. Chapter 764. To cross the Lord level and enter the Demon King level, you need to have 3 essentials and 1 major element. The so-called essentials can also be said to be a threshold. First, the power of the Demon King is the magic power of qualitative change, including the body, soul, magic power, blood and other components integrated into one, so I think there is no need to say more. The second essential is the life level, the top life level. In this regard, fairness is a joke for all races. And these two, Mu Hua, a human who has not even perfected the Hell Lord level, has achieved it first. As for the third threshold, it is to have a Hell Lord under his command, who is willing to become the carrier of the Demon King. Just like in order to further improve the survival ability of the living body, if you want to become a Demon King, you need to subdue dozens of Hell Lords, and they must be Hell Lords, who are willing to contribute everything they have when you die and become your rebirth carrier. And most Hell Lords, who try to become Demon Kings, are usually stuck at this threshold. It is extremely difficult to subdue the Hell Lords, who are willing to sacrifice themselves. Most of the time, they need to be cultivated by themselves. Even if Mu Hua has magical strengthening resources, it is still a huge project to create 66 Hell Lords. Mu Hua has doubts that the shadow of the king who has gathered many royal powers may also be prepared for this. As for the sayings of succession and king selection, it cannot be said to be nonsense, but now Mu Hua thinks that it is basically no different from drawing cakes. The 3 thresholds are obstacles before the Demon King level. Countless Hell Lords fell in front of him, and they also brought endless disputes to the world. As for that element, this may be somewhat different from what most people know. This element is not a stumbling block to becoming a Demon King, but more like the meaning and functional characteristics of the Demon King's existence. Its essence is reproduction. In addition to being related to combat, engraving magic into one's own flesh and blood soul seems to be more for the purpose of making those magics hereditary. At the same time, because of the inheritance of some magic, these magics can catalyze the improvement of magic adaptability, thereby making the magic adaptability of future generations higher and more stable. Transforming magic, creating magic, and inheriting magic are not about reproducing offspring, but about creating tribes. The Demon King is like the origin of each tribe. In addition to talent, it also includes knowledge inheritance. This process is actually the situation of Mu Hua integrating magic into magic power, but because he has not entered the Demon King class, Mu Hua's legacy is not stable. Similarly, his descendants will not be born with knowledge inheritance. That's right, the essence of the existence of the Demon King doesn't seem to be fighting ya. Ya seems to be a stallion? Of course, this is a characteristic of the Demon King, not that the Demon King must be a stallion. However, Mu Hua is very suspicious. It seems that only the world with such a stallion is qualified to be accepted by hell. Giggle, giggle the child that Taibesha coaxed made a childish laugh. Polai Sky Island returned to the sky above Kane's city. In the Sky Island castle, Taibesha and the other girls were teasing a baby. Mu Chun, call me Auntie, Auntie, Annie. Taibesha tried to teach the baby, who was not even a month old, to speak. Mu Hua's eyelids were twitching. Samantha's smile was a little stiff, and the look she gave Taibesha was somewhat strange. Aunt? Well, strictly speaking, the little guy in Taibesha's arms should be her brother. Samantha, who had escaped early, gave Mu Hua a son, but the boy was registered under Tina's name. For this reason, Tina even accompanied Samantha throughout the disappearance. Mu Hua was also very troubled by hiding it. He wanted to be frank with Taibesha. Unfortunately, Samantha firmly believed that confession would be lenient and life imprisonment would be spent. Aunt. It's Aunt. Ah, Vivian, you have to work hard. But speaking of it, the demons are really powerful. The mothers of the two little guys are demons. Mu Bauer clamored to hold her brother. Taibesha handed Mu Qin to her, and the maid carefully took care of him. Taibesha smiled and said to Vivian, now Vivian is also Mu Hua's legitimate wife. Because of the Abyss Island, the ages of the guys are not too young. When it comes to the issue of husband, wife and children, even Taibesha speaks in a woman's tone. Tina returned after giving birth, and many people gathered here at Mu Hua's place. Everyone was noisy about holding a banquet for Mu Qin. Because he is Mu Hua's eldest son, including Nick, Demand, Bellica, Kuna, Ron, Lin Feng, and the ghosts of the original Bear Pig Town Rita, Dorn Tim, etc. all came. Bellica is now the highest person in charge of the Kane's security system. Ron is Rita's son, and is in charge of the original Evil Dragon Brotherhood. Officially, he is Bellica's subordinate. Although Rita and others did not enter the Abyss Island, they all control some power departments or power groups in Kane City. Strictly speaking, compared with the combat group under Mu Hua, Nick and others pay more attention to Mu Qin. Because Mu Hua has already said that he will hand over his forces to his children as soon as possible, and Mu Qin may be their future boss. Samantha, you will take care of Mu Qin and Mu Ying in the future. You can live here during the day. Just like a private party, everyone gathered together to chat, and Mu Hua said to Samantha in public. With the support from the 7th, the strategy of the Canaan's courtyard will be temporarily handed over to General Odysseus, and Mu Hua will have to think about his own growth and the strengthening of his subordinates. Mu Hua's whereabouts are uncertain, especially after returning from the City of the Dead. He may often go to other courtyards to hunt, and sometimes he may spend a long time on the Abyss Island. Tina usually stays with Mu Hua. Mu Ying is Helen's daughter. Samantha and Helen just make up a baby-raising duo. No one feels anything abrupt when Mu Qin is handed over to Samantha. Yeah, don't you always talk about having a grandchild? Now you don't have to stare at me all the time. Taibesha teased Samantha. Taibesha was very happy to tease, but for some reason, Mu Hua subconsciously recalled the scene when he first met Taibesha and was hit by his cousin with a hammer. They are them, and you are you. I didn't stare at you either. You have to know your own business. Samantha glanced at Mu Ying not far away and said to Taibesha unhappily. Yes, I know. Taibesha said casually, as if she was used to this kind of conversation. Taibesha was young and beautiful, but in Samantha's eyes, she was not young. Samantha sometimes pulled her to talk about fixed male partners, accidental winning, and prohibition of abortion, which might be issues that older single women might be involved in. The mother and daughter usually get along without any tit-for-tat, but every time he sees Samantha preaching to Tabitha, Mu Hua always feels strange. He always sees an illusion that sooner or later, I will have to pay it back in Samantha. In the spacious living room, Mu Ying summoned a tiger with red stripes and white forehead. Everyone surrounded Mu Ying, who was trying hard to introduce her little tiger to her brother. Amid the laughter of the crowd, Mu Hua leaned against the windowsill and looked at the white clouds outside the Sky Island through the window. This world is more unstable than he imagined. Demon King, Great Demon King, Overlord, and even the Great Overlord of the myth in Hell. Originally, he said that he should retire and raise cubs, but now it seems that he has stepped into a deeper vortex. The fusion of Hell and the world is almost inevitable. At the same time, before the fusion, we must prevent the demons from getting tired of playing and tearing this world apart again. Grow up, keep growing up. First, find a way to get the power of destruction and the wind of aging. The power of destruction has the inheritance crystal. If it doesn't work, then find the demon merchant. As for the wind of aging, if you really can't find it, try to use the trade compensation to squeeze out a metal dragon? Maybe for him, this is a correct way to open the power of faith and trade compensation. Seeing that Mu Ying seemed to want to try whether her tiger's mouth could be a cradle for her big son, Mu Hua smiled and shook his head. Ha, beautiful. As expected, her mother beat her. Chapter 765. Although there are countless courtyards in the human world, neither the destruction demon nor the metal dragon will descend in these courtyards in their physical form. The destruction demon and the metal dragon are naturally strong, and it is generally not difficult for them to make some projection sacrifices in hell. At the same time, not only Mu Hua is rare, but also those powerful demons, who are involved in the power of destruction, and recycled metal, are also greedy for the bodies of these two guys. This also makes their number in the courtyard even more scarce. Kill! Kill these damn bastards. Chief, we clearly prepared food for them, but they still killed Fern. Need 'em. Fern was eaten by them. If you don't give an explanation for this matter today, don't blame us for not recognizing you as the chief. That's right, kill these bastards first. Stop! Stop! Let's see who dares to move. Do you all want to die? Kill! Even if the Lord comes today, he must give us an explanation. Yes, humans are rampant in the Bloody Hills. Searching for spider demons? They don't want to deal with humans, but come to harm us. Humph, humans are now focusing all their energy on dealing with spider demons. We are already defending them against humans. Why do these low-level bastards dare to treat us as food? Don't talk nonsense, kill them. Spider demons are cruel by nature. It's useless to argue with them. Damn it, Nidam, you want to attack us? Damn cowards, go kill them! Roaring, savage biting and tearing. By the abyss, Muhua squatted at the Baru's fishing spot, looking at the real-time image feedback from the rebellious king's system in astonishment. When did the horror demon that got the system evolve into a BAM demon? This guy is really talented. Although it can't be considered a werewolf rebellion, it caused civil strife among the werewolves. A group of low-level spider demons came to carry the eggs of the fragrant egg locusts, and ate a few werewolves. As a result, the werewolves were divided into two factions. One faction wanted to kill these spider demons, and the other faction of werewolves with stronger individual combat power protected the spider demons, and suppressed the werewolves in civil strife. Humph! The BAM demon, who seemed to be passing by, exhaled a breath and burned a group of spider demons to death. He threw another explosive flame into the spider demons with disgust, and happened to kill some werewolves, who tried to quell the chaos, which caused some werewolves to cheer and others to scold. The system that Muhua threw out earlier can be left idle. If Muhua doesn't care about it, it will select and release tasks according to the standards set by Muhua, and it can also distribute the rewards assigned to it by Muhua. I haven't paid attention to those systems for a while. Now I have nothing to do, and I want to take a look. I saw that the werewolf tribe outside the Bloody Hill Monster King City was working on their own. Oh my god, what a talent. After watching for a while, Muhua grumbled jokingly. The IQ of the BAM demon should be very high. Does he really not suspect that there is something wrong with your system? Odysseus on the side was also surprised. Haha, demons are still more pragmatic. It doesn't matter whether there is a problem or not. As long as the reward satisfies him, it's better than the goddess of justice that you humans believe in. Shoei on the side sneered. This is much better than paying them to work hard. TSK, the system lottery, and so on. It turns out that demons are not immune to it, haha. Muhua said happily. The more desperate he is, the more he wants to gamble, and the more he hopes for a miracle to happen. However, he has already evolved into a BAM demon. If the reward is not further increased, this bastard will probably not be interested for long. Tuesday shook his head. It doesn't matter. It's better than nothing anyway. Odysseus, how is your connection with the people in the city of the dead? Muhua smiled and stopped paying attention to the situation of the BAM demon. It was just a joke. If the system felt that it had lost control of it, it would explode in a minute. Oh, I never thought that I would be able to command the crown one day. Odysseus smiled in response to Muhua's inquiry. Muhua was eager to get the power of destruction, but there were few Baru's demons in the abyss, and the perfidious, who mastered the power of destruction, were even more difficult to catch. It seemed that the Barus in the abyss was really nothing to worry about. There is no problem in connecting with those people. The 7th leader sent 10 Laurel leaders, and it is expected that 70,000 combat professionals with combat power above the middle level will be deployed to the Bloody Hills. I didn't restrict them too much. They led their own troops to explore the Demon Cave, and we provided logistics. However, what about the pension? Odysseus asked Muhua. Odysseus's management and command abilities are impeccable, but perhaps because he has been leading the strategy team for a long time, he is still somewhat uncomfortable with the casualties and deaths involved in serious wars. In fact, many people like to talk about combat readiness logistics, and usually everyone is reluctant to start a war easily. The most fundamental reason is never peace-loving. Military technology does determine the strength of the army to a large extent, but it must be said that the army that can give less or even no pension is quite scary. The loss of war preparations is quantified and easy to negotiate, and there are many ways to make up for it, but the pensions involved in the loss of personnel in the war are not easy to negotiate. Unless you are pulling a slave army, otherwise, the more you don't return, the less you have to pay, which is a considerable fixed expenditure. They are not hired by us. If they fight independently, they don't have to hand over the spoils, but the pension is the problem of the city of the dead. They have a strong foundation, and we don't expect to recruit them, so don't worry about it. Mu Hua shook his head. Then should we let them release sandworms? Sandworms? Well, the city of the dead has a set of tactics specifically for dealing with underground creatures. Someone there cultivates sandworms, and someone mentioned it to me before, Odysseus said. Mu Hua knew about sandworms. It was a huge underground creature with little intelligence. That thing is good at digging holes, and basically has no vision or smell. Because it lives underground, it is very sensitive to living things. Sandworms are indeed more likely to dig out spider demons from underground than dragon tea soldiers, but they cause more serious damage to the land. The tree shepherds may be able to control soil desertification, but I am mainly worried that they will lay eggs in secret, Odysseus said worriedly. Sandworms naturally secrete a body fluid that can cause soil erosion. Normally, this creature is similar to the hydra vine, and both are indisputably harmful species. Since someone in trees contain sandworms, they must be able to control the laying of sandworm eggs. That thing lays a lot of eggs, and at the same time, probably related to food issues, the mother sandworm can also control whether and when the eggs hatch. This ability was originally intended to make it easier for sandworms to use their offspring as emergency food. But if trees people hide some sandworm eggs underground in the Bloody Hills, it would be almost the same as burying some time bombs here. If they hatch some sandworms from time to time and drill around underground, even if they occupy the Bloody Hills, it will be very troublesome to manage here in the future. Well, let them go. Ghosts are prone to accidents. Each sandworm should be accompanied by 1 or 2 dragon tea soldiers to monitor them. Trees should not use such an unpresentable way to cause trouble to us. Or, should we also set aside an area in the courtyard to raise sandworms? Mu Hua thought. Raising sandworms will inevitably harm the land. Compared with the places where those sandworms live, the burial ground can be called rich. Sandworms have almost no intelligence, and there is basically no possibility of a contract. After a brief thought, Mu Hua still shook his head. Controlling sandworms requires time and energy. This thing cannot be raised randomly. If you really want to raise it, it is best to send someone to the city of the dead to learn this craft. He discussed some issues about the Bloody Hills with Odysseus. Tree's strong support can be said to have completely confirmed Mu Hua's dominant position in the Cain's courtyard. There was nothing important in the Cain's courtyard. Mu Hua looked at Myling, who rarely came to the edge of the abyss. We couldn't find any place where the real body of the destruction demon descended. We even asked the royal power. The first intelligence agency suggested that we send people to join their expeditionary force and go to hell with them. As for the metal dragon, let alone the real body, there has been no information about the projection for many years. The only place where the destruction demon and the metal dragon can be found now is the Great Rift Valley prison. The Black Witch Academy has approved our application to enter. Compared to the Cain's courtyard, Mu Hua has been more eager to improve his own weaknesses recently. Now Mu Hua's signboard is louder than in the early years. Myling communicated with the intelligence units of various forces. After some inquiries, it was finally locked on to a forbidden place, the Great Rift Valley Prison. Chapter 766. The Great Rift Valley Prison, a chaotic place sealed by the Black Witch Academy. Because some evildoers among humans are exiled there, it is called a prison. Yes, that's right. It's not a regular cage prison. It's an area on Loren's star covered by dimensional cracks, where the present world and the other side overlap. Located in the present world, but not in the present world, in general, it's a bit like the concept of Bermuda in Mu Hua's previous life. However, unlike Bermuda, where some people disappear at any time, the Great Rift Valley Prison will have more unlucky people from time to time. Yes, more unlucky people. This weird area, demons will curse when they see it. Because occasionally there will be monsters that should have descended in a courtyard, but they appear there inexplicably. Not only did they open the wrong portal, but the original projection also became the real body when they arrived here. They could not leave or go back. If they died, they would die. The monsters that came here were undoubtedly plagued by bad luck. This place is like an alternative courtyard, a village where evil people multiplied, cautious and cruel monsters, cunning and insidious demons, and it is far more dangerous and chaotic than a normal courtyard. It can be said to be a prison where fighting is prohibited. The rift is hell, because from time to time there are demons who mistakenly enter here, and those newcomers who come here at a loss also make this place more disordered than hell. Undersea rift? Rift in the sea? The boundless land? The sky is as blue as the sea. A long gully crack that cuts off the world tears the sky apart, and the backflowing sea water even makes a rumbling sound. It is not a description. What is the sky like the sea? This is a world with an ocean as the top. The so-called rift does not refer to the cracks in the earth, but is clearly a description of the endless gully in the sky. A region where the natural environment is extremely chaotic and subversive. Soil, gravel, grass, breeze, sunshine, everything is very normal. If you put aside the ocean and the sky, this Great Rift Valley prison is no different from the normal human world. Without a teleportation array, Mu Hua and Tina came to this strange space through the singularity blocked by the witches. The two of them carried large and small bags of sundries in their hands. These were all gifts from the witches. When they heard that they were going to hunt demons in the Great Rift Valley prison, the witches gave enthusiastic feedback. Space coordinates. Hiss, the space coordinates here will be anchored to yourself, and you can't use space magic such as teleportation. Observing the environment and confirming that there is no danger, Tina relaxed her tense body, tried to cast a spell, and then took a breath and said to Mu Hua, "Let me see, they are all magic scrolls of high explosive magic. Those witches are digging holes openly." Mu Hua checked the supplies given by the witches, looked at the ring on his hand, and couldn't help laughing. The monsters here cannot be completely cleared. As the guardian of the Great Rift Valley prison, the witches of the Black Witch Academy have long been tired of this place. They are quite tricky. I heard that every time they need to clear the monsters in the Great Rift Valley prison, they will bring a lot of helpers, like debt collectors. Tina Masue explained while wearing the same ring as Mu Hua. The ring is not a token of love between the two. The Great Rift Valley prison cannot use teleportation abilities. Visitors like Mu Hua and Tina, who want to leave here, can only use the ring in their hands to find the singularity, and use the ring to contact the guardians outside the singularity, so that those guardians can let them out. The witches guarding the singularity are basically the prison guards of the Great Rift Valley prison, which is not sure whether it is a space or a world. There are humans and monsters here. As for humans, their gathering place can be understood as the Valley of Evil. It is rumored that there are basically no good people here. As for monsters, they are all original bodies, but few people are willing to come here to hunt monsters. You know, there are still many valuable parts that can be removed from the original bodies of monsters, and monsters of various levels will appear randomly here. These monsters lack organization, so it should be a good place to hunt monsters. The reason why few people are willing to come here to hunt monsters is not only because some dangerous humans are imprisoned here, but also because the Black Witch Academy has set strange rules for this place. For example, in the Great Rift Valley prison, for every human killed, 5 demons must be killed. No matter whether it is self-defense, accidental injury, or intentional killing, in short, if you kill someone in the Great Rift Valley prison, you must kill 5 demons. Yes, demons, not monsters, not even Warcraft orcs. If you don't make up the corresponding number of demons, the prison guards outside the singularity will not open the door for you. Of course, if you really need to leave in a hurry, you can write an IOU. The Black Witch Academy will urge you to come back to pay your debts at any time. This rule is actually protected by the laws of the human world. The number of humans in the Great Rift Valley is not small, and looking at the high explosive magic scrolls given by the prison guards, it is obvious that this rule is not for protecting these humans. The Great Rift Valley prison has no gates, nor does it have barriers to isolate it from the outside. If the Black Witch Academy does not seal it well, the demons here will scatter all over the world in minutes. Even if the seal is done, the Black Witch Academy obviously doesn't want too many demons here. Kill them yourself, it's endless. Obviously, this rule of killing 1 and paying 5 is clearly that the witches want to cheat some laborers who help them clean up demons for free, so generally, if there is no special need, no one is willing to come here. Let's go, find a human city to inquire about the situation first. Hiding the ring on his hand, Mu Hua said to Tina. The Great Rift Valley prison is not a good place, and the outside world does not care about human rights for the humans in it. However, the people thrown here are undoubtedly some great evil people, and most of them have strong strength. For example, the troll witch Penelope who went to Cane City to make trouble was imprisoned here. Imprisoning them here is also to let them fight with the monsters here, and even their offspring here are also regarded as prisoners. Perhaps some people will think it is cruel. If you understand it simply, it can barely be regarded as an alternative kind of 9 clans. Entering the Great Rift Valley prison from the singularity, the location of appearance is random. Mu Hua and Tina entered hand in hand, and appeared at the edge of a mountain range. There was a small path, with weeds, that were obviously trampled nearby. Following the path down the mountain, a road with traces of artificial repairs could be seen from a distance. There was no one on the mountain road. Mu Hua called up the map, walked a distance, and suddenly frowned and looked to the side. Swoosh! Checking the map, detecting the coordinates, and determining the direction, Mu Hua found a nearby human gathering place on the map that was unknown whether it had been destroyed. An arrow shot out from the forest, and went straight to Mu Hua's neck. Pa! He casually slapped the arrow, and frowned in the direction of the arrow. Mu Hua and Tina had already noticed someone over there, but they didn't expect them to attack without asking the reason. Amid the rustling sound, two men with knives on their waists and short bows appeared in the sight of Mu Hua and Tina. One was middle-aged, and the other was young. Both of them had large tattoos on their faces. Judging from their faces, they should have some kinship. Blocking the way of Mu Hua and Tina from a distance, the two men dressed as hunters had cold expressions and looked quite calm. A mistaken shot? Judging from their emotions and complexions, the two men did not look like thugs. Mu Hua asked them. Outsiders, hand over all the valuables on you. The young man pulled out his knife and said to Mu Hua. The young man had two dead animals on his shoulders. They must be hunters. They don't follow the rules when they go into the mountains to hunt. They also rob people while hunting? It doesn't seem to be a mistake. Mu Hua shook his head. Stop! You are from outside, right? Take some money, and don't cause trouble. The older hunter said, pushing the young man aside and making way for Mu Hua and Tina. You all recognize people by tattoos? Mu Hua frowned, but the two did not answer. Are you going to kill them? Tina looked at the two people on the side. The young man looked arrogant, and the middle-aged man heard what Tina said and pulled the young man back slowly, nervous but not panicked. The strength of the human beings is very ordinary, the kind that can be slapped into pulp by Tina. But when they confirmed that Mu Hua and Tina were from the outside world, this fearless arrogance was really incredible. Waving his hands, Tina was told not to pay attention to them, and walked past the two people, who did not stop him. Kill if you can, rob if you can, and it doesn't matter if you can't rob? The two were not stupid, and this fearless attitude was probably caused by the rule of killing one and paying 5. They seemed to think that outsiders would not dare to kill them. If all the people here are like this, then the humans in the Great Rift Valley prison are really annoying. Chapter 767. A gathering place where humans and demons lived together. The noisy streets were briefly quieted down by the arrival of Mu Hua and Tina. Houses made of different materials, and many shops near the street. Humans who forge iron, succubi who cut meat, and fraud demons who attract customers for the shops. Young women push and shove with werewolves. On the corner of the street, an Odora demon and his human brothers surrounded a Bariko demon to collect debts. The Bariko demon, holding his head, was being trampled by a group of human scum. In the Great Rift Valley prison, many places here really realized the coexistence of humans and demons. Mu Hua and Tina encountered many strange things along the way. There is no need to say much about demons. As far as the humans in the Great Rift Valley prison are concerned, humans in the wild are worse than those near villages and towns, and humans in cities are more harmonious than those in villages. For outsiders, the humans here are more cautious about women, because they may be witches. For the humans in the Great Rift Valley prison, witches are more terrifying and more brutal than demons. It is normal for humans and demons to coexist here. In most gathering places where humans and demons live together, demons will even help humans resist attacks from monsters and even demons. These demons have adapted to the environment of the Great Rift Valley prison. The Great Rift Valley prison is vast enough, and it is difficult to get out. In the case of no shortage of food, some demons will even form a partnership with humans. And the demons that fight against humans are often those irritable newcomers, who have just fallen into the Great Rift Valley prison. Some demons are willing to coexist with humans, and some demons vent their anger by killing everything. Among them, it must be said that humans are still quite snobbish. In the case of communication, humans will recognize demons, but people here basically will not coexist peacefully with Warcraft and orcs. In the tradition of humans in the Great Rift Valley prison, Warcraft and orcs are regarded as objects of slavery and hunting. Compared with communicating with those orcs, humans are more willing to treat them as food. Perhaps, in the eyes of some people, with these two tribes as food, the demons will not eat people very much, right? With the sound of chaotic footsteps, the demons on the street quietly disappeared, and a group of humans with a bit of gangster momentum walked towards Mu Hua and Tina. This is a gathering place of the size of a small town, with a wall built outside. Mu Hua and Tina did not encounter any obstruction when entering the town. At this time, they came to the square of the town, but were stopped by a group of humans. Haha, I am the mayor of Green River Town. I wonder where you two are from. Surrounded by 20 or 30 people, A man with ordinary appearance and kind temperament smiled before speaking, and greeted Mu Hua and the others from a distance. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie, with a very friendly attitude. With the appearance of the man, the demons in the town seemed to disappear all at once. At the same time, in addition to the group of people he brought, there were some humans around, and they had a tendency to try to surround Mu Hua and the others. The man was very kind, but based on Mu Hua's little understanding of the Great Rift Valley prison, those who can control the human settlement here are generally those villains thrown in from the outside world. In many cases, they are more fierce than those who were born and raised in the Great Rift Valley. Of course, this does not conflict with their kindness on the outside. People imagine that those who have hideous faces and behave like perverted killers at every turn often cannot enter the Great Rift Valley prison. It's not that they are not qualified, but that kind of people, are you sure they can survive 2 episodes in reality? Can they survive into a prison of this size? You two are not from nearby, and you should not be residents of the Great Rift Valley. Are you new here? Seeing that Mu Hua and Tina did not respond, the middle-aged mayor stopped about 10 meters away from the 2 people, and raised his hand to signal the people around him to be quiet. Humans born in the Great Rift Valley prison generally have the custom of tattooing on their faces, and the criminals thrown into the Great Rift Valley prison are unruly, and most of them have certain strengths, but no one will impose such a custom on them. You too, if you have caused some trouble and are locked up here, Green River Town welcomes you. Here, as long as you are strong enough, you can enjoy everything as you like. Of course, no matter where you are, there always seem to be those damn goblins. In addition to goblins, we are often attacked by some demons here. In order for us to live a more comfortable life, the order of Green River Town is still necessary, isn't it? The middle-aged man looked at Mu Hua and Tina with a smile. His attitude was enthusiastic, but his self-centered words also revealed a hint of strength. If you two are demon hunters, Green River Town is a comfortable place to stay. I can also provide you with the badge of friendship. As long as you bring this, the humans in the Great Rift Valley will not attack you without reason. Of course, friendship is mutual. I also hope that you will not cause trouble in my town. You don't have to cause trouble in the town, right? The middle-aged man took 2 badge-shaped ornaments from the person next to him, and said to Mu Hua and Tina from a distance. The introduction was well organized, and the main meaning was don't come here to cause trouble. Mu Hua and Tina looked at each other. The kind old man who led them to the trap in the mountain village before was probably dead. He took out a friendship badge. Does it work? If we analyze it according to normal thinking, this mayor should be credible. After all, they are prisoners in nature. It is wise to treat outsiders peacefully and show weakness. And there are humans all around. If they come here to hunt demons, it seems that it is not worth it for these humans to stop and kill them. It has to be said that normally, this mayor is still quite credible. But the question is this a normal territory? We need someone who knows the distribution of demons in the Great Rift Valley. Don't worry, we are looking for specific targets and have no ill will towards you. Tina stepped forward and said to the middle-aged mayor, "Oh, then you are demon hunters, so rare, haha, you should relax. No matter how the Great Rift Valley prison is known in the outside world, you are all rare guests to us. We can learn some information about the outside world through you, and if possible, we also want to get some supplies from you. As guests, you can enjoy everything here: power, women, and even wealth. We will try our best to meet your needs." Seeing that the 2 people were mainly Mu Hua, the middle-aged mayor showed a surprised expression on his face, and some people behind him also showed some enthusiasm. The middle-aged mayor bowed to Mu Hua and said, "Alas, do you know what it means to be less worried about debts?" Facing a group of humans, who seemed to have seen the savior, Mu Hua raised his arms impatiently and sighed. The breeze blew, and the breeze that swept across the square was collected in Mu Hua's palm and condensed into a wind group. The wind stirred in the spherical wind group, and in a moment, wisps of pink appeared in the colorless wind group. Toxin, charm, poison, corruption, sleep, paralysis, bacteria, and poisonous smoke with multiple effects. Mu Hua even noticed the effect of the snake fruit. When the middle-aged mayor bowed to Mu Hua, people around him began to spread this poisonous gas. Suddenly Mu Hua saw a cute child of 5 or 6 years old hiding beside a stall, holding a crossbow towards him. Sure enough, the people here are not normal. Bang! The child's head exploded into blood plasma. Misunderstanding. Don't do it, this is a misunderstanding. The middle-aged mayor exclaimed, but while he was shouting, not only did he flash to Tina, but there were also people behind him who drew their swords and guns and brewed magic. Bang, 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 blood plasma exploded, and some people were even squeezed together. Under the influence of external force, they turned into a ball of blood mud. In the blink of an eye, all the onlookers around the square were crushed to death by Mu Hua's jealous touch. And the middle-aged mayor, as if he had taken the initiative to get close to Tina's hand, was pinched by Tina's neck and lifted in the air. The red summoning array unfolded, summoning goblins and undead. Goblins, skeletons, and undead, tribe summoning, a large group of low-level goblins and skeletons were summoned by Mu Hua. On. The headless knight was not seen, so someone should be with him. Mu Hua did not force the summoning. There were several dragons in the undead summoning, but Mu Hua did not share them with others. As the dragon roared, the summoned beasts were murderous and scattered, and it was obvious that they were going to slaughter the town. "No! Don't kill me!" The mayor, who was held in Tina's hand, burst out with strong blood, but he couldn't shake Tina's slender fingers. When the dragon spread its wings, the middle-aged man shouted in fear. Well, Mu Hua met more than 1 or 2 humans on his way to Green River Town. The humans in the Great Rift Valley prison made him completely lose his patience. The most important thing is that these guys are generally stubborn and don't consider the strength of both sides. They will fight if they want to. They will stab you in the face with a knife. If they can't stab you, it seems that they will be fine if they admit their cowardice. Do you need to compensate the devil for killing people? Beat those malicious humans to death or petrify them? Don't make trouble. After all, you are a person who can compete with the king, and you still do those little tricks? He can't afford to lose that person. Just pay the compensation. Anyway, he has people under his command. If the Black Witch College really wants to collect the debt, just send 2 people to do the work. There were angry cries, shouts, and killings everywhere, and the old and the young were all slaughtered. The folk customs here really bully honest people. Chapter 768. Boom, boom the waterfall roared. Roar, roar the demon's roar shook the foothills. Boom, boom, boom magic of all levels. Countless magic of all levels even collapsed the mountain. Deep in the mountains, in a low-lying area under a waterfall, a hydra that was chopped into hundreds of typhons was spreading a deep magic power around its body, and launched a violent bombardment on the humans who invaded it. The mountains and peaks, the green fields, are located in the northwest of the Great Rift Valley prison. There are thousands of mountains and ridges with a total length of more than 2,000 kilometers, and hundreds of thousands of mountains are winding. This mountain area alone, if calculated normally, has exceeded the area of the country supported by the Black Witch Academy on Loren Star. But the Great Rift Valley prison is not a courtyard, but a vast but strange area. Mu Hua and Tina scanned several human settlements in the Great Rift Valley prison, collected intelligence from the local population, and confirmed that most of the settlements in the Great Rift Valley prison were built by humans. The criminals thrown into the Great Rift Valley prison, in addition to those who brought disaster to the human world, also included villains from many courtyards. Speaking of which, there are also some strong prisoners who are arrogant and domineering in various settlements. Because he did not find out the news about ghosts and gods, Mu Hua was not very interested in the humans here, and he didn't think much of the demons they could accommodate. As far as monsters are concerned, most of the powerful demons in the Great Rift Valley prison are hidden in the mountains in the west. Going into the mountains to hunt, he got some half-true and half-false information, and Mu Hua could only use that information to search for some places where powerful demons might exist. Otherwise, anyone who enters this boundless mountain area will become a headless fly. The Destroyer Demon and the Metal Dragon have not been found yet. Earlier, Mu Hua found a hydra under a waterfall. So, in line with the principle of maximizing resources, Mu Hua turned this hydra into a 100-headed typhon. The entire body of hydra seemed to be 10 times larger, and Mu Hua was ready to kill it. "Human, I don't want to be your enemy. Coming here is an accident." The 100 heads seemed to make countless accents. The 100-headed demon shouted in a dizzy voice to Mu Hua, who was not hurt by its concentrated fire. "You'd better say something constructive. Do you know where there are destroyer demons or metal dragons?" The gravel was scorched, and the poisonous gas was everywhere. Mu Hua looked at the monster in front of him that looked like a war fortress. Normal hydra is very scary, especially after entering the typhon state, with 100 heads casting spells and 100 mouths swallowing. Those unlucky people in the abyss can't be compared with them at all. However, the hydra in front of him, who had a good battle with Mu Hua, was panicking at this moment. The human in front of him mastered the hellfire, and seeing that this human ignored his virtue of releasing poison, Hydra seriously suspected that this guy had a stronger ability to poison, a stronger toxin than Hydra. If this guy has the world poison, he is afraid that he will be dead. And listen, This guy is looking for the Destroyer Demon and the Metal Dragon. Hydra is not an ignorant demon. No matter how you look at it, the human in front of him seems to be heading for the Lord class. The Hellfire is already quite deadly to him. Looking at the demon-like human and his extended claws, Hydra shuddered. I know there is a demon of destruction in this space, but I'm not sure where he is now. The Metal Dragon can only go to the burial ground to look for it. No one can escape the sight of the Metal Dragon alive. Human, as long as you can take me away from here, I will pay you a satisfactory reward. As long as you let me return to Hell, you will not only be able to obtain the wealth I have accumulated, but I can also help you attack the courtyard. I can accept your employment for free. There are hundreds of dragon heads, 40 or 50 of which are brewing magic. Although the strength is weaker, they should not be underestimated. One of the heads is talking to Muhua, and the remaining swaying dragon head is faintly biting. At this moment, it speaks without any emphasis. Boom! The giant fell, and Su Della's body seemed to tremble with the falling giant. A dragon, a half-dead dragon, was knocked down from the sky by Tina. Looking at the woman with giant moth fire wings spread behind her in the sky, Su Della was panicked again. I knew it. I knew something was going to happen sooner or later. Damn the Great Rift Valley prison. Damn the witch. Damn the human. Why am I so unlucky? Zadila screamed in his heart. Ever since he fell into the Great Rift Valley prison, Zadila has been hiding in the mountains honestly, thinking about how to escape from here. In fact, many powerful demons here also have this idea. After all, this is a prison, which can be said to be the home of humans. They really don't want to hang out here, or they will die. The evil dragon in front of him is his partner, yes, his partner. As is Adila, he is a difficult demon, and the reason why he can become a partner with a reptile is that he hopes that the humans who come here to hunt will give up fighting with him after killing his partner and drag the evil dragon away. But the human in front of him didn't seem to have the intention of running away after getting a dragon. Two courtyards, as long as you can help me return to Hell. No, as long as you take me to one courtyard, I can help you capture 2 courtyards, serve you, and accept your employment for free. Su Della spoke again. You should know that the Black Witch Academy will not allow you to be taken out. Looking at Su Della in front of him, Muhua shook his tail and said hesitantly, Bang! 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 At the side of the dragon, Tina ignored Su Della, dragged the dragon aside, and punched the dragon's head one by one, watching the dragon twitch and lose its breath. No, ordinary people can't do it, but you are very powerful. You should be able to negotiate with those damn goblins. Seeing that Tina had taken out a sledgehammer to knock the dragon's teeth, Su Della said in panic, Damn! This damn human is afraid that he really has mastered the poison of the world. Zadila was going crazy. Everyone should know that Zadila's head can't be chopped off randomly, but recalling everything that happened before, the human in front of him chopped his head like a fool. Seeing Tina remove the dragon's teeth while it was hot, she removed them so skillfully. This guy is not coming for our body, right? It's not impossible to negotiate, but... Muhua looked at Zadila's pile of dragon heads. Although they are not as good as dragon teeth, with some materials, they can also be a batch of top-level magic-breaking blades. Human! I can take you to find Medusa. I know where Medusa is. Medusa should have magic energy. I can help you kill her. Medusa's head is very valuable. Seeing Muhua's bad look, Su Della wanted to use magic to chisel him, and almost couldn't help wanting to fight him again. Buzz. 5 Medusas slowly emerged from the summoning array, and the 5 Medusas opened their pupils one after another. Not to mention, this Su Della was really immune to the petrification magic eye. Muhua said, Brother, there is no shortage of Medusas. Su Della, what the hell is wrong with the human world? Medusas, adults, don't play like this in Hell, right? Too much. Kung Tina was still dismantling the dragon's teeth, and Su Della was thinking about how to save himself. As Su Della, he was not afraid of many things, but Muhua might have something he was afraid of. Speaking of which, your original body entered the Great Rift Valley prison, which should be regarded as a step into the human world. Are you sure you can return to Hell? Swinging his tail, Muhua questioned. Regardless of whether it is a projection or the real body, the monsters that descended in the courtyard consume certain resources, and there is a way to return to Hell. But if you set foot in the human world, it will not be so easy to go back, otherwise the demon merchants will not be all demons, and it doesn't matter whether the world and Hell are integrated. The demon followers, who are forced to sign a contract at home, cannot go back to Hell, and Muhua is quite aware of this. No, this place is different from the human world. As long as a singularity is released, I can be directly teleported to a certain courtyard. I should be able to try it. Su Dela shook his head for a while. Transfiguration? Mu Hua frowned. Su Dela's big guy can't enter the courtyard, even with the courtyard key. The evil dragons at home rely on the summoning of followers to enter and exit the courtyard. Forget it, it's too troublesome. Mu Hua muttered while thinking. This Su Dela is a bit but it is estimated that it is unlikely to sign a follower contract. In fact, since he knew that the birth of the demon king in the human race would lead to the integration of the present world into hell, Mu Hua had also wanted to try to subdue some demons without a dependent contract, just as a way to adapt in advance. However, Zadila's demon was a bit fat, and it was too troublesome for Zadila in front of him to get out of the Great Rift Valley prison. He didn't want to have too many intersections with the Black Witch Academy, and he didn't want to make it seem like he owed a favor to the second person because of this kind of thing. After thinking about it, Mu Hua was too lazy to persuade Zadila to surrender properly, and his figure flashed. No, wait. Zadila was suddenly out of sight, and was shocked and angry. As Zadila shouted, Mu Hua appeared between its many necks, and raised his claws with a cold glow. Chapter 769. Co-casting skill stone * 1, Hydra tendon * 57, Hydra bloodline * 0.2, physical crystal * 21, intelligence crystal * 5, 100 refinement secret stone * 18, soul dust * 237, philosopher stone * 5. A good Hydra was finally scratched by Mu Hua. It was not difficult to summon some summon beasts, and perform a comprehensive tooth extraction operation on Hydra. I didn't dig out its magic core again, and I didn't dare to remove more parts from its body. But even if only the teeth were removed, Hydra's smelting output was still greatly reduced. Only 0.2 bloodline remained, and the attribute crystals were reduced by more than 50%. It was difficult to estimate the 100 refinement secret stone, and the soul dust should not have been reduced much. And the philosopher's stone was just a token of appreciation. For such a big super-level demon, an adult bear goblin would produce more philosopher's stone than it. The burning source furnace has a relatively strict requirement for the integrity of the smelting object. It is fine if the pieces are collected together for smelting. But if a part is removed, especially those body tissues with special effects on the monster, the burning source furnace is like treating those body tissues as the essence of the monster. Under normal circumstances, Mu Hua would dismantle a demon like Hydra completely, but the co-casting can be said to be a very cost-effective permanent magic, which seems to be impossible to produce by smelting magic cores alone. This kind of permanent magic is usually regarded by Mu Hua as a kind of ability, just like magic enhancement, high temperature, folding penetration, etc. Although it will not be classified as a talent sequence, once learned, it is like changing the essence of life, allowing the owner to touch the deeper energy application and control their magical abilities at will. It is not a simple magic. Through training and adaptation, the casting process can be abandoned, just like the auxiliary magic of the body's instinct. And this same position casting, its specific function can be understood as an enhanced version of multiple casting. The biggest difference between it and multiple casting is no worries. More than 20,000 Typhon's teeth, as long as the same position casting skill stone is melted, it is enough for Mu Hua to ignore Hydra's other production. Same position casting is practical, and does not require high attributes. It can be absorbed with about 500 intelligence and spirit. As for how much magic can be released at the same time, it is still related to personal attributes. In addition to the need for practice to master the simultaneous release of different types of magic, the only defect that can be regarded as a defect is probably that the detailed locking is a bit worse. Of course, the problem of mana consumption is inevitable. Just like the 100 heads of Hydra casting, it is refreshing to clean the ground, but it also needs strong magic power to support it. Combined with the shackle burst, this ability is suitable for concentrated fire on a few individuals. As for accuracy, facing more enemies, it basically depends on sweeping. It is not a defect, it can be used or not. Whether to activate this multicasting ability depends on the caster's personal will. If the calculation is not good, the magic power may burst and become weak. It is a bit hypocritical to call it a defect. Sir, do you continue to dismantle this evil dragon? Tina asked Mu Hua after putting a pile of dragon teeth and claws aside, and seeing Mu Hua raise the soul fire to Hydra. Dismantle it. Looking at the dragon corpse with all its edges and corners dismantled, Mu Hua and Tina had to do it themselves to skin the evil dragon and pull out its tendons. It was okay for the summoned beast to knock on the dragon teeth, but the skill of dismantling the dragon corpse was not so good. Dragon scales and dragon skins are used to make armor. When forging, The dragon scales can also be dissolved into a material that can be dissolved in metal. Dragon tendons can be used to make top-grade crossbows. Crossbows can be considered as a novice artifact. In Muhua's hands, they are only used as materials for making bows. Almost all the internal organs of the upper dragons can be used as alchemical materials. Dragon lungs and spleens can be used to make attack modules for magic weapons. Blood, flesh and bones are all useful. Muhua also wants to expand his own dragon tooth soldiers. If the dragon claws and dragon teeth are removed, the dragon corpse cannot be used as a medium for the evolution of the magic dragon. If it is smelted, the more valuable thing for Muhua should be the dragon essence blood, but dragon beasts, such as earth dragons and flying dragons, can also be smelted. And the probability of the intermediate impact immunity appearing on the evil dragon is too low, especially after pulling out the dragon teeth. If it is not confirmed that the other party has intermediate impact immunity when it is alive, Muhua will not throw the evil dragon into the burning source furnace for the time being. A dragon in Muhua's hands is 300 or 400 dragon tooth soldiers. Hydra's teeth can also be used as materials for deriving dragon tooth soldiers, but they are not as durable as regular dragon tooth soldiers, so it is a bit of a waste to make dragon tooth soldiers. Leviathan's teeth are nothing special, and many Leviathans don't even have teeth. Trees move Leviathan's teeth is more of a description. Hydra's teeth can also be combined into Muhua's Leviathan's teeth, but after seeing Tree's dragon teeth, Muhua doesn't want to get some defective products. The Headless Knight team is growing day by day, and consumables such as arrows and bullets are temporarily put aside. Some forging materials are added to strengthen the firmness and toughness. It's time to equip the Headless Knights with magic-breaking weapons. After cleaning up the dragon corpse, the previous battle did not attract other demons. After all the harvest, it is not to be said that this Great Rift Valley prison can really be regarded as an alternative resource point. Which way to go? After packing up, Tina asked Muhua. It is not possible to summon followers in the Great Rift Valley prison. Muhua and Tina travel light, which is convenient for traveling, but they have to have a direction to hunt for demons in the mountains. The demons in this mountain are really cautious. Muhua frowned. The summoned beasts didn't find the target? Tina didn't feel too surprised. There are too many trees in the mountains, and nothing can be observed in the sky. The summoned beasts on the ground were killed before they found the enemy. Muhua released some summoned beasts for reconnaissance, but most of the stronger summoned beasts in his hands were distributed. Now those who have summoned beasts are basically fighting with the courtyard monsters in the Bloody Hills with their summoned beasts. If it is not necessary, Muhua will definitely not summon them. The information collected by the locals here is very vague. There should be an Ahriman demon to the west. It is said that the demon has cultivated the universal skeleton. To the southeast, there is a burial ground, covering 4 or 5 hills, and there is a mutated titan skeleton. However, in order to prevent the expansion of the burial ground, the Black Witch Academy seems to prohibit attacking demons outside the burial ground. Tina called up the map, referred to the collected information, and gave 2 suggested directions. Universal skeleton? Yes. Has anyone seen the Ahriman demon? There will be ground thorn beetles where it is, which is easy to identify. Then let's go to the west first. Ahriman demons with universal skeleton are rarer than destroyer demons. This ability is suitable for us. Muhua became interested and confirmed the direction. The 2 flew at low altitude, shuttling between mountains and forests, letting go of perception along the way, and the speed was not too fast. Universal skeleton, a kind of ability to substitute the hardness of bones to give the skin on the surface of the body a strong defensive power, the so-called muscle growing in the bones, a magical ability to give the flesh and blood body a solid defense. In terms of effect alone, the universal skeleton can make up for the defensive defects of most biological bodies. However, there is a problem with this thing, that is, it will eat the constitution. Simply put, the constitution attribute is a necessary resource for practicing the universal skeleton. The essence is to use the constitution in exchange for the defense of one's own skin. Practicing the universal skeleton will consume one's own constitution attribute, and it will consume it permanently. Not only that, when the hardness of one's own bones is improved, the skin defense is improved synchronously, and the physical attribute of one's own body will also be consumed. What's more fucked up is that this defensive exoskeleton can be broken. After it is broken, will you repair it? If you repair it, you still have to consume your own physical attributes. To be honest, this magic skill is a bit tricky, and most demons are not interested in it. After all, there are muscles in the crab shell. And if you practice the universal skeleton, your physical strength may be exhausted, and you will become weak and weak. You have to guard a hard shell and strengthen your physical strength again, and you are afraid that you will encounter some wicked things and smash your shell again. But it doesn't matter to Mu Hua. Anyway, his physical strength has always been improved by hard smashing, which is basically the same as using physical crystals to smash a crab shell on himself. The crab shell is broken. Whether to repair it or not is entirely up to personal will, which is controllable. And physical crystals? Mu Hua has never lacked physical crystals. Now Mu Hua's bones are definitely hard enough. Perfecting the shape-shifting technique is equivalent to letting his body also have the physiological characteristics of those shape-shifting media. What about Behemoth, Fenrir, etc.? I can look for them later to see if there are any monsters with stronger bones. It's rare to find a way to strengthen myself a little bit. This Ahriman demon can be classified together with the Destruction Demon and the Metal Dragon, and included in the future hunting sequence. Chapter 770. Bang! The heavy object fell to the ground. Crack! The bones cracked. Damn human! You will not die well. The insect-shaped demon waved its front claws, and the holes in its shell were bleeding. It cursed in grief and anger, and its small eyes wandered around. The injured demon's eyes were full of panic, scanning the flame beetles that surrounded him. In a fertile mountain basin, an Ahriman demon was finally dug out by Mu Hua. TSK, this guy really has a universal skeleton. When Mu Hua smashed its universal skeleton, Ahriman's mood can be imagined. Crackle. Amid the crackling sound of burning firewood, a large number of beetles made of flames crawled towards Ahriman demons like marching ants. The flame of life. These beetles, the size of ordinary people's fists, were originally Ahriman demon servants. Now they have become like this, obviously caused by the fire spirit released by Tina. Damn it! Go! Kill them! Facing the beetles crawling towards it like returning to their nests, the Ahriman demon rolled and dodged, screaming for help. Behind the Ahriman demon, a group of humans and demons, a pair of eyes were fixed on Mu Hua in the air. The demons slowly retreated, as if they were gathering strength, but also as if they were about to escape. There were many demons hidden in the mountains to the west of the Great Rift Valley prison, and the Ahriman demon in front of him was not difficult to find. There was no need to search for the ground thorn beetle at all. This guy seemed to want to establish a settlement in this basin. Not only did it gather demons here, but it also gathered some humans. When Mu Hua flew to this area, its men actually wanted to dart Mu Hua down from the sky. Ahriman demons are quite interesting. They are born with an ability similar to the original zodiac of the creation of the color domain. Without the energy of original sin, relying on the flesh and blood of creatures, Ahriman demons can create a ground thorn beetle similar to the color domain protozoa. This kind of ground thorn beetle can use the ground to release ground thorn attacks, and can even form long-range attacks within 100 meters. If enough ground thorn beetles can be accumulated, even with these beetles alone, Ahriman demon will be quite powerful on land. Seeing Mu Hua and Tina break into its territory, Ahriman demon brought his little brothers, and wanted to let Mu Hua and Tina join its big family. As a result, it was dragged out and beaten by Mu Hua. Tina threw a few balls of fire spirits at it, and all the ground thorn beetles turned into fire dung beetles. Cowardly, really cowardly. Mu Hua found that the demons in the Great Rift Valley prison were really cowardly. He had long been accustomed to those brave courtyard demons. Suddenly seeing these cautious demons, Mu Hua was somewhat uncomfortable. For example, Mu Hua did not show much strength at the moment. When seeing Mu Hua beat Ahriman demon with brute force, the surrounding demons had no intention to fight, and the humans standing with them seemed to be more powerful than them. Sure enough, the fear of death is no different between demons and humans. But the demons in the courtyard, who descended in their true form, did not seem to be so arrogant, Mu Hua wondered. Roar! Ahriman demon roared and blew up half of his body. This Ahriman demon created a lot of ground thorn beetles, which also led to more fire dung beetles surrounding it at the moment. The body was entangled by the fire beetles, and the Ahriman demon's affinity with the fire element seemed to be not very good. It blew up its body, and got rid of the flames on its body. The flesh twisted and surged, and the half of Ahriman demon's body that disappeared regenerated quickly. Judging from the regeneration speed, it obviously reached the level of super speed regeneration. Damn it! Let's go together. I attract the fire bugs, there are only 2 of them. Ahriman demon called out to his teammates. Kill! The human shouted. Well, the humans under Ahriman demon should have no idea about the flame of life, and some of them actually tried to rush into the pile of fire beetles to play close combat. Barrett! Hold on. Tear him apart. A group of demons cheered Ahriman demon. Well, unlike humans, The argument of just two people obviously can't fool the demon. The human wanted to besiege Muhua, but the demons present once again distanced themselves from Ahriman Demon, cheering Ahriman Demon while about to flee. Bang! The magician's hand pressed Ahriman Demon to the ground. Ahriman Demon's giant claws dug into the ground, trying to drill into the ground, but was held by the magician's hand, unable to move forward or backward for a while. Before Ahriman Demon could call for help or beg for mercy, more fire beetles had already climbed onto it. The sturdy insect-shaped demon was set on fire. While screaming, Ahriman Demon could not break free from the grip of the magician's hand, and his body repeatedly cycled between burns and regeneration. The shell was burned, the muscles were necrotic, and the pink flesh and blood tissue regenerated in the flames, and then burned by the flames again. Super speed regeneration. This Ahriman Demon did have super speed regeneration, and its survival ability was extremely tenacious. If it were not bound, the flame of life would not be able to kill it for a while. Bang, bang, bang flames, poisonous water, wind blades, lightning strikes, and various magic mixed with arrows and bullets struck a ripple in front of Muhua. The attacks of the humans under the Ahriman Demon fell in front of Muhua, but Tina was already guarding Muhua and waved her hand to block these attacks. In just a short moment, under the effect of super speed regeneration, Ahriman Demon had been burned into a strange ball of flesh. The cruel scene made the humans who attacked Muhua tremble in their hearts. They used loud shouting to dispel the uneasiness in their hearts, and the other demons present saw that Muhua seemed to focus all his attention on Ahriman Demon, and turned around and fled at the same time. TSK. Raising his eyebrows and looking around, Muhua raised his hand and pointed. Scorch, scorch. Death ray. Dozens and hundreds of death rays shot out when Muhua raised his hand. Time seemed to be still, and humans, demons, and lives penetrated by death rays stiffened their bodies. They fell down with a thud, and the few demons that were not shot also slowed down their escape because of the death rays that fell nearby. The next moment, multiple white-boned souls gnawed on them again. Huh? The flames on Ahriman Demon were taken away by Tina. Like a piece of burnt barbecue, when the flames dissipated and the flesh and blood squirmed, Ahriman Demon gradually recovered its original shape. This Ahriman Demon's ability to survive is really not weak, but although the super speed regeneration is strong, it also needs energy support. It can't burn anymore. The intake of external magic power can't support the regeneration of the body. If it burns further, Ahriman Demon will burn out. Muhua still wants the body of Ahriman Demon, but it's not good to burn it to death like this. It's hard to restore its original form, but the magic power and blood of Ahriman Demon itself have been basically drained away by super speed regeneration, and it seems to be in a state where it is breathing out more than it is breathing in. People killed by the undead magic can basically leave a complete body, but the enemies killed by Muhua before have ghosts. Undead detention, take those ghosts to your side. The magic circle flows, screaming and wailing from the soul, and the ghosts are destroyed by the breath of death and gradually turn into a group of hideous white-boned souls. With a wave of the hand, groups of white-boned souls drill in and out of the body of Ahriman Demon. There is nothing to say, this Ahriman Demon is basically hopeless. Bang, 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 bang with a slight explosion like a cannon. One by one the fire beetles exploded into wisps of flames. Tina waved her hand to capture them, and the flames on the ground turned into dense flame threads like returning to their nests, pouring into Tina's body. Suddenly chaotic, suddenly calm, the chaos of the last moment seemed like an illusion, accompanied by the corpses burned by the fire of the soul. The mountains and basins fell into silence. Hiss, gosh, do you have to be so fierce? A group of witches in the Black Witch Academy watched everything that happened around Muhua through the images displayed by the Color Domain Protozoa. Who said just now that we should remind him that it is forbidden to cause too much damage to the environment of the Great Rift Valley prison? A witch muttered, and the other witches turned their faces away, pretending not to hear anything. Were those death rays just now cast multiple spells? Someone questioned. Co-casting, not only death rays, but this guy also held out a bunch of enhanced bone souls in one breath. A witch said fearfully. This guy didn't continue to fight with the seventh. Someone questioned. Miss, do you want to tell him not to really let him cast the forbidden spell in the Great Rift Valley prison? An older witch looked at Lilitu, who was sitting at the table and kicking her calves. Why not you go? Lilitu was dissatisfied, and the witches rolled their eyes. The girl's appearance and breasts seemed to be more regrettable than Tibesh's. He has no interest in the settlements of those prisoners. If he really wants to cast a forbidden spell, then let him do it. Anyway, all the experimental data that should be collected has been collected, and there is no shortage of prisoners outside. I don't like the current batch of people. It's just right to start over if they all die. Lilita waved his hand indifferently. But someone seemed to want to say something else, but saw that in the picture, Muhua's eyes suddenly met with everyone's. Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The picture remained the same, but a witch held her head and cried out in pain. As the witch rolled on the ground, the picture in front of the witches distorted and dissipated. See, I told you not to mess with him. Jumping off the table and squatting beside the witch who was crying out in pain, Lilita poked the witch with his fingers, and his tone seemed to be somewhat gloating.